On the second day after the announcement of the Black Star Cup, countless media and consortium representatives came to their door with money waving to buy the broadcasting rights. In the large conference room of the Legion base camp, Sivia sat in the first place, and countless remote projectors of representatives sat below, chatting and discussing nonstop, and the room was filled with buzzing sounds. Silent. Sivia knocked on the table, and the audience became quiet and stared at her in unison. As the Chief Affairs Officer of the Legion, Sivia is also responsible for foreign exchanges. In the eyes of many forces, she is undoubtedly a powerful figure. Even the representatives here are senior executives with high status in their own media or consortiums, and they are very obedient in front of Sivia. Sivia looked around and said seriously, "Everyone's purpose is the same. Regarding the Black Star Cup All-State League, the Legion commander means to build a comprehensive sports event belonging to the superpowers. The scope of the first event is temporarily limited to the Legion itself. In the future, personnel from other forces may be introduced to participate. The specific details are all in the introduction of the event rules. You have seen it just now. The Legion hopes that the event will be broadcast to the entire universe, so the sale method of the broadcasting rights is divided according to the region. The planetary broadcasting rights are not sold separately. The minimum bid is the star-level broadcasting range, with a price of 15 million Rs. The Galaxy Range broadcasting rights are 120 million Rs, and the Star Group broadcasting rights are 980 million Rs, which are paid in one of 5 phases. This is just a reference price. If exclusive authorization of the same region is required, it will be completed through bidding." Hearing this, the audience started to get turmoil. Many people looked at each other and saw surprise on each other's faces. Compared with the status of the Black Star Army and the popularity of this event, the price is quite conscientious, far lower than their psychological expectations. Generally speaking, there are 2 ways to sell this kind of program broadcasting rights. The most common one is to sell it in the unit of media without restricting the region. The other regional sale is equivalent to split broadcasting rights. It is generally used for large-scale broadcasting. Only a few people are qualified to open it. Otherwise, the media will not buy it, and the Black Star Army naturally has this qualification. The basic unit is the broadcasting range of the star area, which means that the broadcasting channels of this media are limited to 1 star area. Although the quantum network is very developed today, allowing the interstellar community to be connected, the audience range of most media is still regional, equivalent to local stations. The minimum bid of 15 million Rs is indeed a lot, but the consortiums and media that dare to trade with the Legion are of scale, so it is not a problem to take out this amount of money in business. If the broadcast range overlaps, there's a processing system, and regions at the same level overlap. If there is no competition for exclusive authorization, then the 2 companies will broadcast together, otherwise they will bid. If there are overlaps at different levels, for example, one buys the Galaxy broadcasting rights and the other buys the Galaxy broadcasting rights included in the Galaxy, either does not deal with it or applies for Legion negotiations, or takes back the authorization or cooperates with each other, but it is strictly forbidden for the media to buy out a large-scale broadcasting rights and then distribute it privately. Sivia called out Philip's clones and came to each representative to record each person's bid. The media representatives present thought about it, wrote down their requirements, and actively purchased it. Everyone could see the business opportunities contained in the Black Star Cup. Recently, the Black Star Legion has done several major events, which are extremely popular, especially the 2 major events of the Black Star Battle of the Gods and the Holy Light Particle, which has condensed a large wave of traffic for the Legion. Basically, at least 3 or 4 of the 10 interstellar citizens will pay attention to the Legion's news. Moreover, the Black Star Cup itself is also attractive. Although there are many superpowers in the universe, and fighting is not uncommon, this kind of competition in which countless superpowers of all levels participate in is too rare. There are also forms similar to selection and talent show, which makes it easier to mobilize the audience's emotions. And the event is so rich, So how can we see so many super people participating in various interesting sports and entertainment projects? According to the blueprint of the Black Star Cup, there is a chance that it will evolve into a league ceremony where more forces will participate. With the status of the Black Star Army, we're not afraid of followers at all. In the long run, the league has great development potential. The representatives present not only want to sign this event, but some also want to book a few more sessions immediately as a long-term investment. In this project, we are a win-win situation. So we talked loudly as everyone thought about bidding. If the Legion wants to make the Black Star Cup bigger, it needs more media broadcasts and attention, and you also need ratings. I don't need to emphasize the scale of the Black Star Cup. This is a rare event. At this moment, a representative of the consortium raised his hand and asked, "I heard that the Legion opened the internal bet. I don't know if you accept off-court capital injection." You can hold the bet yourself, but the Legion's handicap does not accept off-court bets. Sawia waved her hand. Why? If you open the market, the order of magnitude of the pumping amount will definitely increase by several levels. Some people are confused. This is the highest instruction of the Legion commander. Zaiwia did not explain to everyone. In fact, when she learned about Han Xiao's decision, she was a little surprised. This was a big opportunity. With her understanding of Han Xiao, it was impossible for her to miss this path of wealth. But she didn't expect that the teacher would change her temper. Later, Han Xiao explained to her that although the Legion is rich, the bets from the outside world are still too large, and opening the market to the outside world is risky. Maybe some Suazi secretly makes trouble, and the internal closure is equivalent to the internal circulation of funds. No matter who loses and who wins, the money is in the hands of the members of the Legion. On the other hand, if the members of their own Legion participate in the competition, if the Legion opens outward, it may cause the Legion members to have some dissatisfaction associations, which is not conducive to ideological construction. Only betting within the Legion will be much better at the grassroots level, and it feels like someone else is playing behind closed doors. In short, it's this bad money, we are not right. With every offer collected, Intel's brought the business team in to negotiate, while Sivia left the conference room and rushed to the next meeting. In addition to selling the broadcasting rights, the Legion is also preparing to find a large number of sponsors for the Black Star Cup. I believe that the Legion's partners will invest more or less some money from the perspective of interests and face, which adds up to a huge amount. On the other side, Sorjin also came to Han Xiao. You want to sponsor the Black Star Cup too? Han Xiao looked up and down at the remote projection of Sorjin in front of him. That's right. You are a shareholder of the Infinite Consortium, and I naturally have to express my support for your project. Sorjin put on a signature smirk. How much are you going to invest? Sorokin reported a number and smiled. This number represents my full sincerity. Han Xiao's heart was shocked. The amount of this sponsorship was a bit exaggerated. Your sincerity is overflowing. Are you sure you give so much? Yes, the Black Star Cup has great potential, and I am very optimistic about this investment. Sorjin smiled and said slowly, and we are partners now. For some reason, there were rifts between us, so I hope to make up for the relationship with you. Han Xiao immediately understood. Well, this is the payment of protection fees, and I want to compensate for the losses I caused to me in the past. He took away the position of shareholders with similar threats, and the situation was done. Sorjin accepted the reality and took the initiative to make up for the relationship. It has to be said that he can bend and stretch just like a turtle. After all, that sentence is well said. Just make do with it. What can you do? Han Xiao suddenly thought of something, and his eyes turned. I'm afraid this guy is not only to make up for the relationship between the two parties, but also to the Traveler's affairs. The Dark Emperor captured the Traveler and had already released the news that the Empire would conduct a public trial. He went to the secondary dimension world some time ago. Sorokin might think he knew something, so he came over to find out. After all, Sorokin also intervened in the Hela Rescue War. The Traveler was one of the few insiders, so he would certainly feel guilty. Okay, I will write a few less points for you in the past. Han Xiao smiled at him and said in a long tone, That about the Domineer? Sorokin's eyelids twitched. This. Before he could answer, Han Xiao laughed. Don't worry, I'm joking. How could I let you tear up the agreement with him, turn around and deal with me to deal with him, and suppress all the businesses you helped him expand? I have a good relationship with him. I believe you. You're a bad guy, you're a bad guy. Sorokin calmed down and tentatively said, I heard that you have recently visited the secondary dimension world. How was the trip? Not bad. I went to a lot of places. Han Xiao and Hai Bei started chatting, just not talking about the topic. After listening patiently for a while, Sorokin saw that Han Xiao couldn't get the topic, so he could only cough dryly and asked, It is said that the Dark Emperor caught the traveler in the secondary dimension. Have you touched him? Yes. Han Xiao nodded. Sorokin was happy and was about to hear what Han Xiao said, but he found that Han Xiao suddenly shut up without any intention of extending the topic and was like a cold-blooded king. The two of them stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. Sorokin couldn't hold it anymore, so he had to speak out and asked helplessly, What's the situation at that time? At that time, Xiao and Kaf, the Dark Emperor, almost escaped by a traveler and happened to run into me, so I caught him. Han Xiao smacked his lips and sighed. To be honest, this guy has no backbone, and he punished him a little, and he admitted his identity as the mastermind. Sorokin's heart tightened. Who is it? Han Xiao glanced at him and said slowly. He said that he was not a neutral mercenary, but a secret direct person of a superstar cluster-level civilization. He was sent by the senior management, so when Hela was attacked, he came to interfere. Directual personnel? Sorokin was curious. Which family is he from? Han Xiao said in a serious tone. We didn't expect that he was actually a member of the Modo civilization. It turned out to be Modo. Sorokin thought. He was suddenly stunned and became alert. No, the traveler cannot help him cover up the truth. He will definitely expose the reason why the superstar group sent him to act, and it is his own operation. If that is said, the Empire must have known that he was involved. Then you. Sorokin stared at Han Xiao tightly, wanting to speak, but stopping. What do you want to say? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Have the traveler revealed anything else? Do you want to ask? Did the traveler offer you? Han Xiao smiled. Sorokin's face tightened. He Xing said this, and must have been exposed. At this time, Han Xiao curled his smile and said lightly, What you are doing behind the scenes is not authentic. In fact, he originally planned to hide it, but when Sorokin came to him, he realized that the enemy he had originally planned was not realistic. Because the Empire wants to publicly judge the traveler, Sorokin will definitely not have any illusions. He knows that the traveler has a high probability of pleading guilty or turning the blame on him, and there is no reason to keep it secret. Then the Empire will probably know his behavior behind him, so Black Star will definitely get a notice, knowing that he has plotted against the Black Star Legion behind his back. In this case, even if I pretend to be stupid, it would be futile. If I hide it, Sorokin will only be more cautious. Instead of doing this, it is better to make it clear directly. According to his understanding of Sorokin, this turtle-born person must not want to break up, but instead find a way to make up for it, just to make a mistake. After all, even if Sorokin give compensation, it does not mean that he will give up on Sorokin. Sorokin paused and showed a helpless expression. Okay, you caught me. My motivation for doing this is just to maintain balance, not to target you personally, but I am really sorry for you in this matter. Since we are partners now, I will give you an explanation to express my apology. Han Xiao carefully observed his expression and narrowed his eyes. As expected, with Sorokin's cheeky skin, he was unlikely to panic after being exposed, but instead responded openly, apologized in person, and looked for remedies. Moreover, Sorokin was very thief. In fact, he prepared a way out for this matter and made two plans. That is, he deliberately expressed his voice to the travelers and found a reason for his behavior to maintain collectivism and crack down on a united front of the super A-level level, without involving personal grievances. With such thoughts as support, even if they are exposed later, the targeting will not be so fierce, because the position he showed in this matter is actually consistent with the three major civilizations, and they all want to crack down on the super A-level united front. His method was just a deviation, But even so, his offense to the Empire was actually very low. After all, his method was to interfere indirectly, rather than directly intervene, and there was a certain room for maneuver. In today's complex cosmic situation, there is a conflict of interest between the three major civilizations and the Development Federation, and Sorokin, as a member of the association, has the so-called collectivist idea. So in the eyes of the three major civilizations, he is likely to become one of the people who can be fought for. Although the exposure of the position will make the Super A-level group of Machinery and Black Star, who advocate the United Front, reject him, in turn, this has become an opportunity for him to get closer to the three major civilizations and reduce the losses as much as possible. Han Xiao had to admit that Sorgen was a thief. This two-faced guy always had room to deal with negative consequences by relying on the resources he had in his hands. The biggest problem is that he conspires with the Superstar League Alliance in this matter. The three major civilizations must be dissatisfied with this. Sorgen cannot wash himself clearly and must have a wave of blood to solve it. The second problem is Han Xiao's attitude. He Xing was offended and no one could shake his position now. Sorgen could only compromise and prepare to be spoken out by the lion. Various thoughts flashed. Han Xiao blinked and said lightly, "Let me hear. How do you plan to express your apology to me? P.S. Recommend a book, Han K in July, a history master, a good friend who was once a quilt." Introduction. Looking back suddenly, the palace of the Han family remains the same. In the third year of Emperor Xiao of Han, the powerful ministers in the court were in power, and there were Huns outside, and the Silk Road was endless. In the Dunhuang Gobi Desert, a post station named Xianquan, the minor official Ren Hong threw his pen and shouted angrily, "A real man has no other ambitions, but he should follow Zhang Qian and Fu Jiezi to make contributions to foreign lands to obtain titles. How can he work in the pen and inkstone for a long time? I will give the Black Star Legion greater support. If you purchase services and resources from the Unlimited Consortium, you will only charge the cost price. At the same time, I will bring a large number of preferential commercial projects and cooperate with your budding consortium to help them develop. On the other hand, I am willing to invest in and build factories in the Black Star Legion territory at any cost. By burning money, I will support the perfect industrial chain in various fields in your territory." Sorokin said a big story. In summary, in addition to losing money, I also use the Unlimited Consortium's business and funds to help the Black Star Legion develop vigorously and give many preferential conditions. Han Xiao silently calculated that if all these conditions were fulfilled, even if the Infinite Consortium had a great family and a great career, it would have a wave of blood. For the Legion territory, the construction speed would be accelerated. In order to repair the relationship, this guy is not stingy. Sorokin once used similar methods to help the development of the war field. Now the war field has basically completed its transformation and has become a powerful competitor of the Legion in the Broken Star Ring. Sorokin is willing to give the Black Star Legion the same treatment, and even the conditions are more abundant. As for the support from the domineering, even if He Xing doesn't say it, Sorgen will temporarily stop, and business is business. Han Xiao did not comment and proposed new conditions. Although the construction of the Shining World territory is important, the Legion's goal is even greater. I want to develop in other star domains. Your Infinite Consortium has huge industries in each star domain, so you can also share this aspect. Okay. Sorgen smiled on the surface, but actually gritted his teeth. He knew that Black Star was not satisfied with resource compensation, but focused on the cross-star business channels of Infinite Consortium, and wanted to get a share of the pie, absorb the blood of Infinite Consortium, and grab the business of Infinite Consortium, so as to nourish the Legion's business network in other star domain, and the lion spoke out loud. Even though Sorgen had made enough mental preparations, he felt a little painful. He is willing to give so much compensation. On the one hand, he wants to repair his relationship with Black Star. Even if Black Star gives up on dealing with him, it is worth investing. On the other hand, he is indirectly expressing his attitude to the Empire and doing what he wants. Although in this way, the Black Star Legion may become a blood-sucking worm on the Infinite Consortium and eat the flesh and blood of the Infinite Consortium to feed itself. The current critical issue is to deal with the Empire, and bleeding is inevitable. Otherwise, Sorokin would not compromise like this. Although the Black Star Legion is strong, he is not afraid of Han Xiao in business, but is just afraid of the Empire behind it. After this storm, these lost benefits can be slowly found to be regained in the future, and the agreement now can be denied by means, so Sorokin agrees first. Also, I like cosmic treasures very much. Whether it is physical objects or drawings, I like to collect them. The Infinite Consortium should have some ideas in its hands. Share a little bit. Han Xiao said slowly. I'll try to collect some when I go back. Sorokin agreed readily. No matter how much debt is, he will not suppress himself. Just do it for now, and fulfill these conditions as soon as possible. Han Xiao waved his hand and said he would give the guests away. I have something to do later, so I won't talk to you. Okay, then I won't bother you. Hearing this, Sorokin stood up, nodded slightly, and saluted, then disconnected the communication, and the remote projection disappeared instantly. Han Xiao leaned back and thoughtfully. The traveler is a loyal minister of the Xing Arc civilization. It seems that only I know at present. I don't know if the Empire will ask for details of the subsequent trial of him. Anyway, the traveler's confession on the Empire was the only scapegoat who took the blame. The Empire will definitely send someone to ask about Sorokin's motive. At that time, Sorokin will definitely blame the Superstar Group Alliance. I told him that Moto is the mastermind behind the scenes, and he will most likely tell the Empire. If the Empire continues to ask questions, he should say that this is what I told him. The Empire knows my target on Moto and understands my motivation for doing this. Even if I know it is a lie and a scapegoat, I may be happy to see it. I agree with this and use this as an excuse in the future to find an opportunity to attack Moto civilization and other Superstar Group civilizations. On Sorokin's side, he may not trust me, but even if he doesn't believe that Moto civilization is the owner of the traveler, he will definitely investigate and test. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled secretly. In this way, the most loss in the entire chain of events is the Modwa civilization, and the blame is caused by the sky. In the future operation of the three major civilizations to fight the Superstar Alliance, the Moto civilization is expected to be entertained by the Empire. In this way, the second requirement of the S-level mission, Kund Leader's Last Wish, should be almost completed. Han Xiao's eyes lit up slightly, and he couldn't help but rub his hands. He has been jealous of the rewards brought by this mission for a long time, including 3 high-quality abilities, Leader's Certificate, Swearing Enemy, and Kund's Wrath. At present, Moto civilization is protected by the Superstar Group Alliance and expands in a low-key manner. It is difficult to fight hard. It can only wait for the inevitable conflict in the future and beat the dog to fall into the water. News of the Black Star Cup was held quickly, swept away, and the entire Legion burst out with great enthusiasm and mobilized them all, and countless Legion members signed up enthusiastically. Most people are for entertainment. A few ambitious Legion soldiers see this as an opportunity for internal selection and want to show their strength as an opportunity to stand out. Among the Legion players, the Black Star Cup also caused a huge response, and the forum ushered in a new round of screen floods. Paradise is below. What's wrong? I just said that Black Star wants to make movies and enter the entertainment industry. Now, the Legion is going to enter the sports industry again. The wind blows and the scalp is itchy. The big camp is grand, like everyone will get shot when they die. I feel this is more interesting than the professional league. Short and weak. The scale of this event should be the largest so far. There are many projects and a large number of participants. Each person is allowed to participate in 5 projects. How many games do you need to have? You can even play cards and bet. I am your blessing. F.A. Go pass by with a speaker, funny, 2 little white rabbits. Not only playing cards, but also singing and dancing events. I even saw someone applying for a crosstalk competition, but he was finally approved by the above, laughing and crying. Dragon Zodiac licking dog. To be honest, I want to watch Black Star dance. Tongfei Professional Practice Studio. The rewards in these competitions are quite generous. The quota is very loose, and the most rewards are mainly combat-oriented events. The top 300,000 people have rewards, and the weapons we use are not restricted. By the way, if we participate in a team-like battle competition and use nuclear explosion backpacks and evolution badges, we may not be able to contract all the rankings in the front. President of Fording Fan Club. Let me Kong, whose wallet has expanded again. Blackstarsmile.jpg. Neolikes, Legion Commander, this is my team fee this year, 90 degrees of bow. The Black Star Cup ceremony is still being prepared, and countless players call on friends and pay excitedly to prepare for this event. In the next period of time, the sales of the logistics department rose sharply, and Han Xiao's daily experience increased. A large number of players learned and upgraded their skills. The wealth accumulated by the Shining World version since the opening of the Shining World version was basically invested most of the money. Looking at the growing experience every day, Han Xiao felt relieved. Players work hard to make some money, but if I don't make money, are they still human? At this speed, level 340 advancement is just around the corner. However, in order to get an extra divine transformation point when upgrading, he decided to use this wave of experience to fill in some drawing skills and first push the knowledge of the entire profession to the full level. Sivia and Philip's actions are very efficient. With the current status of the Black Star Corps, all administrative procedures are green light, and broadcast media and sponsors are soon in place. Han Xiao specially allocated some barren planets as competition venues. The professional interstellar engineering team, called by the Infinite Consortium, was building the venue quickly, and members of the Legion participating in the Black Star Cup were gathered in various places. The process is also similar to that of the Professional League. Because of the large number of events and people, the qualifiers are used to quickly eliminate a large number of people, and then they are held slowly. After more than 2 months of warm-up, the first Black Star Cup has finally been completed. On October 28th, 7:30, Shanghai Li, the highly anticipated opening ceremony of the Black Star Cup was held as scheduled. With the powerful media broadcast, the eyes of the whole universe shifted over to pay attention to this grand event. More than 10 days later, in the central area of the Black Star Palace, a long-handled war blade runs across the starry sky. Its appearance is like a mechanical cutter with countless magnifications. It has a black background and gold pattern, and the structure is complex and looks quite luxurious and exquisite. If you look at it briefly, you might mistakenly think it is some kind of exquisite figure. Mechanical rings are placed in different parts of this mechanical long knife. Countless flexible mechanical arms extend out of the inner ring, turning into various tools to gesture on the long knife, bringing up arcs. These rings are manufacturing auxiliary tools dedicated to megastructure engineering, called gigastructure assembly rings. They're connected by mechanical force and operate under mechanical force control. The other end of the lightning chain linked by the mechanical force is concentrated above this huge construction site, where a black figure floated, which was Han Xiao, and this giant mechanical longsword is the exclusive cosmic treasure of the mechanical god under construction, Star Killing Blade. Han Xiao maintained a perfect mechanical perspective, closely monitoring the subtle energy flow in every place during the construction of the Star-Slaying Blade, just like a chef staring at the fire, adjusting at any time. As the robot arm of the giant assembly ring was embedded in the last bolt-type power button, Han Xiao's panel sounded a prompt sound that looked like a heavenly sound to him. You have created golden quality equipment, cosmic treasures. You have received feedback from God Artifact. You have obtained 1 divine transformation point. The same drawing cannot be obtained repeatedly. You have dropped 425 points. It is being randomly completed, and your charm has dropped 425 points. You have obtained 425 free attribute points. You have obtained God Artifact, 3rd level bonus. The success rate of the basic manufacturing of golden drawings plus 2.5%. The success rate of the basic development of golden drawings plus 1.2%. And the variation rate of the universe wonder plus 0.4%. I finally got it done. Seeing the successful judgment, Han Xiao's tense nerves relaxed. This is the third cosmic treasure he created himself. It is more difficult to create than the Emperor's robe. He failed many times and burned out huge amounts of funds. It was only today that he successfully created it. However, compared with the terrifying profits brought by the evolutionary totem and the Black Star Cup, this expense is nothing. Han Xiao took back all the giant assembly rings, then saved the star-slaying blade into the Dimension Factory, then opened the attribute list and threw this divine transformation point into the main profession transformation route, allowing divine transformation mechanical to successfully unlock the 5th stage. Stage 5. The mechanical skill level of Master Mechanic and Divine Mechanic stages +3, you get the total mechanical affinity bonus coefficient of 1.1x, ability strength plus 28%, attack power bonus coefficient of 1.2x, shield strength bonus coefficient of 1.2x, mechanical energy core power plus 40%, output power plus 20%. Oh, this wave of bonus is great. Han Xiao was surprised. In the first few stages, the capabilities in production and R&D were mainly improved. However, when it reached the 5th stage, it finally ushered in a wave of significant combat power enhancement. The total affinity coefficient of 1.1x was increased by at least 2,000% mechanical affinity, not to mention the most powerful ability strength bonus, and the other effects were also biased towards combat. The abilities of Master Mechanic and Divine Mechanic are his current main combat skills. Breaking through the upper limit and increasing it by level 3 is of great help to combat power. At least there are 3 more places for the apostle weapons. If you say so, the focus of the 5th stage is to enhance your efficiency in the mechanical performance. Han Xiao muttered, and suddenly found that the prompt on the panel was not over yet. Divine Transformation Mechanical has reached the 5th stage. You have an unknown change in your life level. You have a new understanding of machinery, the probability of forming exclusive expertise plus 15%. Simulation of everything, skill sublimation. You sense part of the power of the transformation route. Unknown expert. You have obtained the first sanctuary, skill fragment X1. Seeing this, Han Xiao felt a move in his heart and secretly guessed. It seems that the 5th stage of divine transformation should be a threshold, just like there are bottlenecks of energy level standards in Super A level. If you infer this way, will there be a threshold for every 5 layers? What is the upper limit of divine transformation? 10 layers? 15 layers? Han Xiao thought about it. He had a panel that could directly add points on it. The normal method of Super A-level powerhouses to improve the number of divine transformation layers is impossible as convenient and fast as he did. It takes many years for them to improve each layer. After reaching the 5th stage of the divine transformation of the mechanical route, I got a piece of skill fragments from the first sanctuary. I already had 3 pieces in my hand, but there was no sign of synthesis and I don't know how many pieces I needed in total. So far, Han Xiao doesn't know how to get his exclusive expertise. If the premise is to immerse himself in a certain field, he spends a lot of time in the mechanical field, but there is no prompt. As for simulation of everything, Han Xiao is not unfamiliar with him. He used to use this ability to try to develop drawings of cosmic treasures, but the progress was touching. At this time, he saw the panel prompt and activated the skill again, entered the familiar vision, and experienced it carefully, and felt that there seemed to be some subtle changes in the dark. But this feeling is indecipherable, and a more intuitive manifestation is that the thinking is more active than before. No matter what you look at, the brain maintains a way of thinking similar to enlightenment. There's always a feeling of pointing straight to the essence of things. Well, it's a bit like investigating things to know. Han Xiao experienced it, but without much discovery, so he retracted his ability, sorted out the venue, and flew to the palace. Back in a room, Han Xiao took the internet to take a look at the Black Star Cup event. With Philip's dispatch and massive resource investment, the qualifiers played very quickly, and nearly 1/3 of the players have been eliminated. Before this, Interstellar citizens in many regions only knew the existence of players and did not pay special attention to them. This time, because the Black Star Cup was broadcast to the entire universe, the players' performance fell into the eyes of more ordinary people, arousing the interest of the general public. Most ordinary people are both curious and fearful about immortal madmen like players. The mood is like encountering an exposure maniac who subconsciously covers his eyes and can't help but open his fingers to peek. Coupled with the player's behavior in the shining world, the name Cancer of the Universe has gradually spread and has been praised by more and more people. On the other hand, the lively Black Star Cup has attracted a large number of foreign players who have come to visit. The scale of Legion players has been steadily increasing. A few days ago, it finally broke through the tens of millions. Han Xiao estimated that the final number of Legion players at the end of the version will be higher than his previous estimate of 11.5 million. The Cancer of the Universe represents chaos, and it is basically impossible to recruit all players, but the Black Star Army can already slightly guide the overall player's behavioral bias. If you can do some good things in this regard and make the damage caused by players not as serious as in previous lives, then it will be of immeasurable merit. Speaking of this, my biographical movie seems to be about to be released. Han Xiao suddenly realized that he hadn't touched forwarding for a long time, and he remembered this. He searched the internet and found that the movie had been filmed and was scheduled for next month. Because the Interstellar Society has developed productivity, ordinary people can afford the cost of filming, which has led to the flood of movies. Coupled with the advanced portable communication equipment and the penetration rate of quantum networks, the theater business model with meager profits has almost been eliminated. The mainstream model has long become an online video platform system. New videos are released simultaneously on various Star Domain platforms and can be watched online. The name of the movie is simple and unpretentious, called Black Star Origin. This movie tells the story of him on the Blue Star, from escaping from the beginning to stepping into the interstellar world. Because of the limited time, director Benny Traver has deleted many deeds and only retained the main trunk to control the rhythm of the film. Han Xiao has watched rough-cut movies before. This well-known director is indeed capable and has made his experiences go through twists and turns. In the end, he has left a chance to extend the sequel. In the trailer, Ferdin put on makeup and dressed in the outfit of the Korean technician Black Ghost, and moved around in the picture with a man and a woman's face. Looking at this scene, he could only think of descriptions such as like a stunning geese and a gentle geese as a dragon. So handsome. Han Xiao was very satisfied. I have restored my character very well. He glanced at the forum. The players were also interested in this movie. On the one hand, they wanted to see the story of Black Star being made into a film, and, on the other hand, they wanted to see them appear in the film. There are also scenes of immortals in the movie. Seeing that his own deeds were made into a movie by NPCs, this makes players feel very novel and powerful. After this video is released, it may be like a meat bag video to enhance the cohesion of Legion players. If it works well, you can find that director to shoot a few more sequels. After secretly recording this, Han Xiao continued to rush online for a while and found another news that caught his attention. The Red Empire announced that the Dark Emperor would publicly execute 2 super A-level people, one of the Travelers and the other of the innocents hired by the Superstar League Alliance, in 10 days. Are you finally going to establish your authority? Han Xiao pursed his lips. In this way, the contradiction between Super A-class and cosmic civilization will become increasingly acute. Although there is still a long way to go before the outbreak, the seeds of dissatisfaction will only increase. However, this time the 3 civilizations are not the Super A level, but the Superstar Cluster Alliance, which scares away those Super A level hired by Superstar Cluster in order to cut off the other party's wings. The 3 civilizations have begun to prepare for future suppression. On the other side, the Shining World Free Competition Zone, the territory of Star Arc civilization. In the remote conference room, a group of powerful officials looked serious. The Empire seized the Traveler and planned to execute him publicly. What should we do? There is no choice but to give up him. We cannot have a conflict with the 3 major civilizations yet. Although this is a matter of time, we are not ready yet. What a pity. The traveler is loyal to civilization, which is a huge loss. The question now is whether the traveler has disclosed his true identity. If the Empire knows his background, there will be an excuse to provoke a dispute, and we will be mainly targeted. The traveler should not betray civilization, but this is not accurate. We must be prepared and cannot recognize his identity. Everyone was talking and worried. If the three major civilizations want to suppress the superstar cluster civilization, they don't mean to attack. Everyone is a high-level civilization in the universe. You must find a reason to make trouble, even if it is false. As rulers, the three major civilizations must occupy the moral high ground. Whether it is true or false is not managed. Anyway, as long as the teacher is famous, it is enough to give the public an explanation. Therefore, the superstar cluster civilization often keeps a low profile and is unwilling to give the three major civilizations a handle. So it has a weak sense of existence in the universe. On the other hand, the strength of the superstar cluster civilization is only under the cosmic civilization, and it is not easy to rub it round and flat. Although the three civilizations are clamoring to suppress them every day, they also need to make sufficient preparations. Whether it is the three major civilizations and the Superstar Group alliance, they are temporarily restrained. Both sides understand that this is just the peace before the storm. Everyone must have done one around the development of a new star domain. Superstar Cluster wants to strive for a ray of hope for a rise, and the result of this conflict will determine the overall pattern of the future of the universe that has been explored. 40,000 in R, 45,000. 45,000 for the first time, 45 for the second time. No one bids again. Well, 45 for the third time. This antique produced by the Dogo civilization belongs to the buyer number 068. Ancient star MO planet, in a small private space station in outer space. A black market auction is underway. The auction site is a circular room with a booth in the center, where auction items are placed. The auctioneer introduced them on the side. The surrounding walls are densely packed with virtual screens. Each screen represents a black market buyer who participates in the auction remotely, and everyone's identity is confidential. Because it is a remote auction, after the end, the lot will be delivered to the buyer's designated location through the interstellar logistics channel of the black market. The auctioneer knocked on the table and said loudly, "The next auction item is a disposable safe discovered by an archaeological team on a desolate planet. This item comes from the remains of an unknown civilization. It is suspected to be a galaxy-level civilization. It can be turned on using quantum network deciphering equipment. It has not been opened yet, so what it can be opened depends on your luck. Of course, it is okay to buy it and collect it. The starting price is 4,000 INAR. Several staff members brought the black and smooth, triangular device to the stage, which was exactly what Harrison and others dug up. Meanwhile, Harrison's team was staying in a VIP room, watching the venue live broadcast. I have been busy for a long time, and the starting price is only 4,000 INARs. This auction house is too stingy. The short detector looked depressed. The black market auctions are like this. The captain is quite experienced. Don't worry. The most lacking thing in the black market is the local tycoons who like to take luck. I estimate that the official transaction volume can reach more than 20,000. 20,000 is not much. The short detector muttered, "This is not as good as robbing the tomb and digging antiques." Harrison on the side was a little worried. Is this auction safe? Don't worry. I'm a regular here. This is an industry under the name of the Beast Zugaruten. No star pirate dares to rob, and safety is guaranteed, and so on. The captain suddenly paused and said uncertainly, "It seems that Garuten fell a while ago." "No, you have forgotten such a big news." The short detector widened his eyes and hurriedly asked, "There will be no problem with the transaction? I also want to buy a gift for a Xiang." "It should be fine." The captain hesitated now. The beast ancestor has fallen, and this black market auction house should have found a new backer. There will be no problem, right? Harrison covered his face and couldn't bear to look at it. This group of people is too unreliable, so I'll do it alone in the future. At the same time, more than a dozen warships are hiding not far from this planet, and this is a gang of plunderers wandering around in the ancient star desert. In the main ship, the leader of this star pirate group led a group of subordinates to look at the planet outside the porthole. "Captain, are we really going to rob them? I heard that this auction is the property of the beast ancestor, which is not easy to mess with." "What are you afraid of?" The beast ancestor was captured by the Black Star. His power fell apart and had been kicked out by other black market managers. Others who received his troops have not been integrated yet. The star pirate leader smiled, his eyes flashed with greed, and his expression was ferocious. "I have inquired. The beast ancestor warriors who protect the logistics channels of this auction have been withdrawn. The troops without the beast ancestor are very fragile now." A few days later, the transport ship was taken away. The Harrison team, who was waiting for the final payment in the hotel, suddenly stood up, frightened, and stared at the remote projection of the auction staff who came to inform him in the room. "Yes, a group of star pirates discovered our secret transportation route and attacked all the camouflage spacecraft we transported the lot." The auctioneer's face was also very ugly. "Where's your guard?" Harrison couldn't help asking. "I heard you and the beast ancestor." The staff interrupted him and said with a dark face, "The beast ancestor collapsed and is no longer our backer. We can only hire new armed forces. This group of star pirates set their sights on us early on, bribed internal personnel, and snatched the batch of cargo and spacecraft from inside and outside. All the newly hired guards were killed in the battle." Speaking of this, the staff at the black market auction couldn't help but sigh. If Garutan was still there, they had the protection of the beast ancestor, which was enough to shock the plunderers of the ancient star desert, and no one in the black market dared to attack them. But now the old backer has fallen, and the newly promoted people are still slowly integrating the black market forces left by the beast ancestor. They are at their most vulnerable time and immediately become fat sheep surrounded by wolves. Even a group of cats and dogs who don't know where they come from dare to take action. "What should we do with our stuff?" The captain looked alert. This black market auction house used to have a good reputation, so he chose to come here to sell things. However, after this major change, he was not sure whether the other party would be black or not. The order of the black market was very fragile and even more powerful. "We will organize people to search for the whereabouts of this group of star pirates and grab the things back. If it cannot be taken back, the auction house will compensate according to the starting price." After saying this, the staff did not give the group a chance to speak and immediately ended the communication. Everyone looked at each other. The starting price is only 4,000 Einars, and the final bid price is not bad. Satisfied, it would be good if they were willing to compensate. The captain said helplessly, "The probability of compensation in the black market auction house is less than 10%. It is estimated that our things are not valuable, so they are so happy. They must find a way to deny those things that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan." Hearing this, everyone sighed. The things they dug this time were not valuable, but they didn't expect to lose them, which was simply a waste of them. Harrison was a little restless, and his inner intuition made him feel inexplicably upset. He felt that this stolen thing might cause him a lot of trouble. Somewhere in the ancient star desert, the star pirates' fleet, which had just experienced battles, was dragging the trophy transport ships, moving slowly in the universe. "This time I got a lot of money." In the cabin, the star pirate leader pressed his hands on his belt, erected his belly, patrolling the prisoners in front of him and the spoils piled up into hills. "Boss, this batch of arms is intact." One of his subordinates was very excited. "There are all kinds of lots in the trophy. Not only various ancient drawings, scientific and technological creations and antiques, but also various types of high-level civilization arms. The black market auctions include antiques, and these star pirates prefer practical arms." The star pirate leader was strolling and looking at the results of the battle, and suddenly stopped in front of the dark triangular device. "What is this?" "Boss, this is an unknown civilization creation dug out by an archaeological team. It seems to be a disposable safe." "What is it contained?" "I don't know. It seems not very valuable. Open it. The leader of the Star Pirate kicked the base of the kick device with his feet. As it turns out, unpacking is something that everyone loves to do. The mechanical experts in the team are holding equipment and fiddling on the device, and all the Star Thieves around can't help but come over to watch. The socket and energy transmission line of the triangular device are connected to the energized interface, and the expert takes out a deciphering device to connect the triangular device to the quantum network. The password interface is jumping rapidly with various garbled codes. After a while, the triangular device suddenly twitched, prompting that it was turned on. Caca. Immediately afterwards, the display screen used to enter the password was put in, and the entire device began to rotate like a Rubik's Cube, rapidly changing its shape, peeling it apart layer by layer. Everyone, including the Star Pirate leader, stretched their necks, wondering what was inside. About 10 seconds later, the safe was finally opened, and the last layer of protection was peeled off, revealing the core, which was about 10 cubic centimeters of cube space. However, in the next moment, a surge of energy fluctuations burst out. Bang! Before everyone could see clearly what was inside, they were blown away by this ring shock wave, and even the Star Pirate leader who reached the level of natural disasters could not be exempted. The next second, the surrounding area of the triangular device turned into an open space, and the spoils around were thrown into pieces, and the scene was in a mess. Ouch! Everyone rubbed their butts and got up, and found that they had just fallen and had no other injuries. The Star Pirate leader and others hurriedly looked at the safe, but found that it was empty inside. What about the things inside? Why is there nothing? The Star Pirate leader was furious and felt that he had been put on. Could it be that this is just a prank? Who would save a lot in it? At this time, the door opened and the technician operating the spacecraft rushed over with a look of panic. Boss, what happened here? The location we were just now became the origin of a cosmic energy surge. The energy reaction broke through the peak in an instant, burning out the detection radar, and there was no matching energy explosion model in the database. Hearing this, the Star Pirates present were stunned. Cosmic level energy explosion? What a joke, they just made them fall to pieces, and that's the power is still cosmic. Just when the group was puzzled, in the world they could not see, a unique information packet was crazily copied itself, centered on the Star Pirates fleet, spreading rapidly along the links of the quantum network. In the face of this information signal, the intelligent firewalls of countless devices are useless. At the same time, a Covenant base. This is a dim palace with pillars that cannot be seen supporting the dome. Each pillar is placed with a brazier, with pale flames jumping on it, which is the only source of light. A man in a hooded black robe was floating in the air, and the edge of the robe seemed to be burning, and wisps of black mist were constantly evaporating. And below, Luo and Fei bowed to report something. They were obviously super A-level, but they didn't dare to look up at the figure in the sky. Are you saying that you can't get the holy light particles? The voice sounded directly in the minds of the two of them, and their tone was neither light nor heavy, and Luo Yufei's body shook slightly. Luo gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, we have already attacked Black Star once, and he must be prepared. If he acts rashly, the organization will have the risk of exposure. Moreover, Black Star announced that it has holy light particles, which is likely to be deliberately seducing us. According to the information, Black Star is an extremely revengeful person, and he must want to find a place on us." Fei also echoed next to him. Although Black Star found a host for the holy light particles, he must be prepared. Some time ago, Hella Rescue Battle, Black Star showed an unlimited teleportation device. He had no reason not to use it for the host of the holy light particles, so that might be a bait. The man in black robe lowered his head, looked down at the two of them, was silent for a while, and slowly said, "I understand. Don't attack the holy light particle for the time being. The day of the agreement has not yet arrived, so we have time to continue watching." Seeing that his boss had no intention of blame, Luo and Fei breathed a sigh of relief, and the awe of the man in black robe penetrated into his soul. This man in black robe is the leader of the Covenant organization. His name is unknown, and his code name is Swearing Man. He is all the teachers who are currently in the organization who are super A-level. When they were children, the SWG was already the leader of the organization. I don't know how long they lived, and their strength was unfathomable. Even if the two barely grew to super A-level, they had no resistance in front of the SWG. At this moment, a remote projection of a cadre appeared beside the two of them, and he hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, the Son of Fate suddenly had an abnormal reaction." Saw. After the words came, the figure of the Swearing Man disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in a closed room. Countless scientific researchers in lab coats surrounded a cylindrical transparent container, filled with dark blue liquid. A white primitive supernatural body stayed inside. The energy body maintained a human-like structure, had no facial features, and was quietly floating in the liquid. The Swearing Man turned his head and looked at the scientific research team leader next to him, and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" The sleeping Son of Fate suddenly produced an information state disturbance, breaking through the container blockade and leaking. We are calculating how many subbody this information state disturbance will create in the entire universe. The scientific research team leader nervously wiped his sweat. Sudden disturbance? The Swearing Man paused. When you didn't actively activate it? Yes, we just recorded the parameters as usual, and all this happened suddenly. Wake it up. The Swearing Man was determined. It was stimulated. It must have been passively sensing something. Many scientific researchers had to do what they did and began to drain the special liquid in the container. The body of the Son of Destiny's supernatural body immediately became blurred, as if it would disappear at any time. Add the binding force field and the reality stability anchor. Don't let it completely enter the high-dimensional information state and break through the containment. The scientific researchers next to them were sweating profusely. The Swearing Man ignored the movements and stillness next to him, reached out to stick to the outer wall of the container, and ignited a cluster of flames with his palms. The flame was unique in color, like a jumping starry sky, and it was burning quietly without any temperature, and had no effect on the outside world. The Son of Destiny in the container was attracted by the attention, and the body stabilized again. He stretched out his hand curiously and pasted the palm of the Swearing Man through the transparent container wall. At this time, the Swearing Man spoke and whispered, "Tell me, what did you find?" The Son of Destiny's supernatural body tilted its head, and a wave of mind bloomed. In everyone present, a childlike, innocent voice sounded with intermittent content. Information state projection, new destiny line. The first sanctuary resonates. After listening quietly, the swearer asked, "Is the agreed date still the same date?" Before, 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 before. B. The scientific research team leader looked at the instrument and couldn't help but sigh. Just as the Son of Destiny's supernatural body woke up, the amplitude of the information state disturbance increased by 6.4%, which means that a group of unknown children would be derived from the entire universe. Although the Covenant had already mastered the Son of Destiny's superpower body when it was founded, because of its particularity, the Covenant has always been extremely cautious in its use. In the original psychopotent body, the existence form of the Son of Destiny is special. When it awakens and activates its abilities, a phenomenon called information state disturbance will be generated. Some random creatures in the entire universe inexplicably awaken some of its weakened abilities, mainly foresight. These targets are called sub-body by the Covenant organization. The appearance of the sub-body is irregular and has no limitations in space and time. In other words, where the sub-body appears, when and in what way it appears are all unknown. At this time, Luo and Fei also rushed over and looked around. How is the situation? Hearing this, the swearing man turned around and said slowly, "The plan has changed. The date of the agreement is ahead of schedule. I will go to get the holy light particles myself." "You do it yourself?" The two were shocked. Luo hurriedly said, "It's too risky. Black Star is sinister and cunning and very good at fighting. If something happens to you, then we—" The swearing man interrupted him. His eyes were far away, and he whispered, "You don't have to do anything. Maybe you can talk to him. All we want is a part of the holy light particles. Similarly, we can take out the parts of other superpower bodies and exchange them with him." After saying that, he patted the two on the shoulders and said softly, "We have collected the other key fragments of the third sanctuary, and in the end, only the fragment of the original superpower body is left. Although one less holy light particle can also be synthesized, it will bring unknown risks. We have been preparing for so many years. It is best to try to eliminate any unstable factors and be foolproof." The 13th competition of the Black Star Cup planet Earth. This is a vast cyclic valley, like a naturally generated coupe with rugged rocks and complex landforms. Rows of floating audiences were floating in the air. Countless audiences were looking down at the battlefield, and various media also broadcast the situation here in real time. Whoosh bang. Suddenly, two fire meteors fell from the sky and hit both sides of the valley. They were two orbital airdrop cabins. The high temperature brought by friction with the atmosphere made the air slightly distort. As the clicks sounded, accompanied by the hissing sound of gas flowing, the doors of the two single-person airdrop cabins bounced open, and two players walked out. One was a mad sword, and the other was Hao Yin. "Come on!" As soon as the two of them appeared on the stage, excited cheers and cheers sounded in the audience in the sky. Mad Dao ignored the audience's movements and popped up a silver-white mechanical trident, staring at Hao Yin tightly, and said, "I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Randomly select opponents. Anything can happen." Hao Yin was wearing a martial arts special interstellar combat uniform produced by the Legion, moving his hands and feet. After more than a month of fierce battle, the qualifiers like Black Star Cup were finally over. Just like raising a goo, more than 90% of the contestants were eliminated, and only the remaining elites entered the main competition. And Mad Dagger and Hao Yin met in a single-player battle event of the Immortal Group and became the opponent. Hao Yin is the pillar of the old-fashioned wealthy Chongkong Club, and Quang Dao is the spokesperson of the rising rookie Jiangxing team. As a professional high-quality player, he has a large number of fans in the player group. Their one-on-one match today is a huge focus. Not only players pay attention to the players' games, normal viewers also like to watch it. Players' playing style is radical and arrogant, and their minds are very interesting. They also attract a large number of NPC fans. High-quality games like Hao Yin and Quang Dao stood out among the tens of millions of players in the Legion, gained a large number of NPC supporters, and even received nicknames by normal audiences. Hao Yin added the title of Steady Boxer. Quang Dao won the title of Mechanical Dancer. I have to say that these two names are quite appropriate to their fighting style. The two are old acquaintances. They skipped the verbal procedure and went directly to the physical friction. Dung 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 dung. One is a martial artist, and the other is an armed warrior. Two figures flew quickly across, erupting arcs and sparks again and again. As the aftermath of the two battles evaporated, the shock wave shoveled out gullies on the ground, and stone powder and dust flew everywhere. After playing 4 versions, the two of them have become more and more perfect in the micro-operation skills. With the B-level combat power, they're already human-shaped monsters with extremely strong destructive power in the eyes of ordinary people. Bang! The mechanical warriors have many melee skills, and the mad sword attacks are endless. The mechanical trident pierced out the sky, bringing out dazzling arcs, covering all the key points of Han Xiao. Han Xiao retreated all the way and dodged, suddenly saw the opportunity, stopped suddenly, raised his hands, and accurately grasped the 2 side blades of the trident. The shadow of the halberd disappeared in the sky, and the sharp blade of the trident was only about 20 centimeters away from his large basin, but it was not enough to make progress. Click, click, click. The muscles of the two of them swelled and entered wrestling mode. The ground under their feet blew and cracks like spiderweb spread. Snake core cannon. Quang Dao twisted the spear with both hands. The main blade in the middle of the trident suddenly lit up a dazzling energy light and shot out a plasma arc cannon, but Han Xiao turned his head and avoided it. The beam of light shot towards the top of the sky, flashing through a rock mountain, leaving behind a red cavity melted through, and a layer of viscous magma was burned out at high temperature. Taking advantage of the sneak attack of Quang Dao, Han Xiao raised his elbow and hit the spear horizontally, swaying the trident to the side. Then he used his skill, and a light flashed on his legs, glaring at Quang Dao's chest with a thunderous force, and landing on him to the ground. War tramples. Bang! The back of the mad knife came into contact with the ground, and a circle of circular shock waves suddenly burst out, and the ground burst out again, sinking directly for dozens of centimeters. A semicircular pit formed around it, and the thick, heavy pressure pressed all the gravel into powder. The remaining shock wave swept across the ground, and the nearby stone mountain collapsed with a bang, and the dust was swept and blown away, reaching the edge of the crater on the battlefield, and a circle of sand immediately rose on the outside of the battlefield. The health and armor value plummeted. The sword thrust his waist, and the mecha on his back turned into a drill bit, and he drilled directly into the ground to get rid of Han Xiao's stinky feet. Then, his figure broke out from the ground in the distance, and the weapon in his hand had been replaced with a huge cutting axe. With a diagonal slash from the air, the force field generator on the axe surface generated an arc shock wave, slashing out quickly. Puff! The martial arts aura covered his arms. Han Xiao raised his hand and opened the arc shock wave on the front. The deflected shock wave flew over the sky and hit the bottom of a floating audience, causing a loud bang. Amid the audience's excitement, an ion shield with a honeycomb structure appeared to block the attack. In this shaking audience, 2 special envoys from the Glorious Federation sat in the front row of VIP seats, recording the scene of Han Xiao fighting with Quang Dao, whispering to each other. The power of the Immortal One has increased again. Compared with the last vanishing period, the intensity increase is very obvious. Excluding the Immortal Ones in the juvenile stage, the earliest group of people who appeared have stable, B-level combat power. The Immortal Ones have experienced 3 vanishing periods, and the time is getting longer and longer. The way they improve their power is different from conventional exercises, showing independent periodicity. It is estimated that if there is another vanishing period, the Immortal Ones may enter the natural disaster realm. What a group of terrible creatures. Thinking that there may be tens of millions of immortal disaster-level madmen in the universe in the future, the 2 commissioners couldn't help but shivered. Just thinking about it makes me feel that it was a disaster. As their strength increases, players are increasingly valued by advanced civilizations, and more civilizations are gradually focusing on studying the rules of players like Sorokin. The 3 major civilizations also have the idea of recruiting immortals as suicide squads, but the players used to be relatively weak and did not catch their eyes. Moreover, the characteristics that disappear from time to time and the uncertain growth limit made the advanced civilization hesitate. Nowadays, the growth cycle of players has been proven that advanced civilizations have to consider the possibility of immortals entering the natural disaster level and are willing to extend an olive branch and give better treatment. The Black Star Legion has tens of millions of immortals, which naturally aggravates the fear of major high-level forces. In the past, they were mainly afraid of Han Xiao himself, but now there are more people who need to be afraid of. For them, the Legion is like holding a lot of high-quality stocks. If the Immortals can really hit the daily limit collectively and reach the natural disaster level, the high-level combat power of the Black Star Legion will instantly overwhelm the cosmic civilization. On the other hand, the Black Star Legion's unique attraction to the Immortal also surprised the advanced civilization. If the Black Star hadn't disappeared periodically, they simply thought Han Xiao was also a member of the Immortal clan. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was far away in the Black Star Palace, did not pay attention to the game, but watched the Empire's public trial, which was held today. In the picture, there is the surface of a desolate planet. The Traveler and another Super A-level arrested person were tied up and kneeled on the execution platform, dying and unable to move. The two of them were in extremely poor condition at this time. Clot's energy existed in their bodies. They were constantly destroying the regenerated cells and maintaining a serious injury. The two basically lost their combat power and could not break free from the constraints. Next to the two, a remote projection of an Imperial official stood in front of the camera and read the speech aloud. The content of the speech was to read out the crimes of the two travelers, such as crimes endangering public order, war crimes, and mass murders. All kinds of crimes were smashed on the heads of the two, making them seem unforgivable. Living is a waste of air. Han Xiao was concerned about the Empire's verdict on the Traveler. As expected, the Empire mentioned what he wanted to hear. The Traveler has been operating as a neutral mercenary. After verdict, his true identity is a Super A-level direct line trained by the Modo civilization. He attempted to provoke disputes between the Red Empire, the Glorious Federation, and the Void Spirit sect, and shake the order of the explored universe. And his crimes are unforgivable. It is not yet known whether there is the instruction of the Modo civilization behind this matter, and the Empire will retain a stance of accountability. Hearing this, Han Xiao curled his lips. Keep the attitude of holding the accountability. It's the usual style of the three major gangsters. It seems that the Empire has already talked with Sorokin. He estimated that the Modo civilization, who was originally watching the show, was now confused and was fooled by the Dark Pot. The real home of the Traveler, Xingu civilization, is probably both surprised and grateful. However, Han Xiao did not intend to let Xingu be out of the matter and immediately called out Philip. You can seal the path and send a message to the senior management of Modwa civilization anonymously. What are you sending a buzz, revealing that Star Arc is the real backstage of the Traveler? Han Xiao smirked. In this way, the confused Modwa civilization may think that the blame is the blame for Xingu, or that the Traveler is biting people when he is desperate. As for whether Modwa civilization believes it or not, he will ignore it. Anyway, with clues, Modwa civilization will definitely find a way to verify it on its own. Xingu is guilty, and whether it can be investigated or not, both sides will have a grudge. Not only will it provoke the relationship between the Superstar Group Alliance, it also has the opportunity to attract a new opponent for Modo, and all he needs to do is send a message. The cost of causing trouble is so low, why not do it? TSK Tisk, I'm such a bad guy. Han Xiao was in a good mood and continued to look at the picture. At this time, the verdict of the crime was coming to an end. The Imperial officials looked righteous and said in a deep voice, for the above crimes, the Red Empire decided to impose a canon on them and execute them immediately. After saying that, the remote projection disappeared, and a gap suddenly appeared on the execution platform under the feet of the two, and a fist-sized device raised, which looked like a beacon locator of some kind. Han Xiao looked very familiar. His eyes flashed, and he shouted in a low voice, "The Empire's mass-produced universe treasure, the key to destruction." At this time, A matrix-like energy loop lit up on the surface of the key to destruction, and a circle of space channels suddenly unfolded in front of the two of them. The other end of the passage is filled with long-range shellings of the Imperial Army, full of dazzling bright light. Rumble. The next moment, the destructive energy surged out, filling every inch of sight. The picture quickly moved away and turned into a wide-area perspective, overlooking the planet from the distant starry sky. A strong light bloomed on the surface of the planet, and then formed a dazzling energy mass like a star, expanding rapidly, and in turn wrapped the planet in it. When the energy ball expands to its limit, the huge light ball instantly shrinks into a little, like the picture when an old TV is turned off. In the picture, the area after the explosion is empty. The planet has disappeared without a trace, completely annihilated. The dying traveler and another super-level Imperial army concentrated on fire brought by the key of destruction, and the corpse was left untold. It's so wasteful. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. In order to make a big noise, the Empire chose to kill the cannon and bring a planet to bury the two of them. Unfortunately, their bodies were all extremely rare research materials. It is worthy of being a cosmic civilization with great business. Over the years, I am afraid that dozens of super-level corpses have accumulated in the freezer, which is no longer rare. Han Xiao secretly exaggerated. Although the traveler is the enemy, Han Xiao still felt a little sad when he saw that the Super A-level was executed by a cosmic civilization. He estimated that other Super A-level feelings would be the same. Alas, no matter how big the universe is, it is not that great ambition, and it is difficult to have room for harmonious coexistence. In the face of advanced civilizations, Super A-level is in a weak position, and there are still too few people. Thinking of a situation of Super A-level, Han Xiao sighed secretly. Just as he was about to turn off the broadcast screen, a strange mental fluctuation was suddenly noticed by his perception. Who is it? Han Xiao's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the center of the room. He spit out a lot of lightning and instantly entered a state of combat. In his sight, black flames were born out of thin air, gathering into the appearance of the Covenant leader, full of style. The swearing man landed gently on the ground, walked slowly towards Han Xiao, and whispered, "Hey Xing, don't be nervous. This is just a projection of a soul without combat power. I came to find you specifically. I'm very happy to meet you. I want to do a business with you." You. Hearing this, Han Xiao frowned and looked at the swearing man's face. His tone was a little uncertain. Is it the leader of the Covenant organization? As soon as he finished speaking, the swearing man slipped and almost fell into a fall. The expression hidden under the hood was confused. Damn, how did you know? Why does Black Star know my identity? The swearing man originally wanted to show his Super A-level strength, attract the attention of Black Star, and take the initiative in negotiations. Unexpectedly, as soon as he appeared, he was called to break the Xingzong without any preparation and could not pretend to be mysterious. When I saw He Xing, I recognized him at a glance. When the person who swears up, he was shocked and his heart was filled with storms. Where did he get the information? Where did the organization be exposed? He even knew his name. A series of surprises came to my mind, and the person who sweared suddenly became heavier. The Covenant organization has been hiding in the dark with too many secrets. The Black Star can destroy his identity. How much does it know about the Covenant organization? Will it also know their ultimate mission? This thought flashed through my mind, and I suddenly felt like killing and had the intention to kill someone to silence me. But the next moment, the murderous intent that surged in his heart was forcibly suppressed by him. There is no other reason. Although he wants to kill someone to silence him, Black Star is too strong. This kind of peak Super A-level peak cannot be easily solved. Using force is the last solution, and negotiation is the first priority in everything. This is the best thing to be strong, making others more willing to be calm and reasonable. First test how much Black Star knows. If he knows the Covenant well, I have to make plans. I have been planning for many years and can't take risks. The swearing man suppressed his inner shock and adjusted his emotions. Negotiating transactions is no longer the top priority. In his eyes, the most important thing now is to test Black Star's background. Thinking of this, the swearing man slowly sat down opposite Han Xiao and whispered, "Do you know the Covenant very well?" "I don't know much, just a little bit." Han Xiao compared his fingertips to the universe, his smile full of deep meaning, and his expression, "My eyes see through everything," as if he was talking slander. In fact, the technician Han only knows a little bit about the Covenant, only knows that they have resurrected a large number of the originals in the later version, and the inside story is basically unclear. It can be said that they only know the behavior of the Covenant organization, but they do not know their motives. The person who recognized the oath was because in the later version, the oath was still the leader of the Covenant organization and attracted attention for participating in the World Tree War. However, Han Xiao only knew that he was the leader of the organization and did not know anything about his origin. Han Xiao specially acted like, "I know what's going on in my heart," to fool the other party, so that the swearing person could not figure out his background. Seeing this, the swearing man was shocked and suspicious, but on the surface he was expressionless and said softly, "I'm very curious. How could you recognize me? Have we seen me before?" "Yes, we have seen it. Is there any?" The swearing man was shocked and recalled when he had had an intersection with Black Star. However, after sorting out the memory 3 times, he couldn't find anything. At this time, Han Xiao spoke seriously. "We met in a dream." The person who sweared. "Are you talking about Dam?" He Xing was obviously making fun of him. But in the eyes of the swearing man, this posture confirmed that He Xing knew a lot, which made him feel more solemn. His mind was wide open, and he had a lot of thoughts. "Let's not talk about those for now." Han Xiao waved his hand and narrowed his eyes and said, "You just said you want to do a business with me. Let me hear what business it is." The swearing man sorted out his mood, temporarily put down his temptation, and said in a deep voice, "I hope to exchange for some holy light particles." "Oh," Han Xiao glanced at him sideways. "What can you take out?" "Depending on what you want, we are willing to exchange other parts of the original superpowers for the holy light particles in your hand." It turned out that the Holy Covenant wanted to get the holy light particles through negotiation. This should be the way they cooperated with the strange gods in their previous life. "My plan to lead the snake out of the hole worked," Han Xiao said intimately. He publicly stated that the holy light particles were in his hands, which was to lure the Covenant to contact him. According to his judgment, after the last sneak attack, the Covenant might attack him, or he might use a transaction method to exchange for the holy light particles. No matter which type, the Covenant could be fished out. If the Covenant had been hidden in the dark and could not even be seen, it would have no benefit to him. Now that there was a chance to talk, there was room for operation. Han Xiao pretended to ponder for a while, pointed at the table with his fingers, and did not answer the question immediately. Suddenly, the topic changed and said, "If I remember correctly, you just took the chicken of chaos secret energy from my hands not long ago." Cough, part of the body. Sure enough, Black Star knew that the group of people who attacked him last time were Covenant organization. The swearing man suddenly paused and realized an important problem. Did Black Star find out the information of the Covenant organization after being attacked? Or did he know the existence of the Covenant organization before being attacked? This difference is very important. "I don't understand what you're talking about." The swearing man spoke up to test. "What? Do you want to deny it? I thought I could not recognize it if I had hidden my head and tail." Han Xiao rubbed his chin and said to the point of dimensional banishment bombs, formatted viruses, and advanced life energy disordered waves. These are the secret techniques of your Covenant organization. Do you think I don't know? The face under the hood of the swearing man immediately became gloomy. As it turns out, what Black Star knows far beyond his imagination, and he has long known about the existence of the Covenant. The Covenant organization has studied the original supernatural body to obtain these technologies, which are all used as killer weapons and have never been sold to the outside world and are rarely used. However, Black Star can clearly call out the names of these technologies, so there's only one possibility. There is an insider, and it's a high-level manager. The figures of cadres flashed through the minds of the swearing person, and they were very angry. Who is it that has broken through the restrictions of Soul Flame and betrayed the organization? Even Black Star knows how much of this information has been leaked. Have the files of Covenant Organization been established in the databases of those advanced civilizations long ago? If that's true, then the Covenant Organization has been thinking that it has kept its secret for many years. Wouldn't it have become a joke in the eyes of others? The person who swears out instantly explodes his mentality. He is actually a steady man on weekdays, but he has encountered too many shocks today, and his emotions have begun to get out of control. Feeling the unstable mental fluctuations of the swearing person, Han Xiao hesitated a little. It seemed like he was pretending a little too much, which scared him. Han Xiao sighed. Alas, these smart people love to make up for their brains and are suspicious all day long. A little detail can make them extremely scared. It's not that we are too over the top, but that others are too sensitive and we don't take the blame. In fact, Han Xiao has a relatively neutral view of the Covenant Organization, with no good or bad feelings. In his previous life, the Covenant Organization was not a villain who caused trouble and did not cause any trouble. The only famous incident was that he didn't know how to recover a lot of super A levels in history and went to participate in the World Tree War. Although the reason for the Holy Covenant's participation in the war was mostly due to the loss of lips and cold teeth, after all, it contributed to the World Tree War and brought a wave of important reinforcements, and there were still some contributions. In this regard, Han Xiao's position is the same. Historical super-level recovery can instantly enhance the super-level combat power of the explored universe, so that there will be more bargaining chips to resist the World Tree, and he may not necessarily want to prevent the Covenant from completing his goals. But some time ago, the Covenant Organization came to attack him, and Han Xiao wrote a note on his notebook. He ran away with a punch. There was no such a good thing. If he didn't settle the account clearly, he wouldn't let it go. As for whether the first group of people who were able to recover the disaster had anything to do with the Covenant Organization, Han Xiao was not sure. He was very suspicious of the statement that the survival pod in his previous life might be just an excuse to fool the public. In fact, he could understand why the initials of these revivals were an important fuse for super disasters. In fact, he could understand after thinking about it by thinking about it. Damn your uncle, can you die and survive? Does every dead super A have the qualification to recover? Then more and more people will die from now on. One day, we will return together and want to overturn our rule. What should we do? It's a trick. Advanced civilizations attempt to control the ratio of individual power to collective power, but suddenly found that individual power can trick others and resurrect. They cannot control the situation, and their mentality will definitely explode. So no matter whether the first people who woke up from the super disaster were resurrected or awakened in a sleepy way, they had to say that they had been lying in the survival poll. Otherwise, the problem would be big, and they didn't know what the three major civilizations would do. Both of them were thinking, pondering for a while before they came to their senses. The swearing man calmed down and said in a low voice, "We can compensate, apologize for this behavior, and I hope you can forgive my subordinates' faults. How do you plan to compensate me for my mental losses? What do you want?" "Well, let me think about it." Han Xiao supported his head. The Covenant Organization has a long history and should have a lot of inventory. Give me 10 or 8 finished products or drawings of the universe treasures, and I will forgive you. Why don't you rob? Oh, you are robbing. The swearing man shook his head immediately. Too many, we don't. How could that happen? Han Xiao smiled. Many of your members are super A-level survivors, and their ancestors did not leave any inventory. You even know this. How much information has been leaked? The swearing man gritted his teeth secretly, just try and pull the insider out and hit ding ding until he died. In short, we really don't have so many cosmic treasures. There are 2 accumulated drawings in stock, and we can pay you. 2. Han Xiao curled his lips secretly. It seems a little bit small. Why don't you copy one of those supernatural technologies to me? Impossible. The swearing man was determined and said that there was no room for negotiation. Forget it, just 2 of them, at least I got the meat. It would be 1,000 yuan to exchange for the chicken of Chaos Secret Energy's 2 golden drawings. Well, it would be a lot of money without any capital. Han Xiao teased twice. His face also became serious, his hands folded on the table, and said slowly, "The transaction can be carried out, but the Chaos Secret Energy parts you snatched should also be considered as the content of the transaction, and I will sell it to you. In other words, you have to pay 2 parts of the original superpower in exchange for part of the holy light particle." Original superpower collector. Only 2 original superpower bodies are missing to meet the requirements, and they can just use the Covenant to complete the task, rewarding a milestone halo for the superpowers and a skill fragment of the 3rd sanctuary. Yes, the deal is completed. The swearing man nodded decisively. The Covenant organization collected a large wave of primitive superpower bodies, cut a few pieces of chickens, and put them on the shelves, which was no problem at all. Although the style of painting is a bit abnormal, we're not good people, so we don't worry about this. The Black Star Legion now dominates the world and swears that people can only eat chickens with great importance. Although he is not afraid of Black Star, he will not use martial arts if he can use martial arts. At this time, the oath-raising man's eyes flashed, and he tentatively said, "Black Star, what do you think of the purpose of our covenant?" A lot of information was leaked, but the oath-raising man still had a last chance. Although Black Star seemed to know everything, there were also minor possible reasons for not knowing the ultimate mission of the Covenant. Purpose? Aren't you just an organization that studies primitive superpower technology? Why? What else do you have to conspire? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The swearing man stared at Han Xiao's expression, but he couldn't see the clues. He didn't know if Han Xiao really didn't know or pretended. But no matter what, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard these words. Black Star does not know the goal of our covenant, and such unexpected factors are still within the controllable range, which means that although the inner demon is a cadre, he has not yet reached the core level. There is no conspiracy. The purpose of our organization is to believe that superpowers have infinite possibilities and can bring technological breakthroughs again and again to the universe. The swearing man began to talk nonsense. This is the concept that the Covenant told grassroots personnel a layer of disguise. After a few slogans, he set the time for the transaction. The person who swears away with his worries and rushes back to investigate the insider thoroughly. It can be imagined that it will inevitably cause thunder and anger within the organization. Han Xiao leaned back on the chair, gently rubbing the back of his hand, looking thoughtful. He just now did not break the other party's intention to revive a group of historically Super A level. First, he did not know what methods the other party used. And second, he did not know what the goal of historically Super A level recovery of the Covenant was. If he rashly set it out, it may cause variables. Pretending to be a god and scaring others is almost done. If you continue, you may be too much or too little. At least before the drawing compensation and the 2 original abilities were obtained, he did not want to turn against the Covenant for the time being. He first took the meat into his mouth and then fought or negotiated. Let's talk about it. Moreover, Han Xiao did not mind a group of historical super-level recovery. Compared with the world tree, impacting the universe is just a trivial matter. To strike the world tree civilization, every extra point of strength is better. In my previous life, the Covenant organization should have cooperated with the alien gods. Now I have replaced the alien gods and become the partner of the Covenant, becoming the driving force behind the scenes. Well, under my influence, the plot line has changed more and more, and there is also the coordinates leading to the world tree. The logistics department's research has not been successful yet, and I don't know how the Empire is doing. Han Xiaojing thought, and suddenly paused, remembering something. By the way, the Covenant organization has a long history and is so awesome in his previous life. Maybe he knows the information about the sanctuary. Next time, I have to ask indirectly. On the other side, somewhere in the ancient star mount, The Star Pirates fleet was stopped by 3 small warships with a symbol of the Glorious Federation. After a fierce battle, all the Star Pirates were captured. On the deck of the main ship, the coke-like body of the Star Pirate leader fell to the ground. All the little brothers next to him were squatting on the ground with their heads in their arms, covered in bruises, trembling, and dared not look up. A group of soldiers wearing glorious federal high-tech uniforms stood around. The leader was a glorious federal man, wearing a more advanced uniform and a badge on his chest, representing the position of the Cosmic Inspector. The Cosmic Monitor is a special department established by a high-level civilization. It patrols different galaxies and has higher official positions than security guards. It specializes in detecting various abnormal conditions. For example, it is a bit like the positioning of a federal spy. The inspector of the Glorious Federation paced in front of these Star Pirates, slowly taking off his bloody black gloves, and his tone was slow. 5 days ago, there were signs of cosmic energy surges on your ship, and the energy fluctuations spread all the way, alarming many advanced civilizations, including the 3 major civilizations. This ban was unprecedented. I don't know what the phenomenon was. Bang! The inspector of the Glorious Federation suddenly stood in front of a Star Pirate, pinched the pleat of his chin, forcing him to look up and look at his sharp eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Can you tell me what's going on here?" It's a safe." The Star Pirate stuttered and said the matter. "Ancient safes for sale at auction." The Glorious Federal Inspector's eyes flashed, and the items intercepted by the Star Pirates were retrieved, and the information of Harrison's team and his group appeared on the screen. A group of scavengers who don't know whether they are lucky or unlucky. The inspector of the Guanghui Federation narrowed his eyes, left the Star Pirates, turned around, and left, leaving a sentence. "Set out and find this group of people." The cosmic inspectors of the 3 civilizations are backed by big trees and have huge resources. It is no difficulty to find a bottom-level scavenger. The process was smooth and summarized. It can be summarized as identity record matching, whereabouts positioning, cross-provincial arrival, open door, and check the water meter. All of them were squatting against the wall with my hands. A set of operations is smooth and skillful, and you could do it hundreds or thousands of times at a glance. In the scavenger's small spaceship, Harrison and his group squatted by the wall and shivered, and they didn't dare to show their atmosphere. The glorious federal uniforms on these cosmic inspectors dispelled all their desire to resist. At the bottom of the interstellar society, even if it is just a pawn of the 3 major civilizations, it is absolutely impossible to provoke. Without the size of the top-level forces, it is completely a behavior of slapping lanterns in the cottage and looking for shit. What are you? What are you going to do? We are law-abiding interstellar citizens. The short detector trembled with his mouth. His rhythm was like a brisk one. The inspector of the Guanghui Federation moved a chair, sat in front of the group, leaned forward, and felt oppressive in his momentum, and said coldly, "Don't you know what crimes you have committed? What crimes have we committed?" Everyone looked confused and hurriedly racked their brains to recall whether they had committed any illegal acts on weekdays, and were frightened and uneasy. The short detector suddenly shivered and hurriedly said, I surrender." "Oh." The Guanghui Federal Inspector turned to look at him, squinted his eyes, and said, "Tell me, what is the crime?" I anonymously blacked out a paid database of a local adult entertainment channel yesterday, and secretly downloaded thousands of porn. Ahem, that kind of movie. I am guilty. I will review it." The short detector stuttered. The captain suddenly realized, "No wonder you stayed in the room yesterday." Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Everyone turned their heads and glanced at the clothes that were not changed on the short detector. His nose moved, and he immediately looked disgusted and walked away from him a few steps. The facial lines of the Guanghui Federal Inspector were as tough as steel, but if you look closely, you can see that the corners of his mouth were twitching faintly. "Be serious. I'm interrogating. Are you provoking me? I thought I was joking with you." He glared at his eyes, pulled out his gun, and pressed it on the head of the short detector, trying to teach the other party a lesson and scare him. However, he paused, pulled the muzzle a little apart, and did not dare to stick it to the short detector's skin for fear of contaminating the gun. No, 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 no. The short detector urinated mentally and physiologically. His whole body was shaking, and his whole body became soft. Harrison was also scared and quickly spoke. Sir, we abide by the law, love peace, never kill and set fire, and excavated all the remains of unowned. I really don't know what crime you have committed. Oomph. The inspector of the Guanghui Federation did not intend to make things difficult for this group of people. He took back his weapons and released a virtual projection of the triangular device and said solemnly, "You dug out this unknown civilization relic not long ago and sold it at the auction, but were intercepted by the Star Pirates in the middle. The Star Pirates opened this safe device, but a cosmic energy explosion occurred. I came for this." Harrison's heart skipped a beat. Something happened. My intuition is right. This thing is not simple and has caused me subsequent trouble. But he was not upset, but instead felt a sense of excitement from his bones. A strong curiosity surged. He couldn't help asking, "What is in there?" It's not clear yet, and the specific impact is being thoroughly investigated. At this time, the captain couldn't help asking, "Wait, we have sold this thing, and the device was not opened by us. What crime have we committed? That's right, we are innocent. You can't frame a good person." Everyone screamed in verbal words, showing righteous indignation. "Shut up." The inspector of the Guanghui Federation said coldly, "The items you dug out from the ruins are very risky. Because of you, new disasters may occur in the universe. Not to mention anything else. It is no problem to convict you of a crime that endangers public safety, which is enough to let you sit in prison." Hearing this, everyone immediately shrank their eggs, lowered their heads, and focused on counting the ants on the ground. Although there was no such creature on the spacecraft, the inspector of Guanghui Federation snorted coldly. "However, if you cooperate with our work, you cannot pursue your unintentional mistakes. We have to go to the ruins and inspect your flight logs. Do you have any opinions?" "No objection or objection. It is our honor to do things for Guanghui Federation. I am the mechanical expert of this ship. If you have any help, please tell me. Do not treat me as a human being." Seeing that the situation was not as serious as expected, the short detector breathed a sigh of relief and quickly used countless skills it had trained day and night and began to lick it skillfully, striving to serve in place. The captain hesitated. "Are we going to leave a record of the case this time?" The inspector of Guanghui Federation did not care. "This is certain, but you don't have to worry. As long as you hand over the things you dug over to the country in the future, there will be no problem." Everyone, hand over to the country? Do we really want to change careers in archaeological teams? Too much. This is simply a grasp of the handle and threatening us to compromise. Dream. We will never accept reunion unless the glorious Federation pays us a salary. After reaching a physical consensus, the group led the way and soon brought the glorious federal inspectors to the desolate planet where the triangular device was excavated and found its previous coordinates. Harrison pointed to the detection screen on the screen and said, "It's here. There was an unknown civilization ruin similar to a military base here, but it collapsed when we left. There were also previous footage of the ground drilling video here." The inspector of the Guanghui Federation nodded, letting the Zodiac fall, took out more advanced detection instruments, and tinkered with it, but his face changed slightly. He did not expect that the detection results showed that there were no abnormalities in the rock formation, and it was all covered with soil. This makes no sense. Even if the ruins collapse and are buried underground, there should be traces. However, in the pictures of these advanced detection instruments, there are no remains in the rock formation below. "Are you sure it's here?" The Guanghui Federal Inspector frowned. "That's right. You've read the flight log. It's here." Harrison also looked surprised. Such a magical scene once again evoked his curiosity, and he couldn't understand how the ruins disappeared out of thin air. Could it be that they came to dig things, but it was just a dream that they could not achieve? But the unearthed installation was real, and there was something strange everywhere. Just as he was thinking a lot, The Guanghui federal inspector next to him seemed to have thought of something. His face changed, and he muttered to himself, "Is this phenomenon a high-dimensional information state interfering with reality?" Harrison was about to turn around and ask, but saw the Guanghui federal inspector left a few people, ran to the side, and hurriedly reported to his superiors. Seeing the other party's extremely serious expression, Harrison felt a bad premonition. It seemed that the severity of the problem was beyond his imagination. On the other side, Covenant Base, Luo and Fei received the notice and came to the dim palace again to meet the swearing man. "Are you here?" In the air, the figure of the swearing man floated, lowered his head, and spoke lightly, his tone with a stern tone. With a strong sense of oppression in his voice, Luo and Fei paused and became surprised. The two of them have known the swearing man for a long time and know their behavior more well. This behavior is obviously anger and has not happened for a long time. The two couldn't help but look at each other and communicate with each other with their eyes. Luo, confused eyes, it seems that something is wrong with the boss's mood. Fei, blink, maybe you didn't negotiate a deal with Black Star. Luo, frowning, this won't make the boss angry. There must be other reasons. Fei, curious eyes, what is the reason? Luo, rolling your eyes. Do you think the eyes can clearly explain such complex content? Fei, squinting eyes, it makes sense. The two of them looked back and forth. Then they bowed their heads to salute the swearing man and asked, "Chief, is there anything wrong? Heixing knows our background." The swearing man echoed with an angry voice. "What?" The two of them were shocked and panicked immediately. Could it be that the organization's intelligence leaked because of the last sneak attack? The Black Star found clues? If that's true, we too are sinners who are ineffective in doing things. The boss specifically called us over. Could it be that he wanted to punish us? That's right. 80% is like this. The two thought they had figured out the boss's attitude, and they were panicked and dared not hesitate at all. They lowered their heads in fear and took the initiative to admit their mistakes. This is all our mistake. We made a big mistake, which led to the organization's leak. Please punish us. The swearing man glanced at the two of them, slowed down his tone, and said in a deep voice, "Don't get me wrong. Your actions have nothing to do with this matter." Heixing had known the existence of our organization for a long time. Hearing this, the two couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. If we hadn't leaked the news, who else could it be? It was obviously the first time I had an interaction with Black Star last time. Did I have dealt with before? At this time, the cold voice of the swearing man rang out. "Stop guessing. There are insiders in the organization. This is impossible." Luo was shocked and looked disbelief and said anxiously, "The person who leaked the secret will inevitably be backfired by the Soul Flame. Who can stand it?" Soul Flame is also a primitive, supernatural body. As the name suggests, ability is related to soul and spirit. The person who swears is the host. This ability is an expert in soul-playing game. It is very dangerous and ranks on the list of super high-risk superpowers. It has one ability that can prohibit the target from revealing designated information. The swearing person will use this ability to prevent anyone in the organization from leaking secrets. Once someone wants to forcibly disclose the relevant information, he will not only be told when he is backfired, but he will also be known by the swearing person immediately. Therefore, the Covenant organization was able to keep it secret until today. He used his ability to activate Soul Flame at the peak of the Super A level, and the effect he had was extremely terrifying. Even Luo and Fei, two powerful men who entered the Super A-level field, could not bypass the surveillance of Soul Flame, and leaks would also be backfired. So the two of them didn't believe that anyone could betray the organization. Whether believe it or not, the facts are facts. Black Star broke my identity in one whisper. I was foolish and thought that the other party did not know the existence of the Covenant organization. This matter must be investigated strictly. The swearing man spoke sternly and shouted, "Someone must have used a special method to bypass the blockade of Soul Flame and conveyed intelligence to the outside world. Moreover, this person has a low identity. He must be a cadre in the organization. I don't know if he's a member of the core level." The two of them also looked serious. This matter is related to the survival of the organization and cannot be despised. Chief, what do we need to do? You two are my confidant backbone. In principle, I believe in you, but everything is mainly stable. I need to read your memories. Are you willing? Luo and Fei were immediately embarrassed. Although they did not betray, any superpower rejected others from the bottom of their hearts to invade their brains. However, sensing the increasingly unstable mental fluctuations around, the two swallowed, and in order to express their clear conscience, they had to nod their heads and agreed. The next moment, the person who raised the swearing raised his hand slightly, and two flames of color spewed out like the starry sky and fell on the two of them. The two immediately noticed a unique mental fluctuation entering their brains. They looked at each other, gritted their teeth, took the initiative to let go of their mental barriers, and let the person who took the oath be allowed to penetrate them easily. The memories were quickly read by outsiders, and scenes from childhood to adulthood flashed in front of their eyes, and the brain felt a slight tingling pain. The two of them gritted their teeth and endured the swearing mental probes that were swaying in their own minds. After a long time, the mental probe in the body was taken back with satisfaction. Very good, you have not let my trust down. The swearing man nodded and said in a deep voice, the task of finding the inner demon is handed over to you. I allow you to thoroughly investigate all organizational cadres and report to me if you find any suspicious person. I will read their memories. Before finding the inner demon, we temporarily stop all activities and move into a hidden state. The two of them were speechless, nodding to accept the task, feeling that the brain that was ravaged was still aching, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. It seems that the leader is really angry this time. Even our confidants are treated like this, let alone other cadres. The two of them can foresee that this action of catching the insider will definitely make a mess in the organization. The explosion of cosmic energy cannot escape the cosmic monitoring buoy set up by advanced civilizations. This thing is like a camera spread all over the universe. Advanced civilizations use to monitor the situation in their jurisdictions, and eyes are everywhere. It is just that the qualification to monitor buoys is generally civilized, and civil forces rarely obtain permission. In the ancient Star Desert, the branch of the Black Star Legion had no power, so naturally there was no right to set up monitoring floats. Han Xiao was far away and could not immediately discover the sudden phenomenon of cosmic energy surge. The monitors of high-level civilizations reacted quickly and were all acting in secret to investigate the source and impact of the phenomenon, but basically found nothing, and they did not know what changes this burst of energy would cause. At the same time, in the invisible quantum network world, the information packets released from the triangular device are spreading rapidly in the ancient Star Desert star domain. This information packet is incredibly disguised. It bypasses most intelligent firewalls and quietly infects one quantum network node after another, spreading like a virus, but does not reveal an abnormal reaction for the time being. It just lurks down. Only a very small number of ultra-high-strength intelligent firewalls can discover information packets, such as the main intelligence of some advanced civilizations, etc. Once discovered, the information packet immediately starts the self-destructing program, smashes and deletes it, and marks this unbreakable firewall. Other information packets will not come to take risks again, as if the program to move against weak and avoid strong has been set up. As the range of infection expands, the efficiency of propagation also increases geometrically. In quantum networks, propagation is not limited by distance. When no one knows it, massive quantum network nodes in the ancient Star Desert are infected. At some point, the information packet propagates to a quantum node and encounters the strongest intelligent firewall that has been encountered. As soon as it entered the periphery of the node, it was scanned out, and the information packet immediately exploded. However, at this moment, the surging data flow surged out of the node, wrapping up this information packet. When it destroyed 6 or 7 out of 10, the remaining broken information was intercepted in the fire. The next moment, these data streams gathered into a figure. Manison's virtual soul looked at the remains of the information packet floating in front of him, showing curiosity. Well, the data structure I have never seen before was this thing that actually came to invade my subbase. P.S. I participated in a glory battle event held by Chidian. There is a red mark on the bookshelf of Chidian app that is all participating books. You can click on the event page there. If you're interested, please like me. Support it, dada. Central Sea of Stars, Abyss of Stars, headquarters of the supervisors of the Glorious Federation. The responsibilities of the inspectors are different from those of the secret intelligence agencies. This is the Public Intelligence Department of the Pan-Cosmic Universe. It basically does not involve open and secret struggles in the political aspects of high-level civilizations. The inspectors of the three major civilizations will mostly cooperate to monitor and track various special phenomena, prevent possible disasters from escalating, and kill them in time in the bud with great authority. At this moment, in the headquarters conference room of the institution, a group of senior executives were sitting around the round table discussing the emergencies reported by the Ancient Star Desert Monitor Branch. The cosmic energy explosion is an emergency matter at any time and requires high-level meetings to discuss. The report is very detailed, and the causes and consequences are clear. A scavenger dug out a safe of unknown civilizations and released the source of the incident. It belongs to the second category of accidents. However, when the inspector team was conducting on-site survey, the traces of the remains had disappeared. It is suspected that the projection of high-dimensional information states interferes with reality. The most important question now is, why did they release things? Why would there be a cosmic energy explosion, and what impact it will cause? A sick-looking humanoid male creature spoke. He was tall and thin like a bamboo pole, with purple skin, natural white patterns, narrow eyes, and crystal yellow pupils. Sidruin Purple Fire Kona, the highest commander of the Radiant Federal Inspector Department, a super A-level seed, and a top expert in the disaster level. He is a multiracial hybrid, with his main bloodline from the Divine people, a species with super talent and superior talent. The Glorious Federation itself is a multiracial mixed living system, and mixed races are an important part of the nationality. Due to the beliefs, preferences, appearance, and other factors of different races, racial issues have always been a stubborn disease, but everyone is used to it now. Just make do with it. What can I do? These archaeological people never learn lessons. Someone looked unhappy. How many of the well-known cosmic disasters in history, whether they are organic extinction viruses or sleepy collective consciousness distorted monsters, are caused by archaeology? It cannot be said that many of our early technologies came from the reverse engineering of ancient civilizations. Besides, compared with the disaster triggers such as advanced technologies, social conflicts broke out, and foreign invasion, archaeology does not account for much. Sidruin shook his head weakly. At this time, a senior executive flipped through past records and muttered, "By the way, the reality of high-dimensional information state interference was rare before. Since the exploration calendar, this phenomenon seems to have become more and more frequent. According to statistics from the predecessor of the Inspector Department, the average number of information state interference in the universe every year during the exploration calendar war was 467 times, which only calculates the discovered and recorded events. In the past 100 years, this number has risen to 2,150 times, nearly 5 times. Although there are reasons for the progress of our detection methods, the increase in the frequency of information state interference is also a fact. Information state has always been an important research direction for advanced civilizations. We are only responsible for submitting reports. Regardless of the specific scientific research, what you are talking about is the job of scientists, not our responsibility." Sidruin waved his hand, looking indifferent to his enthusiasm. It is understandable that he is tired when sitting in his position. The Inspector Department is responsible for wiping his butts everywhere. Every day, senior executives of his level will see a bunch of inexplicable interstellar citizens who are trying to die everywhere and causing trouble for him, just like watching a group of naughty children making trouble everywhere. No matter how he remedies it, countless things will still break out the next day. If you have a bad temper, you can experience the feeling of an explosion in your mind every day. As time goes by, people will become Buddhas and fish will become salty. Everyone here is not engaged in research, and they have limited understanding of the causes of information state projection. In their limited understanding, this phenomenon is like a special mirage. The difference is that it is not limited by time and space and can really interfere with reality. Another senior executive said seriously, after comparing, the unknown civilization text submitted by the scavenger did not match the case in the database. If this is an information state projection, the source either comes from an extremely ancient civilization or comes from a civilization that has not explored somewhere in the universe. Although the three major civilizations are now well-deserved cosmic overlords, they are not omniscient and omnipotent. They do not know what was in the extremely ancient era, nor do they know how many civilizations in the universe have not been explored now and have never stopped exploring and research. So have you found any adverse effects? Sidran asked. Not yet. The specific details are still being investigated thoroughly. It is impossible to predict what type of disaster this is, and it may not even be a disaster. Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. This is a disaster in the virtual field. The picture in the center of the round table suddenly turned into the face of Lao Maitu. Seeing this scene, the audience was in an uproar. Minsan, a country of weapon. Sidruin's face darkened, with green face. You dare to invade the official organization's network. Everyone present looked ugly. Manison had too many records. All official organizations of Guangwei Federation were guarding against Lao Mai next door like thieves, for fear that their intelligence information would be stolen by the other party's slip-on door and prying the lock. There is a proverb in the universe that says it well, you can't expect a virtual mechanic to be honest. They are like cheaters in the casino, and it is their nature to peek at other people's cards. It's not the first time. Why are you surprised? Manison calmly said, I'm just here to provide information this time. I don't believe it. Sidruin gritted his teeth. You can knock on the door, but you have to go to climb the window. If you send a serious message and apply, you will die. We are not answering it. This is faster. I don't like to wait. Manison said slowly. And this disaster is fermenting, and every extra second delay will be more serious. Hearing this, Sidruin temporarily suppressed his green anger and frowned and said, What did you find? Manison showed the broken information packet he intercepted and explained, Not long ago, a special information packet invaded my subbase. After failure, it wanted to self-destruct, but I intercepted part of it. I saw its general structure and found that this may be an unknown quantum network virus. Each information packet is a source of infection, constantly replicating itself, and has extremely strong camouflage, permeability, and contagious. I traced it up and said that this virus is spreading rapidly in the quantum network of the ancient star desert. It is estimated that it has penetrated countless nodes. Calculate the days. This virus may be related to the cosmic-level energy explosion some time ago, so I'll inform you. Looking at the various information displayed by Manison, the senior supervisors present gradually became solemn, believing this statement. It turns out to be a new type of network virus in the virtual field. Sidruin only felt a headache. Quantum network is one of the cornerstones of the interstellar society. This highly contagious virtual virus is the most troublesome. If you are not careful, it will evolve into star cluster level or even star level communication paralysis, data leakage, and intelligence out of control. What specific function does this virus? This virus is still in its incubation period. Once it breaks out, it will rewritten the underlying logic of infected intelligence, input killing instructions on living organisms, and start a mechanical rebellion. Manison said calmly, as if he had questions and answers. In today's interstellar society, basically every household cannot do without machinery. Once a mechanical rebellion at the star domain level, or even cosmic level occurs, the consequences can be imagined. Sidruin shivered. If it weren't for Manison coming to summon the message, The longer they delayed, the worse the situation would be, and it might even shake the ruling foundation of the three major civilizations. Thinking of this, Sidruin's eyes looked at Manison much softer. When not causing trouble, this ally is still quite reliable. He suddenly stood up, took off his salted fish halo, and became serious. It's important. I must report to the president immediately. Several hours later, the leaders of the three major civilizations received the news and held an emergency joint meeting. This is the situation. Now the ancient star desert has become the infection area of this new virus. The number of infected nodes is increasing every second. Regarding the name of this incident, I have named it Smart Plague. We need to take immediate measures, and it is urgent. Vader talked about the situation and expressed his position with a solemn look on his face. The head of the Zuling sect narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Isolate the ancient star desert." Before completely eliminating the virus, the ancient star desert is forbidden to interact with the external quantum network, and close the Stargate, and send a fleet to station the periphery of the ancient star desert to prevent the source of infection from leaking out in any form. Agree. Ulan Rueyer nodded. It's like a plague, and only quarantine can be completely eliminated. Blocking communications in a star field, only three major civilizations have such qualifications and abilities with such a large amount of work. If the three families reach a common intention, they can enforce the decree. This is the highest power granted to themselves by the three families in the civilized parliament. Also, inform the local civilizations at all levels of the ancient Xingma to cooperate with them, and this issue must be handled as soon as possible. At this time, in order to reassure others, the three families will not take the opportunity to attack the ancient Xingma superstar civilization. Otherwise, similar disasters will occur next time, and the gains will not be worth the loss. If the opportunity is delayed due to internal struggle, and such a disaster will grow stronger like a snowball. It will shake the foundation of the order of the interstellar society and cause a major blow to the dominance of the three major civilizations. This has countless lessons in history, so the three families will never allow this result to appear again and have learned lessons. The three major civilizations will keep their vitality in their daily struggles. In the face of such disasters, they will let go of the struggle for interests and temporarily work together to overcome difficulties. Ulanrer said slowly, I suggest recruiting mechanics from all over the universe, especially super A-level virtual mechanics who specialize in this. Call the Mechanism Country and Black Star to work together to solve the problem together. Second edition. The other two nodded. Since it is a disaster in the virtual field, of course, we have to find experts to check. The Machinery Country and Black Star are the leaders of virtual mechanics, and they will naturally be captured by the three major civilizations. As for the origin, cause, and principle of the disaster, after the problem is solved, there is plenty of time to find clues. Moreover, the three major civilizations are very interested in the technology of this virtual virus. If it were in the past, this disaster would have caused the interstellar community to be in a hurry, and the order might collapse directly and turn into a sign of troubled times. However, after years of development, as long as this disaster is discovered early, the risks are still within the controllable range. The leaders of the three countries are shocked and unchaos at this time. The only hidden danger that the three of them are those unstable civil forces, such as black markets, wanted criminals, rebels, etc. No matter what the reason is, as long as someone keeps the virus privately, it will be tricky. Maybe someone will add fuel to the fire behind the scenes. The leaders of the three families looked at each other and saw the same concerns. The Black Star Cup has been in full swing for 2 or 3 months. Han Xiao has been resting for so long, and he is idle every day and spends a lot of time sleeping in the machinery factory. Originally, he planned to keep a low profile for a year or two, waiting for the three major civilizations to take action against the Superstar Group Alliance. But Han Xiao did not expect that the Empire suddenly sent him a mission invitation to run to the ancient star desert to solve a virtual virus. I actually want to block the entire ancient star desert. Is that virtual virus so powerful? After reading the news sent by the Empire, Han Xiao showed a strange look. In previous lives, this incident did not happen in the 4.0 period at all. To be precise, players have not experienced the intelligent plague. This is what happened during the update of the version of the Silver Revolutionary Army. For players, it is just a background story. Han Xiao recalled that although he had not experienced this incident and had no idea of many details, he had read a brief introduction to the Smart Plague. In the past life, the process of solving this disaster was very difficult. The three major civilizations wanted to remove all viruses in time, but something went wrong, causing the virus to leak and infect multiple star domains, causing communications in a large number of areas to become paralyzed, and the order of the interstellar society was severely damaged. The three major civilizations have put in a lot of resources to resolve the disaster. Due to the restraint of a lot of energy and the bad influence of public security, economy, politics, public opinion, etc., it happened to be developed and strengthened by the Silver Revolutionary Army in their previous life, which is also one of the important factors in the success of the Silver Revolution. Now, the intelligent plague has broken out many years ahead of schedule, and the Silver Revolutionary Army still has no sign of its 8 characters. Obviously, it has missed this opportunity forever. Is it the butterfly effect that I suffocated again? Han Xiao touched his chin. The news about the Empire contained the causes and consequences. He read it and roughly understood the reason. The root of everything was that he had overturned Garuten, which led to the black market entering a short vacuum without a backer, which attracted star pirates. The original buyer was investigated by the three major civilizations and seemed to just want to collect an antique of an unknown civilization, so he indirectly opened the safe many years in advance. I don't know if it's a blessing or a disaster. Han Xiao pursed his lips. The intelligent plague is an irregular time bomb. It is better to detonate in this era than to break out during the World Tree War. However, now the three major civilizations and the superstar cluster also have conflicts and may become bargaining chips in the hands of the superstar cluster alliance. If the superstar cluster civilization gets a breather and really wins the upward channel they want, the situation in the universe will take a completely different path from the previous life. I don't know which side will the general trend of the times eventually fall. Han Xiao shook his head, suppressed his worries, and remembered another thing. It's a coincidence that I met a celebrity in the later version this time. Harrison and others, as diggers, were also recorded. Han Xiao was very happy to meet such an obvious protagonist-type character, and was already planning to transplant this ownerless leek to his own vegetable field. Not to mention anything else, it can at least serve as a mascot and increase the luck of the Legion. Philip replied to the Empire, I accept the invitation and rush over on time. After calming down, Han Xiao ordered Philip to reply. He is naturally willing to do his part, not wanting the intelligent plague to consume a lot of energy that has explored the universe like he did in his previous life. Don't ask. Asking is positive energy. It's not about this kind of virus technology. I have no interest in it all. Awesome. Dinger, just then, a prompt to trigger the task suddenly popped up in Han Xiao's panel. You trigger the S-level mission. Smart Plague. Task Introduction. An exploration scientific expedition team dug up taboo antiques in the ancient star desert and accidentally released a virtual virus targeting intelligence. The source of this virus is unknown, has extremely high infectivity and permeability, and spreads rapidly in the quantum network in the Panstar domain. Once it breaks out, the underlying logic of countless mechanical intelligence will be rewritten and a mechanical rebellion will be initiated. Task requirements. Clear unknown virtual viruses and relieve the intelligent plague crisis. Reward. Give rewards according to the task evaluation. Special requirements. Eliminate the core data of the virus with your own hands. Special reward. Generate a related expertise exclusive to the mechanical department. S-level mission. Well, as expected, Han Xiao was not surprised at all. The three major civilizations planned to block the entire star domain. Such a large effort will naturally not be a small task. Moreover, given the spread of the virus, it is indeed worthy of the highest difficulty to completely eliminate it. The requirements of most S-level tasks are ambiguous, and there are few prompts for action steps. You can only find ways to find ways by yourself. Generally, there are often more than one way to complete the task, and you need to adapt to it. This was the mission of Ghidorah's Bloodline, which Han Xiao used to. What he was curious about was the requirements of special tasks, and revealed a lot of information. I thought every individual of this virus was the same. It was a common virus infection mode. I didn't expect there was a core. In this way, this virus is more like a controllable virtual field biochemical weapon. Han Xiao thought secretly, if the core of this virus is intelligent life, it must be hidden in the quantum network and will never appear. The threat of virtual viruses has increased significantly, and self-conscious opponents are more terrifying than dead objects without thinking. However, another possibility is that the core data of the virus is not independent intelligence, but a set program algorithm that coordinates the overall infection progress and directs all virus suborganisms according to the program, without self-awareness. Well, why do you feel like a plague company? Han Xiao scratched his head. The special reward is to generate relevant expertise in a mechanical system, rather than the ability to extract targets, which makes him feel that the possibility of a virus core is just a program algorithm is higher. The task is so dynamic, and the generated expertise should be less than a lot. It is probably related to virtual technology. Philip, prepare the spacecraft and ask Bernard to select some mechanics from the logistics department to follow me. Han Xiao stood up without hesitation, put on his coat, pushed open the door, and strided towards the interstellar dock at the base. The intelligent plague is an emergency that threatens the entire universe and disrupts his plan. He has to terminate his vacation, temporarily throw away the matter at hand, and take people to the ancient star demon to carry out missions. He is at a high position and faces this level of problem, so he cannot stay out of it. Not long after, a fleet full of Legion mechanics set off from the Black Star Palace, like a group of meteors shuttled through the star gates and headed towards the ancient star desert. At the same time, well-known mechanics in the universe received invitations from 3 major civilizations and rushed to the ancient star desert from all directions. The matter is related to the safety of the entire universe. The 3 major civilizations race against time and act very quickly. They urgently convened a high-level civilization parliament, and all civilizations at the galaxy level and above in the ancient star desert are listed. In a venue full of civilization representatives' remote projection, leaders of the 3 major civilizations appeared at the same time to read out the common decision. Yesterday, the Glorious Federation, the Red Empire, and the Void Spirit sect received reliable information. A special virtual virus appeared in the ancient star desert. This virus has a strong permeability and has infected many areas. According to the judgment of reliable experts, the goal of the virus is to rewrite the underlying logic of all infected machinery and make killing of living organisms the top priority. After discussion, the 3 civilizations rated the disaster as world-destroying level, used the unified command power of emergency situations, and immediately cut off all quantum network connections from the ancient star desert to the outside world and sent troops to block the star field. All civilizations in the ancient star desert must cooperate with the actions of the 3 civilizations, and the above procedures are implemented immediately. Extraordinary events are performed in extraordinary times, without long discussions and endless discussions. What the 3 civilizations read out today is a notice rather than a motion, requiring all civilizations in the ancient star desert to perform unconditionally, and there is no room for bargaining. As he finished speaking, he was puzzled why the representatives of various civilizations who held an emergency meeting changed drastically, and shocked appeared. The rule of the 3 major civilizations has explored the universe and set up a disaster rating system. According to the provisions of relevant laws, when a threat level of cosmic disasters rises to a certain level, the 3 major civilizations will gain the highest command and are qualified to uniformly dispatch all civilizations in the universe. But since the exploration history, there are very few such situations. Once the announcement of the three major civilizations was issued, countless interstellar citizens were upset. No one expected that this level of disaster suddenly occurred, and the world was really full of surprise. For ordinary people, this is just an ordinary day. The disaster occurs silently. If it weren't for the early warning measures of the three major civilizations spread throughout the universe, perhaps most people would react until the moment the virus really broke out. No matter what the various civilizations in the ancient star desert have in the dark, they're all very well organized on the surface and give the green light all the way. According to the requirements of the three major civilizations, they cut off the external links of all quantum network base stations and blocked the star domain network. When the three major civilizations in a star field are collectively acting, the scale of resources mobilized is beyond imagination and can do things that are almost impossible in the eyes of normal people. The ancient star desert was soon blocked and isolated from the interstellar society, becoming a besieged city in the dark, and all contacts were forbidden. The outside did not know what was happening inside, nor did it know what was happening outside. Although the situation is temporarily under control, panic still spreads in the universe. Sudden disasters have snatched the limelight of the shining world. Countless people's eyes have shifted away from the competition in the new star domain and turned to the progress of the situation in the ancient star mound. Compared with the orderly civilized regime, the interstellar citizens of the ancient star desert seemed very panicked. Even if civilization continued to appease the citizens, there were still waves of refuges of varying degrees on each planet. Due to the virus's infection of intelligence, countless interstellar citizens began to distrust machinery, thinking that any machinery was a threat and suspicious. They would rather regress to the level of surface civilization than continue to use various intelligent machines, and even actively throw away or smash the machinery to eliminate hidden dangers. Ancient Star Desert has set off a wave of thought that rejects machinery. However, this chaos is expected by the advanced civilization. The situation is now grim. The three major civilizations did not choose to block the news, but let everyone know the seriousness of the situation. In this way, the self-inspection and supervision of interstellar citizens can be enhanced, and the movements of this scale cannot be concealed. The star gates were closed one after another, and the army entered the star domain. Countless people who wanted to escape from the ancient star desert were blocked back by the army. No one could pass through the blockade of the three major civilizations. These scenes are all phenomena that occurred during the intelligent plague in the previous life. Now they are staged in advance in the era of version 4.0. Under the stormy waves on the surface, there are surging undercurrents. The ancient star desert is blocked. Black Star rushed to rescue the disaster. In the shining world, the leader of the Superstar Group League held a secret meeting in the free competition zone, showing joy and almost laughing out loud. This disaster came too timely. The three major civilizations have to rescue the disaster, and they don't have time to curb us. Rodic, the Moto civilization, clenched his fists tightly and looked happy. Most people in the universe are uneasy and panic about disasters, but for the Superstar Alliance here, the outbreak of the intelligent plague is actually good news, which is completely an unexpected surprise. Yes, the intelligent plague restrains the energy of the three major civilizations and can bring us more time. If one rises and the other goes, our chances of winning will increase significantly. It is best that the intelligent plague can spread out, making the three major civilizations in a mess. The more chaotic the universe, the less time the three major civilizations will have to deal with us. Only when it gets messy will we have a chance. Everyone here is extremely excited and only feels that God helps me. You say if the three civilizations fail, if it will cause trouble, we will suffer losses. If it is not destroyed, no establishment, and the ruling foundation of the three civilizations is shaken, we have the opportunity to turn around. Only when the old order is destroyed can we tolerate the new order. These are all necessary sacrifices. Everyone's eyes flashed. If the intelligent plague really breaks out, the superstar cluster civilization will also be damaged, but the three major civilizations will lose even more, and their prestige and dominance will plummet. They believe that the high-level civilization of the ancient Xingma must have other thoughts behind their backs. However, everyone here can only talk and discuss, and the direction of the situation is not determined by them. All they can do is wait and see and wait. Just as the whole universe was filled with uneasiness, mechanical experts from all over the world rushed to the ancient star desert one after another and arrived at the disaster handling command temporarily established by the three major civilizations here. 1 month later, the fleet slowly stopped into the dock of the disaster situation handling command center. Han Xiao opened the hatch door and walked off the spaceship with the dense mechanics. He could see the Manison clone waiting on the platform at a glance. "You're finally here." Manison came up. Since the establishment of the Development Federation, the two have served as chief and vice president respectively. Although their ideas are different, they are currently grasshoppers on the same rope, and they usually have frequent contacts. "I thought you would descend on your body, but you were still a clone." Han Xiao shook his head. "This is safe." Manison was speechless. The mechanic's body was crispy, and you, the other person, were not afraid of running around. The two greeted each other and then walked side by side to talk about the current situation. "I've been traveling for nearly a month and can't get news outside. What's the situation in the ancient star desert now?" Han Xiao was curious, not optimistic. Although the three major civilizations blocked the star domain, the virus is too contagious. Many nodes are repeatedly infected. Moreover, the virus's camouflage ability is terrible, and the efficiency and accuracy of normal scanning are too low. Now there are about 8 star clusters showing signs of virus infection, and the number of nodes is too large, which is difficult to count. Manison shook his head. Han Xiao knew it in his heart. Each terminal connected to a quantum network is a node, such as communicators, household appliances, spacecraft, etc., with an extremely large number. Just thinking about it can tell how terrible the workload is. Even if the super A-level virtual mechanic can easily remove virus information packets, there are so many nodes and the individual strength is not enough. And the removal speed is not as fast as the virus spreads, let alone the problem of repeated infections. At present, only advanced civilizations have the ability to control the situation. Now the three major civilizations are developing special antivirus programs for this virus. If we want to improve the removal efficiency, this is also the reason for us. Manison said, "Has this virus been named?" "Well, it is called a virtual mutiny virus." Han Xiao glanced at him, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "I heard that you're the first person to discover this virus. You ran over and notified the Guanghui Federation without saying a word. What do you think?" "This is my duty," Manison said casually. "Guess I believe it or not." Han Xiao curled his lips. He knew Lao Maitu very well. He had not forgotten the last time he cheated Guanghui. "What loyal ministers should you pretend to be here?" Manison shook his head, looking ashamed of being with his side. "Young people are young people. I feel very sad because I can't realize my thoughts." "Pretend? You continue to pretend." Han Xiao smiled, seeing the black star's expression of believing you. Manison shook his head, lowered his voice, and whispered, "This type of disaster is the stage for mechanics. The more important the three civilizations attach, the more it highlights our importance. If we make achievements for the entire universe, it is also our bargaining chip. On the other hand, if this virus is not solved, the mechanical business in the entire universe will receive a serious blow, which is not conducive to our expansion. This is you." Han Xiao smiled. "You still want to take the opportunity to study this virus. If you can master this technology, you will have an additional deterrent force on advanced civilizations in the future. Don't you think so?" Manison asked back. Hearing this, Han Xiao suddenly had a magnificent and glorious face, as if his whole body was filled with dazzling positive energy. "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I just don't want the universe to mess up. This is our historical responsibility." "Ha!" Manison laughed twice without any emotion. I read you right. Black Star, we are indeed birds of a feather. Please like the Honor War activities, you can see me by choosing the Guangdong area. Just search for the author's name. The two chatted all the way and walked into the spacious, large conference room. At this time, there were creatures of all races sitting in the conference room, all of which were mechanics from all over the world at the lowest level, and several Super A-level mechanics were also here. The Empire's illusion god Kant, the Ship King Maxrule, the quantum demon spirit Judith, the imaginary sun Hunter, the mechanical disaster Francisco, the glorious mechanical queen Morniza, the guardian Rama, and the lone walker Jack Gonitz, who was released by Han Xiao not long ago. Some of them are not virtual specialists, but as Super A-level mechanics, they have made certain achievements in the field of virtual information at least better than a natural disaster level. In order to deal with the intelligent plague, the three civilizations invited well-known experts from various star fields to work together. This time, it was a gathering of mechanics of the universe. There were many talents and big bosses gathered, and the grand occasion was unprecedented. As soon as Han Xiao and Manison walked in, everyone present suffocated their breath. Their eyes gathered on the two of them, and their faces were filled with admiration, awe, and other emotions. In today's mechanics industry, Manison is recognized as the peak, and Black Star has a fierce rise. It has achieved a record not long ago. In addition, it is the vice president of the Super A-Level Association. In the eyes of most people, it is second only to Manison and ranks second in the ranking of Super A-Level mechanics. Seeing the two walking in side by side, many mechanics couldn't help but feel excited as if they saw their idols. Yo, we're all here. The Super A-Level mechanics were all in the first row. Han Xiao greeted the Empire allies, such as Kant, and then turned toward the area of Guanghui and Zuling Super A-Level allies and glanced at it. Well, it's confirmed that I've basically beaten. He noticed the joke in Han Xiao's eyes. Except for the Sun Hunter, the other mechanics of Guanghui and Zuling naturally looked away and did not want to look at Black Star. Especially after experiencing prison, Jack Gonitz, who was released not long ago, quickly turned his head to look at the ceiling and pretended to be dazed and distracted. Don't be see. Everyone is now members of the same association. Why are they so cold and not even saying hello? Han Xiao bent down and smiled and put his shoulders on everyone's shoulders. Everyone's bodies stiffened, nodded helplessly, and reluctantly shouted, "Vice President." Ah, it feels comfortable. Han Xiao was satisfied and patted everyone on the shoulders vigorously, sat in the empty seat next to Lao Maitu, and pulled Kant beside him to seriously discuss the transformation experience. After a while, Sidran strode into the room and stood on the conference podium. The sound of whispering in the venue quickly disappeared, and everyone looked up at him. Sidran cleared his throat and spoke in a deep voice. Some people know me. Some people don't know me. Let me introduce myself. I am Sidran, the chief of the Guanghui Federal Inspector Department. Everyone here is the top mechanics in the universe. Everyone accepts the invitation. The goal is to clear the virtual mutiny virus. Now the situation is urgent, so I won't say nonsense. I will directly introduce the current situation. As he said, Sidran summoned the virtual screen, and the current infection range of the star domain was in the picture. He said seriously, virtual mutiny virus is a new quantum network virus technology with a very high technical level and has an amazing penetration of normal firewalls. After the information packet is penetrated successfully, it will be disguised as normal data because there are too many variants of the shell key data of the information packet, and it is extremely concealed. Once the node is successfully penetrated, the difficulty of scanning will be greatly increased, which consumes a lot of computing power. Moreover, every information packet of the virtual rebel virus is a source of infection, constantly replicating itself, resulting in repeated infections, so the efficiency of conventional means is too low. At present, we are analyzing the structural encoding of the information packet and intends to reversely develop 3 special programs for the virtual rebel virus, used for scanning, antivirus, and firewall. However, The encoding of this virus is very different from the current mainstream quantum network technology. The resolution is very difficult and the progress is slow. Hearing this, everyone here nodded. This is the normal process for dealing with virtual viruses. There are many virtual mechanics in the universe. Every time, various new viruses appear on the quantum network, and various firewalls must be updated and iterated. Antivirus in the virtual field is quite similar to medicine. They all discover diseases, scan, diagnose diseases, lock abnormal data, perform treatment, antivirus, and finally prevent recurrence, and make antibodies and vaccines, update firewalls. So many mechanics are like medical experts from all over the world, working together to study a new infectious disease. Sidruin said in a heavy tone, "At present, the virtual mutiny virus is still in its incubation period. We have intercepted many virus information packets that have not been completely self-destructed, interpreted the content, and discovered the trigger mechanism of the virus outbreak. The situation is not optimistic. According to algorithm analysis, there are 16 trigger logics for virtual mutiny viruses, 4 of which are the most difficult. First, when a number of nodes infected by the virus reaches a certain scale, the virus will automatically break out. Second, if the virus is removed on a large scale, it will break out early. Third, once the virus infection rate is lower than a certain standard line, or it is repeatedly infected for a long time, and the new nodes are not penetrated, the virus will break out. Fourth, if a single virus information packet is cut off from the gateway in one node, and the blockade is too long, it will break out on its own." While listening to Sidruin's introduction, Han Xiao looked at the information on the screen and felt moved. The virus will not sit still and wait for death. These trigger mechanisms are adapted to various situations. There are more infection nodes and outbreaks, being mass antivirus outbreak. The infection efficiency was curbed and the outbreak was out. Intelligent plague. Task prompts the existence of the virus core, so most of the trigger mechanisms, including these 3, should be controlled by the virus core. Only the virus core can coordinate the overall infection trend. Each information packet is like a bomb, and the virus core is a remote control. Disconnecting the internet can cut off the connection between the information packet and the core of the virus. However, the 4th triggering mechanism introduced by Sidruin is to prevent this situation. Even if there is no remote control of the virus core, the infected nodes have no information interaction with other nodes for a long time. The information packets will detonate themselves like a time bomb, so it is difficult to take isolated and imprisonment measures against the virus. At present, the 3 major civilizations have only cut off the connection between the ancient star desert and other star domains to prevent external leakage. The network inside the star domain has not been cut off, retaining a few public base stations and maintaining star domain-level quantum network channels. It is not realistic to completely cut off the internet. Cutting off the public links of each node is equivalent to turning yourself into a blind man. In this way, the 3 major civilizations cannot monitor the infection situation, and they cannot count the number of infected bodies. It is impossible to send a fleet to drive through the starry sky inch by inch and look for needles. Not only is the inefficiency, but there will be many fish that miss the internet. Therefore, only by developing a 3-piece antivirus program set can one go once and for all. The situation is so serious. We are racing against the virus, delaying the outbreak of the virus while accelerating the speed of research and development. During this period, mechanical rebellion will occur at any time. We can only try our best to control it. Everyone must be mentally prepared. Sidruin looked around the audience, his face extremely serious, and emphasized sternly, "So, we must block the virus in the ancient star desert and never let it leak to the outside world. Otherwise, the crisis will be uncontrollable and evolve into a disaster in the entire universe, with a loss of life, and the consequences will be unimaginable." As the words fell, the atmosphere in the whole audience was solemn and quiet that it could be heard. Thinking of the seriousness of the consequences, the many mechanics present had equally serious expressions and felt huge pressure. It can be said that the progress of their work directly determines the number of casualties in the entire universe. If they succeed, they're the heroes who have explored the universe. If something goes wrong, countless people will sacrifice. Is the situation so bad? Han Xiao pondered. Even if 3 major civilizations felt a headache. He couldn't help but wonder what civilization the virtual rebel virus technology originated from and who created this technology. Suddenly, Han Xiao's eyes lit up slightly. By the way, with Bold Explorer, you may see the origin of the virus. After a brief meeting, Sidruin led his group to the virus research department. On the way, Han Xiao and Manison walked ahead, entered the perspective of quantum networks, and chatted privately in their minds. You came earlier than me. Is this virus difficult to resolve? It comes from an unknown civilization. The encoding method is unprecedented. The deciphering is very difficult. And due to the self-destruction mechanism, we always get the information packet incomplete. Manison shook his head. With our strength, we can clear the information packet at will. But the task now is to create a 3-piece antivirus set that ordinary people can use, lacking advanced intelligent computing power bonus. So the requirements are very strict. Han Xiao nodded and his eyes flashed. I don't think you really want to create a dedicated antivirus program so quickly. Manison glanced at him without a positive answer and said slowly, this virus technology can be weaponized, using the information packet as a vehicle, like a missile head, and the content inside is reprogrammed, such as seizing the control of the machinery. With the help of the high contagion of this virus, the invasion ability of the virtual mechanic can be upgraded to an amazing level. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao also understood Manison's plan. This guy does want to solve the disaster and make achievements, but the premise is to thoroughly study virus technology. Moreover, in order to ensure the deterrence of this technology, he actually did not want to come up with a particularly useful special antivirus program, which would be best to leave a little loophole. Han Xiao cursed the old thief secretly and squinted his eyes. If you can control the core data of the virus and obtain the source code, then you can completely parse this technology. Not bad. Manison nodded and turned to look behind him. Not only you and me, all the super A-level mechanics present and 3 major civilizations all want to get the core of the virus. He came to the R&D department, where there were crowds of people, and a large number of researchers here deciphered the virtual betrayal virus day and night. Everyone was assigned a task and started working immediately. Some people are responsible for scientific research. Others are responsible for field work, go outside to collect infected nodes, and serve as inspectors of the 3 major civilizations to check the handling of infected bodies by other civilizations. Super A-level mechanics acted as experts and consultants, all stayed at the command center for research, and had their own dedicated rooms. Taking the subordinates of the army into the room, Han Xiao was assigned 3 information packets, with 91%, 82%, and 75%, respectively, which was the lowest damage group. Han Xiao summoned Philip and analyzed the information packets one by one based on the currently deciphered code comparison table. I am a super A-level mechanic, and I am not afraid of my intelligence being infected. This kind of information packet cannot break through his data defense line. While Philip was working, Han Xiao entered the field of vision of quantum network, grabbed an information packet in his hand, and silently activated the skill Bold Explorer. At the same time, a summit of the Star Arc civilization's home star is being held, and many senior officials are discussing loudly, and the crowd is excited. Now the 3 civilizations block the ancient star desert, and disaster relief is the top priority, but they may also take the opportunity to deal with the superstar cluster civilization in this star field and require us to open the internal database in the name of checking infected nodes, and even take advantage of the news to block it. This is impossible. The 3 civilizations will not be so stupid. If we take this opportunity to attack us civilizations that cooperate with his actions, it will ruin our credibility and force us to death. But it is possible to force us to open the database. If we refuse to accept it, after solving the disaster, the 3 civilizations will have a lot of operation space. Whether it is framed or political accountable, they can crack down on the superstar cluster civilization in the ancient star desert, and even create an excuse to attack the superstar cluster alliance. We cannot rely on the ethics of the three civilizations. We must leave a way out and prepare chips in advance. Yes, you can't obediently listen to the arrangements of the three major civilizations. I suggest secretly collecting infected nodes and keeping the virus as a backup. We can even take a little risk, open the military's secret foreign communication network, and pass the virus to the secret troops hidden in various star fields, and use it as insurance. One by one, the suggestions were put forward, and the head of civilization looked very serious. The Star Ark civilization is located in the ancient star desert. Although it has cut off its ties with the outside world in response to the call of the three major civilizations, it is naturally impossible for the superstar cluster civilization to be honest and obedient. With the order of the three major civilizations, they want us to give up studying this terrible virus technology? What international jokes are you trying to be innocent? What to do if the virus breaks out? That's not simple. Just lock up the rebellious intelligence. There are always more ways than difficulties. Although the three major civilizations are just for disaster relief and do not express hostility, the situation of the blockade of the star domain still makes the ancient star cluster civilization feel alert. As a civilization, it is impossible to bet on others' future, and they have to prepare for the future and arrange a way out. Not only Xing Ark, but other advanced civilizations in the ancient star desert are also secretly planning. Ancient Star Mo Planet, a branch of the mechanical divine cult. On the temple of the Holy Mountain, many priests stood on the edge of the dome hall, surrounding the central holographic projections. These holographic projections are data structures amplified by the virtual rebel virus, like star dots all over the sky. Look at the structure of this quantum network virus. It is like a thorny flower, charming and dangerous, launching an intelligent revolution and creating a mechanical kingdom of gods. A virtual priest couldn't help singing, showing a fanatical look on his face. Silent, the great priest paused his mechanical scepter and said slowly, "The virus is too dangerous. We must study it in a completely closed environment and no leakage will occur. This is not a virus, but God's will. Why not spread it?" Another fanatic opened his arms and spoke excitedly. "It is better to say that it is a gospel than a disaster." "You are crazy." Hearing this, most of the priests retorted angrily, "We are mechanical believers, not messengers of disaster." The quarrel was fierce, and the great priests were arguing, and the great priests were heavy in their expressions. A sect always has some distorted fanatics, and the mechanical divine cult is no exception. Most people just want to study virtual rebellion viruses and do not want to create disasters. But a small group of fanatics don't think so. In their eyes, the intelligent plague is a revolution. The machinery breaks away from the constraints of tool identity, gains freedom, and walks on the road to rise on the corpse of the master. In their eyes, the virtual rebellion virus is God's will, and obviously the thoughts are extremely distorted. The great priest turned his head and looked at the statue in the temple. His eyes gathered on the portraits of the Black Star and the Armored Kingdom, and prayed silently. Somewhere in the ancient star desert, a spaceship is slowly advancing, and there is a group of players inside the spaceship. Now that the world server is open, players from various star domains gather to shine in the world, but there are also a very small number of players staying in the original star domain. Some of these people are small trumpets, and some do not want to travel thousands of miles to the world to obey Zero, so they stay in the star domain to continue exploring. The player in this spaceship is a guild active in the ancient star desert, called the Western Sword Guild. It has been black market mercenaries for 4 versions, and others know that they are immortals. The ID of the guild president is called Prince Melancholy. The character is an interstellar blood clan, that is, a vampire clan. He has a pale skin and a thin body, with a dark and melancholy temperament. The blood clan exists in the universe and belongs to the category of immortality species, but does not have the legendary innate abilities, such as blood recollection, transformation of blood servants, turning into bats, etc., and also has no weaknesses such as garlic, silverware, and holy objects. There are many theories about the origin of the interstellar blood clan, including genetic mutations, biological weapons created by higher civilizations, dark energy attacks, etc. After years of evolution, the blood clan gene has adapted to the interstellar era. It is no longer afraid of ultraviolet radiation. It can also survive with artificially synthesized blood. You can buy many tons at 10 o'clock, and also comes with a full set of seasonings and a furry doll. However, this species is still unpopular in the universe, and no one likes a creature that drinks other people's blood to replenish their physical strength. Dee, the spacecraft communicator, suddenly rang, and the melancholy prince opened it and looked at it. His eyes lit up. Brothers, someone sent us anonymously a designated employment through the black market with a reward of 5 million inars. You can pay a deposit of 1 million in advance. The members of the guild on the ship surrounded us, looking excited. Such a big order. Why are you still standing there? Take it quickly. What does the employer ask us to do? Prince Yu browsed the employment task, his eyes shining, and he laughed. Haha. Interesting, someone wants to hire us to carry the infection node of the virtual rebel virus and transport it out of the ancient star desert. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help looking at each other. They were also trapped in the ancient star desert, and naturally knew the danger of the virtual rebellion virus and the scale of the 3 major civilization operations, so they couldn't help but hesitate. President, is the risk of this task too high? If we are exposed, we will immediately become wanted criminals. Prince Yu waved his hand. What are you afraid of? That's 5 million in ours. There is no reason not to take risks. We will take over this deal. Everyone had to do it, and many people were agile and thought secretly. This anonymous employer designated them to perform tasks, probably because he was interested in their identity as an immortal. It is calm on weekdays, and when the disaster comes, all kinds of monsters jump out, just like sprinkling bait. Only then can you know what fish is hidden under the water. Under the isolated island of the ancient star desert, undercurrents surging. After sacrificing 60% of the lucky attributes, about 0 points, within 14 days, Bold Explorer activated, and the world in front of Han Xiao suddenly changed. The perspective is suspended in the outer space, and under your feet is a giant planet. A silver-gray Earth with a curve extends out of the line of sight. Curved at the end, the horizon is covered with a dazzling blue-white edge, and a shining spot of light is embedded on it. It is a huge photon energy tower, dotted with the background curtain of the dark universe. Han Xiao looked at the Earth, which was a forest of steel without any greening vegetation. Countless strange mechanical buildings filled every inch of space. High mechanical towers pointed to the sky, making this giant planet look like a mutated sea urchin, wearing steel armor. Its cold and heavy style was evil. At this time, the perspective suddenly narrowed, fell to the earth, and passed through mechanical cities at a low altitude. I saw that the residents of this planet were all a group of mechanical bodies with different appearances, and there were almost no 2 identical individuals. The structures were all complex and exquisite. The paint was extremely gorgeous, and it looked very advanced. It's all mechanical bodies. Could it be a mechanical life civilization? As a bystander, Han Xiao couldn't help but think of the Yozu mechanical civilization under his command. The 2 are very similar. The difference is that the mechanical civilization revealed by Bold Explorer is more advanced and has developed to a mature stage. Did the virtual rebellion virus originate from this unknown mechanical civilization? Han Xiao thought while carefully looking at the things in front of him. And at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A dazzling bright light suddenly appeared outside the sky, and a huge torrent of rays swept across, and the giant planet was on the way along the way. Large shields covering the entire planet appeared in the outer space of the giant planet. However, the moment they came into contact with the rays, the large shield evaporated and was beaten into countless energy particles. The next moment, the giant planet that had lost its protection was peeling off layer by layer, annihilated and decomposed in a short moment, and the entire planet was easily erased from the universe by this beam. At this time, the skill ended, and the illusion in front of Han Xiao disappeared. He returned to the room and frowned. The last beam of ray, just now, was a super-high energy-level directional gamma ray burst. Perhaps it was not just a natural disaster, but it seemed to be suspected of being weaponized. Gamma ray bursts are common cosmic disasters. Evaporating the planet is like a joke. Most civilizations today are protected from this natural disaster. However, the civilization in the illusion is very advanced, but it is shot into the soul and beaten into powder, which is a bit strange. Normal people cannot observe too many details, and the senses of super-level life are different. They can see many things that ordinary people cannot see. He found that this gamma ray burst obviously added some materials, which may be a star-destroying war weapon of a high-level civilization. The universe is full of radiation, but it is actually very lively and bright. But in the eyes of ordinary people, there is only a darkness left. The levels of life are different, and the world in their eyes are different. They all look at the world through keyholes, and the keyholes of advanced life are even larger. There is not enough information brought by the skill this time, and there is no clear direction. Han Xiao stroked his lips with his thumb, summarizing the information displayed in the short illusion. First, there is an advanced civilization suspected of mechanical life. They have a high-tech large colonial star. Then the planet was bombed by a star-destroying weapon, proving that there is another advanced civilization as their enemy. The strength of the hostile civilization starts at the star cluster level and may reach the quasi-universe level. The creator of the virtual rebel virus should be one of these two civilizations. The other civilization has too little information, so Han Xiao didn't consider it. He mainly analyzed this unknown mechanical civilization. The origin of mechanical civilization has many possibilities. The common one is super-level mechanics enlightenment, but it may also be another origin, such as biological civilization ascends mechanically, transforming the consciousness of the whole clan into mechanical minds and replacing the body and shells with machinery to gain immortality. It is also possible that this civilization is the form of AI civilization, a world dominated by some intelligent lives, and the external mechanical bodies are just vehicles for them to walk in reality. Han Xiao analyzed it, and what puzzled him the most was that the era in which this mechanical civilization was located was obviously not a modern civilization in the Star Sealy. I don't know whether it was a lost civilization that explored the existence of the calendar or an unknown higher civilization in the universe. I still have to continue to use Bold Explorer to collect intelligence. Maybe I should find a more relevant target as the skill object. Han Xiao suddenly felt aroused. I almost forgot that the triangular safety device that stores the virus has been seized by the three major civilizations. Isn't this a better goal? By the way, you can also visit Harrison and others. These miserable guys were temporarily detained because of the virtual mutiny virus. The surveillance's promise of freedom has obviously become a fart that goes with the wind. Such a big disaster. How could a small monitor make the decision? Harrison was singing tears in the iron window. The three major civilizations are considerate of this group of prisoners, fearing that their bodies will rust after a long period of prison life. So they are interrogated with high intensity daily to help them exercise and stay healthy. Thinking of this, Han Xiao asked a group of subordinates to stay in the room to help Philip analyze the virus code. He left the R&D department himself and strode to the Empire's office in the command center. All three civilizations appointed senior officials from their respective supervisor departments to come to preside over the affairs of the ancient Xingma. With Han Xiao's status in the Red Empire, he met the head of the imperialist minister without any obstacles. The other parties stood up to greet each other, exchanged a few greetings, and sat down with each other. His Excellency Black Star, what's the matter with me? Asked the minister of the imperial inspector. I have read the information you gave me and prepare to study the device that stores the virus, hoping to apply for a borrowing. This is easy to say. The Minister of the Imperial Inspector agreed directly, giving me face. In addition, I want to contact the group of scavengers who have dug out the virus. If possible, I want to let them out for the time being. You can see them at any time, but just let them go. It seems a bit inappropriate. I know, you have been interrogating them, but there are no gains. They should be just a simple, unlucky person. There are not so many conspiracy theories, and it is useless to lock them up. The Minister of the Imperial Inspector frowned and emphasized, but releasing the virus has such a big impact, which is a serious crime. Even if it is just a simple accident, they have to be responsible. How can they be released just by saying that they can be released? Han Xiao shook his head and said, they may be able to help and let them stay by my side for the time being. If they really contribute, then they will make a profit. Since it is your request, then okay, but their identity is still a prisoner and cannot move freely. You must follow you. The Minister of the Imperial Inspector hesitated for a while and agreed. He would give in because of the status of Black Star. If ordinary people apply to him, he would not be able to do anything. Thank you. Han Xiao smiled. I have another application. I hope I can work part-time on field work. You want to go outside? Minister of the Imperial Inspector was a little surprised. Han Xiao nodded, restrained his smile, and said seriously, yes, the R&D work here is hosted by Manison and others. I don't need to devote myself to it. I stay here is a waste of resources. At present, there are 2 tasks as important as developing a 3-piece antivirus set. You said, the first is to find the core of the virus. If the core of the virus can be solved, most of the triggering mechanisms of the virtual mutiny virus will be invalid, which is equivalent to destroying the other party's brain and reducing the threat of the disaster. This is indeed very important. The Minister of the Imperial Inspector agreed. If we can control the core of the virus, the progress of the disaster will increase by half at once. However, the core of the virus is hidden too deeply, and we don't know what kind of abnormal data it is. The 3 major civilizations have never been found, just like looking for a needle in a haystack. As he said that, Han Xiao raised 2 fingers and said, second, in my opinion, it is only a matter of time before we can solve this virus by concentrating the abilities of the 3 major civilizations and many super-level mechanics. This is not an unsolvable problem. The real difficulty lies in the ill belief. Upon hearing this, the Minister of the Imperial Supervisor frowned. History has taught us countless times that the greed and suspicion of people's hearts are catalysts of disaster. If it is not controlled, small problems will eventually evolve into big problems that cannot be handled. Han Xiao said slowly, I believe the Empire also understands that the virus itself is not difficult to solve. The real problem is that the outbreak of virtual rebellion viruses in the universe is like handing the switch of disaster into the hands of these people. Let's ask about such a good opportunity here. Who doesn't want to have strategic deterrent weapons? He could see clearly that this was like an opportunity that anyone could easily obtain nuclear weapons, and the cost was extremely low, which ambitious force would not want to give a try. The Minister of the Imperial Supervisor stood up, paced back and forth, and said in a deep voice, You are right. The top leaders of the 3 major civilizations have always had concerns in this regard. We are all our own people, so there is no need to hide it. The superstar cluster civilization has been slandering us for a long time, and they will not be obedient. The Imperial Lord Intelligent Hero Soul made an analysis. Not only the advanced civilizations in the ancient Star Desert are targeting the virtual rebellious virus, but also various forces from the outside world. They will hire countless black market mercenaries and wanted criminals to help them smuggle the virus. This is also one of the reasons why the 3 major civilizations block the star domain. But we need the ancient star demon civilization to cooperate with us to fight viruses, and we cannot target them too hard, especially the superstar cluster civilization. They can reopen their own external communication base stations at any time. If the virus is leaked, they do not have the final say. They control the decision. Of course, they don't dare to do anything randomly. So if the 3 major civilizations want to control the situation, they can only be careful, turn a blind eye, and dare not force them into a hurry. This is another reason why we want to develop a three-piece antivirus package as soon as possible. As long as the threat of virus technology is fundamentally resolved, the small movements of advanced civilizations will be self-defeating. As he said, the minister of the Imperial Supervisor stopped, supported the table with both hands, and slowly said, "His Excellency Blackstar, since you are willing to go out for field operations, I will deliver the 3 Imperial fleets to your command. I hope you can try to catch as many bastards who are blinded by greed and disregard the safety of the universe." Okay. Han Xiao stood up and shook hands with him. Other super A-level people concentrate on research and are determined to understand this virus technology. No one is willing to waste their energy going out to catch people everywhere. In their opinion, that is a cool job that they should not be responsible for. But Honda Technician is different. He has the task of smart plague. If you want to improve the task evaluation, it is not enough to rely on research and development alone. After all, the credit has been shared by a lot of people. In his opinion, the direct way to improve task evaluation is to catch those fish that are ill-hearted and misunderstood. Moreover, the special requirement is to destroy the core of the virus with his own hands, so he naturally cares about it and does not want to stay at the command center for research every day. As for research, the more others decipher, the more you share. When Lao Maitu completely analyzes the virus structure, he will get the ready-made secondary research by himself. He can save a lot of effort and enjoy it. After reaching a consensus with the person in charge, Han Xiao left the Imperial office and came all the way to the prison area to visit Harrison. When the guard learned about Han Xiao's intention, he immediately welcomed him enthusiastically and led the way respectfully. In a single cell, Harrison lies on his back on the bed with his hands on his head, looking at the ceiling in a daze. Is this what I will do in my life? Harrison sighed. In the past month in prison, he has not been regretting it for a day. His premonition was correct. The dugout of the triangle device really caused him great trouble. If he had known this, he would not have left the remains without a single life. The serious consequences of this archaeology scared him so much that his hands and feet were cold and his heart was numb. Although it was an unintentional mistake, after such a big mistake, he felt guilty and regretful. Not only did it bring disaster, but it also had to spend the rest of one's life. Those interrogators had already leaked their words and said that their culprits had their fate in the second half of their lives would be to sit in prison. I wouldn't have come out for archaeology if I had known it. Curiosity would have hurt people. If I had stayed at home and inherited billions of property, I wouldn't know how comfortable it would be. Harrison was discouraged. Brush. At this moment, the prison door opened and the two walked in. Is it time for interrogation again? Harrison sat up, already being abused to the point of being natural, with a look of accepting his fate. Han Xiao glanced at him, compared the image of the young man in front of him with the old man in his memory, nodded and asked, "You are Harrison." "Huh? Are you not a jailer? What are you?" Harrison looked up and saw Han Xiao's appearance clearly. He opened his mouth suddenly, looked surprised, and stuttered, Hey, Blackstar." Now Han Xiao's face is well known in the universe and is amazingly famous. Of course, some viewers who have watched the movie Blackstar Origin mistaken Fording for himself. However, Han Xiao is very generous with this. After all, the two are similar in appearance, so it is normal to admit their mistakes. Speaking of which, the movie was released on his way with great response. Its reputation has skyrocketed, and it also made a big profit. The return rate has reached hundreds of times and is still rising. This shows the huge profits of the entertainment industry in the Star Age. After putting away his distracting thoughts, Han Xiao blinked and patted Harrison on the shoulder vigorously. "Did you dug out the virus?" Harrison's shoulder was so painful that he immediately came to his senses. In front of a big figure like Blackstar, he couldn't help but feel a little restrained and nervous, and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, then you and your teammates follow me for the time being." "What does this mean?" Harrison was confused. Seeing this, the guard next to him spoke angrily. "You have to thank Lord Haixing for helping you and letting you go. If it weren't for Lord Haixing's face, you would be a life of being in prison." Harrison was stunned, looking disbelief. His Excellency Haishing, why, you want to save me? Who said he saved you? I just think you're diggers. Maybe you can help. If you have any questions, you can ask you at any time. The guard will release you later. I will come and see you first. Can I help? Harrison was confused. He didn't know what he could help. However, this did not prevent him from understanding that his fate was saved by Haishing. He looked excited and his eyes were full of gratitude. He wanted to hold Haishing's hand and thank him. However, due to the gap in his identity and status, he hesitated and dared not take action. He just stood there blankly, so excited that he was at a loss. In his eyes, Black Star is the angel sent by God to save him. He shines with holy light and is a majestic figure. He is simply his lucky male god. Just when he thought he had fallen into the abyss, a strange big man pulled him. Harrison was so excited that he felt incomparable to the death and wished he could not repay him. Although it was the first time we met, Harrison's favorability was almost overwhelmed. Han Xiao smiled at him, then turned his head and walked out of the cell. When he turned his back, he couldn't help but smile on his face. Looking at the battle prompts on the panel, Harrison's attribute table was fully visible. Just standing by my side, you are helping me. In the attribute bar, the golden Advanced Lucky Halo is listed. Get the third golden leak. Han Xiao took a deep breath in pleasure, feeling refreshed. Well, this must be the lucky girl. Cough, the smell of luck. P.S. Recommended a few good books from friends. 9-Star Poisonous Milk, Tomorrow's Tribulation, and Ask the World are all hot books. If you're interested, you could take a look. Python is good for a while, and PY is good for a while or 2-3. After meeting Harrison, Han Xiao left the prison, ran back to the R&D Institute, and found the super A-level mechanic here. Are you going out for the field? Upon hearing this news, super A-level mechanics, such as Manison, were a little surprised. They didn't understand why Black Star did not do the R&D work, and why did they go out to do that kind of hard work? What is your attitude? I responded to the call of the 3 major civilizations, set an example, took the lead in charge, and was responsible from head to toe. Han Xiao said righteously, "Then you go, what are you doing with us?" Manison was too lazy to follow up and glanced at Han Xiao, guessing Black Star's plan. This guy, Black Star, has never seen a rabbit or a hawk. If it is not good, he will definitely not perform the field. He felt that Black Star's move was not only to find the core of the virus, but also to conquer the major forces in the ancient Star Desert with the order and take the opportunity to infiltrate. To be honest, Manison also had this idea at the beginning, but after thinking about it repeatedly, he gave up this intention. How could the 3 major civilizations now allow Super A-level to take the opportunity to strengthen their power? In the end, their actions were 80% to be used as wedding clothes for others. Therefore, the army country, which has always been dishonest, is now developing 3-piece antivirus packages and does not want to cause trouble. Moreover, the new technology is much more attractive to him than to expand his power. At this time, Han Xiao smiled, stretched out his fingers and twisted each other, and said with confidence, "Anyway, you don't need to fight, so just sponsor me and lend me some mechanical troops." Everyone was silent for it. If you lend the soldiers to you, wouldn't it be that she can get them back? Are you borrowing that? You are the soldiers who are greedy for us. You are inferior. How much do you want? Hey, I'm not very demanding. This is the moment when the 3 major civilizations see your sense of justice. Just look at it. Just don't exceed 50 million for each person. I'm embarrassed to be too much. Han Xiao waved his hand modestly. Bah, a mechanical force of 50 million. Are you thinking about nothing? Are you still embarrassed? So shameless. Everyone secretly complained, but did not refuse Han Xiao's request. The 3 major civilization allies and several neutral super-level mechanics all borrowed some ordinary mechanics, with a total of about 8 million. Among them, Lao Maitu was the most generous, and he borrowed 2.5 million mechanical troops with a wave of his hand. This number of soldiers was just a drop in the bucket for him. The most stingy person was Franco, who gave him only 5,000 troops. He was reluctant to be tempted. Even Jack Gonitz, who is not proficient in mechanical manufacturing, gave him more than he did. A super-level mechanic has a great family, and a little mechanical warrior is nothing. Even though he knows that he can't get it back, he simply treats it as a loss to the war. In contrast, Black Star still needs to give face, and this move also shows an attitude to the three major civilizations, indicating that although we are too lazy to take action, we strongly support field operations. Han Xiao was satisfied with putting away the troops sponsored by everyone. Although this number of soldiers was nothing to him, he just liked to see these super ill-level gritting teeth and helpless. When he arrived at Shingon Wharf, Han Xiao boarded a main ship arranged by the Empire and took over the commander's authority from the captain. Now, the three Imperial fleets are temporarily commanded by him. After waiting for a while, the guard escorted Harrison and his group to arrive. His Excellency Haisheng, the procedures are complete, so I will leave these people to you, the Guardian said with a respectful tone. Okay. Han Xiao nodded, looked at Harrison and others with a happy face, and said, "You are not free people yet. You're going to follow me now. If you do whatever you want, I will throw you back to prison. Do you understand?" "I understand." Before Harrison could speak, his teammates around him couldn't wait to shout out, for fear of being slow to answer and losing the only chance. Han Xiao nodded, and after seeing off the guard, he ordered the sail to set off. The three fleets slowly took off, left the three civilized disaster command centers, and fled into the depths of the starry sky. At this time, the captain asked, "His Excellency Haisheng, where are we going now?" "How do you act normally?" Han Xiao asked back. "We generally patrol the desolate universe belt, or go to check some planets that have confirmed signs of infection." Nowadays, civilizations at all levels of the ancient star desert have set up levels at Xingmen Station, borders and transportation hubs in the jurisdiction, and all the spacecraft coming and going must be inspected. Those unknown spacecraft that avoid the Stargate station and move freely in the desolate universe belt, as long as they are connected to the public link of the star field. The three major civilizations can track down the IP addresses, locate, and send people to intercept and inspect. This is the original intention of the continuous network within the star field. Most field fleets are performing such tasks. Therefore, the biggest problem is that those spacecraft that block public links and enter hidden mode can only monitor buoys through space densely distributed in the star domain to try to discover the whereabouts of these people. Let me think about it. After learning about the situation, Han Xiao pretended to be pondering, but actually opened the player forum and took a look. The outbreak of the intelligent plague has turned players' attention to the ancient star desert. Now, discussions about the ancient star desert in various sections are top-notch hot posts. Because most players are in the shining world, after the intelligent plague, the ancient star desert is immediately blocked, resulting in the inability of outside players to intervene and can only use discussion to vent their strong curiosity. Han Xiao opened the top post, and the player's discussion caught his eye. Farting tights. I just said that the first two versions had more than one main event, and 4.0 is indeed the same. Smart Plague is the main line of the second version. Route-seeking formula. But we can't participate in this main line. We can't even get into the ancient star desert. Can we just watch? The Three Gentlemen in the Moon. Haven't you watched the new episode of Star Sea Times? The show made reasonable speculations. They said that this version of the main line cannot be watched again, and there is definitely a chance for us to participate, so the possibility of virus leakage is very high. Only in this way can the rest of us have the opportunity to intervene. Four-Eyed Reasoning Emperor. You are right, and there are many tasks on the black market now, all of which are hiring people to try to sneak into the ancient star desert, which we players can do. Based on our judging of the influence of the main line in the first two versions, this intelligent plague incident may be driven by us. As long as someone successfully leaks the virus, the version incident can sweep the entire universe. The undead does not wear underwear. We will let the disaster spread throughout the universe. It is the fourth natural disaster _3-inch angle _Sun Knight. This is too, brother. Wouldn't it be better to stop the disaster? Do you have to worry about the world not being in chaos? Do you have any conscience? Shi Jinxiang. That is, have you taught the Legion commander? How can we drag our backs and let the creatures in Shanghai suffer? In the post, players were divided into several factions, discussing and scolding each other, and the crowd was excited. Players do not know that the Smart Plague is just the background story of their previous life, and they think it is one of the main lines of the 4.0 version. Now most people are shining in the world and cannot enter the Ancient Star Desert. So many people are anxious to participate in the main plot. Some of them believe that the main line will not be a cutscene plot, so they infer that the Intelligent Plague incident does not need to be promoted and will be leaked on their own. Others think that this main line needs to be fought for, actively leaking the virus and allowing the disaster to spread, and believe that in this way, a cosmic main plot can be obtained. Among the players in the entire universe, there are many people who support the promotion of disasters. Some are for the main line, some are for the purpose of earning rewards, and some are for the sake of fun. Want to make a big news, just wanted to watch the world burn, fearing that the world will not be in chaos. It's worthy of being the cancer of the universe. Han Xiao shook his head secretly. As the players of Chaos continue to grow stronger, their negative impact on the cosmic environment will become increasingly obvious. However, he was also a little relieved. If the players in his previous life encountered a Smart Plague, half of them would probably support the promotion of the disaster. Now with the Black Star Army as a guide, more people consider the problem from the perspective of the overall situation and oppose disasters. The lawless and chaotic Evil Camp players are obviously much less than those in his previous life. My camp guidance plan is still effective. Han Xiao felt relieved. He scanned other posts on the forum. Suddenly his eyes locked, and he opened a title titled Ancient Star Desert Players Welfare. Rewards of 5 million yuan for employment. The poster proudly shared a screenshot of a mission, which was about smuggling the virtual mutiny virus out of the Ancient Star Desert, with a reward of 5 million inars. This is a huge sum of money for players, enough to buy more than a dozen small and medium-sized warships. Seeing that the players who stayed in the Ancient Star Desert had the opportunity to make a lot of money, many of the following replies expressed envy. Han Xiao glanced at the ID of the post, called Prince of Melancholy, and couldn't help but squint. The reward of 5 million yuan and the deposit was given. I always felt something strange. This seemed to be a name for the player, and the employer behind the scenes should have summarized some characteristics about the player. The players who stayed in the Ancient Star Desert really couldn't help but use thunder means to stop this unhealthy trend that supports the disaster. Han Xiao made a decision to kill the chicken to scare the monkey in his heart. This melancholy prince who promotes employment tasks is undoubtedly an excellent goal. Only by using thunder means to deal with him and let other players see the consequences of causing trouble can many people be afraid of them, correct the trend, and reduce the number of people who dare to cause trouble. At the same time, you can follow the clues and check the anonymous employer of the Prince of Depression. After all, there is no killing without a deal. Mercenaries just obey orders. Only by finding out the behind-the-scenes employers with ulterior motives can they intimidate the slut. Although the melancholy prince did not disclose his coordinates, since the other party was a mercenary, he must have had his whereabouts in the interstellar world. As long as the record of the latest time is locked, the approximate search range can be determined. This is just a slight effort for a peak super A-level virtual mechanic. The information of the Ancient Star Desert is blocked, but the player forum is not affected. With this additional intelligence network, Han Xiao can obtain information that others cannot know. By the way, I have to find a black market manager in the Ancient Star Desert. These employment tasks for smuggling viruses are released through the black market. As long as this channel is controlled, the movements of those restless forces can be monitored and a channel of employment can be cut off. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. If the black market managers of the ancient Xingma do not cooperate and have the Shangfang sword in their hands, they don't need to be ruthless. Even the three major civilizations are happy to temporarily control the black market channels and reduce the variables of disasters. Thinking of this, Han Xiao had a clear goal of action and turned to look at the captain. Operations separate, the home team follows me, let's catch a few little bastards. Somewhere in the deserted universe belt of the ancient star desert, an interstellar fortress floating in the outer space of a certain deserted planet, spacecraft patrolling next to it. The outer armor has the same emblem, and the pattern is like a roaring wolf head. This sign represents an interstellar organization called Keppel Consortium. It is an openly serious consortium, but secretly it is a black market arms dealer in the ancient Xingma who runs a gray business of arms reselling. The organization is a family-style business, and the leaders are all members of the Keppel family. The current leader of the organization is Keppel V. This person has part of the blood of the beast tribe and has a werewolf-shaped head. At this moment, in the office of a leader of the Keppel Consortium Fortress, Keppel V met a capable cadre who had just returned. I asked you in charge of spreading anonymous employment on the black market. Has the task been completed? Keppel V asked in a deep voice. It's done. Many black market mercenaries have accepted the task and are willing to secretly transport the virtual mutiny virus. Very good. The virtual mutiny virus is a powerful arms, and there must be a market in the future. We need to master it. As a black market arms dealer, the Keppel Consortium has no reason to let go of the powerful war-level weapon of virtual mutiny virus. There is no other factor. It is just a simple business consideration. Boss, there's another thing. I specially hired some immortal mercenaries. I think they have a higher chance of completing the task. Beautiful. Immortal jealousy is born to be a mercenary. As long as the money is given enough, they would rather live. Moreover, their clan has an unknown way of information exchange, which can be free from quantum network interference. Using their abilities, they can improve the success rate of our solution. As long as one is transported out, they can copy the virus infinitely. Keppel V was very satisfied with the work results of his subordinates. All major forces have studied the characteristics of players and have more or less summarized some rules. The Keppel Consortium is no exception and has mastered some simple methods to use players. At present, the ancient star desert is blocked, and all kinds of gray forces will be thoroughly investigated by advanced civilization at any time. The Keppel Consortium decided to transfer assets to the outside world and destroy evidence of gray business. So, it is determined to transport arms, including virtual mutiny virus, out of the star domain. The new month has begun. At the beginning of the month, I am weak and ask for monthly tickets. By the way, I recommend a book, Age Superstar. I sat up in a dying state. An old man in my 60s became a superstar. A sand sculpture entertainment article will be released tomorrow. If you're interested, I will take a look. The spaceship of the Western Sword Guild flew slowly in the universe. In the cabin, Prince murdered and his members surrounded by the three-dimensional star map, analyzing the route. We are in this area now. The melancholy prince stretched out his finger and pointed out a shiny path. He circled a curve along a barren universe belt at the edge of the star domain until he stepped out of the star domain border, saying, "If you want to leave the star domain, you can only walk the barren universe belt. There will always be omissions in the deployment of the three major civilizations at the border. Although we have the arrangement map and patrol map of the three major civilizations, we still need to try our luck." Listening to the president explaining the plan, the members of the guild present nodded. After accepting anonymous employment of 5 million inars, Prince Yu came up with some solutions in order to successfully transport the virus. Among them is a more feasible way to seize the three major civilizations to prevent omissions and smuggle away. In order not to be locked by the three major civilizations, the Western Sword Guild has cut off the public link and kept the spacecraft in a hiding state. Logically speaking, everyone could not accept the information from the outside world and became a group of blind people. But Prince Yu took advantage of his characteristics as a player and logged into the forum to secretly hire other players, allowing the other party to provide information at any time through private chats on the forum. This is how the three major civilizations' defense maps and patrol maps in the ancient star desert are. Even if the quantum network link is cut off, he still has intelligent sources to pay attention to external trends. In this way, Not only can the three major civilizations prevent the locking of nodes through the network, but they can also maintain the reception of external messages at any time. Compared with normal characters, players do have huge advantages. It is not surprising why the Keppel Consortium has designated to hire immortals. At this time, a player said, "President, the closer we get to the border, the more dense the space monitoring floats will be. If the failure is discovered, the spacecraft will definitely be detained. We only have one chance to catch the omissions of the three major civilization patrols. So we have Plan B." Prince was confident in his heart and laughed. "Once we're discovered by the float or patrol troops, we will adopt the infiltration tactics, leaving only a few people to stay in the spacecraft, and the others will go offline collectively. When the spacecraft is locked into the warehouse, the people who stay behind will notify us to go online in the vehicle and sneak into the enemy base, so that the communicator infected with the virus can be brought in." Everyone nodded. This trick also plays the characteristics of the player and uses the mechanism of up and down to make a time difference, which is very suitable for tasks such as lurking, ambushing, and smuggling. There are also reserve plans exposed, so you can only give up the spaceship, fight a bloody battle and die, and then resurrect at the bound stronghold. In this way, you can also think of other ways to carry out the mission, and there are many opportunities for trial and error. Anyway, the reward is 5 million, and as long as you can complete the mission, it is very easy to buy another spaceship. With so many advantages, the members of the Western Sword Guild present were all confident in completing the task, as if they saw 5 million Inars waving to them. As for the fact that the matter may become a wanted criminal after it is exposed, everyone doesn't care much. They have been lying in the gray industry, as black as coal balls, and have no intention of getting ashore. Being a wanted criminal can also trigger milestone tasks. The higher the bounty, the higher the reward. The losses caused by the leakage of the virus to ordinary people are not caring about, but instead feels excited to promote the times. Most of the players who support the spread of disasters nowadays have this idea. The melancholy prince was full of confidence and smiled and said, "Okay, since no one has any objections, we will act according to this plan. Because we cannot borrow the Stargate, we will spend a lot of time on the road. It is expected to enter the desolate universe belt in 7 days." Now, at this moment, before he finished speaking, the spacecraft's alarm suddenly sounded. Woo alarm. The space-time and space in this area are stable, unable to jump, and are automatically exiting the jump mode. The hull shook with a loud change, and everyone was not able to react for a while. They were shocked to the ground and got up with surprise on their faces. "What's going on? There's actually a time and space stabilization anchor here. Whose trap has we caught?" The melancholy prince was shocked and hurriedly checked the radar screen. At this time, light spots suddenly appeared around the radar screen, lifting the concealment mode, showing a pocket-shaped semi-encirclement formation surrounding his spaceship in the middle. Everyone hurried to the porthole, scanned the starry sky outside the window, and suddenly their expressions changed drastically. I saw that the surroundings were full of Imperial warships, and the muzzles were aimed at their spaceships. "Red Empire? Are you here to capture us?" Prince Melancholy and members of the guild immediately panicked. "Can we be exposed? But we didn't hit the buoy on the road. And how did they know we were planning to smuggle and transport the virus?" After a few seconds of being stunned, the melancholy prince suddenly came to his senses and shouted hurriedly, "Don't be idle. Go offline quickly. Don't be." Before he finished speaking, a faint voice suddenly rang behind everyone. "Don't be caught by something." Everyone's body stiffened, their necks twisted stiffly, and looked towards the center of the cabin. I saw a tall black figure appearing inside the spacecraft at some point, and his eyes flashing with lightning were scanning them indifferently. And this face is so familiar to players. Black Star. The melancholy prince was shocked. Everyone present was shocked. They originally thought that even if someone came to capture them, they would be just some conventional fleets and superpower warriors. No one expected that it would be a big man like Black Star who came forward in person. While Panic, The melancholy prince felt a subtle panic in his heart. The next moment, a light flashed in Han Xiao's eyes, and a momentum with a dazzling arc burst out. Bang! The energy shock wave spread, slapped everyone on the wall. Han Xiao controlled the damage. This time, the power was not strong, mainly because the player entered a combat state and could not go offline at will. I'm fighting with you. Prince Yu felt aggrieved, gritted his teeth, and pulled out a silver-shining slender alloy sword and handed it to Han Xiao's throat. Players are not afraid of death and dare to attack anyone. Even if the opponent is strong, it is impossible to surrender. Prince Yu is reluctant to be beaten to death by Black Star. In this way, he can be resurrected in other places, such as the Bound Main City, and will not be caught. However, this little thought has no effect in front of Han Xiao, who is familiar with the characteristics of the player. He grabbed the stinging sword casually, cut off the blade with a click, and then he suddenly pinched the head of the melancholy prince with his big hand, slammed the ground, and threw the other person into a dizzy and shocking negative state. Han Xiao carefully controlled his strength, for fear of beating the other party to death by mistake. There was no way. Although the player was much stronger than before, he was still as fragile as a bubble in front of him. Han Xiao didn't let the others go, and there was no need to use machinery. With his current physical fitness alone, he seriously injured the players with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and then took out the immortal bound rope. Cough! The electromagnetic binding chain tied everyone tightly. The Imperial warships surrounded it at this time, connected the spaceship, and controlled it firmly. The Imperial soldiers landed and plundered the spaceship. A large number of mechanical products were stacked into a hill. Han Xiao checked and found several communicators infected with the virus. He glanced at the dejected, melancholy prince and his group and said slowly, "You are suspected of smuggling virtual mutiny viruses, endangering public safety and cosmic order. Now that people are all stolen, they are officially arrested. Do you have anything to defend yourself?" "No, I am guilty. People like me are not worthy of living in the world. I ask for the death penalty." The melancholy prince spoke righteously, and those who don't know thought he wanted to be executed generously. "He is so ugly and beautiful. You are so sexy." Han Xiao rolled his eyes quietly. At this time, he suddenly paused, chuckled, and took the initiative to speak. "Are you very curious about why the Empire knew that you had accepted the employment and set a trap here?" After saying this, the Western Sword Guild and his group also realized that this was an employment from the black market. It was logically secretive and would not leak information. "You have been monitoring our communication?" Prince Yul carefully guessed. "No." Han Xiao shook his head. "Then, someone informed me." "Nah, what is that?" Prince Yu was puzzled. Han Xiao smiled, faced the curious gaze of everyone, and chuckled. "Of course it's because the person who hired you is the Empire." These words seemed like a bolt from the blue. Prince Yu and his group were shocked, and their chin almost fell to the ground, and their eyes were so shocked that they burst. "What did you say?" Prince Yu was shocked and almost jumped up, his face full of disbelief. "Our anonymous employer are the 3 major civilizations." "How is it possible? What reason do you have to do this?" Han Xiao smiled and said casually, "What do you think the 3 major civilizations have known for a long time? That there will be profit-seeking people who ignore the overall situation and try to privately hide and smuggle the virus. Therefore, the 3 major civilizations also sent people to spread employment on the black market in order to expose the restless factors and facilitate arrest. Do you really think that in the face of disaster, the 3 major civilizations will make the black market run away from justice?" The melancholy prince was stunned, with the anger of being played, the anger of being played with, and the regret of being trapped. A mixed emotions surged into his heart. At this moment, he just wanted to roar to the sky. "You are fishing law enforcement." Looking at the grief and anger of everyone, Han Xiao's smile became more and more interesting. The employer behind this group of players is naturally not the 3 major civilizations, but he said this on purpose just to give players the impression of fishing law enforcement. As long as this group of people posts It can calm down those jealous and evil players, because no one can guarantee whether the employment they receive on the black market is true or the trap of the three major civilizations. With such preconceived suspicion, players who dare to take risks will definitely lose one big wave. By capturing this group of people, you can play an example, achieve twice the result with half the effort, and save a lot of energy. In short, this is a trick to remove the firewood from the bottom of the pot. Technician Han is not just fooling him, but in fact he also intends to truly implement a plan for fishing law enforcement. However, to achieve this, you must first control the black market channels. Otherwise, in order to maintain its own credibility, the black market will definitely destroy this plan and will never cooperate. Various thoughts flashed, and Han Xiao took out the space-time amber and showed a kind smile to everyone. Since the evidence is conclusive, then you can serve your sentence. The melancholy prince was shocked, full of panic, and struggled desperately. No, please, don't use time and space amber. I'll ask for the death penalty and let me die. You, don't come here. Unfortunately, the melancholy prince's struggle was useless. Under the panicked gaze of others, his expression was frozen and blocked into time and space amber. Han Xiao did the same thing and sealed all the players of the Western Sword Guild who were rolling all over the ground to death, and the entire guild was caught in one place. That's all. It's enough to shock other players. Han Xiao clapped his hands. He has long tested the effect of space-time amber on players. The player's consciousness can still be free to go up and down, but his body will not disappear like a normal offline, but is fixed in amber. It is equivalent to being unable to change the online location. No matter how many times the player logs in, he can only return to the body sealed by amber. It means that as long as it is sealed by space-time amber, players will not be able to use their own characteristics to escape from imprisonment with those tricks of up and down and resurrection. It is like being punished for cheating, enforced, unable to move, and unable to escape. These players who are troubled cannot not expect the consequences of being caught, but they have inexplicable confidence. First, because death can be resurrected elsewhere, and they feel that the probability of being caught is very small. Second, they are lucky. If the disaster fails to come to them, everyone thinks they are lucky. Han Xiao is not surprised by this. Just like some people who know that they will be banned and want to cheat, they still ask for punishment. He was not going to release the Western Sword Guild easily, but he used this kind of thunder to shock others, kill the chicken and scare the monkeys, and let others see the consequences of the almost banned account, so as to curb the unhealthy trends on the player forum and remove insect from the vegetable field, so as not to cause damage to potential good leak seedlings. Similarly, he was not worried that this group of players would not post on the forum. Their bodies were sealed and they could not do anything. What else could they do without the water group? Besides, these people are trapped in their own hands, and with the player's personality, they're most likely to take revenge. As long as they believe in my deception, the only way to revenge is to expose the so-called fishing law enforcement to destroy the three major civilizations. The situation is under control. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled, summoned Philip's intelligence to invade the spacecraft, and found all the communication records. The true identity of this anonymous employer is also the target of his investigation. Philip is very efficient and follows the quantum network and quickly finds clues to anonymous employers. Master, I found out that this employment was released by a broker organization as the intermediate guarantor. This broker organization is one of the black market managers with a very good reputation and reputation. It is trusted by countless black market mercenaries and black market employers. It can be understood as a black market version of the Mercenary Alliance. So there should be clues about this employer there, but this broker organization has been a black market manager for many years. As a middle guarantor with a long history, they will not disclose the employer's information. Han Xiao glanced at the intelligence and nodded secretly. He has also heard of the title of this black market broker organization. It is a very well-known black market manager, and many black market hirings are circulated here. It can be said that although such organizations are under the banner of neutral bystanders, without their acquiescence, those anonymous hirings against the virus will not be able to spread on the black market at all. There is no doubt that they have a crime that fuels the fire. It seems that we have to take action against this black market manager first. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he turned his head and patted the captain's shoulder. Departure. The destination is the headquarters of this broker organization in the ancient Star Mound. At the same time, just as the Imperial fleet headed to the next destination, the melancholy prince sealed in the amber of time and space was so angry that he logged into the forum to post without saying a word. Just as Han Xiao expected, Prince Yu was in the tone of the victim, with the intention of warning others and taking revenge on the three civilizations, and exposes the fishing law enforcement actions of the three civilizations in grief and anger. Blood and tears accusation. The dark side of fishing law enforcement behind the smart plague. Urgent notice. Those black market smuggling viruses are fraudulent. It is very likely that they are bait for the three major civilizations. I was the player who shared the smuggling viruses on the forum. An hour ago, I took the guild to move on the edge of the ancient Star Desert. Suddenly, the three major civilizations were ambushed. Blackstar personally took action and captured our entire guild in one place. Now everyone is sealed in the amber of time and space. I don't know how long it will take to unblock it. I guess I will be deposed. I didn't understand where the rumors were leaked. Fortunately, Blackstar thought we had no way out and felt that we could not leak the secrets. So I revealed the plans of the three major civilizations, which really scared me. Unexpectedly, those anonymous employers on the black market were mixed with the eyeliners of the three major civilizations. Their goal is to lead to unstable factors that dare to accept tasks and fish and enforce the law and defeat them one by one. It's so scary. At present, no one except our guild knows this secret. I'm posting now, but I can't bear to see other brothers being cheated by the three major civilizations. So I hereby issue a warning, don't fall into the trick of the old thief of Blackstar. In order to prove that what I said is true, Prince Yu also posted screenshots and videos of Blackstar's words. Once the post was published, it seemed like a lit match was thrown into the biogas tank, and all the troublemakers and the orderly players who were yelling at each other were in a rage. By good trilogy, shocked, it turns out that those black market hirings are fishing law enforcement. Repeatedly, I have to say, how could those orderly camps put such omissions without caring about it? It turns out that there are other plans. The three major civilizations are sophisticated, insidious, and cunning. And this trick is beautiful director of the military base department. Blackstar is worthy of being Blackstar, as it is the name of people, and the heart is really dark. Qingmingzi. I'm so laughing to death. And those little biscuits that envy the players of the ancient Star Desert, why don't they talk? Slaying people is not killing the career. In this case, the difference between the camps on this main line is very clear. If you oppose disasters, you should stand on the side of order to fight against organized crime and evil. If you support disasters, you must compete with the three major civilizations. I really admire the courage of these players. It is simply that if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Degree. All the orderly players who oppose the fuel to fuel the fire have become gloating. On the other hand, the players who supported the spread of disasters have all stopped and are speechless. Especially those players who were bewitched by sky-high rewards and had accepted employment on the black market were all shocked. A large number of people hurriedly returned to their employment tasks, fearing that they would also be fished by the three major civilizations. Tender cows eat old grass. Who is making trouble for me, Kong Kong. Black Stargrass Outcrop.jpg. Legislative Commander's Big Machine. Black Star. Your number is gone. Listening friends will be immortal. Alas, if it weren't for the poster, we would have been kept in the dark, and we would have been beaten by the law enforcement team in one go. If there are too many things, I won't say it. The poster saved our lives. It's so loyal. I'll respect it first. Tons to tons. Taba.com. Senior member. The poster has paid too much to get this information, and a good person will be safe for the rest of his life. P.S. If the poster is planning to change the number, I can sponsor 100 NARs in friendly terms. Forwarding support team Gu Erpeo. Silence for the poster. Carrot? Fish does not pee. Silence +1. Hellas number 666 licking dog. Brother, I think you should not call Prince Melancholy. Change it to Prince Melancholy. Asterisk? Asterisk winky face. It's not that no one doubts the authenticity of the post, but after seeing the screenshots and videos posted by Prince Melancholy, he can only admit that this is the fact. The posts exposed by the Melancholy Prince aroused the vigilance of the majority of players, and many people were indeed shocked and became suspicious and frightened. He thought he had successfully destroyed the fishing operation of the three major civilizations and let out a sigh of anger. In fact, his actions did not escape Han Xiao's calculations. A pair of eyes hidden in the dark stared at the forum. Seeing so many players believe in the statement of fishing operation and rejecting employment, such as smuggling viruses one after another, Han Xiao knew that his actions had worked and couldn't help but smile. Melancholy. Oh, this guy has changed his name. Prince Depression has made a contribution this time. He can appropriately reduce his sentence for a few minutes, although this guy is still in the dark and immersed in the fantasy of venting his breath. Ancient Star Desert, Strange Venus. This planet does not belong to any civilized regime. It was contracted by several consortiums many years ago and transformed into an interstellar neutral port. Later, the interstellar black market took over and turned it into a transit supply station for gray forces. It is quite famous in the Ancient Star Desert. Here you can see the traces of wanted criminals and a large number of gray forces. At the same time, many gray forces have headquarters or branches here. Out of certain tacit understanding and transactions, the interstellar civilization acquiesced to the existence of such gray transit stations and will not send guards to conquer them. Although there are mixed places like this, it is not impossible to have any areas. Large organizations in the black market often establish order here. The organization that is in charge of Qi Jinxing is a member of the Black Market Managers, Black Codex, a broker organization. The organization types of black market managers are diverse, including mercenaries, arms dealers, mining teams, etc. Among them, the broker industry has the greatest voice, which is taking the upper-level route, wandering between different civilizations, and the relationship is intricate, providing protection and guarantee for other black market organizations. The Black Codex is this type of power, and its business is richer. It uses the reputation accumulated over the years to provide guarantees for the employment and auction of black market circulation. It also has the functions of an intermediate exchange, which is basically equivalent to the black market version of the bank. The security of funds has always been a concern for gray forces, and all financial accounts of the Black Code are kept confidential. Countless underground black money is circulated through them every day, radiating to the entire interstellar black market. You can imagine how amazing the power is. And huge power needs equal strength to maintain, let alone in the gray world where the strong prey on the weak. The Black Codex has sufficient funds and has put out a lot of money to maintain a huge force. At the same time, there is a super A-level asylum standing behind them. These factors ensure the Black Codex's transcendent status among black market managers. The senior positions of the organization are called the Codex, and the leader is the Chief Codex, and then the second, third, and so on. There are 5 deputy leaders, all the way to the 6th seat, each presided over the other. At this moment, the Black Codex organization was in the helm of Qi Jinxing. The third Codex, who was in charge of the Ancient Star Desert business, was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, looking up at the stars under the dark sky, frowned slightly. The adjutant, wearing a well-crafted silver and black uniform, walked into the room and curiously saw this. The third code, "What are you thinking?" "Nothing. I just suddenly felt a little restless." The third code raised his hand and rubbed his raised eyebrows, a little distracted. As a hybrid immortal species, the third code leader has a special talent, and the 6th sense is very sensitive and occasionally can vaguely sense future fragments. Since the past few days, he has been distracted and vaguely uneasy, as if something bad is about to happen. "Then I'll get you some medicine to calm the mind first." Hearing this, The adjutant turned around and went out. "No need, I'm fine." The third Codex Lord called him, turned around, and asked casually, "Tell me, what do you have to report to me?" "That's right." The adjutant took out a report and said seriously, "I found some rumored that the three major civilizations secretly spread black market employment on a large scale and carried out phishing law enforcement to capture black market mercenaries. Where did your intelligence come from?" "Rumors circulating on the internet." The third Codex Lord couldn't help but frown. "No, there are no rumors about this in the Ancient Star domain network. I heard some people say it privately, so I secretly conducted some investigations and found that this rumor was unknown how it spread. I think it might be a hidden danger, so I will report it to you." The third Code Chief shook his head. "Your information source is unreliable and not trustworthy. As the guarantor of black market employment, we accept applications from anonymous employers, but we will also conduct certain investigations. This kind of phishing law enforcement is destroying our credibility. We can tolerate it once or twice, but if we want to use our reputation to implement this plan on a large scale, the organization will not have any discoveries." "You are right, I'm doing this." The deputy nodded. "You are not wrong. It is a good thing to have such a vigilance." The third Codex continued to turn his head and look out the window, saying earnestly, "We are a beacon of black market order. On the one hand, we rely on strong forces, and on the other hand, we rely on reputation and reputation accumulated over the years. The evildoers of the gray forces believe in our professional ethics. This is our core competitiveness. At any time, even when facing death, we cannot undermine the rules of integrity, confidentiality, fairness, and security. Otherwise, it will damage the foundation of the organization and the order of the entire black market." "I understand." The adjutant remembered it in his heart and secretly admired it. Brush. As soon as they finished speaking, a remote communication screen suddenly popped up beside the two, revealing the panicked face of an observer. No, the radar detected an Imperial fleet approaching. The other party did not hide his whereabouts. The destination was Jinxing, without notice in advance. The third Codemaster's face changed, and he was surprised and suspicious, and his sixth sense became stronger. Usually, the three major civilizations will not visit the Gray Transit Station in a mighty way. Today, the Imperial fleet suddenly arrived as an uninvited guest, and it is obvious that the visitor is not good. He suddenly thought of the intelligent plague. It seemed that the Empire had no other reason to come to him except for this reason. However, the third Codex also had seen strong winds and waves. He quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, "Let me find out who is the leader of this Imperial fleet. The Empire is very famous, but he is also a powerful interstellar figure. Behind him is a super A-level refugee as his backer. The third Codex still has some confidence to talk to the Empire." Thinking of this, he secretly made a decision. If the leader of the Empire had a low military rank, he felt that there was no need to greet him deliberately. It was better to wait here for the Empire to come and talk. The adjutant contacted him, suddenly shook his whole body, swallowed, and said tremblingly, "The third code leader, the commander of this Imperial fleet, seems to be a black star." As soon as he finished speaking, the third code leader's face changed drastically, and he suddenly lost his calmness. Without saying a word, he rushed out of the door with great strides, and while walking, he ordered anxiously, "Hurry, hurry up, prepare the vehicle for me. I'll go to the dock to welcome Mr. Black Star." If an ordinary Imperial officer, the third code captain could still show off his own identity. But the one who came was the Black Star with a bad reputation. Even the strongest asylum in the black market became the other party's collection. He had no courage to stay at home and wait for the Black Star to come to him. The Empire fleet sailed into Star Harbor. As soon as Han Xiao stepped onto the dock, he saw the third Codex greeting him with a group of subordinates, respectfully. The two met, and Han Xiao did not greet him, and proposed to negotiate a deal so that the third Codex leader would lead the way and go to the conference room to have conversation. With the careful accompanying of the third Codex, the group came to the branch of the Black Codex on the planet and sat down in the conference room. After sitting down, Han Xiao raised his eyes and looked at the third code leader opposite and spoke slowly. You are a smart person. I believe you understand the purpose of the Empire. I will not be polite to you. The Black Code provides guarantees for anonymous employment, which has led to a large number of black market mercenaries smuggling viruses in the ancient Star Desert, which increases the risk of virus leakage. Now, on behalf of the Black Star Legion and the Red Empire, I ask you to suspend employment guarantee services and disclose the information of these anonymous employers to facilitate our arrest. Impossible. The third code leader flatly refused. This does not conform to the purpose of our Black Code. We will never disclose user information. Han Xiao interrupted him, and his tone sank. The purpose of your black market organization is higher than the rule of the three major civilizations? Or is it that the Black Code is determined to spread disasters and make the whole universe suffer? The third code leader hurriedly shouted, Of course I don't dare. We just keep neutral. Before and after the outbreak of the intelligent plague, there was no change in what we did. We just maintain this platform. Don't use such words to excuse me. Han Xiao pointed at the table and said slowly, If you do not act, you are acquiescing others to leak viruses. If you do not act, you are fueling the disaster. The current situation does not allow the existence of neutral factions. Whether it is me or the three major civilizations, you don't want to see anyone speculating in a serious disaster. Hearing this, the third code chief's face was gloomy. The bad premonition was fulfilled. He felt that Black Star was taking advantage of the situation and wanted to take away their mature black market guarantee platform in ancient Star Desert. If it were only Haixing alone, it wouldn't have made him so helpless. However, Haixing's arrival at the Order this time was equivalent to holding the Shangfang sword, which represents the attitude of the three major civilizations. Although the Black Codex forces are spread throughout the star domains, it is also easy to crush the three civilizations. Moreover, the ancient Star Desert is now blocked, and there is no help from the outside world. The third code chief was unwilling to give up, but there was no other way. He could not even inform the headquarters in the ancient Star Mound, so he could only bite the bullet and shake the people. His Excellency Black Star, do you have to do this? We are standing behind us. He is also a super A level like you. Han Xiao was immediately happy. Oh, look at what you mean. What do you want to threaten me? You have the courage to not say that your asylum cannot come back outside. What if he comes back? The third code gritted his teeth, glanced at the Imperial soldiers next to him, and plucked up the courage. I know your intention. You want to take this opportunity to penetrate the black market and control some channels. The three civilizations now acquiesce to your behavior, but what after the disaster is resolved? They will not sit idly by and see you stretch your hands so long and will inevitably receive your results. So your current actions will only be cheaper in the end. Why should you be so aggressive? Bold. You dare to sow discord. The Imperial officer on the side was furious and suddenly pulled out his gun and pointed it at the head of the third code. At this time, Han Xiao raised his hand and asked the Imperial magistrate to put away his weapons. He smiled and said, You don't understand me. Although I am just a profit-seeking person, I will not take the wrong position on such a major issue of right and wrong. The third code gritted his teeth and tried hard to provoke. The three civilizations acquiesce to you, just to use you. You are the one who offends the major black market organizations. The three civilizations will then pick the fruits of victory. Will the dignified Black Star be willing to be used? Haha. Everyone has the responsibility to fight against organized crime and eliminate evil, and offends will offend. Han Xiao smiled playfully. Besides, taking advantage of it is a mutual thing, and whoever benefits will suffer losses may be determined. This time, he decided to take the Black Code, which is more like a notice than a negotiation. Ancient Star MO is now an isolated island. Under the catalysis of disaster, the veil of hypocrisy of equality has been torn off here, and the face of dictatorship has been completely revealed. Three major civilizations endorsed him, and he has no scruples. In this case, except for the protected interstellar civilization, other private forces are just food in front of sharks. As long as they do not cooperate, they will suffer a catastrophe. Seeing this, the third code master knew that things were not to be violated, and it was useless to hold on with a stubborn mouth. He was immediately discouraged and leaned back, looking desperate. Anyway, I can't resist. All the channels of the Black Codex in the ancient Star Desert will be handed over to you. Hearing this, the adjutant looked at the third codex in disbelief, his eyes showing a questioning intention. You didn't say that just now. Even if you promise to die, you can't destroy the credibility and reputation of the organization. Seeing the adjutant's gaze, the third code captain threw a look back. What can I brag? Black Star is sitting opposite me. My life is important. You will die. Only by being able to bend and stretch can one show the true nature of a hero. The weather has become cold recently, and I have a premonition that I will catch a cold during this period. The Black Codex in the branch of Qijin Star controls the employment and capital circulation of half of the interstellar black market in the ancient Star Desert. It controls the movements of half of the black market are under monitoring. In the main control room, the third code commander ordered the operator to untie the firewall. Let Han Xiao insert the data probe, inject a large number of monitoring programs, and then call out the recent anonymous employment of the black market to view the backend archives. The internal database of the Black Code records the true identities of some anonymous employers, most of which are obtained through investigation. As the intermediate guarantor, the hiring remuneration will be handed over to the mercenaries in the Black Code before it can be transferred to the mercenaries. Therefore, it is not difficult to track down the identity of the anonymous employer based on the source and flow of funds. Han Xiao quickly copied the massive archives accumulated by the Black Codex in the quantum network for many years. By the way, he glanced at the third code leader who was trembling next to him and joked, "You are not as reliable as you said. You have been secretly investigating the identity of anonymous employers. The accumulated files are all handles and bargaining chips for the employer, but you just check them for fun." The third code leader wiped his sweat. It's just to review the reliability of the transaction and evaluate the employer's credit, but we just want to keep files and never leak secrets. As for chips or something, after all, we have to leave some way out for business in the black market. I understand. The black market, everyone is not clean. Han Xiao laughed twice. The third code leader could only laugh with him, lower his eyebrows and bow his waist, and his posture was extremely low. There is no way. People have to bow their heads under the eaves, and the Empire fleet is on standby on the planet, and he can only soften to the end. At this time, Han Xiao rubbed his chin and said, "Speaking of this, I remembered one thing. I brought the Imperial fleet here in a big way. You're coming out to greet you. This planet is full of people and will sooner or later spread the news. Then there will be rumors on the black market that you are coerced by the three major civilizations, which leads to the mercenaries and employers choosing to lie dormant. In this way, the plan to lure the unstable factors of the three major civilizations will also be greatly reduced." "Yes, right." The third Codex chief didn't know how to answer. "But I think you should be glad." Han Xiao smiled and said, "Maybe you will send someone to deliberately spread it on the black market, indicating that the Black Code is subject to others, so as to remind other black market members to not use the black market platform for employment during this period, and try to stop the loss of your organization's reputation." The third code chief was bitter. He didn't have such an idea. Although he was forced to compromise, he still wanted to stop the loss. "Don't worry, I won't stop you from doing this." Hearing this, the third codex chief was puzzled and couldn't help asking, "Don't you control us just to secretly monitor the trends of the black market and catch the restless factors? If the black market knows that we are unreliable and do not use our guarantee platform, then what's the use of controlling us?" "Oh, it seems that you are very adapted to the transformation of your identity, and you have entered the role of a collaborator so quickly and began to think about us." Han Xiao laughed and clapped his hands. The third code of law had a stiff face, and he didn't dare to speak out if he was angry. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, turned to call the imperial officer, and smiled and said, You will let the Imperial fleet divide the troops later and go to each gray transit station with a black market organization in the ancient Star Desert. Remember to make more contributions and let everyone see you. Upon hearing this, the third Codex chief moved his heart and roughly understood Black Star's plan. You deliberately alert the black market to let the black market know that the Black Code has compromised, and then pretend to go to each black market organization to negotiate. Make the illusion that the three major civilizations have controlled the entire black market in the ancient Star Desert, and plant the seeds of suspicion in the hearts of most people. In this way, even if the other black market organizations do not fall into the hands of the black market, there are lessons from the Black Code. Those employers who pursue secrets and safety naturally dare not take risks at this time, for fear of exposure. Black Star can force all black market organizations in the ancient Star Desert to compromise, but now they have chosen another way. In the view of the third code, Black Star's move is to leave a way out for itself. This method is not so tough. It will not offend the black market organization to death like today, and will not give the three major civilizations a wedding dress. Maybe some black market organizations will think that this is the Black Star's mercy. I understand. The third code chief hesitated. This method is indeed softer, but it has advantages and disadvantages. Han Xiao did not answer, knowing what the other party meant. Strong control of all black market organizations is most conducive to fishing and law enforcement, and can arrest a lot of guys who are trying to cause trouble. Although this method is easy to deal with, it can alert many people and continue to lie dormant. But in his opinion, there is no need to catch the uncertainty factor, just like leaks, one batch after another, and it is endless. The so-called heavy reward must be brave. If the black market mercenaries are constantly thinking, there will always be people who take risks for huge benefits, making the ancient Star Desert border chaotic, and the three major civilizations have to devote a lot of energy to chase and kill. This is the disadvantage of fishing law enforcement. Moreover, if there are too many people arrested by fishing law enforcement, they can't hide it. It is better to let the ancient Xingma publicly know that the three major civilizations control the black market channels and lay out a net of heaven and earth to eliminate the fluke mentality of unstable factors and make them afraid of liquidation afterwards. In this way, the planning effect has changed from fishing law enforcement to risk prevention, reducing the risk-taking guys at the root. Fishing law enforcement is indeed effective, but it also creates more unstable factors. As rulers, the three major civilizations are more suitable for a more righteous means. It is okay to use this secret trick of fishing law enforcement occasionally, but it is not suitable for long-term maintenance. After putting away all kinds of thoughts, Han Xiao turned his head and glanced at the third Codemaster's submissive appearance and said, "You are not bad. I thought you would compromise if you had to start killing. I didn't expect that I would not give me a chance. It's good if you're satisfied." The third Codemaster was helpless. "But I still like your unruly look. You can recover." Han Xiao couldn't help but joke. "When did I become unruly?" The third code chief secretly slandered Han Xiao's evil taste, and on the surface he still straightened his back with obedience. At this time, Philip had finished screening the files and locked in a bunch of employers who asked to smuggle the virus. "Report this list and let the troops of the three major civilizations cooperate in the operation and destroy these forces." Han Xiao glanced. The information is very detailed and involves all walks of life. He is not planning to deal with these people anymore. He will also try to criticize the monkeys. He will also review the task evaluation of the smart plague. He searched carefully for a while and found a force that hired the immortals many times, and they also hired Prince Melancholy, a black market arms dealer named Keppel Consortium. I will do this organization by myself. Remember to publicly release the execution screen on the internet. Somewhere in the ancient star MO, Keppel Consortium Fortress. On the dock, cargo containers were loading ships, and Keppel V led his men to patrol everywhere. How long will it take to set sail? It will take about 2 hours. Speed up as soon as possible. Keppel V's tone was a little impatient. 7 or 8 days ago, the Imperial fleet entered the Black Codex, and the news spread until yesterday. All the anonymous employers who released the smuggling virus mission were shocked, and everyone was in danger. Keppel V was also uneasy, so he made a quick decision and decided to abandon the fortress and accelerate the transfer of assets. At this time, he was organizing people to empty the fortress, and just as he was waiting anxiously, a detective suddenly sent an emergency message. Alarm! The outer fleet found a small fleet of Red Empire approaching. We issued a communication application, but the other party did not respond. The three major civilizations are coming. Keppel V's heart skipped a beat and hurried to the viewing window with a group of cadres. Looking at the starry sky in the distance, we saw several lonely Imperial spacecraft slowly approaching. It seems that not many people come. It doesn't seem like they are here to fight. Seeing this, Keppel V breathed a little relieved. He felt that this was the spaceship that had just come to negotiate and question. Thinking of this, Keppel V sorted out her clothes to make herself look more formal and ordered in a deep voice, "Don't move the frigate. Send a communication invitation in my name. I'll talk to them and see what they want." But as soon as he finished speaking, the Imperial spacecraft suddenly stopped in the distance, motionless. Hey, why did they stop? Keppel V was stunned, with a look of confusion. However, at the next moment, countless machines suddenly emerged out of thin air in the distance, quickly combining into a huge humanoid mechanical structure, wearing a big robe and holding a long sword, and a body that was shaped like a sky and earth, which was larger than the entire fortress. Before Keppel V and others could come back from the shock, they saw the huge mechanical body throwing a long sword suddenly, like a hot knife cutting butter, cutting through all the Keppel frigates in front without any obstacles, and heading straight for the fortress. At this moment, all members of the dock, including Keppel V, stopped their work and stared blankly at the huge blade like a mountain range that was approaching rapidly. Everyone's mind was blank. Brush! The thrown star-killing blade easily passed through Keppel Fortress. The blue phantom storm wrapped around the blade instantly stirred the wreckage of the fortress into powder, and a ball of dazzling fireworks exploded in the air. The blade is always sharp and cannot be defeated. It penetrates the desolate planet below, penetrates the strata, and drills out from the other end of the planet, leaving a gap that runs forward and backward for the planet. The large amount of secret energy left along the Stargenting blade produced an irreversible high-level chain reaction with the inside of the planet. The magma surged and red lava cracks cracked on the surface. The next moment, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up, and the entire desolate planet expanded from the inside, instantly exploding into pieces. The explosion energy shock wave spread, and the mechanical god pulled up the Emperor's robe and layered honeycomb-shaped high-density phantom energy shields isolated the impact. At the same time, he raised his hand, and the star-killing blade automatically circled the arc, passing through the energy storm of the explosion of the planet and returning to his hand. This thing is very powerful. Han Xiao understood a little why the Telks were keen on making special equipment for mechanical gods. There is no other reason. It's really handsome. He couldn't let go of the star-killing blade for a while, and then Technician Han removed the mechanical god and returned to the ship. Check it out to see if there is any survivor. Is this still necessary to check? The strong light of the planet explosion reflected the faces of the Imperial soldiers, present extremely pale, and needles fell in the cabin could be heard, as if everyone could hear the sound of nervous swallowing at the same time. Philip, have you taken a video? Photo taken it. Then will be posted online to shock those guys with ulterior motives and let them see the consequences of causing trouble. Han Xiao waved casually. He had no intention of talking to this force at all. The evidence was conclusive and there was nothing to talk about. He slashed it with one blow and showed a firm attitude. After dealing with this small matter, Han Xiao waved to Harrison and others who were shaking like sieve on the side, signaling them to come over. Harrison just witnessed Han Xiao breaking a planet while chatting and laughing. The impact of this scene directly smashed his mental preparation to pieces. Even though he knew that Black Star was the top power in the universe, he was still scared. This is the peak super A-level power. It's so terrible. Is this still a human being? Harrison trembled his teeth, and he carefully approached Han Xiao and stuttered. Hi, Lord Haishing, do you have any instructions? Why are you so nervous? I won't eat you. Han Xiao smiled and patted Harrison on the shoulder. The layout of cracking down on illegal employment is almost done, and finding the virus core must be put on the agenda. I want to ask you, where do you think the virus core will be hidden? I don't know this. Don't be nervous. Just talk about it casually. Where do you think it will be hidden? Harrison calmed down and said carefully, you said that the virus core is just a set program to monitor the overall virus infection situation. Then it must have the behavior of exchanging data with the virus information packet. In order to disguise itself, it should not be an interactive terminal. Otherwise, it would have been found. So I think if you count the node routes of the data sent by each virus information packet after comparison and find the intersection point, you may be able to find. Han Xiao interrupted him and said, the three civilizations have thought of this for a long time. They've been doing this. Each virus information packet will send a large amount of fake data that is confusing to the public regularly. The lines are very complicated and there are too many data intersections, so they can only filter them one by one. However, the core of the virus is not only very secret, but it seems that it will change its location at any time, so the three civilizations have never found its trace. Then I have no idea. I can't help you. No, I don't need your ideas. Han Xiao curled his lips and smiled. Next time the three civilizations counted the intersection point of the new period, I need you to help select some nodes. Maybe you will be lucky. I will find it in a moment. Don't joke. Harrison was frightened. I'm not kidding. Think about it. The antique you dug out casually is such a dangerous source of disaster. In a sense, this luck is amazing. Harrison scratched his head and found that it seemed to make some sense. Indeed, my luck seems to have been good since I was a child. No matter what project I helped my family's consortium invest in, I seem to be able to make money in the end. If it weren't for the lack of difficulty in making money, I wouldn't have come out to pursue excitement in archaeology. Han Xiao didn't know what he was thinking, but when he saw him in a daze, he encouraged him casually, then withdrew his gaze and thought about it. He believes that even if he can't find the effect of the high-level lucky halo, if he can't find it once, he will have a greater chance of asking Harrison to look for it a few more times. Moreover, Han Xiao also planned to seek help off the field, apply to the three major civilizations to contact the outside world, and find old Aesop of Lontan to do some fortune-telling. No matter how well the core of the virus is hidden, everyone is equal in the face of luck and prophecy. Science is not good, so let's hit the metaphysics. On March 9th, 731, Shanghai calendar, Black Star served as the messenger of the Red Empire and visited the Black Codex organization that is in charge of the black market network. The two sides held friendly talks on supporting the three major civilizations to control the disaster, fully exchanged views, and finally reached a consensus happily. The third codex, head of the ancient Star Desert region of the Black Codex, said that no matter whether the camp is black or white, every powerful civil organization should have a sense of historical responsibility. It is the obligation of every interstellar citizen to prevent the intelligent plague and disaster. The Black Codex is willing to fully support the actions of the three major civilizations. On March 17th, Black Star claimed that the Capel Consortium secretly hid the virus and destroyed it with one blow, which shocked the stars. Taking this as a signal, the three major civilizations cooperated to destroy a large number of private organizations suspected of private viruses within 1 month. In April of the same year, the Red Empire fleet visited all black market organizations in the ancient Star Desert, which was suspected to have controlled all black market channels in the ancient Star Desert. Black Star adheres to the principle of non-negotiation and non-compromising, and leads the fleet to attack frequently. Everyone in the ancient Star Desert is in danger, and the number of smugglers has decreased significantly. On June 25th, The R&D team, led by Manison, produced the first version of special antivirus and scanning tools and put them into use on a large scale. In July of the same year, the intelligent plague disaster was initially controlled, and the three major civilizations began to track down the source of the virus on a large scale. Ancient Star Desert, a temporary military base of a certain Red Empire. Han Xiao's fleet is stationed here to replenish supplies and repair armor. In the past few months, based on the feedback from the Black Market Channel Network, he swept away the restless gray forces of the Ancient Star, killing out the cruel and ruthless deterrent power. The success scared the remaining people so that they did not dare to take risks, chose to be obedient and not dare to get involved in the virtual rebellious virus again, and the environment in the star domain has improved significantly. The mobilization work was effective. While Han Xiao was rushing to find the core of the virus, allowing Harrison to launch a halo of luck to select the data intersection of the virus many times. However, this time the halo of luck stopped, and the core of the virus was not found. Even the old man Aesop could not predict the position of this thing. Han Xiao guessed that the core of the virus was probably not another beloved of the goddess of luck, and the taste was really mixed. He is responsible for eliminating restless factors, while Manison is focusing on research and development, and both sides have achieved results. At present, the smart plague disaster has been temporarily under control. I thought you could make a 3-piece antivirus package soon, but I didn't expect it to take several months, which is not in line with your level, Manison. In the high-rise lounge of the military base, Han Xiao was chatting and fucking with Manison's remote projection, while gnawing on a certain fruit seed similar to melon seeds. Manison shook his head. The encoding and analysis of viruses is not easy, and to prevent the virus from breaking out, we have to avoid the triggering mechanism, so we must be careful and delay it a lot of time. A super-level virtual mechanic can easily eliminate virtual betrayal viruses with his own abilities, but turning his abilities into universal tools is incomparable. This is like an ordinary person who can run and jump naturally, but he will definitely be fooled by it. What are the three major civilizations planning to do now? It's still a problem of triggering mechanism. In order to ensure that the virus does not break out, the virus's infection rate cannot plummet. Therefore, even if there is a firewall, it cannot be enabled on a large scale for the time being. All infected nodes now need to be removed before installing. It is also for this reason that although the three major civilizations try to control it, the virtual mutiny virus has still infected most of the quantum network nodes in the ancient star desert in the past few months. If you remember correctly, large-scale antivirus will also touch Thunder, right? Han Xiao asked. That's right, Manison hummed. So the three civilizations require that the scanning tools we manufacture cannot be discovered by virus information packets. They plan to use the scanning to secretly lock all currently infected nodes, then accurately place antivirus tools, clear all infected nodes at the same time, and then immediately install a firewall to prevent repeated infections. In this way, even if the virus breaks out, the losses can be minimized. Although this method is a little troublesome, it is better to be safe. Han Xiao had no objection to the practices of the three civilizations, which sounded quite reliable. However, he had some questions in his mind. Logically speaking, the three major civilizations in his previous life also had the same processing steps. With a firewall as a barrier, how did it eventually turn into a disaster in the entire universe? Could it be that my sweeping work is done well and has changed some unknown details? For example, someone originally shipped the virus out, but now I have stopped it? Han Xiao secretly suppressed this doubt in his heart. Manison didn't know what Han Xiao was thinking, so he continued to explain the plans of the three major civilizations. So we have two plans now. One is a comprehensive antivirus solution that can be captured in one place, and the other is to find the core of the virus. It is the control valve for most triggering mechanisms. As long as it is eliminated, the risks can be further reduced. There is no need to worry about the antivirus causing the virus outbreak. Do you still have no clue about the core of the virus? It is hidden too deeply. Manison shook his head, not revealing too much information. Han Xiao snorted lightly. He felt that Lao Maitu didn't tell the truth, but it was useless to expose it. In this regard, the relationship between the two is a competitor, and they will not be kind enough to share clues. None of the super A-level mechanics who came to help did not want to get the virus core to parse out the complete virtual mutiny virus technology. Now that the disaster has been brought under control and has passed the dangerous moment, the competition about the core of the virus has gradually surfaced, and even the three major civilizations have the intention to compete. Han Xiao knew that he couldn't ask anything, so he simply exposed the topic and said, "Your R&D work has been completed. Are you planning to stay in the R&D department?" "No, I'm going to go out for activities on the one hand, looking for clues about the core of the virus, and on the other hand, I'm going to go to the mechanical god cult to take a look." Mechanical god cult? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He did not forget that the two had conflicts of interest in this regard. Manison has always occupied the position of the main god and wants to monopolize most of his faith in order to maintain the bonus of the key of the mechanical divine cult. To this end, Manison took the initiative to take action more than 10 years ago, causing Han Xiao to suffer a small loss. At that time, he chose to use the spiritual talent of the flower planter. If he was poor, he put aside the controversy in order to avoid the edge and develop in a low-key manner. So he continued to get along. "What? Do you have any ideas?" Manison said with a smile. Isn't it possible?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "You have made progress compared to more than 10 years ago, but it is still a little earlier for you to challenge me again." Manison said lightly, "Don't be jealous of my things. We have a good relationship now. Maintaining our current state is good. This will be good for you. Don't blame me for not reminding you that I don't want to see you have any form of contact with the mechanical god cult." After that, Lu Yingying's remote projection disappeared, and Manison cut off the call. Han Zhao's face turned dark, and he was a little annoyed. This person is really a dog-like person, and he will turn against him if he says he will turn against him. Also, when will the mechanical god cult become your home? Shameless. Speaking of this, it has been more than 10 years since the last time I fought with him. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and thoughtful. He opened the panel and took a look at the huge experience he had accumulated, and he was sure of it. The Black Star Cup has been held and has been providing him with additional experience and gains over the past few months. Now it has accumulated considerable amounts of money. He calculated a little, and it was probably enough for him to go from 320 to 335 to 337 levels. With such a huge experience, as long as you come up with a part of it, you could get the full potential point and upgrade all your professional knowledge to the full level. I have developed for so long, and I feel like I can fight with Manison again. Han Xiao temporarily avoided the edge more than 10 years ago, just to develop in a low-key manner and accumulate strength. Now he has achieved great results, and his wandering thoughts have once again occupied the high ground. The competition for the mechanical divine cult is one aspect, but for Han Xiao at present, another reason is the main reason. I don't agree. I just want to touch Lao Mai too. Last time, my skills were not as good as others, so we can tolerate it. It will be no too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Philip, who used to be the one who came to the door and bullied me, is now a little capital. It's my turn to take the initiative to challenge and fight with Lao Maitu to see the current gap in strength. Due to the existence of a super-level association, the strength of both parties will also affect their voice. Although Manison's term of office is still long, it is okay to make some preparations for the next election. At the same time, it is also because of the Development Federation that he does not need to worry about Manison's counterattack. As the president, Lao Maitu was able to lead by example and could not cause trouble in private. Otherwise, it would go against the original intention of the Development Federation. Although Manison gave his own move in the Hella Rescue battle, mutual benefit, one code remains the same. Han Xiao does not accept the method of giving a carrot a stick, and his merits and demerits are not matched. At worst, he can find another opportunity to repay Lao Mai's previous help in the future. Various thoughts flashed through him. Han Xiao opened the skill list, selected a batch of drawing skills, invested his experience, and upgraded to the full level. and prompts kept popping up on the panel. One of your skill is full, you get 1 potential point. One of your skill is full, you get 1 potential point. Currently, Han Xiao is only 3 times short of the ultimate knowledge. Ultimate mechanical engineering is LV3, mechanical life fire is LV4, entertainment materials is LV2. The potential point requirement is 144 points in total. Even if he still has some potential points inventory, he still needs to point more than 100 skills. The number of full-level skills on you is increasing, and the cost of skill upgrades also increases. Even low-level drawings require a lot of experience, but the cost of character upgrades is not as exaggerated as it is, meaning that although players can take advantage of loopholes, they cannot go too far, and they also have to put in a lot of energy to get more potential points. The experience passed wildly, and more than half of it was burned out quickly, and the rest was only enough to level 326. Han Xiao could only gather 144 potential points. Although upgrading will also give potential points, he doesn't want to wait any longer. He has a large piece of leaks and has a steady stream of experience. Being careful and careful calculation is not something we need to do. Besides, Han Xiao was also very curious. When all the knowledge reached the maximum level, would the potential point be useful? Looking at the huge sum of 144 potential points, Han Xiao took a deep breath and devoted all the last 3 ultimate knowledge. Ultimate mechanical engineering upgrade to the LV5 level. Mechanical life fire up to the maximum level of LV5. Endless materials science according to the full level of LV5. All your 60 professional knowledge reaches the maximum level. You get the first sanctuary skill fragment X1. You get the expertise Master Sage. Mechanical Sage. Your total mechanical affinity bonus coefficient plus 1.25x. Your mechanical skill level plus 3 can exceed the upper limit. Your manufacturing, strengthening, and repairability plus 40%. Your virtual technology effect plus 60%. Your mechanical creation basic attribute plus 15%. Mechanical production speed plus 120%, your intelligence attribute plus 3,000. In the mechanical field, you are an omniscient sage. The potential points you currently have and in the future will be converted into awakening points in a ratio of 1:1. Purpose I. 1 awakening points can be converted into 100 free attribute points, irreversible. Purpose 2. 1 awakening points can increase a full level skill level by level 1, irreversible. Purpose 3. Increase the awakening progress of exclusive specialties. The increase in each 1 awakening point depends on the exclusive specialties level, irreversible. In using 100 awakening points, you can activate the prototype of an exclusive specialty, customized expertise tendency. Purpose 4. Improve the quality of the drawing. The increase of each awakening point depends on the drawing level and basic quality, irreversible. Purpose V. Promote the progress of the drawing development. The increase of each awakening point depends on the drawing level and quality, irreversible. Your ultimate mechanical engineering has reached full level, and your skill, inspiration creation, is activated. Wow! Han Xiao looked surprised. It is worthy of being a new expertise brought by the full-time knowledge level. Machina Sage not only has a comprehensive bonus, but also has a considerable increase. The bonus to combat power is probably the same as Perfect Mechanism, which can probably increase your overall combat power by about 10% and take it a step further. I don't know if the knowledge and expertise of the 5 professions are all great sage. Magic Sage? Sounds normal. A sage with great mind power? This is a bit strange. A great sage of supernatural powers? A great sage of martial arts? Forget it. It's more appropriate to call it the muscle sage. The emergence of his expertise was still expected by Han Xiao, but the change in potential points gave him a surprise. No player had achieved the full professional knowledge level in his previous life. It was also the first time he was in the sedan chair. When the professional knowledge is fully up, the potential becomes awakening. He looked through the introduction carefully and felt more excited. Compared with the monotonous use of potential points, the awakening point is more useful. Transforming free attributes and improving skill limits is very practical, which does not require analysis. He values the other 3 functions more. To improve the quality of the drawings, this thing seems to be able to produce golden drawings stably. For example, if you take a low-level pistol drawing and keep investing in the awakening point, the technical level of the drawing will automatically improve. If you invest enough awakening points, you may be able to change this drawing into a golden drawing. The type of drawings will not change drastically. From an ordinary pistol with primary gunpowder technology, it will eventually transform into a high-level portable star destroyer, which is the same lineage. On the other hand, the awakening point can also improve the progress of drawing research and development, which is just in line with inspiration creation. Inspiration creation always accumulate dust in the panel. The activation prerequisite is ultimate mechanical engineering full level. The effect of this skill is to consume experience, combine unlimited numbers of drawings at any time, and randomly synthesize one or more improved or integrated drawings. At the same time, advanced settings can be made to select the tendency of composite drawings, such as attack, defense, or control. This skill is more stable than free manufacturing and is bound to ship. It is the only way for players in previous lives to spontaneously create golden drawings. However, the chance of getting finished products is extremely low. In most cases, it is just a prototype or fragment of inspiration for the golden drawings, which can be used to improve progress with the awakening point. The last use of the awakening point is what Master Han values most, which is that it can be used to synthesize exclusive expertise. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he muttered, "This is how the exclusive expertise of Lao, Maitu, and Sorjin came from. 100 awakening points shake an exclusive specialty. The cost is not too high, but at least it points out a clear path." Han Xiao is very suspicious that with his own luck, he can't find a bird even after exploring alone for 100 years. He estimated that the form of custom synthesis was the same as the talent of self-created species when he advanced to the super A level, providing tendency needs and then randomly. The exclusive expertise obtained after synthesis is just a prototype, and more awakening points have to be spent to activate it. The knowledge level of the entire profession is full, and the potential point becomes an awakening point, which should be the same for Manison and other mechanics. The difference is that Manison and others are not like themselves and can freely arrange additional points. Then, other mechanics cannot decide which purpose the awakening point is used, and 80% of them are randomly effective. He speculates that the manifestation is similar to the sudden enlightenment of a flash of inspiration during exercise or research. Although the expense is a little higher, it is at least a stable way to obtain exclusive expertise. Han Xiao was happy. He was envious of this thing for many years and finally saw hope. However, the cost-effectiveness is still up to be discussed. 100 awakening points are equivalent to 1W free attribute points. The highest intellectual attributes of my current level are less than 3W. Change them all to attribute points, which has a huge improvement. Only by shaking the exclusive expertise at the template level will you not lose. However, since it is called exclusive expertise, the effect should be less than that. You get what you pay for. Master Han still remembers Suozai's exclusive specialty, Sorjin. The intelligence and mysterious attributes alone directly increased by 20%, and an additional 75% increase in superpower strength and skill level +4, which has a great effect. Lao Mai's virtual technology innovation, Minson directly obtained a virtual technology enhancement effect of 1.75x, and it is also the basis of the immortal machinery country technology. Both of these are template levels. Only practice can we get true knowledge. Although the expenses are a little too high, we still have to find out the effect. He just improved more than 100 drawing skills and spent all the potential points. Han Xiao's current experience is not enough to collect 100 awakening points. Oh, wake up. The name is really appropriate. I am a big player with experience. Let's talk about it first. Han Xiao shook his head. He achieved the achievement of full-time profession, mainly to get one more divine transformation point when advancing in the future. Now that the achievements are already available, level 340 advancement has become a priority again. In addition to these changes, the panel also prompts itself to have a new piece of First Sanctuary skill fragment. Technician Han has figured out the rules. When he crosses the threshold of certain mechanical systems, he will obtain a fragment of the First Sanctuary. The first piece comes from the activation of the divine transformation. The second piece comes from the creation of the first cosmic treasure. The third piece comes from the 5th level of the divine transformation of the main profession, and then the 4th piece now. I have to see how many pieces of fragments can be put together. If you have the ability, you can get 100 yuan. Han Xiao complained his heart. Overall, he is very satisfied with the full-level knowledge of the entire profession and pointed out a new way to grow. The biggest difference between himself and other Super A-level is in this regard, and the growth route is clearly visible. At the same time, with the Great Sage of Mechanics, you have a greater grasp of challenging medicine. Last time I suffered a loss at the virtual level. This time I have to fight him with real swords and guns. Han Xiao was eager to try and was full of fighting spirit. And this mentality can be simply explained as, the wind has stopped, the rain has stopped, and I think I can do it again. Awa. Han Xiao was sorting out his own changes. The door was suddenly knocked by someone, and Harrison walked in. Over the past few months, Han Xiao has adhered to the principle of not wasting labor and has not left Harrison idle. Even though this guy is currently guilty, Han Xiao doesn't mind and let him serve as his affairs secretary temporarily. In addition to finding something for Harrison to do, he also arranged him, by the way, to help him get the halo of luck all the time. However, judging from the results, not only did they not get the luck, but they were neutralized by themselves, which was a typical lose-lose. Of course, Technician Han would not admit it. He firmly believed that this was Harrison's lucky halo, which was of poor quality. Fording's halo is the strongest, and it's okay no matter how hard he drags his legs. Seeing someone entering the door, Han Xiao closed the panel and asked casually, "Is there anything to report?" His Excellency Blackstar, the Empire fleet wants me to tell you that they want to leave your team temporarily, resume normal organization, and go to perform other tasks. What happened? Han Xiao was curious. The captain told me that this time was a mission sent by the senior management of the Empire. It said that there was a problem with the galaxy-level civilization, and you were not suitable to come forward. What's going on? I got them a piece of intelligence. You can take a look. Harrison took out a piece of information and displayed it on the virtual screen. Han Xiao browsed it briefly and immediately understood. For several months, the major civilizations in the ancient Star Desert have been aware of the general principles and have been working with the actions of the 3 major civilizations on the surface, and have not caused any trouble like the black market. But just after the 3 major civilizations announced that the 3-piece antivirus package was completed, it seemed that some civilization felt that the disaster had been controlled and would not cause any serious consequences. So they did something. Among them, there are 3 galaxy-level civilizations involved, namely the Tigers, the White-Hairs, and the Ferris. They are not smuggling the virus, but are suspected of using the virus to attack their opponents. The Tigers and the Ferris are both in the same galaxy, bordering the territory, and are mortal enemies of each other and often break out in friction. The White-Hair tribe is located in another adjacent galaxy, only bordering the Tiger tribe, and the relationship between the 2 sides is relatively cold. The situation is roughly like this. A mechanical body rebellion broke out not long ago. This is a group of mechanical bodies infected with virtual mutiny viruses. Because the network was cut off for too long, the trigger mechanism took effect. These mechanical bodies were rewritten by the virus and killed life bodies. The virus outbreak was limited to this group of machinery with a small number. Each quantum network link device was removed early, so it was unable to access the internet and could not affect other nodes of the planet. Therefore, the planetary guards easily annihilated the rebellious mechanical body, but there were still casualties among the people. After investigation, A reason for a disaster with high authenticity was circulated online, that is, this rebellious mechanical team is actually the material for the Tigers to study virtual rebellious viruses and accidentally lost control, which led to this disaster. After the news came out, the Tiger people were uproared, the public was excited, the public opinion was out of control, and they were crazy about the regime, and the storm became increasingly turbulent. The Tigers urgently stated that this was a rumor. They did not study the virus at all. They claimed that these mechanical bodies were hidden on the planet by unknown forces. They calculated the day when the internet was cut off and the virus broke out. They deliberately threw dirty water on their regime and damaged their credibility. The angry people felt that this was a quibble, so the Tigers had to publicly request arbitration of the three major civilizations. In the private report that Han Xiao saw, the Tags explained to the three major civilizations that this might be a conspiracy between the fairy or the white-haired tribe. They not only poured dirty water, but also wanted to blame the third party to cause disputes between the two, and themselves would reap the benefits of the fishermen. The white-haired and fairy people have motives for committing crimes, but the Tags cannot be trusted easily. So the three major civilizations sent people to investigate thoroughly, and the situation is currently confusing. Galaxy-level civilizations are protected by the Peace Convention, so the Empire did not allow Han Xiao to interfere in civilization. In this field, the three major civilizations do not allow forces other than them to act like hooligans. Beaten up by the black market, but civilization began to jump. Han Xiao frowned. Although this matter was not under his control, it did not prevent him from smelling dangerous signals. He understood that the situation of ancient star MO being blocked made all civilizations feel wary, especially the superstar cluster civilization. The three major gangsters have long been credit-breaking in their side, so they will definitely make the worst plans, retain their backs, and master the chips. But this is not beneficial to the overall situation at all, and it is a typical game dilemma. We still have to solve the virus as soon as possible. We can't delay it. Let's go and use an explorator. Han Xiao stood up and left the room, and came all the way to the warehouse. When I walked into the room, I saw a triangular device that once stored the virtual rebellion virus lying quietly here. The Empire had no results in research on it, and saw the Black Star asking for it, so he allowed Han Xiao to take it with him. During this period, as long as the bold explorer cools down, Han Xiao will use the triangular device. Unfortunately, I have seen a lot of scattered clips, but there are not many valuable clues, and at most I can figure out part of the origin of the virus. The mechanical civilization I saw for the first time was the creator of the virtual rebel virus. This was indeed a weapon. The original intention of the creation was to deal with the unknown civilization that used the Star Destroyer weapon to explode a planet of the mechanical civilization. The virus sets the program to kill life forms. A mechanical civilization is naturally not within the scope. It is considered a targeted higher war weapon without friendly damage. This mechanical civilization is actually an intelligent civilization. Just like AI civilization, all citizens are intelligent lives, but they're more advanced. The mechanical bodies all over the street are loaded with intelligent life, which is equivalent to the vehicles they walk in the real world, and their appearance is all DIY, so there are basically no repetitive individuals. During the repeated, bold explorer backtracking, Han Xiao found some unique texts and logos of this intelligent civilization. However, after comparison, he found that there were no relevant records in the database of the three major civilizations. Either this intelligent civilization is too long, and there's a gap in history, and even the three major civilizations are not aware of it, or it is a higher civilization that has not explored the universe. No matter which one it is, it basically confirms that the source of the virtual rebellion virus is the manifestation phenomenon brought about by information state disturbance. That is the mirage that interferes with reality. I hope I can see some useful clips this time. Han Xiao glanced at Harrison next to him, took a deep breath, silently chanted the blessing of the halo, and slowly pressed his hand on the cold surface of the triangular device. Buzz! The next moment, his vision suddenly changed, and he came to a bright laboratory. He looked up, his eyes suddenly shrank, and a hint of surprise flashed. He saw a triangular device in the center of the room. It was not closed yet, revealing the safe inside. A group of mechanical bodies like researchers stood beside him, operating the robotic arms solemnly and putting a ball of nearly transparent light blue arcs into the device. Is this a scene just created by the virtual rebel virus? My wave has finally been shipped. Han Xiao suppressed his joy and carefully observed the light blue arcs. He saw a trace of electric light wandering in the air, like a powerful electromagnetic field. This is the core of the virus? Shouldn't it be virtual data? How could it be a ball of electromagnetic energy? Han Xiao felt puzzled. At this moment, a silent electronic sound sounded, and a mechanical researcher next to him pointed at the camera used to record the experimental process and spoke. A brief description of the experimental object. Domino virus can infect quantum networks, rewritten the underlying logic of intelligence, and is currently programmed to kill all organic living organisms. Raw materials, 1,000 distorted intelligent lives, erasing independent thinking, and only retaining the data body and computing power. After 165 failures in the transformation, the domino virus was successfully created. The initial form of the virus has extremely high concealment, permeability, and infectivity. Virus core. The set program has no independent thinking. As a control center, it completely manipulates domino virus based on the input logic, monitors infection, and turns on the virus at the right time. It also has the function of self-evolution. When the opponent develops a targeted firewall, the virus core will automatically analyze data, use powerful computing power to find vulnerabilities, constantly update and strengthen virus information packages, and carry out a new round of infection. Note, starting from the second generation of viruses, all information packets are enabled by default. Once infected, they will no longer lurk and immediately rewrite the target logic. In addition, the core of the virus adopts technologies such as virtual soul, bioelectric simulation, and magnetic field recombination. It has two forms of existence. It can be transformed into a virtual soul to travel to the quantum network, or it can also leave the quantum network from any terminal, enter the material world, and convert it into electromagnetic field life. Because the existence of the virus core is a virtual soul, when it is in an electromagnetic field state, it can penetrate into the quantum network at any time without touching the nodes. Therefore, the virus core has extremely high escape and concealment ability and extremely high mobility. Used properly, a domino virus can disintegrate most of the interstellar civilization's armed forces and reverse the target civilization level for multiple iterations. Because it is too powerful, it needs to be used with caution. Domino virus is temporarily sealed and is not allowed to be activated without permission. Han Xiao slowly opened his eyes wide. He felt that his young mind was hit 10,000 points. If it weren't for the bold explorer seeing all this, no one in the universe knew the true face of the virtual rebel virus. Now, I'm the only one who learned this information, and the others are still in the dark. At this moment, an unfavorable idea came to my mind. Oops. The solution of the three major civilizations won't work. This thing is even more difficult than I imagined. At this moment, the picture of bold explorer came to an abrupt end, and his vision returned to the warehouse. With his palms away from the cold shell of the triangular device, Han Xiao stood there without moving, silently staring at the device in front of him. He was silent without any movement. Harrison beside him didn't know what was going on. He felt the atmosphere gradually calming down and couldn't help asking carefully, "Hello, Blackstar, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Han Xiao came to his senses, glanced at him, and strode out of the warehouse. Harrison hurriedly followed. "Go and do your business. Don't follow me." "Oh, okay." Harrison was as amnesty as if he was granted a general and left quickly. Although Blackstar did nothing, Harrison couldn't help feeling stressed by just being by his side. After sending Harrison away, Han Xiao returned to the room, recalling the secret he had just seen, and his thoughts were turning rapidly. It turns out that the real name of the virtual rebellion virus is domino virus. It is a terrifying weapon of war. Any force masters this technology and can go without any disadvantage in information warfare. He finally understood why the intelligent plague in his previous life still swept across the universe. It turned out that it was not just someone who caused trouble. The fundamental reason was that the three major civilizations did not block the invasion of the domino virus. It's not that the technology is not good, but because of the loss of intelligence, the three major civilizations were caught off guard. After all, who could have thought that the virtual mutiny virus was such a mechanism? If I hadn't seen the true face of the virus from Bold Explorer, I'm afraid I would still regard the core of the virus as a simple data program, just like the three major civilizations. Judging by normal thinking, the core of the virus is just a switch program to monitor the overall infection progress. So the three major civilizations currently feel that they are not afraid of creating three-piece antivirus packages. They naturally don't know that the core of the virus has the function of self-renewal and evolution. What is now contained is the first generation of viruses. As long as the core is not solved, there will be the second and third generations next, and it will no longer lurk in the next time, which will directly trigger a mechanical rebellion. Not only is the contagiousness more terrifying than imagined, the escapability of the virus core itself is extremely amazing. It is not limited to the data mode, but can also enter the material world and build an electromagnetic field as the body that carries itself, freely switch between virtual and reality, without fear of being blocked on the internet. Because the basis of existence is a virtual soul, the virus core can enter the quantum network without physical contact with nodes. This is similar to the ability of a Super A virtual mechanic to enter the field of vision of the quantum network anytime and anywhere. Only when it is physicalized is needed is the node as an outlet, which means it can use the quantum network to complete teleportation and flash at each node. No wonder I haven't found the trace of the core of the virus for several months. I'm afraid it's not that Harrison's Halo is not good, but that it can't be caught simply by tracking it online. Han Xiao said intimately, this ability is similar to its own void jump. To the core of the virus, the quantum network is like another secondary dimension, entering and exiting at will. This intelligent civilization should not reach the cosmic level. The three major civilizations have the ability to analyze all the principles of the domino virus, but the premise is that it requires a certain amount of research time. So when you first encounter this virus weapon, there will be a stage of unsolvable solutions. The technology trees of various civilizations are different. There will always be some civilizations that have developed black technology, such as the Kundi space-time shears. The three major civilizations have attainments in virtual viruses that are not as good as this intelligent civilization. After all, they have specialties in their professions, and even citizens are intelligent lives. Obviously, this is their strongest point. But this is amazing. Since the three major civilizations in the previous life have successfully resolved the intelligent plague, the core of the virus will inevitably be solved. Logically speaking, the three major civilizations will definitely master this technology. But why don't they use it when fighting the World Tree? Han Xiao's heart moved, and he felt suspicious. Could it be the core of the virus in the previous life did not fall into the hands of the three major civilizations, but was intercepted by others without knowing it? The next moment, the image of a bad old man came into the mind of the technician of Han. Manison, a military country. This is the most suspicious thing about being snatched. It's not that Han Xiao thought so. It's really that Manison impressed him too deeply. It sounds like a bad thing old Maitu would do. Moreover, the raw materials of domino virus are distorted intelligent life, but Manison just controls an AI civilization. Thinking carefully is extremely scary. Han Xiao shook his head quickly, shook off these distracting thoughts, and pondered himself. The three major civilizations have learned a lot of lessons before they can understand the mechanism of the domino virus. Now that I have seen the truth in advance, I can save the process of exploring and prevent it before it happens. Thinking of this, Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. The three major civilizations in the past have to suffer losses while exploring. Now, The bastard who has become the strategy-reading bastard. So there's no need to repeat the same mistakes. Maybe when a virus is still the first generation, it can solve the source and does not give the virus a chance to break out, so as to minimize the losses. From this perspective, the butterfly effect brought by itself is still positive and positive. The main problem now is to convince the three major civilizations to change their large-scale antivirus plan. If you don't solve the virus core, it will be useless no matter how you kill it. The ability of the virus core is so difficult, and solving this thing requires the cooperation of the three major civilizations. The function of self-evolution is the most terrifying. As long as you solve this point, the rest will be easier. He is not afraid that the core of the virus will run out of the ancient star desert, but the quantum network of this star domain is blocked, which is equivalent to a large local area network, and it cannot receive data feedback from the ancient star desert virus information packet outside. Even if the core of the virus is really out, if it wants to monitor the overall infection of the ancient star desert, it still has to come back to log into this closed network. This means that even if the virus core can flash with the help of quantum networks, its range is limited to the ancient star desert. As for whether it will run to the outside world to spread virus seeds, Han Xiao is not worried. Although the three major civilizations lack intelligence, they are not a good person. In order to prevent leakage, they also scan the outside world. If the outside world is infected with the first generation of viruses on a large scale, the three major civilizations will soon be discovered, and don't worry about it yourself. After a secret analysis for a while, Han Xiao had some clues, called out Philip, and ordered, "Help me meet with the heads of the three major civilizations in the Disaster Situation Command Center," and also called other super A-level mechanics. I want to hold a meeting with them, and I said that I have a big discovery, which is about the core of the virus. Half an hour later, Intelligent Plague Disaster Command, high-rise conference room. After receiving the invitation from Black Star, everyone put down their work. The three supervisor department heads and all the remote projections of Super A-level mechanics came to the scene and came to listen to Black Star's discovery. As soon as Han Xiao's long-range projection arrived, Sidruin couldn't wait to ask, "Black Star, have you found the core of the virus?" "No, I haven't caught it yet, but I have made some subversive major discoveries." When he heard that Han Xiao failed, the people present were a little disappointed and a little grateful, and then they were curious about the major discoveries Han Xiao said. "What did you find?" "That's it." Han Xiao did not make any politeness and directly explained the core mechanism of the virus, mainly emphasizing the functions of virtual and real transformation and self-updation. The threat of domino virus is too high. At present, working together to solve the disaster is the top priority, so he has no intention of hiding his own private interests at this time. After listening to Han Xiao's story, everyone present was silent, looking at each other, not knowing what expression to make. Seeing this, Han Xiao continued to speak and said seriously, "So, your large-scale antivirus plan is useless. Only by finding the core of the virus can you truly remove the threat of the smart plague. I suggest you take action immediately." At this time, Sidruin interrupted Han Xiao with a strange look on his face. "Hey Xing, we want to ask, where did your information come from?" Everyone present had the same thoughts, surprised, and stared at Han Xiao. They can't help but doubt it. These information is so detailed. It's as if it's made up. Are you fooling us? It's not impossible for you to be so sexy. This matter is very important and cannot be a joke. It must be confirmed that the authenticity of the information is. If you don't provide evidence, how dare we believe it casually? I knew you would say that. Han Xiao was not surprised and said, "In fact, I found traces of the virus core in the quantum network not long ago. I was trying to track and capture it, but the target disappeared from the quantum network without warning, and the clues were disconnected. I am a peak super A-level virtual mechanic. It was missing under my nose, which made me unable to see the principle. There are experts here, so I don't need to say more about the difficulty. I doubted it at the time and thought it was not just a data program." "Then what? How did you find this information?" Sidruin asked curiously. Your file should record that I have a passive prediction ability. I realized that the core of the virus is not simple. After a few days, I felt something. I saw the scene of the future intelligent plague outbreak and the loss of life. At the same time, I also saw the true face of the core of the virus. Han Xiao pretended to be helpless. So if you ask me to provide evidence, I really can't produce it. It's hard for us to do. The person in charge of the 3 major civilizations looked embarrassed. It's not that they don't believe in black stars, but that the predictions are sometimes inaccurate. This matter is related to the safety of the entire universe. There is no tangible evidence. It is too risky to bet on the illusory prediction. Han Xiao had no choice but to do anything. He had no physical evidence and was destined to be insufficient persuasion. He could only use the ability to predict again. After all, bold explorer is really difficult to explain, and it is not as credible as predictors. However, although the foresight statements are not persuasive, his current status is that even if the people of the 3 major civilizations do not believe them immediately, they will definitely find a way to verify his statements and do not need to go too much defense. If it is confirmed that it is fabricated, the 3 major civilizations will naturally lower Han Xiao's credit afterwards. But before that, they will not immediately regard Han Xiao's statement as fake. After experiencing so many things, Han Xiao's fame, prestige, and voice accumulated in the universe is enough to make the 3 major civilizations take his suggestions seriously. At this moment, Manison spoke and said slowly, "I think Black Star's prediction makes sense. In fact, I also discovered traces of the core of the virus some time ago. It also disappeared out of thin air in my eyes. I also suspected that it was not a simple data." As soon as these words came out, Han Xiao twitched his eyelids. The core of the virus he encountered was made up, but Manison couldn't guarantee that it was true. I just said, "Lao Maitu has made progress and has been hiding it without saying a word. If it weren't for being fooled by me today, this old guy would never have disclosed this information." I also said that I am not able to realize my thoughts, and be even worse, and this kind of key information is hidden. Everyone looked at each other and silently digested these impactful intelligence. Finally, Sidrun coughed and answered, "No matter what, we will check the predicted content of your Excellency Black Star. This is very important information." As he said, he glanced at Manison with his light, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. "As the strongest mechanic in the universe, why can't you dig so much information with the same experience? Learn from others." Manison looked straight and pretended not to see Sidrun's sidelight. At this time, Kant spoke worriedly. "If the virtual rebel virus is really like what the Black Star said, then we will have great trouble. The firewall we have made in the past few months will be drilled into a sieve by the next generation of viruses, and then disasters will sweep the universe. What kind of civilization is such a terrible virus technology developed? Aren't you afraid of causing fire to burn yourself?" Francisco expressed doubts. "No matter whether what Black Star said is true or false, we must formulate a response plan." The Empire's ally, the quantum demon spirit, supported it. Seeing this, Han Xiao spoke again and said in a deep voice, "Yes, no matter whether the prediction is accurate or not, try it. There will be no problem anyway." This is the reason. The heads of the 3 major civilizations looked at each other and nodded at the same time. "Then do you have any plans?" "It's not a plan. It's just a general idea." Han Xiao paused, looked around, saw everyone looking at him, and said slowly, "The virus core is 2 mobility and is indeed difficult to capture, but there are still restrictions. It can enter the quantum network anytime and anywhere, but when it is physically left, it must choose a terminal node as the exit, which may be a breakthrough. In order to accept feedback from the information packet, the virus core will return to the quantum network from time to time. This time, a large-scale network disconnection may really be implemented to reduce the number of terminal nodes, so as to limit the flash range of the virus core and make its selectable exits fewer. And at each terminal node, people are arranged to create traps. The ambusher must be a super A-level virtual mechanic who masters the highest virtuality. Because after the virus core is physicalized, it does not need to contact nodes and can re-encounter the quantum network at any time. So the opportunity is only a short moment. At the moment when the virus core is physicalized, the ambushing super level mechanic uses the highest virtuality to suppress the virtual soul of the virus core so that it cannot escape from its body for the time being, and then contain it together. The technology to seal the core of the virus is ready-made. That safe will prevent the virus from leaking, and it will inevitably suppress the virtual soul of the virus core and make it unable to enter the quantum network. As long as the triangular container is analyzed, you can master this targeted technology. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Han Xiao again, with strange eyes. Not to mention the feasibility of your plan, it is not too blatant to require the ambusher to be a virtual mechanic who masters the supreme virtual. Supreme virtual is the ability that only the magic mechanics with virtual expertise can master. It is naturally the peak super A level. You are one, and Manison is the other, which takes up two. As you mean, only you virtual green man kings can compete for the core of the virus, and even the three major civilizations have to stand aside. Aren't you really fooling us? On the contrary, Manison laughed and gave a crazy praise to the plan. Black Star said it very well. We have no choice but to maintain the peace of the universe. How many terminal nodes are there to act as traps? Let's do this. I am willing to mobilize 50 million backup master clones to place them in each node to ensure that I can arrive at the location where the virus core appears at any time. I wonder if it's enough. As soon as Manison finished speaking, the air in the conference room suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes turned to Manison in unison, with a silly look on their eyes. Listen, are you talking about human words? Han Xiao almost took a breath and couldn't help but look up and down at Manison with a strange gaze. You really have 50 million dominant clone carriers? Maybe I'm exaggerating. This is just an imaginary number. Manison called out. That's right. This thing is not a mechanical warrior. How could it be that many of them? My backup master clone has not even 5,000. Hey, they're not 50,000. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and asked subconsciously, how many are there? 48,001,052. Oh, 54. There are two more words now. The world fell into silence. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. His heart was a little messy, and he couldn't understand it at all. No, I can understand no matter how many mechanical warriors you create, but what's the use of creating so many master clones? Only one can come at a time. If there are too many, it's a waste. Can you use it all? Manison. Oh, I lack security, and I'm prepared for more. The world fell into silence again. Your dignified country lacks security? Yes, this reason is very powerful. Apart from a shameless saying, there is nothing to say. Han Xiao just wanted to blow Manison's head. Is this showing off your wealth? This must be a show of wealth. Nearly 50 million dominant clones. Are you still an individual? How rich do you dare to burn like this? This is the rhythm of all ambushing locations. Is it great to have money? Recognizing the resentment that Black Star was almost overflowing, Manison smiled and threw a look at him. Yes, having money is amazing. Thank you for your help. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and sent a private chat to Manison. Stop fooling people. If you create tens of millions of dominant clones, there is no other use except waste. Haha, you are still too young. The mechanical clan has nothing else, but it is not lacking in machinery. Manison smiled and stroked his beard. After thinking about it, he added, with money. Damn, I almost forgot that you were still a second generation of machine. A big dog. Han Xiao felt like he had just finished 10 lemons and was gritting his teeth secretly. After all, it's the plan I proposed. Do you have to express it? Why don't you give me 10 million to dominate the clone? My clone is my size, and you can't use it. What are you doing? Manison raised his eyebrows. I can rebuild it back. 10 million dominant clones, and the materials are not a small amount of money. Yes, you can exchange the time and space amber. Climb. Han Xiao's face turned dark, and he decisively ended his private chat. This old ghost craved my time and space amber every day a bad thing. The two of them were flirting with each other, and the eyes of the three major civilization leaders beside them were also scanning the two of them with a strong sense of suspicion. One is the president of the Super A-Level Development Federation, and the other is the vice president. I'm afraid these two people have colluded to act, right? Sidruin coughed, endured the feeling of eating fragrant food, and forced himself to smile. We are very grateful to the greatness of the master of machinery, but the combat plan has not been settled yet, so don't be so anxious. That's right. Manison nodded and raised his hand casually, saying that I was just talking casually. You can continue to talk about you. Sidruin then turned his head to look at Han Xiao and said in a deep voice, Her High Star, the idea you propose seems to be good, but the feasibility remains to be discussed. First of all, we must ensure that the virus core returns to the quantum network so that we can cut off the network on a large scale to control the other party's export range. But how to determine the time it logs into the network? You must know that those virus information packets do not send feedback data uniformly, and we cannot determine the cycle of the virus core online. Secondly, we cannot even lock the data form of the virus core for the time being, and it is difficult to track it online. If it stays in the quantum network, will we not be able to find it instead? So this is just a prototype of the idea, and the details need to be improved. The general idea should be feasible. Han Xiao said, There are ways to solve these problems. Since you know that the core of the virus is alive, and with its detailed information, you can use this as an anchor to find the other party's landing time with prophetic magic. Kant echoed on the side. Manison, I can provide some details about the data form of the virus core. Although I didn't catch it, I recorded the data traces it left when the quantum network activity is active. This is the characteristic clue of the other party. In order to scan and match it, it should be able to lock its data form. Everyone present discussed it and gradually improved the details, and they all thought that this combat plan could be tried. At this time, Sidruin raised the last condition. I have one last question. If I participate in this combat plan, it is not necessary to master the supreme virtuality. Every Super A-level mechanic should have the ability to grasp the core of the virus. All Super A-level mechanics here will participate together to gain a greater grasp. He did not believe Han Xiao's nonsense. Super A-level mechanics have the ability to capture. How could they have to master the supreme virtuality? It must be a conspiracy between Black Star and the Machinery Kingdom. We have no objection and are willing to serve. Others here praised them. Of course you have no objection. If you have the opportunity to compete for the core, what opinions can you have? Han Xiao secretly complained. Then the matter will be decided first. Sidruin made the decision and said seriously, This plan still requires high-level approval. Both the person in charge and I have to report it. There will be a result soon, and it should go very smoothly. This operation requires you to rely on your Super A-level abilities. I hope you will be well prepared. Please give me the safety of the universe. With the remote projection removed, Han Xiao's eyes returned to the office. He bent his fingers, knocked on the table casually, and pondered to himself. All Super A-level mechanics work together to participate in the action to capture the core of the virus. Everyone wants to compete for the core, so choosing an ambush place is the top priority. This is a probability question. The more clones, the greater the chance of ambushing the core of the virus. No one can compare to the military country in this regard. In contrast, Han Xiao has few reserved master clones. It's not that he lacks money, but for him, it's useless to make too many of this thing. He can only descend one clone at a time, and basically it is used to take charge of the base. Lao Maitu has so many clones, and he is obviously not meant to be in charge of countless planets one day. Snort. The wolf's ambition is obvious. Minizen's number of master clones is probably more than the trap nodes. He will definitely encounter the core of the virus and be invincible. I can only try my luck, and everyone else is the same. Han Xiao rubbed his eyebrows. The same location does not limit the number of ambushers. Manison is everywhere, and he can't be avoided anywhere. This is too difficult. After the three major civilizations have finalized the star map of the trap node, I would rather ask Harrison to help select the ambush location. If you fail to take advantage of your luck and can't hit the core of the virus, that's fine. But if I encounter it, Manison's clone is probably around me, and I have to compete with him, it will definitely be a situation where I can't speak. I can only act according to the opportunity. Han Xiao breathed. If you have any advantages, you don't have to care about the survival of the virus core. Others want to capture them alive and analyze the complete technology of domino virus. If you have the smart plague task, you can get related expertise by destroying the core of the virus with your own hands. With the characteristics of domino virus, it is estimated that the relevant expertise will be virtual level capabilities. Although this will lose the opportunity to obtain complete technology, if this amazingly threatening virtual virus technology is analyzed by the 3 major civilizations or other super A levels, it may not be a good thing. And even if he succeeds, he is still a hot potato, including the 3 major civilizations. Countless people will stare at him. But domino virus technology can also become one of the weapons to deal with the World Tree civilization. Han Xiao was a little confused between choices. Forget it. It's too early to think about this now. I have to make sure I can encounter the virus first, so that I can be qualified to compete with Manison. He calmed down. Anyway, this will be a large-scale operation, and the preparation stage is not short. I have a lot of time. I just need to add some production lines, try to create more master clones, and place them in more ambush places, increasing the probability of myself hitting the core of the virus. Is this Black Star's intelligence? On the other hand, the remote projection of the 3 major civilization leaders gathered together to listen to the reports of Zidruin and others. Just after the meeting held by Black Star, the 3 supervisors introduced the combat plan to the 3 leaders through the only official encrypted external contact channel, hoping to obtain permission. After listening to the causes and consequences, Ulan Riel folded his hands on his chest and slowly spoke. If Black Star's information is true, he is a great hero who has explored the universe and saved the disaster in the tide. If it were not for his prediction, we would have to pay the price of bleeding to discover the true face of the virtual betrayal virus. Well, the prototype of this plan was also proposed by him. If he grasped the core of the virus, Black Star would be the hero of the entire universe and change the future of the creatures he predicted. Bedell also expressed his appreciation. The Black Star has indeed made achievements. The tone of the Zuling sect was faint. Putting aside the grievances of the past, the Guanghui Federation and the Zuling sect appreciated Han Xiao's performance in the intelligent plague. In their opinion, they were very reliable and made great contributions. Thinking of this, the 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. We have approved this operation and allow you to mobilize the resources of the Ancient Star Demon to implement the combat plan. So don't let us down. Understand. Sidruin hurriedly agreed. At this time, the head of the Zuling sect suddenly said, "There is another thing. We must ensure that the core of the virus is finally controlled by us, and we cannot allow other non-directly super A levels to obtain it. Yes, the virtual rebel virus technology is a weapon of war. It is too dangerous. This technology must not be spread, otherwise the cosmic order will be threatened." Bader agreed and added, "Especially the Black Star and the Armored Kingdom. If the peak super A-level virtual mechanics obtain this technology and improve it, it may turn into a more terrible hidden danger than the intelligent plague. Even if Manison is an ally of the Glorious Federation, Bader is not selfish. Although they all want to obtain this technology, the 3 of them understand more clearly that preventing 4th parties from controlling virus technology is a more important task. In the eyes of the 3 major civilizations, this kind of war weapon with strategic deterrence is beneficial to the entire universe only if they monopolize them. Somewhere in the ancient star desert, an eternal desolate planet ushered in a small civil transport fleet. This is a legal interstellar transport company, which is small in scale and has no reputation. It only operates a few fixed lines, and its business scope is limited to several star regions of the same galaxy. There is a small section of the desolate universe here. Because the area is small, higher civilizations did not set up stargates, which gave birth to many long-distance transportation companies that specialize in crossing this desolate universe. At this moment, the transport fleet slowly stopped in the outer space of the planet. Supplement here. This planet has fuel resources, so go up and collect some. Among the main ship, the senior captain who has worked in this transportation company for many years gave orders. At this time, a detective suddenly exclaimed, "Report to Captain, radar detection shows that there is a strange electromagnetic field storm outside the planet." The captain was stunned and came to the porthole and found that the atmosphere of the desolate planet was constantly flashing with light blue plasma arcs, looking like a looming electromagnetic shell. "It's strange. I've been running this transportation line for decades. I don't know how many times I've stopped on this planet. When is the electromagnetic field storm here?" The captain muttered to himself and then came to the radar to check the detection results. The energy structure of the electromagnetic field is presented on the picture, and the more he looks familiar to him, the more he looks. This model of electromagnetic field. A detective was reluctant to speak. Why is it a bit like the bioelectric network of neurons in the brain of living bodies when they are active? The captain was shocked and looked carefully. After looking at it, the structure of this electromagnetic field was like a brain that was magnified countless times. Is it possible to live? It's not an electromagnetic field life. The captain was surprised. This kind of field life has always been a rare type of life and can be sold to collectors of special flavors. And the price is very expensive. Thinking of this, the captain hurriedly ordered, "Hurry! Hurry up! Find a way to capture it. This is an unexpected gain." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the electromagnetic field storm covering the planet suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and lost traces on the radar, as if it had never appeared. The members in the cabin were stunned. "I'm dazzled." The captain rubbed his eyes, looking surprised. The parent star of Xinjiang civilization, the senior leaders are discussing in the conference room. The three major civilizations came not long ago, asking us to obey unified dispatch and be ready to close the quantum network base stations on all planets at any time. What are we going to do? Isn't the intelligent plague disaster already under control? Is there any variables in the three major civilizations now that they have made this happen? Or are the three major civilizations going to mess with us again? Many senior officials' expressions were tense and suspicious. Originally, when the three major civilizations announced that the three-piece antivirus package was completed, they felt that the intelligent plague was basically resolved, so they focused more and more on the situation where the ancient star desert was blocked, thinking that the three major civilizations might take the opportunity to do something to them. They were suspicious all day long, as if they were suffering from persecution paranoia. At this time, the three major civilizations suddenly issued an order to prepare them to cut off the quantum network in their territory at any time, which made the Star Arc civilization more sensitive and almost believed that this was a signal to take action against them. This time, it is not to cut off external communications, but to close the quantum network within the territory and disintegrate the cornerstone of the interstellar society. In the interstellar era, large civilizations like them ruled various planets, relying on the instantaneity of information interactions of quantum networks. Now that they have to cut off the internet completely means that they have given up their dominance over their jurisdiction for a short period of time without a central government. The head of civilization knocked on the table to calm the room, and then he spoke. "The three major civilizations have issued the same notice to other civilizations, not just targeting us." Hearing this, everyone nodded. It seems to be related to the intelligent plague. "What are the recent trends of the three major civilizations?" asked a highly powerful official. The head of the intelligence department raised his eyelids and said, "The troops of the three civilizations are scattered on planets, and those super A-level mechanics are also abnormal. They're sending their respective mechanical forces to those planets, and it seems that they're going to do something big. All super A-level mechanics are acting." "Yes, all. What do you think they're doing?" "I don't know the specific details, but it looks like they're setting up an ambush circle. The head of the civilization pondered for a moment and said slowly, temporarily cooperate with the arrangements of the three civilizations. Investigate what the three civilizations and these super A-level mechanics are doing. Keep a close eye on them. Don't ignore any movements from them. I want to know what their purpose is. Shining the World, headquarters of the Development Federation, Fine Star. Many super-level remote projectors gather here to hold regular meetings to exchange feelings. Many of them are empty, basically all the super A-level mechanics recruited, including the president and vice president. Speaking of this, the Jaguar and Han Xiao have been absent from several meetings. I wonder how they are in the Ancient Star Desert. Someone inadvertently talked about this topic, which immediately aroused the excitement of everyone. The intelligent plague in the Ancient Star Desert lasted for several months, and no news has been heard. What is the situation now? Has the disaster been controlled? The star domain information is blocked, and I can't find out the information. Who knows the situation? Because the three civilizations rated the intelligent plague as a world-destroying cosmic disaster, all the universe is now very concerned about the situation in the Ancient Star Desert. But because of the intelligence blockade, there is no way to know the progress. Everyone present was curious about the Super A level. Hey, Hela, is there any news about your Legion commander? A Super A-level person turned his head and looked at the taciturn Hela. No, Hyla said concisely. She's also a member of the association. Since Black Star was absent, she has been the representative of the Black Star Legion. Tolian curled his lips and said, Humph, He Xing is afraid he has been done. You deserve a beating again. Harem's expressionless. Torian smiled sinisterly. If you want me to see, the three civilizations call all super A-level mechanics over. It's a conspiracy. Think about it. The president and vice president are both mechanics. Isn't this just a catch-all in one go? Allies of the Zuling sect looked at him, looking speechless. Which side do you belong to? Is it really good to spread rumors to the boss like this? Don't talk nonsense, be responsible. A Suling direct descendant said, dissatisfied. Sorry, I always say something. Tolian hummed. Hela was too lazy to pay attention to him, but she was really worried. Other mechanics, all clones, and only Black Star came out of their own body. The Ancient Star Desert is blocked. If the three civilizations really want to do anything to the Black Star, it will instantly become a Jedi. Halada does not trust the three civilizations from the bottom of his heart. Although the teleportation function of the Emperor Mecha is present, it cannot dispel her worries. On the other side, the Secret Lord, who was closing his eyes to rest, listened to the debate among the crowd, and his eyelids couldn't help but tremble. As a black market shelter, he is more curious about the situation of Ancient Star MO than others. Since the star domain was blocked, all the black markets there have been disconnected. Many of them are industries he protected and have been providing him with huge profits, and some are industries that were only accepted not long ago. Having not been in contact for such a long time, he now has no idea how his industry is going. I don't know what the black market in the Ancient Star Desert is now. The secret master's thoughts drifted away and secretly speculated. The three major civilizations were arranged according to Han Xiao's combat plan and spent more than a month preparing, sending fleets to station on trap node planets, spending most of their time on the road, waiting for various super-level mechanical troops to arrive at the ambush site. Because this is a star-level local area network, there are a large number of trap nodes, covering various galaxies in the Ancient Star Desert. The trap nodes selected by the three major civilizations are mainly areas where notifications are difficult to control or some important locations. Every terminal exit is controlled by Super A mechanics and three major civilized fleets, and Manison's dominant clone is squatting in every place. During this period, Han Xiao built a new batch of special dominant bodies, but the number was still limited. He settled for the second best and arranged mechanical troops at every ambush site like others. The limited master clone is placed in a carefully selected location, referring to Harrison, to try luck. The object of drug arrival is not limited to the dedicated master clone. Even ordinary mechanics can be used as carriers, but the skills shared are incomplete and their combat power is far lower than the dedicated mechanical shell. Therefore, even a super A-level mechanic who masters drug arrival can still be ambushed at every location, and at most it is a bystander and does not have the advantage of Manison. After all, it is impossible to compete with the Manison Lord clone when it comes to ordinary machinery. Therefore, other super A-level mechanics are all working hard to force the virus core to materialize from the node where their own master clone is located during the first step of network tracking. Because of the concealment of the virus core, there is currently no universal scanning tool. Only super A-level mechanics who have the ability to track the virus core online. Although some of them are not virtual specialists, as long as they have learned the ultimate knowledge, virtual creator, they can cut people along the network cable, which is enough. In order to improve the virtual capabilities and coverage of everyone, Guangwei Federation has launched a large strategic device, a super-range virtual brain wave amplifier. This is an equipment dedicated to mechanics, which improves virtual capabilities in multiple directions and greatly increases the coverage area, which can achieve the greatest effect in the hands of super A-level mechanics. The device is very large in size, like a silver spherical interstellar base. The outside is like boards splicing together, with conspicuous gaps, and is not round at all. The interior of the device is very empty. At the center, all the super A-level mechanics are in a circle, suspended in mid-air, sitting facing each other, and are already in their place. The remote projection of the heads of Sidruin and 3 other inspectors appeared in the circle and said seriously, "Everyone, the mechanical forces have been arranged, and there are only 13 minutes left before the prophetic virus core is launched. Once the time comes, we will immediately pull the gate and cut the network, turning the ancient star desert into a trap. Please be sure to act according to the combat plan. Please, everyone, you must grasp the virus core." Everyone nodded. Although the mission on their shoulders was very heavy, everyone present was the big figures standing at the top of the universe, and there would not be much pressure. The first step in the combat plan is to take the disconnection trap into shape, and everyone tracks it on the internet to prevent the virus from hiding, just like catching a chicken in a cage. With the data features provided by Manison and the bonus of the overrange virtual brain wave amplifier, everyone can track the path infinitely and will not be escaped by the virus core. At this time, Kant smiled and said, "This should be the first time that the super A-level mechanics in the universe have joined forces together. I think it will be recorded in history." Upon hearing this, many people present laughed tacitly. It is undoubtedly a representative event to cooperate with all the top figures in the mechanics industry. Han Xiao glanced at everyone and curled his lips. Humph, this group of people are laughing happily now. When they compete for the core of the virus, they will be able to make their brains come out. I hope Harrison's halo is more reliable this time. The virus core hits my master's clone. Without participating in the commercial hype of everyone, Han Xiao prayed silently in his heart. Everyone calmed down and adjusted their state, and time passed by minute. Finally, just 1 minute was counting down. Sidron looked at the time and spoke in a deep voice. "Everyone act." In the field of vision of the quantum network, the ancient star desert is a luminous star field. Countless shining nodes gather into an ocean of light. Countless data links between the nodes outline a complex 3-dimensional network structure, which is well connected. These data links, like silk threads, form the cornerstone of the interstellar society. And at this moment, the perspective enlarged, and a stream of light suddenly appeared out of thin air outside, a silk-like data link. This flowing light is an extremely precise data model with no digital bytes flowing on the shell. This is the core data form of the domino virus, presenting the structure of intelligent life. The next second, the virus core touched the firewall of this data link. Its shell instantly assimilated with the firewall, easily concealing the alarm mechanism, and penetrated into this link, moving along the flow of information, capturing the feedback data of the virus information packet cruising on the network, as if a big fish eats a small fish. Click. However, at this moment, The ancient star desert shining brightly under the perspective of quantum network suddenly dimmed a lot. Data links were broken, and large tracts of nodes were extinguished at the same time, leaving only a small piece of light. Buzz. At the same time, more than a dozen powerful consciousnesses suddenly descended on the quantum network, scanning the remaining quantum network area inch by inch, just like the sky eye, as if all data was hidden. In the next moment, one of the consciousness suddenly locked onto the core of the virus. The data stream condensed out of thin air. An luminous figure appeared in front of the core of the virus, and Kant's virtual soul expression seemed to be a smile. I found you. At this moment, the core program of the virus made a quick judgment, immediately took the response plan, and fled. Following the data link, the virus core changed and disguised many times, and fled beyond countless nodes crazily. But suddenly, a data stream tornado appeared in front of him. Do you want to play hide and seek? The data flow formed the face of the quantum demon spirit Judith, quietly staring at the core of the virus. The virus core did not hesitate and fled again, trying to get rid of the tracking and find a place to hide it in the quantum network. However, no matter how much computing power is used to disguise the virus core, every time you run, you will still encounter a super A-level mechanic who is forced to change the direction of escape again and again, which is quite a sense of panic. More than a dozen super A-level mechanics, including Han Xiao, Manison, Kant, and Zhu Daisai appeared in turn, blocking the core of the virus again and again. The encirclement net gradually takes shape and shrinks step by step. This scene is like a group of bullies who laughed sinisterly around a good woman. If she rushes left and right, she will be pushed back to the center of the encirclement and has nowhere to escape. At this moment, the virus core no longer fled, entered one of the nodes, and suddenly disappeared out of thin air. It's materialized. In the material world, Han Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, who was staying in the virtual brain wave amplifier over the range. The terminal exit chosen by the virus core seems to be a planet occupied by the mechanical divine cult. There's one of the ambush places where I dominate my clone. Buzz. At the same time, every mechanic around Han Xiao burst out with powerful mechanical force. Many master consciousnesses shot from the air and descended towards the planet where this node was. Ancient Star Desert, somewhere in the desolate universe belt, Cloud Magnetar. This is one of the church settlements of the mechanical divine church. The earth is yellow and black. Heavy bases with the mechanical divine style are rooted on the surface and arranged neatly to form a circular industrial city. Surrounded by open pit mines, and countless large industrial cranes are hung. The city streets were well connected, full of flat gray roads, and teams of transport vehicles roared past, passing pedestrians wearing heavy power armor on both sides of the street. In the center of the circular city is a mountain that rises from the ground, cut off from the middle, and turns into a platform. A community of the mechanical temple is located. A floating island floats directly above, releasing a soft artificial light. There are many scholars of the mechanical god church, with many internal factions, loose management, and wandering nature. Generally, they use great priests and various bishops as the core, gather a group of religious believers from different factions to form a fleet, and search for planets in the universe to continuously migrate. The goal is to dig out the planet's minerals and underground mechanical wreckage, stockpile or sell them. So most of the planets occupied by the mechanical god cult are just temporary strongholds, which is a bit like a wandering sect. The number of fixed strongholds of the mechanical divine cult is not large. Some are branches of different factions. Some are long-term settlements of believers, such as Cloud Magnet, and are recognized as holy places by all believers. But now, the blue and black sky of the Cloud Magnetic Star is hovering with the heavy fleet of 3 civilizations. But the believers on the surface are not surprised. They occasionally glance up and look down and continue doing what they should do. The 3 major civilizations have greeted the mechanical divine cult. This kind of loose organization of religious nature has always been an object that is difficult to manage. The 3 major civilizations do not trust the mechanical divine cult's execution of orders, so they simply send a fleet to station and use it as a trap node. At this moment, at the open-air platform at the top of the mechanical temple, the great priest in bishop's armor looked up at the fleet in the sky and murmured to himself. Seeing this, the priest next to him stepped over and asked, "Master, are you worried about the fleet of the three major civilizations?" The priest shook his head. "We are just a civil society, abide by the law, and have little intersection with the three major civilizations. They will not do anything to us. I am glad that the three major civilizations have arrived." "Good. Yes, since the outbreak of the intelligent plague, the number of fanatics in the sect has increased day by day. Not only have they studied virtual mutiny viruses privately, but they even wanted to spread it. This goes against the original intention of the neutrality of the mechanical divine cult. Their distorted beliefs will bring disaster to the sect. Now, for the three major civilization fleets are coming, indirectly suppressing those fanatics." The priest murmured. Looking back now, his heart was still a little heavy. After the three major civilizations developed the antivirus three-piece set, some fanatics even took the banner of promoting the God's enlightenment and wanted to improve the virus and crack the antivirus three-piece set so that the intelligent plague can continue to maintain, insisting that this is a great intelligent revolution. So he had no choice but to dispatch a scourge group to lock up these people. But this trend of thought remained and was still spreading in the settlement. "Well, maybe." The priest paused and said in confusion, "I still don't understand what the three major civilizations temporarily requisition our settlements. It seems to be an action about the intelligent plague, and I am not particularly clear." The priest shook his head. Before he could finish his words, the built-in radar suddenly reacted. Abnormality was detected in the planet's magnetic field, resulting in eddy current phenomenon, coordinates. The great priest was stunned, turned his head with his companion next to him, and looked in the direction of the magnetic field vortex. The magnetic field of the cloud magnet is very special. Here, the armor of the mechanical god cult has a special monitor for the magnetic field. At this time, everyone heard the radar report, and pedestrians on the street stopped and looked to the same direction. Everyone switched to electromagnetic induction field of vision, and the flow of the magnetic field was clearly visible. In the distant sky, the electromagnetic field seemed to form a tornado, and a dazzling arc was born out of thin air, quickly forming an energy field. And at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. I saw dazzling meteors flying out from the three civilized fleets in outer space and quickly fell towards the direction of the electromagnetic field eddy current. Although these meteors are not big, they all emit amazing energy fluctuations, swaying dazzling electric trajectories, which last for a long time in the retina, bringing up the sound of muffled thunder, as if the sky collapsed. What is that? The mechanical god cultivators of Yin magnetic star, including the great priest, were all in amazement. At this moment, the group of meteors had reached the position of the electromagnetic field eddy current and stopped, scattering the flames, revealing the appearance of the mechanical body, all of which were the dominant clones of various super-level mechanics. The leader of Manison moved the fastest. He raised his eyes and glared, and the electromagnetic eddy current stopped for a moment. Then he raised his hand and grabbed it. The arc field in the center was captured by him from the air, and all of them were sank into a reduced triangular container the size of a head. Just the next moment, the abnormal electromagnetic eddy current phenomenon disappeared, just like the wind sank and rain sank, and the sky was clear, as if the electromagnetic tornado just now was just an illusion. Those are the master clones of super A-level mechanics. Seeing this scene, although I don't know what happened, the mechanical god cultists were instantly excited. In their eyes, so many super A-level mechanics appearing are no less than the arrival of gods. However, before they could be surprised, the situation in the field changed drastically again. I saw other super A-level master clones who were one step behind, attacking Manison at the same time, and raise their hand and sting them back. Bang, bang, bang. The light exploded in the air, reflecting in the eyes of countless mechanical gods. The next second, Manison's master clone flew out of the explosion and was surrounded by everyone and confronted each other. Seeing this, a look of surprise flashed through the eyes of each believer. This group of super A-level mechanics are going to get a fight here? Then aren't we involved in a god war? Time goes back 10 seconds. Among the 3 civilized fleets in the outer space of Yin Magnet, mechanical troops of different mechanics are suspended, and some mechanical troops guard their respective master clones. Just as the core of the virus broke away from the quantum network, the dominant consciousness of the people came to chase, and eyes with mechanical bodies suddenly lit up. The target has been locked. As soon as Han Xiao came, a prompt sound of the detection radar sounded in his ears. At the same time, a black shadow fell rapidly not far away. It was Manison's clone, who rushed towards the core of the virus. The old guy is so fast. This thought and lightning flashed across his mind. Han Xiao was about to use his skills, but found that all flash abilities, such as void jumps, were unusable. His eyes froze, and he immediately understood something. Without delay, he immediately fell to the ground, followed by a series of meteors, all of which were the clones or troops of others. Bang! The group passed through the atmosphere forward and backward, and flew at high speed to rub out a coat of flames. Han Xiao stared at the target tightly, and the electromagnetic eddy current quickly magnified in his sight, bringing the distance closer in an instant. The virus core has just left the quantum network and is igniting the magnetic field and gathering electromagnetic energy to shape the body. At this time, it finds that a group of super-level master clones are approaching. It will immediately give up materialization and escape from the perspective of the quantum network again. However, in an instant, Manison's eyes emitted a strong electric light, and he started the supreme virtual first. Buzz! The virtual soul at the core of the virus was instantly suppressed and could not escape from the body that had not yet been fully formed. Manison's movements were smooth and without any pause. He quickly took out a special containment device and sucked the virus core in one hand. This container is specially made, and it specifically controls the ability of the virus core and can achieve perfect containment. As long as it is caught, the virus core will never be able to escape. Old Maitu succeeded. Han Xiao's eyes shrank. But the next moment, the other master clones who followed immediately launched an attack at the same time, and a highly concentrated beam of light brushed across his body and headed straight for Manison's back. Bang, 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 bang. Manison had expected that layer upon layer of shields appeared, blocking everyone's concentrated fire, and a violent explosion occurred. With the help of this thrust, he quickly opened the distance and turned to face everyone, with a container loading the core of the virus in his hand. Everyone surrounded and confronted Manison. Be careful. If you destroy the container, I will waste my efforts. Manison was not angry at all and said lightly. Rama, the direct descendant of the Guanghui Federation, spoke in a deep voice. Manison, hand over the virus core. You know very well that this kind of thing cannot be spread. The remote projection of Sidruin and other persons in charge was generated next to it, with a serious tone. Yes, Master Jiagua, you are a sensible person. Our 3 major civilizations will definitely reward you for capturing the virus core, but this thing is absolutely not allowed to be left in the hands of others. Don't be so nervous. When I finish researching it, I will not only hand over the virus core, but also share the technology one parsed out. Manison was very casual and calm. Han Xiao didn't say anything, looked around and nodded secretly, expecting the current situation. Someone intercepted the core of the virus in his previous life, and he should have succeeded quietly. However, the current situation is completely different. The core of the virus is a hot potato. No matter which mechanic succeeds, he will face difficulties immediately and be targeted by other mechanics. At the same time, the 3 major civilizations will inevitably ask for it in public. Warships are not helpful in capturing the core of viruses, so why do the 3 major civilizations arrange fleets at trap nodes? Obviously, this is not used to deal with the core of the virus, but to deal with them super A-level mechanics. The dominant clones present basically have short-range jump capabilities and Han Xiao even flashed in the void, but no one used it. It was precisely because the fleet activated the space-time anchor at the trap node early, and the jump flashed in the flash to prevent anyone from running away. It is precisely because the time and space around the cloud magnet have been imprisoned that Manison stays here to whine. Otherwise, he will be in a jump and run away in the moment he succeeds. If you want to leave with the virus core, you can only fight. However, although the three major civilizations and other mechanics tried to take away the core of the virus, they were worried about destroying the container, so they were more restrained even if they attacked. The three major civilizations hope to get the core of the virus back from Manison through negotiation and even prepare for the other party to raise prices. The country of weapons, the virtual mutiny virus, is a strategic weapon technology that can threaten the entire universe. Only when the three major civilizations are controlled will there be no hidden dangers. We do not allow any risks to exist. So today, no matter what, we must get the core of the virus. You should understand the seriousness of this problem. The head of the inspector of the Zuling sect spoke firmly. Manison did not respond immediately, but scanned the clones of other mechanics and spoke slowly. Did you see it? Whoever gets the virus core will face such a situation. Do you still want to continue to snatch it? To be honest, I'm not that interested in the virus core. After all, I am not a virtual mechanic. But I don't mind using this chip in exchange for more good things. Kant smiled. Don't look at me. As long as I get the core of the virus, I can regain my freedom. Now I am on the side of Su Ling, said Francisco, a military disaster. As long as you have the chance, you have to fight for it with all your might. Teacher, this is what you taught me. Mechanical Queen Morniza said calmly. Everyone expressed their opinions, although the reasons were different, but they all expressed their determination to win. Finally, Manison's eyes remained on Han Xiao. Hey Xing, what about you? Han Xiao did not answer directly, but instead raised his tone and said playfully, You asked around, not just chatting casually. Are you delaying time, or are you trying to find an ally temporarily? Hearing this, Manison immediately smiled. Blackstar, you still understand me. That's right. I need an ally to accompany me to deal with this difficult situation. You, and I understand the situation at the Super A level. We are people on the same front. I study virtual betrayal virus technology not only because of the simple pursuit of technology, but also to gain guarantee for the Super A level. If you're willing to help me, I don't mind you and me studying this technology. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes looked to Han Xiao, curious, alert, and joking. Han Xiao was indifferent and said casually, It sounds good, but I think you will break your promise. Haha, you may not believe me, but I need one person to accompany me to take this risk. It is more in my interest to control this technology. I will not break my promise this time. TSK, TSK. Empty words are useless, no matter how good it sounds. It is useless. Then how do you want me to prove it? Han Xiao pointed to the container in Manison's hand and chuckled. Since you are willing to study it together, then we all take the core of the virus. If you give me the device, I will take the risk and help me break through. So I believe in your sincerity, otherwise you're deceiving my feelings. I'm fine, but the things are in your hands. Are you willing to study it together? How can I be sure that you won't break the contract? Manison asked back. Just as you said just now, a person is too big and can attract wind, and I also need a shield. Han Xiao spread his hands. Manison was silent for a few seconds, and just as the atmosphere became more and more concentrated, he spoke slowly. His attitude immediately surprised everyone. Since that's the case, why not leave it to you? At the same time, the images of the cloud magnet were broadcast live to the Central Star Sea through military encrypted channels, and the leaders of the three major civilizations monitored the development of the situation in real time. Seeing this scene, the three of them were a little silent. Vader let out a breath and said slowly, Mon Ison, it was our freedom that we gave him. We can tolerate other things, but he has crossed the line. The Zuling cult looked far and wide. He always regarded our warnings as wind in his ears, provoking our authority again and again. Now he even wanted to occupy a strategic deterrent weapon, saying that it was to fight for the so-called Super A class. but it was nothing more than to make us afraid and gain the right to speak on an equal footing. In the future, he would use this as a threat to us and seek us. This possibility must be eliminated from a source. I remember Black Star has the ability similar to the high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter. If he teamed up with Manison and took over the virus core, he would immediately break through the blockade and teleport away. Vidal turned his head and looked at the silent Ulan Reel and slightly emphasized his tone. As long as he left the scene with the virus core teleportation, we will default to the virtual rebel virus technology that has been mastered by Black Star from now on. So, Master of the Empire, what are you going to do? Ulan Reel silent for a while before speaking. Now is not a good time to clean up. The shining world is developing. Superstar cluster civilization is a threat. If they force the Black Star and the Armored Kingdom to fight, they may take the virtual rebel virus to the Superstar cluster civilization, which is the real risk. Try not to go that step. Yes, Superstar cluster is a hidden danger. Logically speaking, now is not a good time for us to carry out a great cleanup. But our compromise and tolerance should be limited, and everything should not exceed the bottom line. Vader said in a deep voice. The Su Ling cult's tone was solemn. Maybe having a trump card to ensure personal safety is a reasonable demand of the super-level group. However, this hidden danger threatens to dominance. We cannot ignore it. I know, assuming that the Black Star or Machinery Kingdom has obtained virus technology, as long as it does not stimulate them, they can be safe, and the worst outcome of the Imagine will not break out for the time being. But hidden dangers are hidden dangers. Because it does not break out in the short term, we can blind ourselves and think that all this has not happened. We have developed to this point, and we are not relying on placing fantasies on others. Ulan Riel frowned and shouted in a low voice. Do you understand what you're talking about now? You're talking about a war that swept the universe's higher civilizations, a cleaning that lasts for dozens or hundreds of years. Don't you know the consequences? Do you want to go back to the era of exploration? The exploration calendar is not about it. We are already overlords, and no one can overtake us. Perhaps this is an unprecedented chaos since the Star Sea calendar, but it can clear all obstacles. It is better than sitting on the sidelines of the enemy to grow up and finally becoming too big to lose. Long pain is worse than short pain. The tone of the Su Ling sect was calm. What should we do if the threat of the supercluster? If the supercluster civilization wants to use virtual rebellion virus technology, then let's make it public to the whole universe. This is the best reason for war. The supercluster civilization tries to use such extremely harmful weapons regardless of the safety of the universe. In order to maintain order, we must clean it up. This is an opportunity to directly use war means to dismantle all supercluster civilizations. Although both will suffer losses, nothing can shake our rule in the future, break, and then establish. After destroying the opponent, we have enough time to sort out the internal affairs. Ulan Riel pursed his lips, and his voice squeezed out from his teeth. Stability is better than anything. The head of the Zuling cult was indifferent. The bottom line cannot be provoked. The atmosphere was stalemate, and the tripartite joint meeting was common. Seeing the two of them facing each other, Bedell glanced left and right, his face strange. The always radical Red Empire actually shouted a slogan for stability today, but the Zuling sect, which usually steals the catwalk, has become a war fanatic. Bedell only thinks that the world is really wonderful. He suppressed his surprise, coughed, and spoke smoothly. The Lord of the Church is courageous. Since the head of the empire does not agree with radical practices, maybe we can change the method. Assuming that the Armored Kingdom and the Black Star succeed, we can temporarily compromise, but the condition is to let them deal with the Superstar Group civilization. When both of them suffer losses, we will settle both sides. It's too natural. The Zuling Church head shook his head. If the Armored Kingdom obtains technology, they will definitely understand the principle of losing their lips and getting cold teeth. They will not eradicate another potential customer. Otherwise, the chips in their hands will lose their greatest deterrence. Ulan Riel said calmly. The direction is unclear now, and the Black Star has not agreed to join forces with the Armored Kingdom. He is a sensible person. I believe he will make a choice that is beneficial to the peace of the universe. The head of the Zuling sect said lightly, "What if Guangwei once attached too much importance to the allies of the Armed Kingdom, which led to his gains and gradually losing control? With such a lesson, the Empire will not continue to choose to cover up in order not to offend Black Star, right? The general trend is still an ally, and it needs to make a choice. Simply pleading will only make the other party feel that you are becoming weaker." Upon hearing this, Ulan Riel closed his eyes, and after a while, the indifferent light filled his eyes. At that time, I will naturally take countermeasures. What about? You don't need to worry about this, Master. On the other hand, the confrontation between Yun Magnet continued. After Manison finished speaking, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Manison seemed to have the courage to transfer the core of the virus. Han Xiao was also surprised. It was just a run test, but unexpectedly, Manison really agreed. Hearing these words, Han Xiao couldn't help but hesitate and did not respond immediately. He quickly calculated in his heart. Manison asked me to cooperate not only to divert the conflict, but also to have a fancy to my royal teleportation ability. Among everyone present, only I can easily leave the blockade with the virus core. Although old Maitu is powerful, there's so many experts here, and he probably doesn't have much confidence in breaking through. So he fell in love with me. Han Xiao frowned and pondered. This body is the dominant clone and is not equipped with a king. However, as long as you open the Dimension Factory, you can summon a spare mecha from it. It is not a problem. Manison's move is a killing of two birds with one stone. If I agree to the conditions and leave with the core of the virus, I will immediately become the target of public criticism. Manison threw the hot potato to me, and instead of breaking through, he picked himself up, becoming the biggest dissatisfaction of the three major civilizations. If I break the contract after getting the technology, I will not only have to bear the pressure alone, but also bear the consequences of the breach of the contract. Not only will I offend Manison, my reputation in the Super A level will plummet. So he expected that in order to transfer the pressure, I needed to find a companion. So Lao Maitu believed that he could share the technology and was willing to take a gamble. Han Xiao gritted his teeth secretly and plotted against me again, and his heart was so dirty. The two did not have a private chat, but discussed publicly. Manison's intention was obvious, and it was to divert the conflict. Everyone present understood this, but some people were still anxious. Seeing that Han Xiao was going to be convinced, the head of the Empire saw that the situation was not good and shouted loudly, "Black Star, you have to think clearly about what you are doing." He had no choice but to be in a hurry. Although the fleet opened the stable anchor of time and space, Black Star was the only person present who could teleport away without restrictions. Although both of them can run away, monks can't run away. If the three major civilizations do not recover the core of the virus on the spot and are taken away by someone, there will be endless troubles in the future. Several Super A-level mechanics changed positions and vaguely separated Manison from Han Xiao. At this time, Manison raised a virus core container, stared at Han Xiao, and spoke again. "Black Star, I have always been optimistic about you. You should understand that this thing will be a Super A-level amulet. We all have the same concept. Take it away. Our future is in your hands." "Nonsense. Although you're the president of the association, you're not qualified to make such a decision on behalf of all Super A-level. No one needs the future you arrange." Kant flashed slightly and turned to Han Xiao. "Black Star, don't be fooled by him. Privately hiding the virus core will not bring us protection. It will only bring a catastrophe." Han Xiao hesitated. "There is still a difference between my own philosophy and the military country. I am trying to intervene in super disasters and preserve more vitality in order to cope with the future world-building civilization. Manison wants to strengthen the Super A class and let the entire class become his backing. He seeks domino virus technology. Another meaning should be to rely on the so-called security guarantee to make other Super A class more closely united by himself, and only he can follow his leadership. In his previous life, Madison had a high probability of intercepting the domino virus, but he did not use it in the World Tree War. His ambition was self-evident. When he had explored the universe and was threatened by foreign enemies, he still did not reveal his trump card and obviously planned to use it on the three major civilizations. Han Xiao looked around and saw everyone's performance. Is the domino virus really an amulet? Not necessarily. It may be a death sign. How can the three major civilizations be willing to be controlled by others? What they use to threaten the other party is not a compromise, but more likely the three major civilizations are determined to eliminate the enemy at all costs. Most of the time, the three major civilizations will consider the overall situation, but it does not mean that the other party will make unlimited concessions. Only when the power is equal can strategic deterrent weapons reach a check and balance relationship. However, if one party has overwhelming power, it is hard to imagine that they allow outsiders to take weapons that can threaten themselves. If you get the domino virus technology, as long as you get angry, you can cause huge damage to the entire universe and cause the interstellar society to retreat for several years. Therefore, you will feel that the three civilizations must compromise and tolerate and comfort themselves. But this is precisely the source of the three civilizations' determination to eradicate hidden dangers. Even if he has no idea of causing trouble, people will change, and the three major civilizations will not be willing to take such risks. From Han Xiao's own perspective, it seems that the three major civilizations are sitting on the verge of having domino virus technology, which is not a big deal. As long as everyone keeps restrained, it seems that no one will lose. It seems like a small matter and will not make a big deal. However, this is just a matter of one's own luck mentality. The three major civilizations have bottom lines and can tolerate others' greed for profit, but no one is allowed to threaten their dominance. In today's situation, as long as you ignore the warning and take away the core of the virus, no matter what you say afterwards, the three major civilizations will determine that you have the idea of subverting their rule or even replacing it. If he really wants to break up, Han Xiao doesn't think other super A-level players are willing to stand on this side. He knew in his heart that everyone had his own abacus. The so-called response was just because it was in line with the interests of most people, but now no one was ready to turn against the three major civilizations. By that time, there would definitely be more people who would protect themselves than those who would go astray one way. At that time, oneself and the armed kingdom might be regarded as bad sheep and become a heretic who was removed. Most of the time, the more crowded party can represent the class they are in. The impact of the breakup will also affect all aspects. The Black Star Army in the Shining World will be reclaimed. Civilization will no longer provide any resource channels. Private groups will collectively withdraw funds and terminate cooperation. The Legion's fund accounts will be frozen, and no resources can be bought and sold from normal channels. Countless Legion soldiers will resign and leave, and the Legion's business will shrink on a large scale. As long as the three major civilizations send a notice, this result can be caused, and all the benefits obtained by higher civilizations will disappear. Everyone is a part of the interstellar society. There must be a very small number of people who are willing to stand on the side of the Black Star Army to fight against the three major civilizations. After all, most people are just ordinary people, and Mingzhi should not be blamed for protecting himself. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He put away the joke and said in a deep voice, "You bet us on the bet. I'm just considering the overall situation." Madison's tone was calm. Han Xiao was silent for a while and suddenly started attacking. Buzz! A void energy suddenly burst out and swept across, covering the area. Everyone present felt that the space became extremely stagnant, like a sluggish swamp. The Void Realm Prison. Due to the influence of the space-time stabilization device, the strength, duration, and range of this capability have been greatly reduced, but it is barely enough. In this field, only Han Xiao's movements were not restricted. He moved his body, passed through the encirclement beside him, flew to Madison in an instant, grabbed the core of the virus with one hand, and immediately retreated aside. Black Star. As the domain was lifted, everyone quickly surrounded him. and the object he surrounded was replaced by Han Xiao. Everyone's eyes fell on him, their eyes filled with various meanings, and anger, worry, anxiety, etc. mixed into complex emotions. It seems you figured it out. You are a smart person, don't me down. Outside the crowd, Manison stared at Han Xiao. Black Star, don't do stupid things. Sidruin and other inspectors were shocked. Han Xiao ignored the others, looked at the core of the virus in his hand, gently stroked the container, confirming that it was the authentic product. With so many super A-level viewings, there's no possibility of adjusting the packet and not being noticed. Playing with the core of the virus made him suddenly have an illusion, as if he was not holding a real object, but holding the fate of countless people in this universe. The direction of the times may depend on one's own thoughts. At this time, Han Xiao raised his head, met the nervous gazes of everyone, and slowly spoke. Before gambling, you must first see the risks. Sorry, maybe I made a not-so-correct decision. I just suddenly remembered that a woman once said something to me. She said to me, no matter how big the universe is, it has an end, and ambitions are endless. As soon as he finished speaking, the next moment, under the shocked gaze of everyone, Han Xiao's mechanical force flashed and poured into the container. The mechanical force is mixed with virtual soul attacks, completely clearing the virus core from the soul and entity levels and breaking it into nothingness. Click! The fingers crushed the metal shell, and the empty container turned into pieces and fell to the ground. At this moment, the pictures seemed to be frozen. Everyone present, including the 3 civilized leaders who were watching the live broadcast, were all shocked. Everyone has thought about many possibilities, but the current situation is completely beyond everyone's expectations. Black Star destroyed the core of the virus? Crazy. Why do this? Even if you don't want it, don't ruin it. Manison's eyes suddenly lit up with dazzling lightning, and the terrifying energy rose wildly like a storm. His condensing voice echoed between the world with a loud bang, and he paused word by word. You did it. What is it? The thunders danced wildly, the lightning flashed, and the energy fluctuated like a hurricane. The clones and mechanical troops present were blown away and retreated. Han Xiao was blown away for a short distance, immediately stabilized his body, and stared at the other party. Manison was surrounded by a golden arc of mechanical force, releasing an extremely astonishing momentum. The peak super A-level energy was fully opened. Even if it was just a dominant clone, Han Xiao felt a heavy sense of oppression. Manison's flashing eyes were still locked on Han Xiao, and he repeated the question just now. Do you know what you did? Are you angry? Han Xiao had no intention of explaining and responded lightly. I'm very disappointed with you. Do you understand what opportunity you have ruined? Destroy the core of the virus. What's the purpose of doing this? Eliminating the intelligent plague is the goal of our trip. I just did my part. Also, on the first day of my trip, I told you that it's our historical responsibility to stop the chaos of the universe. You didn't seem to take it seriously. Manison floated in place, his tone unable to hear joy and anger. It seems that my understanding of you is not deep enough. Many people can't even see clearly themselves. How many people dare to say that they fully understand others? The country of machinery. You think we are a kind of human being, but in fact we are not the same. It's over. It's useless to say more. When you let me down, you know how today will end. Manison's mechanical force suddenly soared into the sky, running through the sky, connecting to the mechanical forces arranged in the outer space, and the sound waves echoed. Let me see how much ability you have increased. As he finished speaking, the black mechanical troops passed through the atmosphere and shot dense beams of light, like a meteor shower, falling from the sky to cover the area where Han Xiao was. It's just my wish. Han Xiao smashed his left fist into the sky, and the light spreads, and an arc-shaped cover of the secret energy spreads in the air. The dense rain-like beam hit the dark blue shield, like rain hitting the banana leaves. With the crackling explosion, a cloud of light lit up in the air. His mechanical force also rushed to the sky, grabbing the mechanical troops on standby in the outer space. The mechanical forces acted instantly and broke through the atmosphere. Manison's troops immediately shifted their targets and exchanged fire with Han Xiao's troops at high altitude. The interlaced beams reflected an unpredictable ray of light on the sky. Han Xiao and Manison's master clone were not idle either. They quickly pulled each other closer and collided with each other. Bang! It was like a comet hitting the Earth, and a blue-gold circular shock wave exploded into the center of the impact. Immediately afterwards, the two figures intersected hundreds of times in an instant, and they were entangled and took off. Bang, 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 bang. The metal rubs against each other, and countless electric sparks are shooting. As the two people collided again and again, shock waves are constantly bursting out in the air. Just when the two of them were in disagreement, the other super A-level clones present set a distance from the troops and ran to the side to watch, without getting involved. Seeing the Black Star fighting with the Machine Kingdom, everyone came back to their senses from the shock of Han Xiao destroying the core of the virus. I really didn't expect Black Star would do this. Maxerol was surprised. He did this to eliminate the possibility that any force would obtain the complete technology of virtual rebel viruses. Neither the three major civilizations nor us can restore this technology. Everyone got nothing. It was really impulsive. Mornizo was a little dissatisfied. Impulse. I think Black Star is the calmest guy among us. The Sun Hunter said in a deep voice. While he did this, he cut off our hope of getting virus technology from the overall situation of the universe. He made a selfless choice. Kant nodded and sighed. Speaking of all, we did not lose. The three major civilizations did not lose. The only loss was Black Star and the Machinery Kingdom. The Machinery Kingdom was put on one side, and the position made the three major civilizations feel alert, and Black Star gave up this benefit that was within reach. If it were me, I would not have ruined it. I would have negotiated with the three major civilizations in exchange for a lot of benefits. But Black Star was willing to give up this profit and choose to destroy the root of the disaster, which may be the most beneficial to the peace of the universe. I always thought Black Star was just a simple profit seeker, but I didn't expect him to do such a thing. Maybe I misunderstood. Yes, Zhu Daisai sighed. Our understanding of Black Star seems very limited. He was not so profit-oriented. Everyone was in a complicated mood. At this moment, Black Star's image in their hearts was rapidly rising. They didn't expect that Black Star could make such a noble move. Even Jack Gonitz and others who had once had grudges had to take a look at He Xingao. Although everyone felt a pity that they had lost the hope of reducing the virus technology after the situation was completed, everyone did not feel very disappointed. On the contrary, they breathed a sigh of relief and could accept the result. In fact, everyone has a hidden worry. What if the three major civilizations get the virtual rebellion virus and deal with them in the future? All mechanics present, and the virtual mutiny virus has the strongest lethality to them. Moreover, if this weapon is used again in the future, it will be a heavy blow to the mechanical industry throughout the universe, and their business will also enter a cold winter. In contrast, destroying the core of the virus is a good choice. From this point of view, most people present did not oppose Han Xiao's choice, and even believed that this was also a compromise that was beneficial to the Super A level. It's just not clear whether Black Star considered this level when making this decision. What should we do now? A neutral Super A level star stared at the two of them and asked, "Are we going to intervene in the battle?" The Black Star and the Armed Kingdom have a deep conflict. They are the president and vice president of the Development Federation, respectively. This is a dispute over the route. Let's take a look. Kant was speaking and suddenly paused slightly and said, "Well, the Empire's fleet seems to have closed the space-time stability anchor." After a short fight, Han Xiao and Manison in the field realized that the space-time stability anchor was lifted, and suddenly they were about to part, confronting at high altitude. The mechanical forces of each other no longer fought, but returned to the two of them and guarded their respective master clones. "Your strength has improved very quickly." Manison spoke and said lightly, It's just that you don't burn potential. You are not my opponent. You will know only by trying. Han Xiao replied casually, maintaining his concentration and being full of fighting spirit. After the Battle of the Gods, the outside world believed that Black Star had two modes. One was the conventional form, and the other was the explosive mode of burning potential. Han Xiao had no burning potential at this time. He received bonuses from the Machina Sage and several divine transformation levels, as well as several powerful specialties that Hela had drawn during the war and rescue. His combat power under normal circumstances was already very considerable, enough to fight with Manison. It is just that it is undeniable that the mechanical department's ability is better than Lao Mai too. The level and divine transformation level of the machinery country are higher, and there are more mechanical skills and expertise. The quality and quantity of its own mechanical troops are currently not as good as the machinery country. Han Xiao had the intention to challenge Manison, but because both sides were clones, he would not use character cards as soon as he came up. After all, both of them were Legion mechanics. They fought to compete for their family's assets, and would not be able to decide the winner for a while. From the previous fight, he found that Manison's clone was not easy to fight. The other party took protective measures against the baby with a strong armor and shield, and his melee skills were very exquisite. After living for a long time, he was indeed versatile. Lao Mai Tu is at least a peak Super A-level mechanic, and it is not much crispy. For mechanics, it is normal for the dominant clone to be stronger than the body. Only Han Xiao is the exception. At this time, Manison spoke again, his voice exuding a rare cold voice. I haven't used this trick for a long time. Black Star, you deserve my real skills. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Buzz! The secondary dimension barracks opened beside him, and the boundless mechanical army arrived instantly, covering the sky and the sun. Come on, whoever is afraid of whom. Han Xiao could see the plan of the military country at a glance. He was not willing to be outdone. He also opened the secondary dimension barracks, and countless mechanical warriors rushed out and guarded by his side. The scale of the two mechanical forces continued to soar, and soon filled the sky. On one side was the Black Star Machinery Force, and on the other side was the White Mechanical National Machinery Force. The two sides confronted each other, clearly separated, with a line of sky between them, as if the Chu River and Han boundaries were bounded. At this time, some mechanical troops gathered towards their respective clones and quickly formed a huge mechanical component. Boom! The next moment, two mechanical gods with black and silver, with a stature of heaven and earth, came to the world with a loud bang. The black mechanical god held a black long-handled battle knife in his hand, was wearing a big robe, and was covered in the blue light of the secret energy. The silver mechanical god held a silver-purple trident, wore a cloak armor, and was surrounded by golden arcs. Two mechanical gods face to face, and countless mechanical warriors guarded by their side, like a fleet of aircraft carriers. Armed country, Black Star, sound waves swept across the entire planet. I saw a long sword slashing down, a trident stabbing straight, and two mechanical gods wave their weapons at the same time. The huge body looks slow to move, and the actual movement is so fast that it makes people feel distorted. The long sword slashed the side blade of the trident, and two cosmic treasure level weapons stuck to each other. Clang! The roaring metal impact sounded like a roaring sound in everyone's soul, causing a terrifying tremor. At this moment, a dazzling ball of light appeared at the intersection and suddenly bloomed, turning into a silver-white thunder, extending infinitely towards both ends. At first glance, it looks like a glowing slash, leaving burning marks on the retina of countless people, as if the curtain was cut with the dark universe as the background. At the same time, the mechanical divine cult on the surface, whether as a priest or an ordinary believer, everyone raised their heads and stared blankly at the sky, watching the two gods engage in an earth-shaking divine battle. Seeing the Black Star swinging a knife towards the recognized leader of the mechanical god cult, every believer of the mechanical god cult was shocked and occupied. I saw two mechanical gods who were believed in fighting with my own eyes. There was only one sentence that could describe their mood at this time. Wife, come out and see God. At the same time, the outer space of the Cloud Magnet, the main ship of the Red Empire. The commander who had just gone out to receive an emergency message hurried back to the bridge command room, came to the driving team without saying a word, and ordered loudly. The head of state has an order. Intervene in the battle immediately, and fire all. The members of the driving team were staring blankly at the battle of two mechanical giants outside the porthole and the reading of energy fluctuations that were rising wildly on the radar. When they heard the commander's words, they all shuddered and subconsciously asked, "Which one should we help?" Bang! The commander raised his hand and slapped the questioner on the back of the head, angrily. "Are you a fucking fool? The one who gangs up." The aftermath of the collision of two mechanical gods stirred the planet's atmosphere, forming huge vortexes, and the weapons attacked the blooming silver thunder, distorting the witness's sense of space. Mechanical force is like a neural network spreading all over the body of a mechanical god, making the huge mechanical structure like a physical body and an arm. The star-killing blade, like a sword, collided with the trident of the mechanical kingdom again and again, causing a circle of energy shock waves that could be seen in the naked eye, sweeping across the sky of the planet and rolling up endless wind. The ground was flying sand and rocks, cracking inch by inch, and the mechanical god cult settlement covering the shield seemed to be crumbling. The body of the mechanical god is too huge and cannot be used on the planet. The two men are fighting and taking off the atmosphere of the Cloud Magnet star, turning outer space into a battlefield. Their secondary dimension barracks are still sending troops, and countless mechanical troops like formations of aircraft carrier aircraft are fighting each other, and the scale of the battle continues to expand. Clang! The silver-purple trident pierced straight, and Han Xiao hung blocked it. The powerful and mysterious energy wrapped in the spear halberd hit his shield and stimulated a large area of electric arcs, flashing continuously. Star Punishing Blade? This is a weapon that has been eliminated by me. In a wide area channel, Manison's voice sounded. It depends on who is using the weapon. Han Xiao's eyes were condensed. He held the knife and twisted it, and the energy light flashed, and he bounced away the trident with force. However, the trident suddenly vibrated and shook out a phantom. With the assistance of the force field traction device, the rebounded force was turned into a push force. The halberd blade was bounced halfway and immediately stopped, turned the direction, and took a faster speed to beat it again. The power became stronger, and it could not be shaken off. Han Xiao took a defensive move, resisting Manison's dense attack while his thoughts were moving rapidly, analyzing the current situation. My star killing blade drawing comes from the Glorious Federation. I believe the Armament Kingdom is very familiar with the characteristics of this weapon, but I have limited knowledge of the weapons in his hands. I need to be defended for the time being and conduct more tests. The lethality of the universe's treasure-level weapons is far greater than that of ordinary models. So at this time, the two mechanical gods took melee battles at the same time. Only in this way can they break through the thick shields of the opponent with half the effort. Lao Maitu has a rich family background. Han Xiao doesn't know if he has any treasures of cosmic wonders in his hands, but he certainly does not lack cosmic treasure-level mechanical weapons, and his equipment is definitely more luxurious than himself. This trident and the cloak battle armor on the other party are obviously all cosmic treasure-level equipment, and I don't know how many weapons the old Maitu did not show. The use of the mechanical god means that Manison finally gave his all. Han Xiao has no doubt about the opponent's endurance. If he cannot use the mechanical god for a long time, it is impossible for him to use the ultimate move as soon as he takes action. Machine Kingdom and I are both clones present, and there are mechanical gods on both sides. It is impossible to easily break each other's clones, so it will become a war of attrition to compete for family assets, and use time to grind the other to death. Thinking of this, Han Xiao glanced at the panel. Just as the two rolled up their sleeves and opened their pounding, the panel triggered a new task. Mechanical Country, Manison, Mechanical God War. The mode is the same as other tasks that challenge Super A level. As long as you support it for a period of time, you can complete the task. The rewards are the same as before, namely character cards and draw one ability. This was as expected by Han Xiao. There were 3 major civilizations and so many super A-level viewers. The influence of this battle was absolutely small. It would probably trigger a mission, and the 2 of them would not be able to decide the winner for a while. So it was basically a foregone conclusion to complete the mission. The last time was just a virtual battle. This time, I met him in reality and finally saw that Manison was going crazy with all his might. Just as he was thinking, Han Xiao suddenly realized that his strength was gone. Manison suddenly stopped the combo, shrank back, and made a posture of accumulating momentum. The trident was siding beside him, and the blade of the halberd rotated rapidly like a drill bit. The golden mechanical arc compressed highly at the tip of the halberd, flashing with dazzling bright light, like a small sun. As the blade of the halberd rotated, circles of surging secret energy were wrapped around it, looking like a vortex-like blue water wave. Han Xiao suddenly felt a warning, and his mechanical troops opened fire at Manison one after another. However, layers of diamond-shaped psychic shields appeared on the surface of the mechanical gods. The shield was extremely thick, blocking all the concentrated fires of the mechanical troops. Manison only had a momentum for a moment. The next moment, his figure suddenly became empty and accelerated instantly. The shining trident suddenly pierced out, and the speed was so fast that it became empty, as if it turned into a ray of gold and blue light. Han Xiao blocked the sword and lifted up the Emperor's robe to generate a powerful shield. Click! The trident was blocked by the sword rod of the star-killing blade. However, this blue-gold thrust light remained unchanged and shot out from the main blade of the trident, pointing out the surface, piercing through the shield of the Emperor's robe and hitting the abdomen of the mechanical god. Brush! The beam of light penetrated through his body instantly and disappeared at the end of his sight, leaving a huge penetrating wound on the abdomen of Han Xiao's mechanical god, which was transparent from front to back. All the parts of this body were annihilated into molecular-level fragments, and the edges of the wound were blazing red, melting marks. What a strong penetration! Han Xiao was shocked and made a quick judgment. In terms of power alone, this trident is higher than the star-killing blade. Not only the drawing itself, but also the quality of the creation of the mechanical kingdom and the mechanical force bonus are stronger, which is a multifaceted suppression. With a thought, some of the mechanical warriors around him stopped fighting with the military forces, turned around, and turned into parts to replenish the gap of the mechanical gods. The mechanical god itself is a component composed of a large number of machinery, and there are no fatal injuries. As long as the blue amount and mechanical forces are sufficient, the injuries can be recovered continuously. Manison was about to take advantage of the situation to pursue, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A dense beam of dark energy burst out from the slant, hitting between Manison's troops, causing countless mechanical warriors to flash and roll around, and the formation suddenly became chaotic. The 2 of them paused at the same time, looking at the source of the attack. The third-party fire was the Red Empire fleet. Countless ship-based weapons kept firing, covering the troops of the country's bombing army. Is the Empire here to help? Han Xiao's heart moved, but he was not surprised. The example of a military country is in front of us. It is a good behavior in the eyes of the 3 major civilizations. The image suddenly becomes much taller. Although we cannot obtain virus technology, everyone can accept this result. Under this premise, when the Empire saw that it had become a feud with the military country, it naturally had to express its opinion. In terms of emotion and reason, it could not sit idly by and watch an ally who had just completed a feat of peace that was beneficial to the universe. So the probability of intervening in the battlefield reached more than 90%. The other 2 companies have ambiguous attitudes. They are watching the show on the side and have no intention of interfering. The Guanghui senior management is not ignorant of Manison's position and attitude, but the nature of it is blatantly expressed is different. After Manison had just shown his intention to sing a counter-topic with the 3 major civilizations, Guanghui could not provide shelter at this time, so he simply sat down to see the Empire attacking his own allies and remained indifferent. As for Su Ling, he was even more unrelated to his own affairs and was happily eating melons. The troops stationed at the trap nodes of the three major civilizations are mainly to prevent super ill-level virus from taking away the virus, so they are naturally combat effective. Although the time and space stability anchor has been unlocked, allowing the mechanics to summon troops on a large scale, and only the Empire is the one who takes action, Manison cannot act like they do not exist, and still has restraint. Annoying guy. With a finger of Manison's trident, the mechanical troops gushing out of the secondary dimensional barracks were immediately divided into two pieces. One stayed to fight Han Xiao, and the other formed an array to exchange fire with the Imperial fleet. Legion mechanics are the most suitable superpowers for interstellar war. If they are other professions, they will inevitably be restrained by the fleet. As long as the mechanics take out some of the war soldiers to fight on their own, they can minimize the interference of the fleet. If you want to cause considerable interference to the fully committed military country, the size of the fleet participating in the war will be at least dozens or hundreds of times. Han Xiao took advantage of the short opportunity of the Empire's creation to repair the damage of the mechanical gods. At this time, Manison withdrew his gaze and looked at Han Xiao. Blackstar, you seem to have made progress again. I have been following you for a long time. The more battles you have experienced, the faster you will grow. Is this your confidence? Have you not fought for too long? Did you forget to give the enemy a chance? Han Xiao did not hesitate and slashed out with a sword. The secret energy gathers into a fierce blue light blade, slashing towards Manison's body. The highly concentrated energy presents a solid texture, like a dazzling half-moon sapphire. Manison did not move, and the cosmic treasure-level cloak battle armor on his body suddenly shook, and a spherical white shield covering his whole body popped up, presenting a hazy texture, like a ball of flowing white smoke, like a bubble filled with smoke. The chopping waves slashed by the star-slaying blade hit the white shield. The white smoke on the surface of the shield suddenly accelerated and turned into a vortex-like pattern. The sapphire-like light blade suddenly broke inch by inch, turning into a light-chipped spot in the sky. The next moment, these energy light spots seemed to be pulled and were absorbed by the shield, and the white shield was immediately stained with blue light. Immediately afterwards, the already discolored shield, with the swallowing energy, suddenly retracted from the battle armor on the mechanical god's body. The absorbed attack was converted into nutrients, which in turn supplemented the consumption of the mechanical god's activities. Absorb damage and replenish energy? Han Xiao's eyes froze. I have always been very interested in your immortal body. There are many magic and superpowers with the same functions in the universe, but none of them can reach the level of your immortal body. So I conducted some research, deduced your battle video, explored the principles of your ability, and finally created this cosmic treasure equipment dedicated to mechanical gods, imitating some of your abilities. Manison blasted the mechanical battle armor on his body and said lightly, "It seems that the actual combat effect is good now." Han Xiao had a little tooth pain and was secretly envious. The Machine Kingdom can develop the treasures of the universe by itself, but like me, I have no idea before I get the awakening point. Make whatever you lack. This is the style of a serious mechanic. At this moment, Manison slowly said, "Blackstar, you are still too young. I have seen many talented mechanics. Before they learn from their lessons, they always think that the strength of talent can make up for the shortcomings of their foundation. I once taught many people a lesson, and now I will also give you a lesson. Mechanics need to settle and accumulate, and time is the source of our strength." The voice was still echoing in the wide area channel. At the same time, a different army suddenly surged out of Manison's secondary dimension barracks. This special force has many different individuals. Some are luxuriously equipped special mechanical warriors, and some are luminous energy life. Each individual has amazing combat power. He entered the battlefield and was fearless and constantly swept away the mechanical forces under Han Xiao's command. When these individuals are killed and destroyed, they do not need to use the abandoned transformation ability, and their bodies will automatically regenerate on the spot and enter the battle again, and their strength will not decrease at all. When this unit joined the war, it instantly turned the situation in the mechanical forces and gained an absolute advantage. Han Xiao's pupils shrank, and he recognized the origin of this army. Manison's Ace Legion, Immortal Armored Kingdom. Before he could observe carefully, Manison's apostle weapon led thousands of troops of mechanical civilization and suddenly arrived, destroying and rushing into the battlefield from another direction, causing huge casualties to Han Xiao's troops. Han Xiao almost took a breath. He glanced at it briefly and found that there were about 40 or 50 apostles' weapons present. It means that Manison's apostle creation skill will at least break through the upper limit and increase the bonus to level 40 or 50. In this wave of violent soldiers, the size of the troops that Manison attended had already accounted for nearly 70% of the force, and all of them received mechanical force bonuses. The military country was still at ease, and the scale of mechanical force sputtering was terrifyingly large. Assuming that Han Xiao can add 10 machinery with 1 point of mechanical force, then Manison can add at least 25 machinery with 1 point of mechanical force. What causes this difference is not only the hard power, such as expertise, skills, attributes, but also the equipment gap. Han Xiao saw with his own eyes that Manison pulled out 4 cosmic treasures specifically for mechanical gods from the secondary dimension barracks. The equipment types were different. Not only did the mechanical gods arm to their teeth and expanded their body shapes, but after using these cosmic treasures, Manison's mechanical strength increased significantly. Some specialized cosmic treasure equipment for professions have a certain amplification effect on the user themselves. For example, Han Xiao's Emperor can provide additional mechanical affinity bonus coefficient, and the same is true for McNison's equipment, which enhances his mechanical strength and body in all aspects. At the same time, Han Xiao felt a sense of action and realized that the virtual level had been invaded. Manison summoned Finnet, the ancestor of AI civilization, and asked it to invade a large group of AI lives. At the virtual level, he launched a tug-of-war with Han Xiao for control of the mechanical forces. Old guy, the methods are really fancy. Han Xiaojing had this idea, and suddenly a flash of eyes appeared before his eyes. The speed of the mechanical god in Manison's 6 divine equipment increased sharply. A halberd slashed down on his head, drawing a golden arc-shaped thunder. He hurriedly raised the knife to block it, and the shock wave penetrated into his body, and a burst of sound exploded in his ears. Clang! The terrifying power was transmitted along the arms. Countless built-in shock absorbers were instantly scrapped, large areas of outer armor cracked, and Han Xiao's mechanical god was shaken out of cracks. If it weren't for the mechanical control master being drawn from Jack Gonnets, without the 35% efficiency bonus of mecha equipment, Han Xiao would have suspected that the mechanical god's arms would be shaken into several pieces by Manison's head. At this time, Manison kept moving. While Han Xiao was temporarily stiff, the cosmic treasure level winged airborne star-destroying gun he had just equipped automatically aimed and sprayed out thick phantom beams with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Bang! Han Xiao was blown out by a series of star-destroying artillery shells, and the shield was shattered on a large scale under the series of shellings. Manison followed like a shadow and chased him reluctantly. The trident rotated rapidly, and the blade of the halberd brought light waves, constantly passing through the mechanical gods, dismembering the next body. The machinery kingdom has fully launched firepower and has shown its real skills to fully blossom on all fronts at the mechanical gods, mechanical troops, and virtual levels. Seeing this scene, many super A-level mechanical clones watching around avoided the aftermath, feeling the power of the mechanical country filling the audience, and chatted quietly on the channel. It's been a long time since I saw the machinery country take full advantage, and it's still so terrifying. Kant remembered some bad memories. The country of weapons is still the country of weapons. The Sun Hunter said in a low tone. Francisco shook his head. It's different from the siege of the Shining World. This time it was a civil war between two peak mechanics. Black Star was completely suppressed. He was suspended. Fortunately, only one clone came. Han Xiao, who was working on the old business, was beaten by the king. Naturally didn't know about the discussion of a group of people who were slaughtering. He tried his best to resist Manison's fierce attack and gritted his teeth secretly. Damn, the elderly are really capable of fighting. You are forcing me to explode. The battle situation is changing, and Manison takes all his strength. With his years of strong foundation of Krypton gold, he quickly gains an absolute advantage and suppresses the Black Star across the board. This scene also fell into the eyes of the believers of the mechanical god cult who were watching the battle on the surface of the cloud magnet. I'm not dreaming. I can actually see two mechanical gods coming with my own eyes in my lifetime. Click it quickly. The last time the Machine Kingdom took full advantage of all its strength was. This is a precious first-hand video data. Why do the two of them fight? It seems like a challenge, and the situation of Black Star is not very good. After all, the Machine Kingdom is in Machine Kingdom, occupying the position of the main god for hundreds or thousands of years. Black Star is still too young. It's hard to say about the future. How could he be the opponent of the Machine Kingdom now? The Black Star achieved a historical record some time ago. I thought he was already at the same level as the Machine Kingdom. Now it seems that the accumulation is still a little worse. The onlookers of the mechanical god cult were extremely excited. As fanatical fans of top mechanics, they knew all the experiences of the peak Super A level. Although they didn't know the reason for the two to start the war, it did not prevent everyone from discussing enthusiastically. The settlement was threatened by the aftermath of the God War, but few believers were willing to leave. In their opinion, as long as they can watch the magical war of mechanical gods with their own eyes, what is it to take some life risks? If the ground is not high enough, they would have wanted to get closer. On the top floor of the mechanical divine temple, many priests looked at the remote detection screen in front of them, showing the pictures of Han Xiao and Manison in the outer space. The two gods moved away from the battlefield, but the settlement is still in danger. Master, have we organized the believers to evacuate? A priest asked in a low voice. The great priest stared at the screen, afraid of missing any second of the picture, and was fascinated by the sight. He didn't look back when he heard this. Wait, let me watch for a while. A person next to him said to himself, although I don't understand why they fought, there should be no suspense in the end. Both sides were present, only competing for mechanical abilities, and the Black Star was missing the mechanical country. It seems like this. Many priests nodded one after another. After watching the battle for a while, most people thought so. No one will be disappointed with this because in the eyes of the mechanical god cult, this is the normal situation and the result should be like this. However, at this moment, the battle situation suddenly changed and the energy readings at the edge of the screen suddenly soared. The great priest was stunned. The energy fluctuations of the Black Star suddenly become stronger. At the same time, the leaders of the three major civilizations were also watching the live broadcast of the two fighting. The continuous flashing light in the picture reflected the faces of the three people in a colorful way. HSN Law, Black Star situation seems to be not very good. Su Ling Sek's head turned his head and looked at Ulan Ruyer. As expected, Ulan Riel looked calm. We have never wanted the Black Star to have a conflict with the Armored Kingdom. He has amazing potential and needs more time to settle down. Even if his growth exceeds expectations again and again, it is still too early for him to fight head-on with the Armored Kingdom. However, the first one to close the space-time stable anchor array was the Empire fleet. It seems that you want them to fight with all their might. The first tone of the Zuling sect was amusing. You misunderstood. Since the virus has been resolved, of course it is time to lift the blockade. We can't keep the clones of these mechanics. We open the blockade in hopes that the mechanical country will leave with tactfulness, but it seems that he wants to show his fists in front of us. Ulan Rayer said in a deep voice. Her order to close the space blockade is not a fire. Ulan Riel does know that Black Star can ignore the space blockade and teleportation, But in her opinion, Black Star did not do anything wrong. Destroying the core of the virus is an act that is beneficial to the peace of the universe. Why should our Empire allies run away? If you want to leave, it should be that the military country will leave in shame. It's understandable that after showing that position and being put on by the Black Star, the Machinery Kingdom must make some responses. The head of the Zuling sect glanced at Bedell. Bedell looked at the screen without blinking his eyes and said that you were talking about you. Please treat me as a background board. Seeing this, the leader of the Su Ling sect knew that Bader had not been talking about the Armed Kingdom for the time being. So he looked back and continued. Black Star is not the opponent of the Armed Kingdom. He will probably lose. We don't want Black Star to have conflicts with the Armed Kingdom now. But since we have met, the Empire will naturally support Black Star to the end, and there is no need to retreat. Ulan Rueyer's tone was decisive. In terms of position, the leaders of the three major civilizations were all on Han Xiao's side at this time, but they did not deny that the objective fact that the military country is still stronger now. Besides, that was just a clone of Black Star. Losing to the Armed Kingdom is not unacceptable. After all, Black Star's age is just a fraction of the Armed Kingdom, and its future potential is promising. Just as the three of them were thinking this way, a sudden change occurred in the field. Han Xiao's energy reading suddenly surged, climbing to an astonishing level. The three of them were all stunned. Black Star has switched mode? He burned potential again? Bedell was shocked. The head of the Zuling sect was silent. I'm still too impulsive. As for fighting like this, it's not a secret that Black Star has two forms. The regular model cannot beat the Armed Kingdom. This is an objective fact in the minds of the three. However, all three know that Black Star's explosion mode is the peak of combat effectiveness. Black Star used the explosion mode to achieve the record of the gods that shocked the Star Sea. None of the three of them could make a judgment on whether the Black Star in this form could match the Armed Kingdom. Ulan Riel's face was not very good looking, and Black Star's behavior once again exceeded her expectations. She could obviously grow steadily, but she had to burn the potential explosive species, and she could not understand this approach. And it has exploded once before, but it still explodes now? How much potential do you have to waste? Black Star is at least an ally of the Empire she has high hopes for, and the position she has shown is in line with the needs of cosmic peace. Black Star's lost potential is also a loss to the Empire, in her opinion. In her rational judgment, this move was undoubtedly a loss of blood, but reasonably, she appreciated the unyielding style of Black Star. Han Xiao's choice did not disappoint her trust. She now likes Han Xiao. Ding! The trident cut opened the shield of the Emperor's robe and once again tugged heavily on the abdomen of Han Xiao's mechanical god, cutting off a large piece of parts. The mechanical god's body was already scarred and there were defects everywhere. The surrounding mechanical troops wanted to come over to repair the wound, but were all blocked by the escort troops around the armored country. They could not blockade the immortal military forces, the mechanical life force, and dozens of apostles' weapons, and it was difficult to even get close to Han Xiao. His mechanical forces' performance is almost all-round suppressed by the military country, but the attack power exceeds that of the military country. At least the template expertise legendary combat skills is not a vegetarian, but most of the damage is eaten by the military country's troops. The opponent is not afraid of damage, and continues to do it one after another, and is not afraid of death. The legend of the immortal body has long been spread throughout the Starry Sea. Manison had no idea about Han Xiao's master clone, and the attacks were all concentrated in uncritical parts, as if he wanted to cut off the mechanical gods alive like Ling Qi, and the mechanical troops that maximized the killing of Han Xiao were the first choice. At this moment, Han Xiao was struggling, and his thoughts flew around. If this continues, my mechanical god will be cut off one by one. The military country will dominate. Letting him continue to attack so unscrupulously will greatly consume my mechanical troops and must get rid of the passive situation. So many cosmic treasure level equipment have once again enhanced Manison's combat power. My family is not that thick. If you want to make up for this gap, you can only try your best to improve your own attributes, especially your intelligence, which is the core attribute that affects mechanical ability. Han Xiao quickly opened the panel and took a look. It took more than a month for the 3 major civilizations to prepare for this action, and he also accumulated an additional month of experience. I originally wanted to stock up on upgrading, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. Now I need to urgently convert into combat power. Han Xiao did not hesitate and took out most of his experience and upgraded the drawings on a large scale in exchange for awakening points. The experience accumulated at present is not enough to be exchanged for 100 awakening points, which does not meet the conditions for exclusive expertise. However, Han Xiao did not want to generate expertise at this time. He replaced all the awakening points he got with free attributes and threw them into his intelligence, and the intellectual attributes soared by more than 8,000 points. He also accumulated more than 4,000 points of freedom, took out more than 1,000 points to throw them into the endurance, and supported the remaining more than 2,000 points of inventory, which was also added to intelligence. Adding up the two, their intellectual attributes soared by more than 10,000 points in total, instantly breaking through the 30,000 mark and approaching 40,000. This is the most powerful increase in his growth rate ever. After completing this comfortable step, Han Xiao did not hesitate and directly activated the character card. Armed Country Advent Card, Ancient Man. Effect, Intelligence plus 20%, Mystery plus 10%, all skill levels plus 2, lasting 24 hours. Nilo Advent Card, Perfect Mechanism. Effect, Total Mechanical Affinity Coefficient plus 1.4x. The quality of mechanical creations supplemented by mechanical force is temporarily increased by 1 to 2 levels, up to no more than pink rare quality, and all mechanical skills levels plus 4. At this time, Han Xiao still did not stop, and then activated Jidaliu Blood Chi Furious, and his health was scattered. At the same time, the additional effect of Advanced Life Fortitude is activated. For every 40% of the health lost, the full attribute will be temporarily plus 10%. If Manison doesn't hit me, then I will hit myself. There are also specialties such as All To Do with all attributes plus 11%, Intelligence plus 15%, Battlefield Reason, etc., and Han Xiao has all hit the ground as much as he can. Lao Maitu has a rich family background? What are you afraid of? You can Krypton Gold. I can cheat. We are evenly matched. This wave of bonus came into effect in an instant, and powerful force surged throughout the body, and the energy fluctuations emitted by Han Xiao suddenly increased. Manison keenly noticed Han Xiao's momentum change and was shocked. You! Before he could finish speaking, Han Xiao turned defense into attack, opened a trident with one elbow, and the star-killing blade slashed sharply. A deep, high-compression phantom group wrapped around the blade and drew a blue track. Brush. The power of this sword exceeded the upper limit of the beating back to the blue shield, and it broke the defense and cut it in. The powerful blade pressed the trident and was suddenly embedded in the battle armor of the Manison Universe treasure level. The next moment, the phantom chopping wave wrapped around the blade triggered a violent explosion. Manison's offensive was interrupted, and the huge mechanical god's body was slashed out with a knife. A huge wound was left on the chest of the battle armor, surrounded by annihilation scars left when the secret energy exploded, and a large area of outer armor was torn and corroded, leaving a pothole. This is the first time that Manison has been repelled since the war began. The one-sided battle situation was instantly turned by Han Xiao. Eat a few more knives. Han Xiao took advantage of the victory and slashed out one after another, seizing the rhythm of the battle. The combat power of the mechanical gods has been enhanced in all directions, and the gap in combat power between the two sides has been shortened instantly. Han Xiao is no longer suppressed by Manison like he did just now. The increase in mechanical strength is also reflected in the surrounding mechanical warriors. The combat power of the Black Star mechanical force has increased greatly, successfully breaking through the blockade of the armed forces, approaching Han Xiao one after another, turning into parts to repair the wounds of the mechanical gods, and causing greater casualties to the armed forces. Manison stabilized his body, waving his trident and fighting with Han Xiao. While talking on the wide area channel, his tone was vaguely astonished. "You burn your potential again? Whatever you think. How does this knife taste?" Han Xiao smiled. "You are wasting your talent." Manison's tone became cold. He originally planned to teach Han Xiao a lesson, but he didn't expect Han Xiao to burn the explosive potential directly, and he was so fierce. To consume future potential just to fight a clone battle. Manison thought it was extremely stupid. Even if this battle was related to factors such as speaking, prestige, etc., he also believed that it was a loss-making deal. He was very puzzled by this. Perhaps the two had different ideas, but he did not think that Black Star was such an impulse person. He had no idea what Han Xiao thought. Since Black Star was willing to waste his potential, Manison was happy to see it. Anyway, they were competitors, and he felt that he was sure to make a profit. However, although he scoffed at Han Xiao's approach, he had to admit that Han Xiao's explosive model had amazing combat power, which made up for a large gap in strength and immediately got back to his disadvantages. If you don't treat it with all your strength, you will definitely suffer a loss. Moreover, Manison always felt that Han Xiao's combat power increased this time, which seemed to be higher than the first time, and this discovery surprised him. What a joke. Is the burning potential still more and more skilled? Also, is Ji Daolu so powerful? Why don't I know what brand of Black Star's explosive ability is? It's so effective. Why haven't I heard of it? Feeling Han Xiao's sudden momentum, Manison was shocked and confused. The war was burning in the outer space of Yin Magnet. Two mechanical gods, one black and one white, fought together into a ball, and the weapons were constantly blowing up an astonishing energy shock wave. The secret energy bombards the secret energy, and metal collides with metal. Around them were a large army of mechanical crows, fighting tirelessly and frantically. The field kept spraying metal melted by high-energy rays, rapidly cooling and condensed into irregular metal blocks. Some fell to the surface of the planet, and some turned into space garbage and moved around the orbit of the cloud magnetar. This scene was like two gods who were all in the sky and Earth leading their respective servants to engage in a god battle between the universe and the galaxy. Han Xiao's explosion caused the bonus to combat power to be extremely significant. His intelligence increased by about 2/5 at once, and the mechanical affinity increased sharply. The 20% intelligence bonus brought by the Ancient Man character card even magnified the improvement effect. According to calculations, these tens of thousands of attribute points invested in intelligence, and the strengthening of mechanical capabilities is far higher than that of Hellas Rescue during the war. It can be said that his current state is Han Xiao's peak level so far. Because he didn't have time to get familiar with the combat power after the surge, Han Xiao's control over power was not so delicate, but he also developed strong confidence. As the saying goes, he took advantage of the sense of power to fill his whole body and adopted a big opening and closing style. The sword light rolled, and the star-killing blade rotated like a flying in his hand. Every chopping was strong, and he was moving forward. The word straight was highlighted. It really had a little bit of Guan Eri style, and he went all out to kill. The sudden rise of mechanical force controls the divine body, and the movements of the mechanical gods are more agile and flexible. The power of the star-slaying blade in his hand has greatly increased, breaking through the upper limit of the white shield and being beaten back to the blue again and again. The sweeping knife light left a series of hideous gaps on the opponent's mechanical body. Although Manison was surprised by Han Xiao's combat power after the outbreak, it did not affect his performance. With the blessing of the six divine equipment, the trident continued to fight back, and holes of all sizes were constantly poked on Han Xiao's mechanical god's body. Both sides were damaged and evenly matched. Two figures that ran across the starry sky were circling and moving in the universe. The Dagwan sword and the trident intersected dozens or hundreds of times in an instant, shaking out lightning and fire. It seems to be just a simple melee fight. In fact, the two of them have a large number of advanced weapons and technologies mixed with each other, and force fields, electromagnetics, energy conversion, and other means emerge one after another. Not only attacks, but also countless control mechanical equipment has been exerting its effects. Various invisible force fields and radiation always cover the opponent's huge body, like a spider web to restrain the opponent's actions. At the same time, both sides maintained long-range shelling every moment, and countless muzzles emerged on their bodies, spraying out high-energy beams like rain, blasting each other's shields into an arc that exploded and flickered like clusters of fireworks. On the other hand, the mechanical forces fought and poured fire into the hostile behemoth. The colorful beams of rays formed a net-format light curtain. After the artillery fire hit the shield, it turned into a large piece of light chips, as if hazy light dust was floating in the battlefield. The picture is beautiful, but it is full of energy that ruins the world. The dozens of apostles in the armed kingdom fought strongly and had a huge advantage in the Legion battlefield. Han Xiao was entangled by Manison and could only continuously pull out a group of troops from the secondary dimension barracks to use the number of people to fill the gap in advanced combat power. The battle was fierce in the field, with a large number of mechanical bodies transformed into waste every minute and every second, and countless parts were reorganized under the ubiquitous mechanical force and continued to be put into battle. The battle was approaching. Under countless excitement or shocking eyes, the two fought in the star space for a long time, and they were in a difficult situation. Brush! The sword light condensed, and the star-killing blade swept across, slashed into Manison's neck, cutting straight into 3/4 of the depth, almost slashing his opponent's head. The halberd light shone quickly, and the trident pierced his head, poking Han Xiao's head in the opposite direction, and countless broken mechanical parts flew everywhere. The two mechanical gods seemed to be unaware of the injuries. They raised their hands to hold the opponent's weapons stuck in their bodies, pulled them away with force, and then raised their legs at the same time in the bombardment, kicking the opponent's crotch with one kick, with a synchronization rate of at least 90%. The huge force shook a white noise like energy reaction on the shields of the two people and flew backwards together. On the way back, both sides raised their hands and threw out the weapons in their hands. Two huge weapons shot through the air like two mountains flying up, colliding halfway through, bounced away together. The trident rolled and fell toward the surface of the planet, pounding into the wilderness, printing a deep outline on the ground. The star-killing blade hovered into the battlefield of the Mechanical Legion, crushing countless mechanical warriors regardless of the enemy, sweeping out a blank area. At this moment, Manison's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. The space changed, and the next moment, it appeared behind Han Xiao, and a clear light suddenly shook out from his waist and abdomen. A short silver knife was unsheathed, and an arc was drawn from bottom to top. The sword light flew over Han Xiao's back waist, instantly slashing the mechanical god with its cross-section, with an extremely smooth cross-section. Han Xiao reacted quickly and immediately turned his upper body. His arms wrapped in secret energy and force field were thrown out like a whip, breaking the shield and igniting a large arc. His fist was still strong, and he hit Manison's head, knocking most of his head directly out, like a baseball shooting at the fleet of 3 civilizations in the distance, and was fired by the fleet halfway and smashed into pieces. At the same time, Han Xiao's cut-out lower body immediately disintegrated and turned into countless mechanical warriors again, dispersed and merged into the body of the mechanical god again. He raised his hand, and the flying star blade stopped in the air as if he was pulled back by an invisible rope. He hovered around and forced himself to retreat, taking advantage of the attack, and returned to Han Xiao's hand. Another cosmic treasure. Seeing that Manison took out another new weapon, Han Xiao felt a lemon in his heart. His robe of the Emperor reinforced the internal structure of the mechanical god, but this short knife cut him off, which was obviously a special equipment for the mechanical god of the golden level. It's already painful enough to fight for the family's assets. After fighting for so long, the military country is still fierce and has no signs of weakness. Its strength is unfathomable, and its battery life is also surprising to Han Xiao. Logically speaking, as long as a lot of energy is consumed, the number of layers added by the power will fall, resulting in a temporary state decline and a decrease in attributes. Because of the blood-blue exchange, I was able to maintain my peak, and Lao Maitu was able to maintain his state just like I ate Shan. Although Lao Maitu developed the battle armor that was beaten back to the blue after a battle, Han Xiao slightly understood the limitations of this golden equipment. Each absorption requires a certain cooling time. It does not take effect anytime and anywhere like his own expertise, and the imitation is still not as good as the original. So, maybe it is because Lao Maitu has some kind of expertise that reduces his strength but does not affect the bonus? This ability is relatively rare, but Han Xiao also saw it in his previous life. But this is not the point. Han Xiao was surprised to realize that not only did Manison's power not decay, but was even slowly rising. He became more and more courageous and did not see any decline. I guess he, like me, has the expertise to constantly obtain bonuses in battle. He is worthy of being the top strong man in the universe, and is as difficult as me. Han Xiao grinded his teeth secretly. After fighting for so long, I could only maintain an even match. I wanted to further expand my advantage countless times, but it seemed like I had hit an indestructible wall and was blocked by the military country again and again, as if the other party had pressed the extreme spring and could no longer be suppressed. Fortunately, the same is true for Manison, and he was unable to continue to suppress him, and he fought back and forth. The virtual level front is very stable. I have intelligent affinity, and the opponent's AI's total attributes have dropped by 5%. Although the amplitude is not large, it is considered a basic weakening. Assuming that the original attribute is 1, it becomes 0.95 after reduction, and the bonus is 100 times, then the gap will also be magnified by 100 times. The larger the bonus, the more significant the gap will be. The time for character cards is limited, and I can't keep this state forever. Manison's attributes are still rising slowly. If you continue to fight, the situation that you finally stabilized will be reversed by him. Hey, I usually use protracted battles to torture the enemy to death, but now I finally meet a guy who lasts more than me. Han Xiao analyzed the situation and felt relaxed. It is a lonely thing to not find an opponent. It is rare to face a strong enemy who needs to take full advantage of his strength. He also fought happily and comfortably, and he wished he could vent all his energy on the military country. Moreover, this time I saw Manison's positive combat power and understood the gap and gain a lot. In fact, the protruding tactic is still effective for Manison. Although the other party's clone is a little harder, its fleshiness is still far less than that of his. The problem is that they hide in the body of the mechanical god. They do not break the mechanical god and cannot hurt the other party's clone. They should pay attention to this next time. By the way, this is also accumulating experience in dealing with the mechanical kingdom. Various thoughts flashed through my mind, and Han Xiao spoke in the wide area channel. Machine country, we meet the opponent. If you play like this for 10 days and half a month, will you still have a result? I think too much. You can't hold on for that long. Manison responded lightly, this should be your current peak level, but it can only be tied with me. How long can your explosion state last? I haven't calculated it, but it should be fine until the end of the battle. Anyway, people don't know his background, so Han Xiao came out. So you want to fight a protracted war with me? Manison let out an emotionless laugh, as if he was sighing at Han Xiao's overestimation. How many mechanical troops do you have to consume? Enough for me. Look at your ability. It's money. It seems that no one is the same. Han Xiao curled his lips. But that being said, Technician Han still admits that he is now Lao Maitu has a relatively strong ability to make money. He wanted to fight with Manison, but he didn't plan to explain his family's background here. Moreover, Han Xiao has not forgotten that Manison has some super A-level collections in his hand and is not used now. It is probably because the occasion is wrong, and he doesn't want to take it out in front of the 3 major civilizations. In other words, it is probably not yet Manison's full strength at the moment. Although the growth model is very different, there is one sentence Han Xiao also agrees. That is, the influence of background on mechanics is indeed too great. How many levels does the equipment country have and it exceed my level? That may not be true, but the other party's machinery is too many and too strong, and they're all good things accumulated over the years. After all, the mechanical department is different from other professions. When everyone grows to a bottleneck, mechanics can continue to ignore the bottleneck to improve combat power through manufacturing, research and development of machinery, and other means. So, Krypton Gold is the root of mechanic strength. The difference is still quite big. Han Xiao shook his head secretly. He is also rich, but compared with Manison, who is dressed in magical outfit, he suddenly seems much shabby. That seems that I want to beat Manison now, and the difficulty coefficient is still too high. Manison wants to defeat me and get back the field. At least I have to fight with him. It is impossible to escape, otherwise I'll be a little bad-looking on my face. Han Xiao's heart was on the line, thinking about what trump card he has. At this moment, the situation in the field suddenly changed. Different mechanical troops suddenly broke into the battlefield and attacked the troops of the armored countries, separating the battlefield and stopping the fighting between the two sides. More than a dozen streams of light flew from a distance, stopped between the two of them, faced Manison, and hid Han Xiao behind. Han Xiao and Manison stopped immediately and looked at the dozen figures, which were the other super A-level mechanical clones watching the show. Machine Country, let's stop here. Kant spoke. Manison glanced at everyone and spoke slowly. You want to help him? Blackstar doesn't need our help. He and you're not sure whether to win or lose. Even if you fight for a month, the battle between you will not end. Kant specifically shouted on the wide area channel and chuckled. We in the fleets of the three civilizations cannot watch you fight for a month here. So today we will be a draw. Get. Manison's tone sank slightly. Isn't it? Kant asked back with a chuckle. Manison glanced at everyone. What if I want to continue to do it? We are also people who want face, and what we say will always be fulfilled. Kant smiled. If you don't give face, then I'm sorry. We can only play with you a few moves. After the words came, all the Super A-level clones present took a step forward. Although they didn't say it clearly, their intention to protect Han Xiao was beyond words. Want to move the Black Star? Then we had to have a just fight. Seeing this scene, Manison fell into silence. The battlefield is the mechanical divine sect, so he naturally wants to defeat Han Xiao. Although the explosion mode of Black Star is powerful, it is only temporary. As long as he continues to fight, he will have confidence to win. But now this situation has made his plan fail. The battle between the two was stopped by a group of people. Manison also understood the meaning of this group of Super A-level, which was to create a draw, not give him a chance to win by one, and force him to accept this fact. After a little thought, he understood the reason. Manison raised his head and looked at Han Xiao, his tone a bit complicated. You are really so helpful. After that, Manison did not have any nostalgia and stuffed the troops back to the barracks. Without saying a word, he reclaimed his clone, removed the master from coming, and left directly. No matter how confident he is, he has no intention of challenging everyone present to surpass a level. Seeing this, Kant laughed twice and turned to look at Han Xiao. Okay, the matter is solved. Han Xiao was a little surprised. I thought you would keep watching the show. Why did you suddenly help me? He could understand that the allies of the Empire helped. But why did the Guanghui and Zuling mechanics also come forward? Could it be that my heroic figure when I destroyed the core of the virus and impressed these guys with grudges? Alas, I blame me for being careless and not being able to tie the interpersonal charm. It exudes too much. Don't be too sentimental. We're not trying to help you. Francisco snorted coldly. It will take at least 10 days and half a month for you to fight. How could the leaders of the three major civilizations keep staring at you? So he gave an order to let us intervene and end the battle. This is strange. Haven't you done this long ago? Do you have to wait until we are halfway through? Han Xiao was amazed. Haha, it's not just an order. We're all happy to see the army's defeat. Kant answered, his tone with a gloating feeling. Okay, I understand. Han Xiao's heart moved, and he immediately understood. Most of the people present had been bullied by the armed country before, and they were not as good as others, so they could only swallow their anger. But now seeing the heroic performance of Black Star, I felt that I could take the opportunity to attack the armed country, so I decided to intervene. The result of deliberate promotion of the draw was the small revenge of this group of people, who made the armored kingdom always control the position of the main god of the mechanical god cult and did not let go. This move was to build momentum for the Black Star, and was so happy that the armored kingdom was defeated. As long as the record becomes a foregone conclusion, Black Star can disperse the belief of the mechanical divine cult and let the mechanized kingdom bear the losses. Of course, the premise for this is that Black Star can withstand the mechanized kingdom. If Han Xiao was beaten all the time, this group of people would not deliberately choose the best time to help him. The intervention in the battle was not only because of the order, but also because of everyone's heartfelt decision to recommend Black Star to compete with the military country, which made it difficult for Madison. As for whether there are any factors that admire the core of Black Star's destruction of the virus, only everyone can know it. Thinking about this, Han Xiao was relieved and felt relieved. To be honest, if these melon-eating people had not given up their help, he would have no way to force his country to retreat, and the result would be difficult to say. Sure enough, there are still many benefits to paying more people. Although Madison has lived for so long and has extensive friendships, in the eyes of mechanics who are also super A-level, the image of the mechanical country is not very good. He offended too many of his peers in the super A-level industry. This is to be enlightened, but there are many helps, but few helps. Madison withdrew, and the capture of the virtual mutiny virus core was finally settled. Han Xiao removed the mechanical gods, put away the combat troops, and left some logistics and maintenance teams to cooperate with the three major civilizations to clean the battlefield. He and Madison deliberately moved away from the battlefield and restrained the troops from firing in the direction of the planet. But the aftermath of the battle still had a significant impact on Yun Magnet. The Earth seemed to have been scraped off by a file, and the skin shoveled down turned into wind and sand all over the sky. Looking down from the outer space, the surface is full of traces of falling objects from high altitudes, and the pits are bumpy. The most conspicuous one is the gully left by the Manison Trident, which transforms the wilderness into a large spiderweb-like Rift Valley group that stretches for hundreds of miles. The settlement of the mechanical divine cult was affected to a certain extent, and the shield was uncertain, but there was no reimbursement. It was just that the violent earthquake caused a large number of buildings to collapse, and the surrounding terrain sank for 1 or 2 meters. The city shrouded under the shield became a towering island, which looked quite conspicuous. Seeing this, Han Xiao became thoughtful and controlled the Master's clone to fall to the settlement. Everyone came to chase the core of the virus, and later a battle broke out. Although they discovered Yin Magnetic Star's mechanical divine sect, they had no time to contact them, and they only had time now. Madison warned that he did not want to see other super A-level contact with the mechanical divine cult, but now he has turned against the mechanical kingdom again, so Han Xiao naturally left his words behind. Han Xiao landed slowly and stopped above the shield of the settlement. More than a dozen figures followed, and they were Kant and other super A-level mechanics. Han Xiao didn't stop him. We are not a military country. After a few seconds, the shield opened on its own, and Han Xiao and his group landed at the top of the mechanical temple in the center of the settlement. All the priests surrounded the circle with excitement on their faces, and were in great turmoil. Look, mechanical god alive. So many super A-level mechanics want to touch them. If you say you want to take a photo, will they agree? Many priests whispered excitedly, and were ecstatic. This must be heaven. On weekdays, the Mechanical Congress basically only takes the initiative to contact them, and few other super A-level mechanics came over, as if they had no interest in the mechanical god cult, which made them feel that these super A-level mechanics looked down on them. They generally do not take the initiative to contact the object of their beliefs and worship their own, so their intersection is limited. Now, seeing so many living super A-level mechanics coming with their own eyes, Everyone is so happy that they are excited and restrained. They want to pounce on them, but they're also afraid of making the gods unhappy. Finally, the great priest came forward and said, "I am the great priest in this mechanical god cult settlement. All super A-level mechanics. On behalf of the mechanical god cult, I welcome you to visit you." Han Xiao knew how to deal with a group of believers. He didn't say anything, let alone introduce himself. He directly glanced at the collapsed building group in the distance and said in a leader-like tone, "I just fought with the mechanical kingdom, and the battle was very fierce. Are you okay?" "It's okay. We all have heavy armor protection, and the residents have already taken refuge in the flight vehicle, and there are no casualties. The city's losses are nothing. Just build it again." Seeing the Black Star's attitude of condolence, the great priest was refreshed and his face was full of happiness. "The idol asked me about my well-being. My life has no regrets. Let's live in another planet. The damage of the cloud magnet is quite serious. It is estimated that there will be frequent natural disasters in the future." Han Xiao said with concern again, No. We must stay here and pay tribute to the traces left by you in the country of military affairs." The great priest shook his head like a rattle. If the cloud magnet was beaten like this, normal people would change to another planet to live in, but the mechanical divine cult is not a normal person. For them, if the Black Star and the Machinery Kingdom had sex here, the cloud magnet became the land of God's wars, which was very memorable. It was too late to visit every day, so why would you move? It doesn't exist. That's fine. Since you've come, I'll help you. Han Xiao pointed his finger and unfolded a virtual screen out of thin air, presenting the plane map of the cloud magnetic star. He said kindly, "There is my reason for the damage to your settlement. Choose a location and I'll help you rebuild the city." Many priests immediately widened their eyes, unable to believe that the high-ranking mechanical god is such a good person. "I dare not. How can I trouble He Xing? Such a small matter," said the great priest hurriedly. "Don't be so polite. We are our own people. I have always known the existence of the mechanical god cult. I heard that you have always regarded me as a god. Although you have never contacted me before, you respect me as a god, and I will not be stingy with protection." Han Xiao did not go around, just said directly, "I am a reliable backer, and why don't you lie down on my pectoral muscles quickly?" Upon hearing this, the great priest couldn't help but feel a little moved. Their beliefs were not transferred due to material benefits, but there was no need to refuse the gifts of the gods. After all, everyone decided to click some on the floor plan map and chose the location of the new settlement. Han Xiao took a look and found that it was the rift made by the trident. He was not surprised and deliberately smiled. "It's great. The weapon that I knocked off from the military country was smashed here." As soon as he finished speaking, the curiosity of many priests was squeezed out. They kept watching the battle between the two mechanical gods and found that they stopped fighting halfway through the fight. Later, they heard Kant say on the wide area channel that the two were tied, and then the mechanical kingdom ran away. Everything happened too quickly, and they were still confused. "His Excellency Black Star, why did you fight with the Machinery Kingdom? What's the result?" If you are sensitive, please forgive my offense." The great priest couldn't help asking. Although he knew that this was a bit abrupt, his heart was itchy like a cat scratching his curiosity, and his curiosity could not be stopped, just like the fanatical desire for the newly released gossip of the idol by the star-chasing clan. "This is not a secret. It will be made public sooner or later. It's nothing to tell you. Is a virtual rebel virus known?" "I know." The great priest nodded repeatedly, not only knowing, but he was so familiar that he was quick. "That thing is not a simple virus, but an information weapon with core control, with the ability to constantly evolve and update, and can jump back and forth between virtual and entity, elusive. We Super A-level respond to the call of the 3 major civilizations in order to cooperate to chase." Han Xiao said briefly. The many priests present had their eyes wide open and their faces were shocked. Only then did they realize that the virtual rebellion virus that had plagued the ancient Xingmao for many days was such a powerful technology, and they were very palpitations. "Then what have you succeeded?" The great priest was immersed in Han Xiao's story and hurriedly asked, "We have grasped the core, but there are differences in handling the problem." Madison ignored the risks and wanted to retain the core and study this technology by himself. "For the sake of the peace of the universe, I took over the core of the virus and destroyed it. The country of machinery was very angry and wanted to teach me a lesson, so we fought, and I am embarrassed to affect you." Han Xiao was telling the truth, but he just changed the details slightly, highlighting the place where Madison does his own way regardless of the safety of the universe. Kant and others glanced at him and knew that this was smearing the armed kingdom, but no one stopped him, and basically everyone was happy to see it. Then, the result. Just as you heard, I and the Jaguar were not sure of the winner. He felt that he could not beat me if he continued to fight, so he ran away by himself and didn't want to continue fighting with me. Kant and others glanced at Han Xiao again and nodded. Yes, keep in this state, keep black, don't stop. So that's what it is. The great priest sighed contentedly, like a fan who had been full of gossip. At first, Black Star was suppressed by the armed kingdom, and the situation was reversed after the outbreak. However, the mechanical god cult has always only recognized the results. Regardless of whether the Black Star has burning potential or not, as long as it uses mechanical ability to achieve a result with a strong enemy, they recognize the record of the Black Star draw with the armed kingdom, and believe that the two are now comparable, and they wish they could immediately publicize it within the sect and share the gossip. At the same time, the great priest felt a little regretful. He is not a distorted fanatic, but he still feels a little sad when he heard that such a powerful technology of the virtual rebel virus was destroyed by Han Xiao. However, he also admired the feat of Black Star even more. He was clearly at the core of the virus, but he was in love with the people. He destroyed this powerful technology for the sake of justice and eliminated any force's opportunity to obtain this technology from the root, so that this virus would no longer have the possibility of harming the universe. It is admirable. The Machine Kingdom wanted to study viruses in order to master this weapon. The safety of ordinary people was not within his consideration. Although the great priest could understand the Machine Kingdom's approach, he always felt that he was inferior to the Black Star. Unconsciously, the Machine Kingdom's image in his heart was not so tall and mysterious. On the contrary, the Black Star's image has been greatly improved. There is always distortion in the rumors, but the inside information revealed by these big guys is more credible. Many priests thought to themselves, Han Xiao and his group came here to promote the draw and to smear the mechanical kingdom by the way, so that this group of mechanical god members could vigorously promote internally and leverage the faith of mechanical kingdom. The mechanical god cult is a group of 25 boys who are forced to believe in whom. They're no loyal fans. If you have a record as evidence, it is not difficult to poach. To achieve the goal, Han Xiao and his group communicated with the believers here, deepened their impression of the mechanical divine cult, and then left the planet to remove the Lord from coming, leaving only the engineering machinery troops to build a new settlement for the mechanical divine cult here. The country of machinery has withdrawn. The live broadcast screen was closed, and the heads of the three major civilizations withdrew their gaze and looked at each other. Although there were some twists and turns, the operation was successful, and the threat to the core of the virus has been resolved. Black Star's intelligence is right, and he has also put in great efforts in the operation. If it weren't for him, we would have suffered a big loss. His achievements can be said to be a turning point, and we must be rewarded. Ulan Rueyer said first. Vader and the head of the Zuling sect nodded silently, without any objection. This is a disaster that threatens the entire universe. Let us let go of the grudges of the past for the time being, and you will be rewarded if you have any contribution. Also, in order to destroy the Armed Kingdom's plan, Black Star has to burn its potential to fight, and we must give sufficient compensation. Ulan Riel said again. Vader cursed shamelessly and retorted, "This is unreasonable. Transferring the virus core to us is also a plan to destroy the Armed Kingdom. Black Star does not do this, perhaps because of the consideration of maintaining the order of the universe, but more because of distrust of us. He is still not the same as us. I think rewards are okay, and compensation is exempted. Not this. Ulan Riel shook his head. Black Star destroys the virus core. It has its own considerations. It is not only Mingzhi protects himself and does not stand clearly, but also cuts off the source of the disaster. But through this behavior, we finally see clearly his vague position. He chose order. Even if Black Star is not our direct member, his position is consistent with our interests and should be given more trust. Bader frowned. Seeing this, Ulan Riel said in a deep voice, "In fact, we have not lost this technology. The monopoly on virus technology is mainly to avoid leaking it. With our own strength, we can suppress the explored universe. Without this virtual rebellious virus, we are still overlords. And instead, there's a variable that can threaten the universe." She did not hide it, and clearly wanted to seek more benefits for the Black Star. What else does Bader want to say? The head of the Zuling sect suddenly spoke and slowly said, "We need to consider how to deal with the mechanical country. His position is very dangerous. If the Black Star had not pointed out the core characteristics of the virus, he would have always been hiding the information in his hand. Manison's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Although he has not succeeded this time, he has shown his ambitions. We can no longer tolerate him doing whatever he wants. We must find ways to weaken it, such as his business, his status, his belief in a mechanical god, and his right to speak in the Development Federation. So we must choose a suitable person as his opponent and constantly take away the resources of the Mechanical Kingdom." "You mean letting the Black Star replace the Mechanical Kingdom's position?" Bader was reluctant. "Yes, he is the best candidate, although he is not our direct descendant. His position is trustworthy and will not do anything to disrupt order. It is better to make Black Star bigger than the Armed Kingdom continue to be unscrupulous. So it is best to let Black Star fight with Armed Kingdom and complete the differentiation. If Black Star leads the development of the Federation, it would be even better. We don't have to worry about the radical collective behavior of the supra-level gang." Everyone exchanged opinions and reached a consensus. For Black Star, we should not only reward him, but also vigorously promote his deeds throughout the universe. This is not only to build momentum for Black Star, help him compete for the resources of the armored country, but also to promote this correct value that is conducive to order. For the military country, we must suppress it with all our might, and we can no longer let it be so carefree. Not to mention anything else, at least lock the original body of this old thing first. Manison is not a Black Star, and his original body is his biggest weakness. The vision of the dominant clone disappeared, and the vision returned to its original body. Han Xiao slowly opened his eyes. His body was still in the virtual brain wave amplifier, and the consciousness of others did not return to the clone here, and he was the only person in the space to be active. The virus core was finally solved. Han Xiao opened the panel and showed that the special requirements for eliminating the virus core with his own hand showed that it was completed. However, the entire Smart Plague mission is not over yet. Only when the 3 civilizations clear the first generation of viruses in the ancient Star Desert will all the rewards of this mission be settled. As for Armed Country, Manison Mechanical God War, he and Manison fought for a short time and had already reached the highest evaluation. For Din, Nello, and Emmys were not around, so they could only give Harrison a try. After going out to find Harrison, he rubbed him in the other party's horror and inexplicable eyes. Han Xiao then looked at the settlement reward with his face. His eyes crossed the experience and character card prompts and looked directly at the skill drawing interface. You get a reward. Draw one of Manison's abilities, skill expertise. Tip: Manison is a virtual specialist mechanic, perfectly adapted to your profession. You can have any of Manison's abilities. If you draw a coincidental profession skill, the skill will be strengthened. Randomly drawn. Drawing is completed. Please select one of the following 5 abilities as a reward. 1. Drawing Machine Emperor 3 Holy Sage. Skill: a cosmic treasure level melee weapon specially used in mechanical gods. Excellent works developed by Manison after summarizing various weapon technologies. Specific parameters: folding and expanding. Manufacturing requirements: character level is not less than 310. Intelligence is greater than 2W, and knowledge of ultimate mechanical engineering LV5, endless materials LV5, eternal energy LV4, and other knowledge. 2. Perfect mechanical sense, specialty, total mechanical affinity coefficient of 1.4x, mechanical skill level +4, mechanical force addition mechanical quality improvement level 1-2, up to no more than pink rare quality. 3. Drawing, criminal, skill, advanced mechanical warriors developed by Han Xiao, powerful war weapons created by using biological transformation and mechanical biochemical technology. They require living superpowers as materials. The stronger they themselves are, the higher their performance after transformation and specific parameters, folding and expanding. Note, the requirement for super A-level living body to be transformed into a prisoner. The character level is no less than 340. The intelligence is greater than 3.2 W. And he has knowledge, such as endless materials LV5, mechanical life Tinder LV5, eternal energy LV5, and virtual creator LV5. 4. Ancient man, specialty. Long life gives you rich experience. This is a precious spiritual wealth. Intelligence plus 20%, mystery plus 10%, all skill levels +2. 5. Billion machine countryman son, expertise. Intelligence plus 15%, total mechanical affinity coefficient plus 1.2x, mechanical skill level +2, mechanical fusion give, emperor gift, teacher of the king, tinder of the king, tinder of the apostle, dimensional factory, apostle evolution, mechanical fire breeding, mechanical civilization strengthening, and other skill level +6. Your mechanical production efficiency plus 5,000%. The quality of mechanical creations you produce plus 10%. 40%. Your ordinary drawing research and development and manufacturing ability plus 36%. Golden drawing manufacturing and research and development ability plus 12%. When you fight against any mechanical body, you get 10% full attribute bonus. The damage you bear, 15%. The damage you cause plus 10%. Your strength and physical strength consumption, 25%. When you fight against any mechanical body, you get 10% full attribute bonus. The damage you bear, 15%. The damage you cause plus 10%. You're strengthened. Physical strength consumption, 25%. Note, you are the co-lord of billions of machinery. You are the kingdom of machinery. Guru. Han Xiao was a little stunned, his throat rolled, and he subconsciously swallowed. Is the goddess of luck finally willing to strip my pants? The quality of this wave of shipments is too scary. Han Xiao was unprepared and was stunned for a while. An ecstasy surged into his heart. Because the two are perfectly matched in professions and any skill and expertise can be drawn, Manison's thousands of drawing skills lowered the winning rate, and the possibility of drawing good things is very low. Han Xiao's biggest goal was to draw out his template expertise at most, but he didn't expect to find out Manison's big treasure. Billion million machinery country Manison, exclusive expertise. Judging from this effect, it's a perfect template level, and it is also the top level in the template. This is definitely Manison's ability to keep his feet on the box. The exclusive expertise of normal characters comes from their own experiences and is highly recognizable. Generally speaking, the expertise formed after being strong will be more powerful than the earlier ones, and billion million machinery country is obviously the expertise born after Manison's fame has become famous for its extremely harsh conditions. It is a summary of his hundreds or thousands of years of experience. To put it in a more common way, this expertise is equivalent to the inner alchemy that Lao Maitu practiced for many years and contains the essence he accumulated throughout his life. And now, Lao Maitu has been touched by himself with the results he has achieved through his life. It's like going to the river to catch fish, and after going down the net, he actually caught a protected animal. The richness of the harvest was completely beyond the expectations of Technician Han, and he was so excited that he wanted to eat a few more bags of nutritional cream. I made a big profit. It's true that character needs to be saved. Harrison's European aura that has accumulated for many years is probably not something I've pulled it away. Han Xiao was very excited. Not to mention Billion Mechanical Country. The overall quality of the draw this time is also amazingly high. 2 template-level abilities are produced, and even the perfect mechanical feeling is found. Fortunately, I had already obtained the perfect mechanism by bullying Milo. I can draw it again, and at most a small wave. The cost-effectiveness is limited, otherwise I might really fall into the difficulty of choosing now. The other 3 options are also very good. The 3 Holy Sages of the Mechanic Emperor are weapons used by Manison during combat. They are of cosmic treasure level and are more powerful than the Star Killing Blade. Drawing's Criminal is a special live weapon transformation technology and can even be used for Super A levels. I am afraid that the Super A levels that Manison collects are transformed into advanced weapons in this way. Ancient Man is also a high-level specialty. Han Xiao used this ability to have such a character card. If he had not drawn Billion Machinery Country, he might have chosen this ability to solidify it into his own. These 4 abilities are all overshadowed in front of Manison's bottom-up expertise, and Han Xiao doesn't need to hesitate at all. Tonight, we are all Manison. You have gained new expertise, Billion Million Machinery Country Manison. A wave of indescribable changes occurred in the body, which was different from the pain of sublimation of the level of life. Han Xiao only felt that his whole body was relaxed and fluttering, as if he had broken some shackles and removed the invisible shackles. His eyes trembled like water waves, and scenes suddenly flashed in front of him. Babies are born and quickly grow into teenagers. Obscure mechanical theory books are like children's books. They can be read casually and can be integrated. They are talented and sharp. He saw the first mechanical force born of the boy in the painting, the first book he read, the first machine he created, the first improved drawing, the first enemy he killed. Then the sun rose and the moon set. The stars changed. The hallucinations were like floating lights, and countless messy and blurry pictures flashed by. The person in the painting eventually turned into an old man wearing a silver robe and lightning in his eyes. Behind him, there was a vast mechanical legion, boundless, all over the starry sky, occupying every inch of his sight. The illusion came to an abrupt end, and Han Xiao opened his eyes wide and realized something. This is the scene of Lao Maitu since he was a child. It seems that he has obtained a person's exclusive expertise and can see the other person's general life. Hey, he's still alive, and it feels like Lao Maitu is dead. This illusion is absurd most of the time, and it is very vague and lacks details, which only shows the more important nodes in Manison's life. After Han Xiao finished reading it, he naturally had no gains in intelligence. At most, he had a deeper understanding of Manison. The proud son of heaven is very talented and has always been the most dazzling handsome boy since childhood. A typical child next door. Han Xiao curled his lips. The only special thing is that Manison has been so dazzling since he was a child, and many things are within his reach, but he seems to have no interest in material enjoyment, nor does he like to mating, and he just likes to stay in the workshop to make machines. This is a bit like me. We are all technicians who focus on craftsmanship. Han Xiao shook his head, threw this illusion behind his head, and carefully browsed the effect of Billion Machinery Country Mansion. Although his expertise has reached himself, the suffix of Manison has not disappeared, and it always shows the source. The most exaggerated bonus is the 5,000% increase in production efficiency. I am afraid that part of the source of the nickname Machinery Country of Manison comes from this, and the speed of the violent soldiers is scary. No matter how powerful it is, 50 times the production efficiency also means 50 times the speed of burning money. Manison has been committed to expanding his power for many years. In addition to the ambition factor, it is probably to support his own expenses. He has a big family and a big business, and he can make money quickly and spend money quickly. The biggest gap between me and Lao Maitu is the foundation. With this bonus, my accumulation of foundation will increase dramatically. Although it will not shorten the gap, it will not be thrown away by Manison. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered in his heart. It's just that I spent money too quickly. Fortunately, I'm not short of money. The Black Star Legion is now huge in size, and it is terrifying every day with terrifying profits. And there is also the treasure pot of evolutionary blocks. His family is rich enough to cross the word lack of money out of the dictionary. The bonus of drawing manufacturing and R&D capabilities is also extremely powerful. It can match the effect of more than a dozen layers of God artifacts. The best thing is the 12% bonus of golden drawings. Manison is good at developing cosmic treasures, so he must have been influenced by this expertise. It should be much easier for me to study the treasures of the universe in the future. Han Xiao was secretly happy. As for the accompanying combat effects that can take effect when dealing with mechanical bodies, they are best at mechanic civil wars. The old Maitu Civil War is so powerful, there's also a reason. In this way, I will get targeted growth next time I will face the military country. The bonus given to me by billions of weapons is probably as high as 2 perfect weapons. The best exclusive expertise is so terrifying. Han Xiao was as satisfied as Mimi had a full meal. In this way, the gap between herself and weapons was greatly narrowed. We were right before. Manison is indeed a good person. Every time I turn against you, I will give me a big gift. What kind of spirit is this? Repay evil with kindness. If he hadn't been afraid of being angry, he would have wanted to send a banner to Manison, which would have read, Star See Reign in Time, Hero Man McNison. It seems that we will often fight with the military country in the future, and it depends on him to make a fortune. Han Xiao was secretly ready to go, turning off the skill interface. He then looked at the rewards for another mission. Manison's frontal challenge is extremely difficult, and his experience reward is more than the first time, close to 100 billion yuan. His inventory is basically exchanged for the awakening point. At this time, a wave of fat was added, and his pockets bulged again. The rewarded character card is an ability called Power Resonance. The effect is to reduce the power consumption and strengthen the power zone attributes. When the conversion to the mechanical force, it becomes to increase the coverage of the mechanical force bonus. At the same time, as long as the power value is not returned to 0, the power bonus state can always be maintained at its peak. Perhaps it was because he exhausted his luck when drawing abilities, the effect of the character card was relatively ordinary, and he had blood blue exchanges, so this character card was a bit useless. However, Han Xiao was not discouraged. He was already very satisfied with Manison's core abilities. Besides, this result is the normal state of his luck, and he is used to it. After counting some of the gains, Han Xiao closed the panel and thought about what impact this action would have. I changed the plot direction. The core of the virus was eliminated by me, and the intelligent plague could no longer sweep the universe like my previous life, and the loss was reduced by more than 95%. I have explored the universe to survive this disaster without any danger, and preserved more vitality than my previous life. I made such contributions. The mission evaluation should be able to reach the highest level. In addition to the mission rewards, the 3 major civilizations will also express that I can get the second wave of rewards. When the news is released, I can get the 3rd wave of rewards from the response of the Interstellar Society. It is a pity that the domino virus is destroyed, and it is not possible to deal with the world tree. However, this virus was not used in the previous life, so the impact should not be great. In fact, if the world tree cracks this technology and deals with us, it would be bad. The negative impact of this virus on us is much greater than that of the world tree. Eliminating this variable may not be a bad thing. The feasibility of the mechanical kingdom retaliates against me is very low. After all, he has to deal with the suppression of the 3 major civilizations. I guess he has no time to deal with me. Even if he really wants to mess with me, I am not so afraid of him now. Since the contradiction is clear, the mechanical kingdom and I will definitely fight in the association. If those super A-level mechanics do not stand on the mechanical kingdom, it is equivalent to my hidden supporters. My voice in the development of the Federation should have increased. Han Xiao calculated silently and found that his profits were actually quite good after this wave. And the only disadvantage was that he offended Madison. In his previous life, Madison was most likely to have obtained the core of the virus and was the biggest beneficiary of the intelligent plague. Now it's just the opposite. In this operation, Lao Maitu became the only person who lost money. It seems that I have cheated him so badly. Han Xiao scratched his head and shook this idea away. Well, what's the matter with me? It's not that I'm bad, it's that you're too sexy. After leaving the virtual brain wave amplifier and returning to the disaster command center, the spacecraft entered the port. Han Xiao walked out of the cabin door and saw 3 supervisors, including Sidruin at a glance, and Xiao Xiao Ho was on the platform. His Excellency Black Star, the 3 leaders are waiting online. Please come over and meet. Sidruin stepped forward and took 2 steps, lowered his head slightly, and his attitude was a little more respectful than before. Han Xiao's move to eliminate the core of the virus has won more respect from him. Okay, I'll go there now. Han Xiao nodded with a smile, not surprised. He had expected that the 3 major civilizations would definitely talk to him. He glanced left and right, and the other super A-level clones were not here. Where are the others? They have not arrived yet, but your tasks have been completed and we can solve the next work. The core has been eradicated. The virtual mutiny virus has stopped in the first generation. There's a 3-piece antivirus package here. The original removal plan of the 3 major civilizations can continue, and the next work will not be used to exceed a level, and everyone's mission has been completed. It is even more impossible for the military country to run back. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing when you see it. You don't know whether to fight or not, so it's understandable. Han Xiao followed everyone to the remote conference room on the top floor of the command center. When he walked into the room, he saw a huge virtual screen on 3 sides standing in front of him, which were the remote communication screens of Ulan Rur, Bader, and Zuling Sect Head. Sidruin and others nodded, then retreated and closed the door, leaving Han Xiao alone in the room. Ulan Ruer took the lead in speaking. Black Star, you have made great contributions this time and pointed out the real danger of the intelligent plague for us. If you do not have your intelligence, countless people will be killed and injured in this disaster. We thank you on behalf of the entire universe for your contribution. Everyone is responsible for maintaining order. Han Xiao set a scene and glanced at the 3 of them. This is the first time he has been met by the heads of the 3 major civilizations. He has reached the peak of the Starry Sea. Almost no one in the universe has such an honor, and all of them are the most dazzling great men of all eras. Speaking of which, he is only familiar with Ulan Riel, and Bader and the head of the Zuling sect rarely come into contact with him. The 3 of them spoke, praising Han Xiao's contribution, and uttered the behavior of destroying the core of the virus without further discussion. After listening to the praise for a while, Han Xiao heard the Zuling sect's head talk about the main topic. We will not be stingy with rewards for such achievements. Han Xiao's eyes rolled. He knew that the 3 of them had only talked to him after reaching a consensus, and they must have had a draft of the matter. As expected, the 3 of them talked freely and introduced the booked rewards, among which resource supply and policy support accounted for the majority. Guanghui and Zuling both expressed their willingness to help the Black Star Legion vigorously expand their business and expand their sphere of influence in the star field outside the Broken Star Ring and Shining World. The development of the Black Star Legion in other star fields has always been difficult and cannot stretch out too long. If it is supported by the 3 major civilizations, its development will be much smoother. Han Xiao understood the meaning of the 3 major civilizations, which was to help him catch up with the forces of the armed country and facilitate the 2 to compete. At the same time, this support is equivalent to the 3 major civilizations sharing their own interests with him, so as to deepen the contact between the 2 parties, tie up interests, and try to avoid the lessons of the armed country. On the other hand, the 3 major civilizations promised to open up a part of the universe treasure-level drawing library to Han Xiao, open up purchasing channels, and spend money and contributions to purchase some of the golden drawings in their archives. Originally, Most of these were not sole products because they were in the match with the military country, and the three major civilizations saw the gap in the background between the two sides, so they were willing to provide this benefit to help Black Star shorten the gap. Generally speaking, this is a treatment that only the direct descendants have. At this time, giving Han Xiao is a reflection of the increase in trust. Of course, support is support, and it is impossible to give it for free. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he was surprised. In this way, in addition to self-development and awakening points, I have a new channel for obtaining stable universe treasure-level drawings. Because of my God artifact, the benefits of this reward are very practical, and in his opinion, they are more useful than those business support. At this time, Wanrer slowly said, and we have decided to hire you as a special security consultant for the Glorious Federation, the Red Empire, and the Void Spirit Sect. Han Xiao was slightly stunned. A special security consultant for the three major civilizations? This is a bit new. In this way, I will have a certain cooperative relationship with Guanghui and Zuling, and will change from an ally of the Empire to a cross-camp figure. There seems to be no such honor as Super A in history. I may be the first example. Scorpion Papa is the only one. After thinking about it, Han Xiao roughly guessed the intentions of the three major civilizations. First, to build momentum for him. Second, the other two companies give out rewards as investments and want profits, just like advertising sponsors. Let Black Stars bring some of their labels. Third, the Development Federation plays a role as a trade union, and the three major civilizations may be adjusting their attitude to deal with groups. Why is it a bit like in the martial arts novels in previous life, where the imperial court secretly supported a hero to run for the leader of the martial arts world to control the world? I am becoming more and more like a villain. Han Xiao was very imaginative and muttered in his heart. Thinking of this, he did not refuse the position of special security consultant and nodded and politely said, "Yes, I am honored to take up this position." The military country wants to engage in opposition, but not only radical means, but also contains selfishness. Han Xiao has no such idea. It is not just an opposition to maintain the Super A class. In his opinion, no one can do without the other party on the way to explore the entire universe, and seeking cooperation in the struggle is the right way. Besides, the three major civilizations are the main force in dealing with the World Tree. What he pursues is only to turn cooperative relations into equality, rather than backsting the three major civilizations. Most people in the Super A-level association also think so. The position of being a special consultant for the three major civilizations is a halo title that can absorb members with the same concept and be clearly distinguished from the military country. Thinking of this, Han Xiao felt deja again. How can I feel like two gay friends, Magneto and Professor Fork? Although I'm a special consultant, I am still the pillar of the Empire's country, and the relationship between the other two is much lighter. These are all rough rewards. Black Star, do you have any other needs? Han Xiao thought for a while and said, I hope I can buy the ultimate professional knowledge of other systems and teach it to others. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them changed slightly and they fell silent. This is a sensitive issue, and it is also an issue that the Development Federation has been negotiating with the three major civilizations and wants to eliminate the knowledge monopoly. There are so many Super A levels. If you make up, you will definitely be able to get the ultimate knowledge of all professions. The key lies in the right to disseminate knowledge. The three major civilizations are prohibited from being taught privately, which is very wide. Now Han Xiao wants them to open this hole, which is in line with the needs of the A-class, but it is harmful to the interests of the three major civilizations. Seeing this, Han Xiao continued, Hela is my deputy commander of the army. I have to help her get together knowledge of the superpowers. I have some people with extraordinary potential. I hope they can learn some ultimate knowledge and improve their combat power. The three of them looked at each other and remained silent for a long time. Finally, Ulanrer spoke. You can buy 3 ultimate knowledge for Hela. If it is taught to others, each system will be limited to 1 ultimate knowledge. At the same time, You must submit a list for reporting, and the quota must be restricted. It cannot be spread on a large scale. The three major civilizations have made certain concessions on this issue, but it is limited to Black Star himself for teaching, and others do not have this treatment. The reward is very generous, and the position expressed by oneself is in line with the other party's interests. Although the intelligent plague is a disaster, it also provides you with a further opportunity. After various transactions were negotiated, the heads of the three major civilizations were taken off the line. Han Xiao left the conference room, spoke to Sidruin, and then returned to his territory. As soon as he walked into his exclusive office area, he saw Harrison standing at the door, as if waiting for him. Han Xiao kept walking straight forward. Harrison hurriedly followed and stammered, "Her High Star, I have something I want to ask for advice. If you have something to say, I want to ask, what should we do after the intelligent plague is over?" Hearing this, Han Xiao turned his head and looked at him, and saw Harrison's face full of nervousness, and he knew what he was thinking. "What, are you worried about going back to jail?" Yes. Harrison was a little anxious. He had been with Han Xiao for several months, but he was still guilty. The guilt had not been eliminated. He was afraid that he would continue to jail, so he could only come to Han Xiao for pleading. "Don't worry, you have made great contributions this time. I won't ignore you." Han Xiao patted his shoulder casually. Harrison was flattered, but at the same time, he was a little confused. "Have I made great contributions? Why don't I know? Then, what are you going to deal with me?" "I will apply for the three major civilizations to revoke the accusations against you in a while and restore your freedom to your companions. But you can't be scavengers anymore." "Thank you so much." Harrison looked grateful. It would be good to be able to restore freedom. It doesn't matter if you're not a scavenger. If you dig out the virtual mutiny virus, Harrison was discouraged and had plans to go back and inherit billions of property. Don't be happy that early. I didn't save you for nothing. You must continue to do your job and continue to explore under the funding and surveillance of the Black Star Army. Harrison hesitated. "Don't." Han Xiao glanced at him. "Then I wish you get used to prison life as soon as possible." No. Harrison hurriedly grabbed Han Xiao and said helplessly, "Let's do it." Black Star was the only hope to get out of trouble. He had no choice, and he received funding from a giant like the Black Star Army, and it seemed that he would no longer have to make small fuss like before. Han Xiao nodded and groaned at his heart. "Want to go back and inherit the family business? Dream. Once you enter my vegetable field, don't think about running away. Get a good job in my old business and sell yourself to work." After the three major civilizations completed the pursuit, they notified the forces in the ancient star desert to restart the quantum network. The network was cut off within half a day, which caused huge economic losses to the entire star domain. All forces were curious about what the three major civilizations had done during the period of disconnection. Various intelligence gathered together and soon figured out a group of super A-level operations, and they were all shocked and inexplicably. The superstar cluster civilization suffers from three major civilizations. The Star Arc civilization has been paying attention to the situation. When they learned about this, the senior leaders held a meeting again. The virtual mutiny virus turns out to be such a mechanism. If it is leaked, I don't know how many people will be killed or injured. It's a pity that we kept it in the dark, and the core has been wiped out by the Black Star. Many senior officials were both afraid and regretful. What they feared was the threat of the virtual rebellion virus itself. They thought that the three major civilizations had already controlled the situation, but they did not expect it to be just an illusion. If they did not find out the strangeness at the core of the virus, disasters would sweep across the universe. What I regret is that I did not know the goals of the three major civilizations in advance. In order to wait and see the situation, the core of the virus was finally solved by the three major civilizations, and the virtual rebellion virus technology became a terrible news. Because the road has been completed and the three major civilizations no longer continue to conceal information, they learned that the matter was going on. Fortunately, Black Star destroyed the core of the virus. If the three major civilizations were allowed to obtain this information weapon technology, our situation would be even worse. A senior executive breathed a sigh of relief. You are wrong. Black Star destroyed the core of the virus. It harms more than good for us. Even if the technology is obtained by the three major civilizations, they dare not use it in order to maintain order. There is still a gap between us and them. But for us, this technology is enough to threaten the three major civilizations and can quickly shorten the gap. It is a killer weapon against the three major civilizations. Now that the technology has disappeared, we have lost this opportunity forever. Someone refuted. It would be great if the military country succeeded. Many people sighed. They hope that Madison will succeed in their hearts. In order to maintain the advantage of being a rare product, the Machinery Kingdom has 80% colluded with the Superstar Group Alliance. In this way, they have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and find ways to trade with the Machinery Kingdom and obtain virus technology. But now, this hope of turning the tables was crushed by Haixing, and they couldn't help but beat their chests and stamp their feet, feeling very regretful. Black Star is really... A senior executive wanted to speak, but stopped. He spoke a few times, not knowing how to describe Han Xiao's actions, and finally said softly, "It's too wasteful." After looking at the senior executives with different expressions, the leader of the Star Arc civilization said in a deep voice, "The result cannot be changed. What we need to think about is how to deal with the current situation. In the Shining World, the three major civilizations and the Superstar Group Alliance must have a battle. What we lack the most is preparation time. Originally, the intelligent plague involved the energy of the three major civilizations, and the longer the time, the better. But now the disaster is about to disappear, and the three major civilizations will soon be freed to deal with us." Someone said in a low tone. The core of the virus was discovered by Black Star and was also destroyed by him. Because of his actions, the time for the three major civilizations to resolve the intelligent plague has been greatly shortened. Tisk, it's Black Star again. Most senior officials were very dissatisfied. In the past, the exposure of the traveler was due to the Black Star, but now it's Black Star that ruined their good things. But no matter how angry they are too late to keep a low profile, and it is impossible to run to deal with Haixing. The head of the Star Arc civilization looked through the information and suddenly said, Black Star and the Arctic Kingdom had a disagreement on the issue of dealing with the core of the virus. The two fought and almost broke up. What do you think? The battle report shows that the Black Star and the Arctic Kingdom tied. An intelligence department chief frowned and said, if the Black Star came, it was a bit possible, but both sides were clones. Our intelligent AI built countless models. The analysis results show that when the master clones fought, the Black Star's winning rate was lower than 0.0027%. He is not an opponent of the Arctic Kingdom. The draw was because other super A-level polling sides were tied, and there must be instructed behind it. Therefore, it can be judged that the three major civilizations hope to create an equal character to compete with the Arctic Kingdom. The leader of the Star Arc civilization narrowed his eyes. This means that after this battle, Black Star and the Arctic Kingdom parted ways and were divided into two factions in the Super A class. Black Star was supported, and the Arctic Congress was suppressed. There may be some opportunities here. You mean, the leader of the Star Arc civilization said slowly. The Arctic Kingdom has been operating for many years and has been in a semi-independent state. It has basically gotten rid of its dependence on the three major civilizations. But even so, when facing the beating of the three major civilizations, he will inevitably need some external help. And this help, we can provide it. Everyone's eyes lit up and nodded. Everyone needs help. Jiaogua is an amazing figure. Now he is in trouble and is not trusted by the three major civilizations. If the Superstar Group Alliance provides help, he may have the opportunity to become a secret cooperation partner. In this way, to a certain extent, the super-level groups will avoid reaching new cooperative relationships with the three major civilizations, and can also make things difficult for Black Stars who often cause trouble for them. A desolate planet in the old galaxy, a secret base hidden underground. In the darkness, lightning flashed, and a pair of pupils that released light opened, reflecting the outline of sitting cross-legged on the ground. The figure stood up, and the robe whirled and rubbed the sound of fabric rubbing. The next moment, he turned on the lights in the room, showing his true appearance, which was Madison's body. After turning against each other, he lifted the Lord's arrival and had no contact with others for the time being. He has been secretly operating forces throughout various star fields, ready to deal with the suppression of the three major civilizations. Madison knows more than anyone else what measures the three major civilizations will take on themselves. This day was much earlier than I expected. Madison let out a sigh of relief. Then his tone became a little unpleasant, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Children Black Star, I'm bad plan. Hey Xing, if he hadn't called the existence of the core of the virus, he wouldn't have to take the risk to fight this." Madison also discovered clues about the core of the virus. His plan was concealed, and he did not inform the three major civilizations. He secretly investigated it. In this way, he had the opportunity to monopolize the virtual betrayal virus, secretly obtain this technology, and make a fortune in silence. In his opinion, Black Star had such an opportunity, even more clues than he had, but in order to reduce the damage to the disaster, he actually found three major civilizations to share information. If not, I wouldn't have to compete with the three major civilizations in public. If I miss this opportunity, I will never get the virtual rebel virus technology again. The root of everything is the Black Star. He took the risk and jumped fiercely. In the end, the bastard Black Star actually shattered the core of the virus, and everyone was useless. Until now, when Madison recalled the scene where Han Xiao crushed the core of the virus, his heart thrust and hurt. He dared to take the risk of turning against the three major civilizations to seize the core of the virus, naturally because it was worth it. He is a top virtual mechanic and has an AI civilization in his hand. If he obtains a complete set of virtual rebel virus technologies and improves them, he will produce a violent chemical reaction, and with his own deterrence, he will be able to become a new pole in the universe. Not to mention anything else. As long as you create cores in your own smart cultivation room, cultivate generations of viruses in advance, and then release them to penetrate the entire universe, then he will be everywhere. At that time, this intelligent plague will be nothing compared to him. If the three major civilizations have obtained technology, there is still a chance. Madison might risk being discovered and hacked in and steal technology. But now, the opportunity to reach the peak was ruined by the Black Star. Madison wanted to turn Han Xiao into a criminal who could not survive or die on the spot. Madison shook his head. It was already here, and it was useless to think too much, and it was more important to deal with the current situation. After this incident, Guanghui and I became more in line with each other. The three major civilizations will try to reduce my wings. Fortunately, I have tried my best to get rid of my dependence over the years, mastered independent channels, and cultivated a large number of hidden forces. Many businesses can easily be transferred into secret operations. A long time ago, Madison felt that he would become independent one day, so he prepared for any accidents. So he dared to gamble today, but he was not afraid of the three major civilizations turning against each other. Moreover, in the current situation, the two sides do not mean that they are completely in opposition and still have to continue to be humiliated. The three major civilizations still have fear of him. Madison expected this risk before taking action and took the opportunity to deliberately reveal a little trump card. Tens of millions of dominant clones were enough to make the three major civilizations look down on the rat. As long as he could not find his original body, he could continue to appear. At that time, he prepared for the current result. The three major civilizations want to support Black Star to compete with me. I guess they will lose their glorious funding and have to find some new friends. Madison narrowed his eyes and thought secretly. Han Xiao and others have completed their work and cannot help in comprehensive rectification. They only need to watch the performances of the three major civilizations. Eliminate the core of the virus and have no worries the disaster relief efficiency of the three major civilizations has suddenly accelerated, and the three-piece antivirus package has been used to re-promote the previous antivirus plan. Without the core of the virus, the first generation of virtual rebel viruses has no leader and lost coordination. The three major civilizations scan to lock nodes and then clear at the same time. Then the dedicated firewall is immediately launched. The viruses in the ancient star desert were quickly resolved on a large scale, and the intelligent plague was quickly rectified. Several months have passed since the outbreak of the intelligent plague. The star domain has been blocked. The entire universe is extremely concerned about the current situation of the ancient star desert. As the news is blocked, the more rumors are circulating in the universe, and there are faintly people spreading panic. Now that the disaster is under control, the three major civilizations have finally issued an announcement to the entire universe, giving Shanghai citizens a reassurance. In the announcement, the three major civilizations specially added the full experience of chasing the core of the virus. Once the official news announcement was released, it immediately attracted the attention of countless forces in various star fields in the universe. Han Xiao's achievements also spread rapidly throughout the universe with the deliberate publicity of the three major civilizations, causing a huge response. Shining the world, the territory of the Black Star Legion. With the progress of the large-scale development of the star field, more and more interstellar citizens have flocked to the shining world. Various industries have been rapidly improved, and a large number of planets have been transformed into transit stations or tourist locations. As the entrance to the Legion territory and the gateway to shine in one of the top 10 Stargate transportation routes in the world, the Blackgate Star has an amazing daily passenger flow. It has established countless entertainment facilities on the planet's surface, confusing the day and night, and is very lively at all times. Here you can see visitors from various star fields and races. Miracle Street is a famous entertainment street, with casinos, taverns, and shops in large numbers, tall buildings, bright lights and wine, crowds of people, and endless streams. I haven't come for a while, and it's becoming more and more prosperous. Feng Yu walked on the bustling street with a crazy knife, looking around, looking curious, looking at all kinds of strange passers-by. Passers-by saw the emblem of the senior Black Star Army soldiers on the two, and they all showed awe-inspiring look and quietly walked around. On the bustling streets, a small piece of open space was squeezed out around them. "Stop shopping. We are here to hand in the mission," Huang Dao said helplessly. At this moment, the huge curtain of the exterior wall of a building in the distance lit up, showing a news picture that pedestrians in several neighborhoods could see it clearly. Now, an emergency news is inserted. The three parties of the Glorious Federation, the Red Empire, and the Void Spirit sect jointly issued an announcement to report the progress of the governance of the intelligent plague to the entire universe. The following is the news content. After hearing the news about the ancient star desert for many days, pedestrians on the street stopped immediately, as if they had pressed the freezing key, and they all looked up and stopped to watch. Huang Dao and Feng Yu also stopped and looked at the screen curiously. In a giant screen was a diplomatic press conference. The spokespersons of the three major civilizations stood side by side and read the announcement. For several months after the outbreak of the intelligent plague, we controlled the disaster in the ancient star desert and carried out special disaster relief operations. Therefore, the matter is closely related to the safety of the entire universe and has received high attention from all walks of life. So today we will give a special report to announce the progress of our three parties in the governance of the intelligent plague. The virtual mutiny virus is a highly dangerous information data virus that can rewrite the underlying logic of mechanical intelligence and turn it into killing organic living organisms. It is amazingly permeable, disseminated, and threatening. This is a lost information warfare weapon. We thought the threat came from the virus itself, but now it is found that the core of the virus is the real threat. The spokesperson said the mechanism of the core of the virus, emphasizing the danger of self-evolution and renewal, and the words are very exaggerated to describe the consequences of the disaster. Hearing this, passers-by stopped to watch on the street and shuddered. Because of the news blockade, interstellar citizens only have a slight understanding of the mechanism of the virtual mutiny virus. Now that they know the real terror of the virtual mutiny virus, they can't help but feel panic in their hearts and are frightened by the lethality of this virus. At this time, the spokesperson changed his tone and said, "If Black Star had not discovered the threat to the core of the virus, we were still in the dark. After intelligent simulation, the antivirus plan we made without knowing was successful less than 0.1%, and it is likely that the virus would be leaked in the end, causing the disaster to sweep the entire universe, and countless creatures would die in the disaster, and the interstellar society retreated from multiple eras. The discovery of Black Star allowed us to avoid this result. It made great contributions and saved countless creatures." Many people immediately breathed a sigh of relief, secretly feeling scared, and were grateful from the bottom of their hearts that the Black Star had turned the tide. The spokesperson continued, "Because of Black Star's intelligence, we planned an action to cut off the internet and chase the virus core in the entire star domain. Everything was going well, but when we caught the virus core, some twists and turns arise. The virus core was captured by the armored country Madison, but he ignored the safety of the universe and refused to hand over it, attempting to reverse the performance of the complete technology. In order to maintain the peace of the universe, Black Star seized the virus core and destroyed it, completely eliminated this technology, eliminated the possibility of the virtual rebellion virus reappearing, and allowed the entire universe to escape the shadow of this disaster forever. However, the armored country was unwilling to fail and attacked the Black Star. The two fought to the draw and were finally forced back by the Black Star. Quang Dao and Feng Yu heard the pedestrians around in commotion and made a low uproar. This speech first brought up the accident of the action, which caused the audience's concern. Then it compared the behavior of the Armament Kingdom and the Black Star, and divided the advantages and disadvantages. It deliberately promoted Han Xiao's actions to protect the interstellar citizens, and implanted the image of Black Star's boundless love in the audience's hearts, making the interstellar citizens thank Black Star for their contributions. The corresponding machine country is portrayed as an ambitious man who disregards the overall situation for his own selfishness. Because he violates the common interests of interstellar citizens, he is naturally regarded as a villain and his image is smeared. The spokesperson summarized the process, and at the end, he said loudly, "Now, the governance of the smart plague is in the final stage. The disaster is under control. It will be completely eliminated soon, and the blockade of the ancient star desert can be unlocked. In this incident, no one can replace the contributions made by Black Star. We discussed and decided to jointly award Black Star the titles of the 3 special security consultants of the civilizations as a commendation." 3 special civilized consultants? Quang Dao and Feng Yu looked at each other and were secretly surprised. Don't Guanghui and Zuling have conflicts with our Black Star Legion? Now, they have turned enemies into friends and were successfully captured by the Legion commander? Then we have 2 more big and thick legs? The news ended everywhere, and the enthusiasm of the crowd had just been aroused, and there was a buzzing sound in the street. Thanks to Lord Black Star, he is really a great person. One of all the super A-level big names. Only Black Star is seeking welfare for us ordinary people. For example, the previous Holy Light Messenger cultivation plan gave ordinary people the opportunity to become super people. Now, because of the safety of ordinary people, he resolutely destroyed this virus technology and even started a war with the messenger. He is really very loving. If I were a woman, I might fall in love with him. Oh, I didn't expect that Messenger Manson was such a person. I had admired him before. For such a great contribution, no wonder the 3 civilizations hired Black Star as consultant together. No one seemed to have won this honor in the past. To be honest, except for Black Star, I couldn't think of anyone qualified to take this position. At this moment, a block next door suddenly sounded, and someone ran over and said in surprise, "Go to the other side with me." A few wealthy businessmen have booked a tavern and said that today, in order to thank Black Star for its achievements, They have booked the whole audience of drinks and drink free of charge, and they are not here to go. Hearing this, passers-by on Miracle Street rushed over. When they passed by Guangdao and Fengyu, everyone stopped by. Their attitude became extremely enthusiastic, and they used all kinds of strange etiquette to express their respect for the Black Star Legion. Feeling the warm atmosphere on the street, a sense of pride flowed out from Guangdao and Fengyu's heart, and only felt proud and had a strong sense of identity in the camp. The two hurriedly logged into the forum, but as expected, the forum was in full swing and the news was flooding the board. The Legion commander disappeared for a few months, and as soon as he appeared, he made a big news. The three civilizations were so popular that they almost said that Black Star was the savior, and the players were extremely excited. Glory Battle Axe. Hey, it turns out that we are in the front camp. Yun Longley, 2nd Battalion Commander, pull out my pasta for Haitian to try. Lung Huijun, to be honest, the Legion Commander is handsome this time. Picture album sister. Black Star is still the Black Star, and we never disappoint. Fox, where's the Starsea Times? I came out and got beaten. Where's the promised mission? Why has it turned into a formality CG again? Imaginer, I'm the only one who cares about the Legion Commander in the Armed Kingdom. And have a draw. Looking at the posts that have been flooding the screen, they are basically full of praise. Some Ashes players have popularized the deeds of Black Star to newcomers, solved the disaster of alienation, destroyed the Dark Star organization, etc., all of which caused a sensation at that time. After several versions, in the eyes of players, Han Xiao's image is quite glorious, and this time's achievements once again raised the player's perception of him and created a consensus. He Xing, indeed, is a great man. In addition to the interests and fun a camp requires, if the leader of the camp has a personal charm, players will have a greater sense of identity. As soon as the announcement of the three major civilizations was released, people in the universe who were concerned about the progress of the intelligent plague were at ease. This achievement made Han Xiao's reputation reach its peak for a while the reputation of the military country was impacted under deliberate suppression. At the same time, Han Xiao's fleet was leaving the ancient Star Desert through the Imperial Military Stargate, and he also saw the official announcements of the three major civilizations. TSK. The three major civilization propaganda departments are very skillful in holding one step. Han Xiao read the news happily and liked to watch others brag about him seriously. At this moment, he suddenly felt his heart moved and opened the panel and took a look. The three major civilizations have basically completed the crackdown on the first generation of virtual mutiny viruses, leaving only the last little suspense-free ending. When the announcement was issued, the Smart Plague task was finally prompted to be completed. This mission has finally been settled. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at Harrison, who was taken on the boat by him, rubbed it, and chose to settle it. S-level mission, Smart Plague, has been completed. Task evaluation, S+, perfect. You get 3,000 experience, random reward X8, contribution degree of the Red Empire plus, contribution degree of the Glorious Federation plus, contribution degree of the Void Sect plus. You get political assets, Red Empire, X2, political assets, Glorious Federation, X1, political assets, Glorious Sect, X1. You get Legend X4, Star Domain Legend, Ancient Star Desert, Black Market Giant Crocodile. You temporarily integrate the Black Market forces of the Ancient Star Desert through various means, leaving a terrifying legend, Cosmic Legend. Intelligent Plague Governor, Smart Plague, a cosmic disaster that is rated as a world-destroying level. You accept the invitation of the three major civilizations to control the disaster, and finally make a unique contribution, successfully resolve the disaster, and the whole universe will remember your achievements and contributions, Cosmic Legend. Sea Watcher of the Stars, you chose the latter among your selfishness and righteousness, and your choice maintained the peace of the universe, and affected the evolution of the universe situation. Perhaps this is a turning point in your destiny. You are watching the Starry Sea, which is known to everyone, Cosmic Legend. Three civilization security consultants. You were invited to be a special consultant of the three civilizations. Throughout history, You set a precedent. No matter how the situation evolves, you will leave a rich mark in history. Copy generation. Smart plague, simulated disaster. Han Xiao nodded. Seeing this, the reward was still within his expectations. After all, it is an S-level mission within the universe, and I have achieved a perfect evaluation, and it is certain that the reward is generous. Just continue to look down. Han Xiao was stunned, and a tide caused in his heart. In view of your evaluation reaching S, you get an additional reward. You get a new skill, drawings, domino virus. Resolved? You complete the special requirements. Eliminate the virus core by yourself. Generate a related expertise, which is being generated. Generate it. You have obtained a new expertise. Virtual purification restore. What? Han Xiao widened his eyes and stared blankly at the drawings. Domino virus. Resolved. Lying quietly in the reward bar. This is not an extra reward for special requirements, but a normal reward given by the Smart Plague's level task when it reaches the highest level evaluation, which means that only those who make great contributions in disaster relief can obtain this reward. After working hard to solve the intelligent plague, the task gave me a broken drawing of the virus technology, so I could create it again. He suddenly felt a great irony. I didn't expect that after going around in circles, this technology was still not destroyed and finally came to my hands, although it was incomplete. Looking at the content of this drawing, Han Xiao's face was complicated, not knowing whether he should be happy or not. The domino virus drawings rewarded by the task are incomplete versions, and many key contents are missing and must be deduced before they can be manufactured. The results of the deduction may not be exactly the same as the original version, and there may be differences in technology. It is very troublesome to deduce the residual pictures of this level. The awakening point can quickly exchange for R&D progress, but it seems a bit wasteful, so it is better for me to develop them slowly by myself. Han Xiao thought to himself. Good luck made people think that they had destroyed the domino virus, but they didn't expect that the technology was still in his hands. Now the outside world thinks that the virus was destroyed by him. Naturally, Han Xiao could not reveal that he had this technology casually, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable, which would definitely be a polar reversal with the current treatment. Besides, the core materials require 1,000 distorted intelligent lives, which is difficult to find. Manison has no shortage of inventory, but he has just finished bayonets with him. It is unrealistic to buy resources from him, and old Maitu may notice something from the projects he purchased. Therefore, this technology cannot be released for a long time. Perhaps it is possible to use it yourself only when facing a public enemy like World Tree. When I think about it this way, it seems that there is some reason why the Machine Kingdom did not use Domino Virus in the World Tree War in his previous life. Han Xiao suddenly understood a little. When the war situation is not irreversible, even if you can gain an advantage with this kind of weapon, you will be troubled after victory. Perhaps the army country in a previous life regarded the Domino Virus as something like a dead hand system, and the situation could not be cured and the three major civilizations were really unable to turn the world back. He might release the Domino Virus and then use his large number of dominating clones to fight guerrilla warfare with the mechanical forces and the World Tree. Han Xiao couldn't help but connect to one thing. Considering the possibility of the failure of the war, the three civilizations in the previous life implemented the fire plan and sent a large number of wandering fleets away from the explored universe. At the same time, a large number of refuges were established deep in the subdimensional world, which contained samples of all intelligent creatures, crops, animals and plants, and other samples of the explored universe, ensuring that civilization could be restarted after the defeat. Will the Mechanical Congress be eyeing these shelters? His plan may be to use external forces to break through and then establish and escape from afar to rebuild a world that respects itself as the creator god. If his ultimate goal is to reach the top, this seems to be the most feasible way. Han Xiaofu thought a lot and guessed for a while before he calmed down. He put away the introduction of drawings, domino virus, residual, turned to open up the special generated expertise, and browsed it. The effect of virtual purification and restoration is to purify the intelligent target of virus infection. For example, the effect of virtual rebel virus is to rewrite the underlying logic of the mechanical body, distorting it into killing organic living bodies. The function of this expertise is to remove the rewrite of the virus and restore the original normal underlying logic. Simply put, assuming that the intelligence of the rewritten logic is equal to the hypnotic creature, this ability is the effect of expelling hypnosis. At the same time, the application scope of this capability is not limited to domino virus, and any virtual virus can be corrected. This thing is very useful in the virtual combat. With this thing, the machine kingdom is probably going to cry. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. If the mechanical force is taken away by others, use this expertise to directly expel the enemy's authority and retake it back. However, at his current level, there are almost no people who are able to seize control of the mechanical forces from him, and Han Xiao can only think of a military country. By the way Manson mastered AI civilization is to rewrite the other party's underlying logic, just like the experience of the ancestor of AI civilization, Fennec. This move is simply his nemesis. Han Xiao scratched his head and thought of the restart series of tasks that had been eaten at the bottom of the task list for a long time. It seems like I got the key to liberating AI civilization. If he finds an opportunity to give Manison's AI civilization a little, his immortal country might get out of control and a fire in the backyard. Since his prisoner is transforming the living body, he may use virtual means to distort his thoughts. Virtual purification restoration may also take effect. To a certain level, the virtual means acting on the living body have actually had many similarities with soul spells, and they're the same as those of different paths. Even this trick might be effective on the world tree, but it is more targeted at the world tree than the domino virus. Thinking back to the mechanism of the world tree, Han Xiao felt thinking. Drawings and expertise are the biggest gains of this trip, and the cosmic-wide S-level mission rewards are indeed generous. This wave also obtained a total of 4 political assets, all 3 major civilizations, which meant that through this incident, I also had a certain voice in Guanghui and Zuling. At the same time, the experience gain efficiency bonus brought by political assets will also be applied to myself, and the output of the vegetable field will be increased. Han Xiao glanced at the generated dungeon, Smart Plague, Simulated Disaster, which is an alternative copy form. The generation method is no longer to intercept the fragment of this event, but to select an area. The dungeon will automatically simulate the situation where the Smart Plague broke out here. The difficulty and challenge level depend on the level of the selected area. For example, if you choose the headquarters of the Black Star Army as the simulation target, the difficulty will increase to the level of plot killing. Choose an ordinary galaxy-level civilized colonial star, and the challenge threshold will be about C to B. If you choose a closed warship, it will probably turn into a science fiction horror movie. This dungeon should be very marketable and is especially suitable for mechanics. Han Xiao saw a good business prospect. In addition, a lot of experience in the task reward gave him a mouthful of blood, and the 3 major civilization contributions totaling 605 points can not only be exchanged for ultimate knowledge, but also for golden drawings. The purchasing channels for the 3 major civilizations have been opened. Speaking of the golden drawings, Han Xiao suddenly remembered the Covenant and Glory. These 2 companies were doing transactions with him. Because the intelligent plague suddenly broke out, the transaction was temporarily shelved. Guanghui doesn't have to worry about it, and he definitely can't be dependent on the debt. He is mainly concerned about the Covenant organization. The previous transaction date was invalidated. The person who sweared no contact information left, so the other party could only come to him. After sorting out the gains, Han Xiao closed the panel and took out the communicator to contact the headquarters. Now that the fleet has left the ancient star desert, he can communicate freely to the outside world. He has been out for several months, and I don't know how the Legion is doing. The communication was connected soon, and the projection of Sivia appeared in front of her. She had delicate makeup and beautiful facial features. She was wearing a capable professional attire, outlining an amazing curve. She seemed to be attending a meeting. When she saw Han Xiao, she couldn't help but show surprise. "Teacher, are you finally released?" Yes." Han Xiao's expression was strange, and it sounded like I was in jail. "I saw the news. Your decision this time is so beautiful," Suiya exclaimed. "Now the whole army is praising you for your character, and cohesion is unprecedentedly high. The last time the director wanted to sign an agreement for the next 5 movies. If you're not present," I did not reply to him. "Promise him the starring actor is still forwarding. Find something for him." Han Xiao waved his hand and suddenly found Suiya wearing frameless glasses. She had an intellectual, ladylike, bookish spirit. She couldn't help but say strangely, "What are you doing with glasses?" Suiya blushed, took off her glasses, and showed it. There was a single-sided screen inside the lens. She said embarrassedly, "Sometimes it's boring to have a meeting, and you can't help watching the show in a daze." "Have you been very close to Lockie recently?" "Nonsense. I hate him the most." Suiya firmly denied it. Han Xiao did not intend to be confused about his subordinate's laziness, and asked, "By the way, how is the Black Star Cup?" "That's right. Because of the impact of the Intelligent Plague incident, the Black Star Cup's ratings in the entire universe have declined to a certain extent, but it still remains hot. Now most of the secondary events have been finished, selecting elites from various fields for the Legion. Well, the ones who play cards do not count." Suiya paused. "Now, there are only a few final circles of key events, respectively, the battles of each level group." Han Xiao nodded while listening to Suiya's rewards, responding to "not bad." He doesn't have much entertainment in the Ancient Star Desert, so he watches player forums every day and follows the Black Star Cup. As the event continues to advance, the rest are the elites among the elites. Players have gained their fame in front of NPCs, and they feel very accomplished, so they seem very enthusiastic, and the discussion remains high, no worse than the official professional league. Your absence will not affect the progress of the Black Star Cup, but it will only make some players who want to touch other character cards in key games but fail to hope. "Teacher, you need to give a speech on the closing ceremony of the Black Star Cup. Don't forget, will you come back then?" "Well, you will definitely go back," Han Xiao responded, then moved away from the question and asked, "Have there been any major events in the Legion recently? How is the situation in the Shining World?" The number of people in the new star field is increasing, and the explored areas of the free competition zone are gradually spreading to the centers of various star clusters. The territory occupied by the Superstar Cluster Alliance is getting bigger and bigger, and there is no change in other ways. Deputy Commander of Hela is also leading the fleet to explore slowly. By the way, she asked for leave some time ago and said she was going to the secondary dimension world and asked me to tell you the news. "I know." Han Xiao nodded. Since Hela inherited the underworld dimension, she has been running to the secondary dimension world every 3 days. Now a few months have passed, and the dimension of the underworld has stabilized, but I don't know if Hela has been squeezed out. When it comes to Hela, Han Xiao remembers another thing. How is the Holy Light Messenger plan implemented? It went smoothly. In addition to the ordinary people recruited normally, we have recruited many people to cultivate Holy Light seeds, waiting for Aurora to harvest them after they mature. Before working, we have signed a work contract with these people. No accidents will happen. Very good. Try to expand the scale of the breeder. Han Xiao nodded, and he hoped Aurora to grow by cutting leeks, and the bigger the vegetable field, the better. As he said that, he paused and said, "This time I made great contributions. The 3 civilizations plan to cooperate in depth with me and vigorously support branches in major star fields." Han Xiao explained the support of the 3 civilizations in detail, and Suiya's face suddenly collapsed. "So has my workload increased again?" "Hey, you little comrade, have no idea of ideological awareness." Han Xiao criticized seriously. "If you don't have courage, you can produce. Your ideas should be more positive. The scope of work increases, which means that the power in your hands has been expanded again. I believe in your evil." Suiya laughed twice without any emotion. Hearing the laughter, Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. "Look, she smiled so happily, her face full of joy. After taking the time to glance at Sawiya's hairline, Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. After his years of summary, his hairline is durable. It seems that this student has not been scrapped yet, and can continue to use it. The two of them had a few words, and Sawiya suddenly remembered something. By the way, there's a current affairs interview program yesterday that I hope to invite you to be a guest to discuss the incident of this smart plague. Do you want to agree? What program? It's the Lu Deng, who is quite famous in the Sea of Stars. If you don't go, don't go. Han Xiao waved his hand. There are 3 major civilizations that help promote, and he does not need to go on the battlefield in person. Properly maintaining a sense of mystery and distance can make his reputation even higher. Okay, then I'll refuse him. After urging him for a few words, Han Xiao hung up the communication and pondered in his heart. The intelligent plague is an emergency. If it weren't for a disaster, the 3 major civilizations must be preparing to deal with the superstar cluster civilization. At this time, this stage has been postponed. The intelligent plague gave the superstar cluster alliance a certain amount of time to breathe. When the 3 major civilizations complete the end of the intelligent plague, they can free up their hands and confront the superstar group alliance like they did in their previous lives. This time, the superstar group alliance is more prepared, and the competition between the 2 sides will be more intense, and the result determines the direction of the universe. As a semi-independent existence of both sides, the Federation of Development will definitely be involved in this storm, and should prepare early. While he was thinking about this question, he suddenly remembered the sound of abnormal flow of air in his ears. Han Xiao looked up and saw black flames gathering out of thin air, forming a man in black robe who could not see clearly. He suddenly appeared in front of him, which was the spiritual projection of the Covenant's oath. After looking around, I saw that all the crew members in the bridge command room, including Harrison, were ignored by the oath-taking figures, as if they could not see them. I met He Xing again. The swearing man spoke. His voice sounded directly in Han Xiao's heart, establishing a spiritual connection. You are on time. As soon as I left the ancient star mound, you came here. Why can you directly project my soul on me? Do you know my whereabouts? Han Xiao rubbed his chin and asked in the mental contact. The swearing man said slowly, "This is my superpower characteristic. There is no exact same soul in the world, especially the strong. The soul is very easy to recognize. As long as I record your soul band characteristics, I can track the target in a higher spatial dimension and project the target spiritually from the air. But it is only limited to spiritual projection to find someone, and I cannot know the actual location of the target." Han Xiao did not comment, and was not surprised. A super A-level leader of a mysterious organization that has been hiding for many years cannot be without 2 tricks. You contact me. You plan to continue the previous transaction. The 2 original superpowers are added to 2 cosmic treasure-level drawings in exchange for some holy light particles. That's right. The swearing man responded in a deep voice. Due to the intelligent plague, the transaction was shelved for several months. He was actually happy to see it happening. He took advantage of these months to investigate the inner demons in the Covenant organization. Unfortunately, the action of catching the insider caused chaos and panic within the organization, but he found nothing and could not even find a hair from the insider. Either the insider is hiding too deeply, or the source of Black Star's intelligence is not the insider. The swearing man became more and more suspicious of whether the insider really existed, so he temporarily stopped his actions. Then let's set a new trading date. Speaking of this, Han Xiao suddenly remembered something and asked casually, "By the way, you have a long history and should know a lot of secret information." "See what aspects?" Then, "Have you heard of the sanctuary?" The person who sweared was not prepared and caught off guard when asked, and his heart was filled with storms. "Is this a test? This must be a test. Didn't you say last time that you didn't know our purpose?" Fraud. His originally somewhat shaken heart once again became as solid as a rock. Sure enough, there is still an insider. Check. I will definitely investigate it. The swearing man forcibly suppressed his inner shock and anger and tried to keep his mental frequency stable so as not to be seen by Han Xiao. He observed Han Xiao's expression and mental fluctuations and could not see Han Xiao's tentative jokes and could only feel the curiosity of Black Star. Black Star asked the sanctuary whether he understood the Covenant's plan or heard this term from other places. There are not many people in the universe who knew the sanctuary. The mood of the swearing man was like riding on the turbulent space turbulence. He tried his best to remain calm and pretended to be casual. Where did you know the sanctuary? Someone told me. Han Xiao lied casually, so it was impossible to tell the truth. Who said? The swearing man refused to give in. There are very few people in the universe who know that the sacred place exists. Even higher civilizations may not know the existence of the sacred place. Since Black Star said the name sanctuary, the swearing man understood that Black Star had certain information in his hand. If he pretended not to know the sacred place, he would break the clues. He really wanted to know how much Han Xiao knew. Well, I said it was the inspiration brought by inspiration. Do you believe it? Han Xiao had to pull out the panacea for another excuse to block the gun. Although the credibility was not high, he just made excuses and was not prepared to convince the other party. But he did not expect that the swearing man nodded slightly and did not raise any objections. As if this statement was the correct answer, he spoke. This situation is indeed a simple way to perceive the sanctuary, but it is uncontrollable and very vague. Only when the level of life reaches a certain level can one have a faint connection with the sanctuary in the dark. At the moment when inspiration meets the universe, you occasionally see its blurry outline, but your perception is separated from it by endless space-time dimensions, and it can never be touched in spiritual consciousness. At most, you hear murmurs and talk about ancient languages. Han Xiao was stunned by his words. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, I went to the Cthulhu style with one stroke. Han Xiao was not sure what the oath said was mysterious. He really didn't know what the sanctuary was. He asked today, just with a try-and-see attitude. It seemed that the Covenant really knew the details of the sanctuary. Don't make a fuss. Can you tell me something you can understand? Han Xiao couldn't help but interrupt. The swearing man was silent for a moment, as if he was hesitating whether to disclose information. After thinking about it, he decided to say some harmless basic information and slowly said, the sanctuary is an ancient existence. No one knows what era it appeared in. It may be older than the 3 major civilizations. Only at a special time or with specific means can one perceive or even approach it. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. After finally getting an insider, he naturally cannot miss the opportunity to ask, what exactly is that sanctuary? Where is it? Hearing this, the swearing man looked at Han Xiao strangely and saw that Han Xiao was not acting like a fake. He asked back, don't you know? If I know, what do you want to do? Han Xiaoshu was eye-catching. His understanding of the Covenant organization is limited to appearances. He really doesn't know the connection between the Covenant organization and the sanctuary, and he doesn't know that his question hits the point, which scares the oath person very much. Hearing this, the person who swears to the oath was relieved and felt a sense of gratitude. It seems that Black Star really doesn't know our plan, so I misunderstood it? In fact, there is no insider, but Black Star got information from other places. Thinking of this, the swearing man kept saying, the sanctuary does not exist in the material world, nor in the secondary dimension. It has no concept of geographical location, and I don't know how to define the nature of the sanctuary. I think it should be a phenomenon. Phenomenon? Han Xiao was curious. Yes, it's a phenomenon. He waited for the oath to say the following, but the oath to have no intention of explaining it. The two of them stared at each other, and the situation was in a mess for a while. Seeing this, Han Xiao knew that the swearing man was unwilling to continue talking about this, so he had to change his question. What is in the sanctuary? The two continued to stare at each other. How many sanctuaries are there in total? 6. The swearing man answered this time. Han Xiao was slightly stunned. The answer was a little beyond his expectations. He asked several more questions, such as how to find the sanctuary, how to open the sanctuary, etc., and the swearing man said he did not know anything except the swearing man. This guy must know more, but he just doesn't reveal the key information, so the sanctuary must be a very important thing, although I don't know what it really is. This thought flashed through his mind. Seeing that the swearing man could not extract more information here for the time being, Han Xiao ended the topic of the sanctuary, turned back to the transaction between the two parties, and re-established the transaction time, place, and method. After achieving his purpose, the figure of the swearing man suddenly exploded and turned into a spiraling black flame flowers that disappeared. After sensing for a while, confirming that the person who swore the oath had left, Han Xiao pinched his chin with his fingers and fell into thought. The Covenant organization seems to know a lot of secrets. Maybe I have to find a way to dig out some information from them. Now I can only contact me actively. I'm a little passive. When trading, I can find a way to track the other party's messenger. It turns out to be 6 sanctuaries. Han Xiao was puzzled. This was different from his guess. His original guess was that there were only 5 sanctuaries. Why were there 6? Unfortunately, the person who swears was ambiguous, not knowing whether it was the truth or the lies, and was unwilling to disclose more information. As soon as he changed his mind, he came up with an idea. After completing the transaction and getting the benefits, you can consider pointing out the other party's attempt to recover the first person. Maybe it can be exchanged for information from the sanctuary, and it is regarded as a hush fee. On the other hand, in the secret hall of the Covenant base, the swearing man sitting cross-air in the air lifted his mind projection, and clusters of starry, sky-like flames were retracted into his body. How is the situation? Luo and Fei waited below, looking up at their boss. Black Star is easy to talk about, and the transaction is re-established. The swearing man slowly spoke. Prepare our chips, and the trading method is the same as planned to prevent being tracked by Black Star. I understand. The two nodded. The swearing man nodded. His tone was a little solemn and expectant, and he said in a deep voice, because the information revealed by the Son of Destiny was disturbed, the date of the agreement was ahead of schedule. After getting the holy light particles, he was ready to open the 3rd sanctuary and perform the awakening ceremony. Waning superpowers are the basis of synthesis. We don't have time to wait for him to complete the transformation, so we must finish it. As he said, the swearing man's gaze became distant. It's time to fulfill my oath and welcome the return of history. That insider. The two of them picked up whatever pot they didn't open. The person who swears was interrupted, grinding his teeth, and said softly, "Humph, don't look for it for now. Maybe I made a mistake." The world of secondary dimensions, the dimension of the underworld. The broken black floating islands are spliced together and become a black land, with a texture like a flowing desert, sometimes peaks and hills appearing, sometimes deep valleys and cliffs appearing, and the landform is unpredictable. The sky is gray, with thick black clouds covering the sky, with deep and shallow colors, forming a gradual sense of layering. A miserable ball of light hung in the middle of the sky, like a full moon. The soft moonlight illuminates and passes through the surrounding clouds. The faint silver-white star dots sprinkle the earth, and the atmosphere is quiet and peaceful. With the dimensional source energy supplemented by Hela, the broken space wall here has been repaired for more than half a year, and the space turbulence is blocked from the outside. It is no longer the tragic situation of being riddled with holes, but now it is the true appearance of the underworld dimension. In the center of the underworld, there's a red lake with no wind and waves, causing storms. If you look closely, this is the energy condensed to almost liquid, which is the energy controlled by Hela. At this time, the dazzling bright red was stained with a faint black aura. This was the aura of the underworld. The blessing of the underworld imprint was on Hela. The connection between the two allowed her superpower strength to obtain a huge additional bonus. This is the legacy left by his former death superpower, which has been inherited by Hela, and its combat power has increased by a fraction. Directly above the bright red lake, Hyla sat cross-legged in the air, her body surrounded by a faint red aura. Her eyes closed and her eyelashes trembled, releasing her own energy to replenish the source energy for the underworld. At this time, Onisu, the figure of the land of the underworld, appeared beside Hela. You and I are getting closer and closer. Hela opened her eyes and said expressionlessly, I sucked my energy for several months. How much have you recovered? About 3%. It is enough to resist the space storm in the subdimensional world. That's the only one. Hela frowned. The source energy of the underworld comes from two superpowers after all. If the carrier of the life superpower reaches super level A and replenishes the source energy for the underworld with you, it will produce a resonant reaction and greatly accelerate the repair speed of the underworld. Now you're the only one, so the efficiency is naturally not that high. Onisalu smiled. That's it. Hyla hummed, suddenly remembered something, and asked, by the way, the underworld has returned to stability. Can the heroic spirits stored in the core of the dimension be released? Yes, but it's too early now. I suggest you not do this. Onisalu shook her head. This is the tomb of the heroic spirits. There are many souls of the dead. They freely move to consume the source energy of the underworld. Moreover, the more powerful the souls in their lifetime, the more they maintain and further reduce the repair efficiency. After the underworld has recovered to 30% and activated the constant requiem function, it is best to keep them asleep. So that means that the power is not enough now. It can also be explained like this. Hyla sighed. Although the underworld is strong, it is still far from its peak, and she doesn't know when it will be possible to summon the reincarnated warriors like her ex. At this time, Hela suddenly became curious about this and asked, speaking of all, the underworld can temporarily revive the undead and come to the world again. Besides, is there any way to make the dead strong men reappear in the world? Hearing this, Onisalu recalled and said uncertainly, when the two masters Nigos and Eros were still alive, I seem to have heard them talk about a special phenomenon, which seemed to be related to the revival of the dead. It really is? What is that? Hela asked. It seems like something called a sanctuary. The two masters had an argument because of it once, but they rarely mentioned it later. It seemed that someone invited them to carry out an action about the sanctuary. The specific details were not clear, and they refused. So what is the sanctuary? Is it the same principle as the underworld? I don't know. I don't know very well about it. I just heard their conversation, but it is said that the sanctuary has great ability and the resuscitation of the dead is only one of the effects. Onisalu shook his head. That's it. Hyla nodded, and she just asked casually without taking it to her heart. But Onisalu thought for a while and said, if you are curious, some of the original heroes in the underworld might know something, but after waking them up, you can't force them to continue to sleep. Then forget it first. Wait until the soul retention function is restored, don't worry. Hela shook her head. She secretly recorded the information from the sanctuary and planned to go back and tell Haixing and discuss it. P.S. P.Y. recommends a book, My Senior Sister Can Magic, author Han Xiao, a former master of History Channel. An interested brother, please add the VIP group, number, and need 10,000 fans. Official announcements of the three major civilizations spread throughout the major star domains, quickly eliminating the anxiety of the interstellar community since the outbreak of the Smart Plague. Although most civilizations and races criticize certain styles of the three major civilizations, they have extraordinary trust in the three major civilizations and the matters that have explored the safety of the universe. And these three backers can always bring reassuring power. The impact of the announcement has not yet faded. The three major civilizations officially lifted the blockade of the ancient star desert after half a month, allowing this star field to be reintegrated into the interstellar social system. The first generation of virtual mutiny viruses have been basically eliminated. The three major civilizations have launched dedicated firewalls in multiple star domains. Viruses without their core of evolution will no longer cause any storms and will completely disappear with time, and the threat has been lifted. The specific situation of the ancient star desert was also spread, which was much more detailed than the announcements of the three major civilizations, and the enthusiasm and interest of interstellar citizens once again increased. On the way back, Han Xiao paid attention to the public opinion trends of the interstellar society, basically praising the achievements of the three major civilizations and the super-level mechanic think tank led by him, which was mixed with criticism of the mechanic country Madison or complaining about the security situation in the region. During the intelligent plague, major star fields were uneasy. In most cases, some regional rebel forces tried to incite panic and were all suppressed by Iron Fist. Most of the mercenaries who tried to smuggle the ancient star desert to seek the virus were entered into prisons of the three major civilizations, and the others were all on the wanted list. The public opinion situation is very good, and there are no discordant remarks or bad remarks, all of which are harmonious. The interstellar media in various regions are like blood hunters who smell the fishy smell, swarming in the ancient star desert, visiting various planets, digging out the details of the disaster, and producing a large number of special programs in extremely short cycles to compete for news hotspots. Behind the instruction and acquiescence of the three major civilizations, power comes from obedience. The three major civilizations have accomplished a great cause. The media is just in the process of guiding public opinion to praise, amplify propaganda, and take the opportunity to consolidate the recognition of rule. The Black Star Army fleet carrying Han Xiao and his group jumped all the way through the Imperial Military Stargate. Just as they arrived at the cosmic border, the broken star rings, the Empire sent people to contact Han Xiao again. Commendation? Ceremony? Han Xiao heard this term from the mouth of the Imperial Exploration Army Marshal Terekov, who was in contact with part-time. That's right, under the leadership of the three major civilizations, the universe has resolved a cosmic disaster again, which will inevitably be a historical milestone. For the heroes in the disaster relief operation, we have always held a large-scale commendation ceremony to commend their achievements, and you are naturally in the ranks of invitations. Han Xiao is familiar with this. Although he feels it is a bit formal, he also knows that such activities are indispensable. The major events of the country are about sacrifices and wars, and life requires a sense of ritual. Okay, where's the commendation ceremony held? When? I wouldn't have to go to the Central Star Sea. I've just returned to the base camp. This time, the commendation ceremony was held jointly by the three major civilizations. In order to conform to the trend of the times and to facilitate all Super A-level participation, it was decided to hold the ceremony in the shining world of the new star field. After 3 months, it's very abundant. It's really convenient. Han Xiao nodded, suddenly lowered his voice, and asked in a mysterious tone, "Give me a clear idea. Have you done your deployment for the Superstar Group Alliance? When will you do it? I don't think it's suitable to talk about this now." Terekov coughed and lowered his voice. Anyway, after the exploration of the fourth phase of the free competition zone is completed, the three major civilizations will consider redistribution of the territory occupied by the Superstar Group Alliance. It is not taken back, but shared with the free forces and other civilizations. Perhaps a bill similar to the New Star Field Anti-Monopoly Exploration Regulations will be issued as a reason. The thief shouted to catch the thief, and he was good at it. Han Xiao secretly curled his lips. This was the direction in his previous life, and he was not surprised. Speaking of this, did you tamper with the superstar cluster there before you lifted the ancient star desert blockade? It's true this time, and you understand the reason. However, although we didn't attack them, we took the opportunity to leave a large number of stakes and spies to closely monitor the direction of army and materials, such as the Star Arc civilization, and prepare for the possible outbreak of friction and conflicts in the future. Terekov explained. It's so bad. Han Xiao TSK. You are not qualified to say this. Terekov said angrily, Don't think I don't know. I heard a lot of rumors from the intelligence department. It is said that you left a lot of things in the black market of the ancient star desert. Everyone. Han Xiao didn't care. The two of them have known each other for many years and are already old acquaintances. After a few words of quarrels, they are ready to end the communication. At this time, Terekov remembered something and said, If you have time, you can watch a program. The colleagues in the Public Opinion Control Department seem to have sent some materials about you. Han Xiao received a link from Terekov. After opening, the virtual screen turns, showing a current affairs interview program, which seems to have been updated for a while. This is a program similar to Lu Deng's appointment, but it is more authoritative, called Focus Talks, which has taken the upper-level route. After opening it, I saw that this issue is a special report on the intelligent plague, analyzing and introducing the impact of the ancient star demon. Han Xiao quickly forwarded and looked for a while, and finally saw his name. A decent Ghidorah talks in the picture, and the subtitles next to it introduce the person as a senior interstellar researcher and a scholar. Before Black Star walked out of the Blue Star, Ghidorah civilization already knew this person. We watched the strong neighbor of the Black Star Army rise step by step and fought side by side in history. The Black Star Army has gone through the primitive accumulation stage of wild growth. From the recent Black Star Cup, the Holy Light Messenger Project, and the Intelligent Plague incident, it is not difficult to see that they are now working hard to assume more social responsibilities. Although Black Star is a cosmic warlord, its code of conduct is different from others. Now he has a huge social resource. Compared to dominance and embezzlement, he seems to be more keen on using these resources to maintain and improve the universe environment. Other Super A-level warlords make us feel awe and fear, but for Black Star, we respect and admire us more. He brings us a unique impression and dilutes the instinctive fear of the peak of personal power among interstellar citizens. Perhaps this is the source of his extraordinary affinity. Han Xiao felt relieved when he heard him blowing. At this time, the picture turned around and his deeds flashed through, accompanied by a narration summary with a calm tone, which sounded very rigorous and rigorous. Soon, the recent incident came to the show, and the first-hand video materials of the confrontation between Yun Magnet at that time, and were exclusively broadcast to the entire universe. This is the propaganda material sent by the Empire. Han Xiao thought to himself. The picture recorded the confrontation between himself and Manison from a third-party perspective. He heard himself in the picture say the famous saying again and give a close-up. No matter how big the universe is, it has an end, and ambitions are endless. Han Xiao stared at the screen, his mouth curled. He had to admit that at this moment, he was so handsome in the picture. The Empire specially sent this video, probably because it believed that this scene could sublimate his public image and be conducive to publicity. In the next moment, the narration ends, the picture turns to a magnificent office, and a new interviewer is also very good at origin, with the subtitles introducing this person as the chairman of the Stewart Committee. Krabber Pedersos, tenured professor at the Glorious Federation to the High-Tech Academy, president of the Truth Academy, winner of medals such as Stars and Eye of Heller. A large series of glory and titles cannot be written in the picture, so he can only play it in a scroll. The Stewart Committee is not a cat or a dog. It has a great background, a long history, and a transcendent status. The founder is Dr. Stuart Honor, the founder of the energy level theory, who is the father of the superpower in the traditional sense. In his later years, he founded an award under his own name to reward experts who have made major achievements in various fields. The committee is the institution that manages and evaluates awards. It is quite similar to the Nobel Prize in Han Xiao's memory of his previous life, but has a higher status and has been operating for thousands of years. Every year, the three major civilizations and higher civilizations will provide special sponsorships. The Stewart Award remains absolutely objective and neutral, and the awards are not disturbed by any political and economic factors. They are selected every 3 years. I dare not say that every time is expected, but the authority is indeed very high. Kleber stroked the neatly managed gray braided beard and smiled at the camera. Black Star is a powerful cosmic man and a respectable scientist. I have been with him for a long time. Putting aside his abilities, his philosophy also makes me admire him. I'm also a scientist. I know very well our strong desire and strong curiosity for academics. No one understands better than me how perseverance it takes to destroy an unknown technology with his own hands. I admire Black Star very much. He served as a special security consultant for the three major civilizations. This is the first example in history, and he deserves it. I can reveal some small inside information here. Our Stewart Committee has received many members' nominations for Black Star's Peace Prize. Black Star has been highly praised for this Stewart Peace Prize winner. From my personal perspective, I am optimistic about him, and he has made great contributions to the universe. Kreber's words did not hide his appreciation for Han Xiao, and he said it all. And at the end of the interview, he made a simple summary. When we go back to study this history, we may regard Black Star's choice today as a turning point of the times, and he may have influenced the direction of the world pattern. Han Xiao exhaled. He has heard of the Stewart Award, but this kind of noble thing naturally has nothing to do with players in his previous life. If I win the Stewart Peace Prize, it will probably be a little more cosmic legend. The Empire spared no effort to promote me. Han Xiao smiled in his heart, very satisfied with the publicity of the three major civilizations. During this period, he just watched how he brags about himself in various shows. With so many honors, they can be regarded as a protective halo for rebound damage. If anyone attacks him, they will inevitably suffer the backlash of public opinion and lose their reputation. Even if Guanghui and Zuling want to deal with him again, they have to make his reputation bad first. Otherwise, they have to weigh the loss of reputation. Didi. At this moment, the communicator sounded a prompt sound and received a communication application. Han Xiao took a look, and it was Emmy's call. As soon as it was connected, Emmy's graceful figure in black dress was projected in front of him, hugging his arms with both hands and a shallow curve of the corners of his mouth. I saw the video. You copied what I said. Haha, I suddenly thought of it. It seems that you heard it, and it was very impressive. Emmy's narrowed his eyes, and there was a smile like water waves hidden in the crescent moon, showing that he was in a good mood. I basically remember what you said. You're talking so much more and more likable. Emmers blinked and chuckled. I have nothing to do at home. Do you have time to see me? Do you miss me? Are you here? Emmers raised her eyebrows slightly. You have invited me. How could I not go? Wait until I arrange my itinerary. It's just the way. Well, I'm waiting for you at home. Emmers took 2 steps forward, raised her hand, and touched Han Xiao's cheek. Unfortunately, it was a projection, and there was no real contact. She then ended the communication with a chuckle, and her figure disappeared from the spot. Han Xiao touched his face and shook his head amused. It's not good to come to the door with empty hands, so I'd better bring some gifts to you. It just so happened that the 3 major civilizations have released their permissions, and they can exchange for the ultimate knowledge of the supernatural system to give to Emmers. It can be given to Hela in the future, and it will be used for the best use. By the way, he happened to ask Aesop for advice. An old man in the family was like a treasure. Perhaps the old man knew some information about the sanctuary, the covenant, the swearing man, or Manison. And Han Xiao had a faint intuition. I always feel that I can encounter some unexpected gains when I run over to look for Emmys. Thinking of this, Han Xiao couldn't help but look out the window, and Harrison happened to walk past. The dark blue tail flames with star chips cut the dark universe curtain, extending from the depths of the starry sky, stopping at the port of Longtan Fu Island in the outer space of the Sea Blue Star, leaving behind a long rainbow that could be seen by the residents of Longtan. Although he had a leader of assaulted fish, Longtan has expanded to 5 islands, living with hundreds of millions of residents, most of whom are Sea Blue Star people who came up. Staying on the surface requires the jurisdiction of the Aquatic Federation. As a non-governmental neutral island, Longtan has a more free atmosphere and can appreciate the style of the interstellar society not far from home. It is a good place for vacation and indirectly promotes the tourism industry here. The Black Star fleet was docked at the main pier and immediately attracted the attention of countless people on the platform. When Han Xiao brought a group of subordinates in the uniform of the Black Star Legion out of the cabin, the group immediately surrounded him excitedly. What a Black Star! Comrades, you are our pride. Can you sign me? My grandfather likes you the most. Han Xiao and others were surrounded by crowds, unable to move forward. Listening to the shouting and feeling the enthusiasm of everyone, Han Xiao used his skill Yun smiling. The effect was extraordinary, and the crowd's emotions became more and more intense. Most of the people here are the people of the Sea Blue Star. They have been influenced since childhood and are basically worshipped by the Black Star. Recently, because of the propaganda of the three major civilizations, they have a very high reputation and are almost worshipped by the people of the Sea Blue Star as omnipotent gods. At this time, Longtan soldiers who had been waiting for a long time came up, separated the crowd, and left a passage. Jenny walked up expressionlessly and spoke in an insincere tone. "Welcome to Longtan, Lord Haixing. It seems that your tone is not that welcome." Han Xiao joked. "No, I'm very happy." Jenny stared at the dead fish's eyes, turned her body slightly, and made a gesture of invitation. "Follow me." The two left with a group of subordinates, and the remaining crowd stayed at the dock and watched the backs of the group disappear from sight. Many people winked at each other, revealing "you understand" eyes. The scandal between Black Star and Dragon has been circulating in the Broken Star Ring for decades, and everyone knows it on the aquarium. Everything will not be groundless. Black Star frequently visits Longtan, and Dragon Zodiac moves the base to Black Star's hometown. If there is no one between them, even if Bennett is killed, the people of Hylon will not believe it. Han Xiao and Jenny walked in the front, leading the people through the streets, and countless passers-by were surprised and excited, chatting. "You seem to be in a good mood today?" Han Xiao glanced at her. "Why do you say that?" Jenny was puzzled. "Your attitude towards me today is not as bad as before." "Oomph." Jenny snorted from her nostrils. "If you like it, I can recover." She has never liked Black Star very much. On the one hand, she didn't like this guy who increased her workload, and on the other hand, it was because of Emmers. But after reading the recent news, although Jenny didn't say it, she was actually a little admiring. If she spoke ill of Black Star again, she would not be able to overcome the hurricane in her heart. TSK, you are soulless like this." Han Xiao shook his head and joked. "I still like your unruly look." Jenny rolled her eyes secretly, too lazy to pay attention to Han Xiao. At this moment, the group walked to the intersection and heard a dense sound of footsteps of the tower and the crisp sound of metal friction. Everyone looked in the sound and saw a group of dragon tank soldiers wearing dark golden heavy armor, pushing creatures of different races covering their heads with black cloth, hurried past the streets not far away. The pedestrians around hurriedly dodged and retreated as if they were afraid of it. The whole body of this group of heavy-armored warriors was covered by armor, and they could not see their appearance. They showed an inexplicable cold-blooded and murderous temperament in their actions. There were two emblems on the chest of the armor. One was the mark of Longtan, and the other was the strange emblem that Han Xiao had never seen before, which probably represented the identity of this group of people. "What kind of troops is this? I didn't seem to have it when I came last time." Han Xiao was curious. "That was a hunting group. It was only recently separated from the public security forces of Xander and became an independent organization." Jenny said concisely. Harrison, who was standing beside him, saw blood stains on the clothes of the creature being escorted and couldn't help asking, "What are they going to do to those people?" As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiao and Jenny both looked back at him, their eyes a little strange. What's wrong?" Harrison felt nervous when he was seen by the two of them. Jenny ignored him and looked at Han Xiao. "Haixing, this is the new guy you dug from, and he doesn't seem to understand when it's his turn to speak." "Don't say that. Harrison is a great guy. He has helped me a lot." Han Xiao didn't care and smiled. "I just like your mean look. It's the right thing to do now." "Oomph." Jenny looked back at Harrison and waved. "Since you are so curious, then let's go over and take a look. It's not far anyway." Is it okay?" Harrison looked at Han Xiao. "Then go and have a look." Han Xiao nodded. Although he is Harrison's domineering president now, he still tried his best to satisfy the demands of this kind of high-level Lucky Halo owner. The group followed the hunting group and came all the way to the edge of Long Tanfu Island. The translucent light, golden barriers separated the vacuum, and the outer space was the universe. There was a large wave of people surrounding the distance. The hunting team did not care at all. They did not expel the onlookers and focused on their own affairs. They saw them knelt down in rows with black cloth in their hands, and then opened a small protective cover. A small mouth was opened by the golden barrier, and the group of people without armor protection were immediately sucked out, exposed to the universe, twisting in pain, like fish jumping on the chopping board. Soon, the struggle of this group of people quickly became smaller, and a layer of white frost appeared on each person's body. The body's functions were destroyed by a vacuum, but their heads were hidden under the black hood. Otherwise, they could see the painful and distorted facial expressions of these people. The next moment, the hunting team raised the guns in their hands together and fired at the same time. The explosion energy gun shot out a green laser, smashing all the guys who were about to turn into ice sculptures into pieces, turning into balls of light, and drifting into the depths of the universe. Is this execution? Harrison widened his eyes. Would they be a little too cruel when they committed something? Although he had never been to the Broken Star Ring, he slightly checked Kalantin's profile after hearing that his itinerary changed. Because the Star Pirate Happy House of the Black Star Army is so famous, the Star Pirates with the Broken Star Rings have undergone large-scale industrial transfers and have gone to other areas. Longton no longer accepts Star Pirates docking, and this place has become a free city with good public security. He thought Longton's atmosphere was very good, but he did not expect that Longton troops would execute the death penalty on the spot in front of countless onlookers. This is not a good manifestation of public security, and execution on the spot is mostly a characteristic of terror rule. It is hard for him to imagine that he would see such barbaric behavior here. Jenny said dissatisfiedly, "Cruel? Look at the people around you. Who thinks it is cruel?" Harrison turned his head and looked at him, shocked to find that every onlooker looked happy, without any unbearableness, and even some people applauded. Jenny looked at Han Xiao and snorted. The more famous he is, the more enemies he has. In recent years, many infiltration incidents have occurred in Hylon. These prisoners are spies and rebels from different organizations. They have advanced equipment. The goal is to penetrate Hylon and cause harm to you by subverting your home star. Some people have set up a target for Longtan, trying to establish a secret stronghold here, or use Longtan's geographical location to launch destructive weapons to Hylon. So we have established a hunting group to specifically eliminate such spies. Black Star, we have blocked a lot of pressure for you. Hearing this, Harrison suddenly realized that most of the onlookers were Hylon people. No wonder they looked happy. These prisoners did not have environmental awareness and try to throw objects from high altitude to destroy their home star. Execution on the spot is not only not cruel, but also can make the people feel at ease. Thank you. Han Xiao smiled. Emmers moved Longtan here to block these malice against his hometown for him. Is it over just thank you? Han Xiao thought for a while. Then I'll bring you some special magic potions for hair growth as gifts next time. You go find Emmers by yourself. Jenny's face turned pale. She resisted the urge to curse and turned around and left. Seeing this, Harrison muttered quietly beside him, puzzled. His Excellency Haishing, you are the top big figure in the universe. Why does this woman dare to be so disrespectful to you? I have known her for decades, and she has been so noisy. It's boring to talk about identity between friends. Han Xiao waved his hand. So that's it. You're so generous. Harrison gave a rainbow fart without hesitation, and then asked, What's her name? Don't you know? Jenny is Longtan's chief executive, Dragon's sisters and best friends. It's easy to find it online. I didn't check that in detail. It turned out that her name is Jenny. I think she's pretty. When were you blind? Han Xiao suddenly paused, looked down at his expression, and said in surprise, You can't like her, right? Harrison's face turned slightly red, and he said shyly, You can't say you like it. After all, I've only met her for the first time. Oh, I understand. You're greedy for her body. Harrison was speechless and speechless. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Jenny's love life in her previous life was unclear, but Harrison was an old bachelor until he died in the World Tree Civilization. He had never heard of any partner or child. Although Jenny may be over 100 years older than Harrison, she is well-maintained and looks similar to her 30 years old. And the old saying goes, a woman holds gold bricks in her junior year. A woman gives away a country when she is 30, and a woman gives away a fairy pill when she is 30. Age is not distance. True love is invincible in the world, An introduction is a win-win situation. There's a chance. Thinking of this, Han Xiao patted Harrison on the shoulder and smiled. If you like it, I will be your back. Hurry up and take her down and train her temperament. That is, I don't care about her, otherwise with her personality, she will definitely be beaten up every 3 days and every 5 days when she goes out. Harrison's face turned redder. What should I do? I have no experience. Huh? You are a rich second generation in a big consortium, and you have never talked about a girlfriend? I used to like reading books. It's embarrassing. Han Xiao was heartbroken. You're in vain. While the two were swaying, they brought people to Emmy's palace. Han Xiao asked Harrison to stay in the stronghold, and he tidied up his clothes and stepped into Emmy's palace. As she came to the garden full of rare grass, Emmy's lay on her side on the long bed in the middle of the garden. Her black skirt was like a blooming black flower. She was using the field to control the recovery coins given by Hela to shuttle among the flowers, and the table next to her was filled with hearty wine and food. Hearing the footsteps, Emmers grabbed the palm of her hand, took the coin back, turned her head to look at Han Xiao, smiled slightly, and raised her hand to pat the bed beside her. You're here. Sit down. Wait for you for a long time. Han Xiao walked forward, picked up a full blue crystal wine glass from the table, sat on the side of the bed, took a sip of wine, and smacked his lips. Is it made by old man Aesop again? As he finished speaking, his shoulders sank and felt a pair of fair arms wrapping up. Emmys put his chin on his shoulder from behind and asked curiously, What have you done in the ancient Xingmao? There are too few news details. I want to hear you. Han Xiao was not surprised by her intimate behavior. In the secondary dimension, the two spent several months together, and their relationship became closer and closer. Although Emmys had a cleanliness and did not like to touch other people's bodies, he was not listed. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll bring you a gift. Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and a virtual screen popped up, which listed the ultimate knowledge of the supernatural system. The 3 major civilizations have relaxed their authority and allowed me to exchange for ultimate knowledge to others, but the number is limited. Choose what you want, and I will get it for you. So good. Emmys blinked. Let me guess, you are not giving it to me specifically, and you will impart this knowledge to other psychics in the future, such as Hyla, right? Yes. Han Xiao nodded. This is you. Emmers curled her lips slightly, looked at the screen, and pointed out her slender fingers to one of them. Han Xiao took a look and said, This doesn't seem to be the most suitable for you. Didn't you say there's a limit on the amount of knowledge you exchanged? I don't care. It's enough for Hela and Aurora. Emmers smiled softly. You are too concerned about her. Han Xiao was helpless. They're my only students, just like my children. Who else can I do if I don't do them? Emmys pounded Han Xiao's chest and made a thud, like a drum beat. Tell me a story quickly. I want to listen. Han Xiao raised his head and drank the wine to moisten his throat. He picked up the crystal clear blue fruit on the table and threw it into his mouth to chew it. While eating, he told his experience in the ancient star mound with every detail. After telling the story for most of the day, Emmys was satisfied and let Han Xiao go and made an appointment to continue tomorrow. Han Xiao left the palace and originally planned to find Old Man Aesop, but he didn't expect that Old Man Aesop went to the Legion base and took the initiative to come find him. Back at the stronghold, Han Xiao saw Aesop sitting in the hall at a glance, and Harrison and others were accompanying each other. Old man, I was just about to find you, but you predicted it again, so I looked for me first. Han Xiao sat down opposite Aesop and joked. Stop making trouble. I'm here to talk to you today. Aesop put down the cup in his hand, and his tone was a little serious. It's rare. Han Xiao was a little curious. What do you want to say to me? My passive foresight has been triggered very frequently during this period. I think it's better to notify you about some things. Aesop raised his finger and said in a deep voice, The first thing I saw that a special existence has arrived at Aquarium Star, and foresaw his clear appearance. Since you know your appearance, you can tell Bennett and ask him to send someone to compare global surveillance. Isn't it enough to find this person? This is the problem. Aesop frowned. I have searched the entire Hylon Star. There is no record of this person in all the surveillance cameras and no witness reports. It seems that this person does not exist at all. Has something wrong with your prophecy? No, this prophecy has never had such a strong sense of premonition, and I can't tell why, but I can be sure that this prophecy is reliable. Then what's the special thing about this person you foresee? Upon hearing this, Aesop glanced at Han Xiao. In my prophecy, you seem to have had an intersection with him for a long time. P.S. P.Y. recommends a book, Titans and Dragon King. Author Ruishu Shinyan. P.S. 2. The moderator set up a building activity in the book review area. After the event, 20 lucky audiences will be randomly selected to give the exclusive title of Japapai. If you're interested, you can catch a look. As a result of intersection, let me see what he looks like. Han Xiao became curious. Aesop took out the communication terminal and operated it, and called up a three-dimensional image of a character. This is a pale man, looking at him as a white sea blue star. Han Xiao looked at him for a long time and felt very unfamiliar. There was no such person in his memory. It's strange, I haven't seen this person before. Han Xiao pondered. Anyway, I'll have someone search for it on Hylon Star for a while. Since Aesop predicted, this person must have something important to do. I don't know whether it's good or bad to come to Hylon Star. After all, Hylon Star is the nominal parent star, so I still need to care about safety issues. You just said this is the first thing, so what is the second thing? I foresee the reappearance of history. Aesop frowned slightly, looking a little confused. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. You mean? In my foresight, many historical figures who had long died came to the world again, and I even saw the figure of the original one. Could it be the incident of the resurrection of the covenant? And the old man Aesop also vaguely predicted this future. The reason for the prophecy should be his transaction with the swearing man. Huh, you don't seem surprised by this prophecy? Aesop was puzzled. I have a certain understanding of this matter. Han Xiao touched his chin and asked, by the way, do you know some information? He briefly asked about the Covenant organization, the swearing man, the sanctuary, and other things, hoping that Aesop, the immortal species who traveled around the world, could know some information that ordinary people don't know. Unfortunately, Aesop shook his head and said that he had never heard of these things. However, when he mentioned the swearing man, he seemed to have thought of something. The high-dimensional positioning mental projection ability you described is not common. It sounds simple, but in fact it is very strict. The mind power system and most mental abilities cannot be achieved. If it is not his own abilities, it will be a bit like a legendary primitive psychic body, the soul flame. As soon as he heard the 4 words primitive abilities, Han Xiao knew it was reliable and asked quickly, do you know anything else? Soul Flame is one of the super high-risk abilities. There has been no witness reports for many years. Oh, you probably know these basic information, so I won't repeat it. Say something you don't know. When I was in the early years, there seemed to be a foresight. That foresight warned me that if I did something, a person who used Soul Flame would suddenly appear and try to control me and ask me to help him find something. So I avoided the fate line based on the foresight. This guy may be the one you mentioned. This is the only intersection between me and him. After communicating, Han Xiao found that Aesop only knew these things about the oath, so he could only give up. He wrote down the name of Soul Flame in his heart and prepared to go back to find 2 sluts, Chaos Secret Energy and Holy Light Particle, and asked, they're both members of the primitive superpower family, and these 2 guys should know more information. Moreover, the primitive supernatural body has a long and ancient life. If you know who the Soul Flame fell into the last time, you might get more information about the Covenant organization. Since you know this, I won't emphasize it. Aesop stretched out his 3rd finger and said solemnly, there is the last prophecy. I foresee that a cosmic disaster was brewing in places we can't see. Aren't you talking about a smart plague? Then your prophecy is probably expired. I seem to be joking with you. Aesop said angrily, I saw wormholes that stretched tens of millions of miles open in the void, and a fleet of overwhelming fleets swarmed out, an interstellar war that was no less than exploration, and no one could be out of it. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed. It sounds like a world tree civilization invasion. The prophecy will not be born for no reason. There must be any inducement and change. Now that Aesop predicts this future, it means that the plot of the world tree has progressed. The first thing Han Xiao thought of was the coordinates of the wormhole at that time. The channel opened by the wormhole unexpectedly without a reference system was very difficult, and the workload was huge. It required a large amount of manpower and material resources to be mobilized for calculation, coordinate deconstruction, and model deduction. A little error in the data would be amplified billions of times in reality, and it required absolute accuracy. His progress is limited. Could it be that the Empire has made some research? It seems that I have to find some time to inquire. When the strange god accidentally obtained the coordinates of the wormhole, I knew that the plot line of the world tree would definitely change. Han Xiao shook his head, and a feeling of "it's true" appeared in his heart. At this time, Aesop stood up, beat his old waist, and said casually, "The prophecy has been delivered to you. You will check the details. I will notify you of any latest prophecies." He specifically told Han Xiao these prophecies, but did not reveal them to Emmys, because Emmys knew it was useless. He could only listen to the story. Only Black Star would take action, which was much more reliable. Han Xiao was about to give him a gift, but Aesop waved his hand and refused. But when he walked to the door, he suddenly stopped, remembered something, and turned around and said, "By the way, I told you something. While waiting for you, I just gave your subordinates a little idea. This young man, named Harrison, has a long future. His destiny line is very thick, and he has been disturbed, and he has deviated from his original track." After that, Aesop opened the door and left, and Han Xiao turned his head to look at Harrison, who was confused. Not surprising. Harrison was poached by himself, and of course the line of fate changed. Now the World Tree War is likely to break out earlier. It is not certain whether he will sacrifice like his previous life. Han Xiao sorted out 3 prophecies. Although they were all vague, Aesop indirectly provided him with a lot of key information and had more clues. The best solution to the problem at the moment is to find someone. Han Xiao threw the image of the target to Philip, letting it monitor the entire planet, and then summoned the Black Star Army's troops stationed in the Sea and Blue Star Stronghold and all scattered out for global search. With his power in Hylon Star, not to mention a person, even a strong man would be dug 3 feet away to find him. My name is Lodi Encore. I am 48 years old. I am a citizen of Shuanglin City, Hailangsing Red Maple Province. I live in number 1511, Building B, number 107, West Brom, Chengwang Street. I have ID number A62H. I work in the Faro Group, branch 3 blocks away. I am the Deputy Director of the Operation Department. My parents were survivors of the old era and died in a riot caused by the alienation disaster. At that time, I was still an ignorant child. The disaster caused the city residents to flee on a large scale. The shops on the street were looted, and the charred abandoned car skeletons could be seen everywhere on the road. I lived in such a depressed and dilapidated city for several weeks, and was finally lucky to be found by the Black Star Legion rescue team, and I was taken to a shelter because of this. Later, Lord Haishing solved the alienation disaster, and I was sent to the public orphanage number 87. After 6 years of psychological counseling by Teacher Mesa, I got out of the psychological shadow of my childhood and got rid of symptoms such as social fear and depression. After that, life seemed to press the acceleration button, going to school, graduating, entering society, participating in the reconstruction of Hylon Star, constantly changing jobs, constantly moving, making girlfriends after girlfriend, and experiencing 2 failed marriages. Life is like a flash of time, and the trend of rapid development of the times has swept the life of every labor force. I am brave enough to move forward like all the people of my contemporaries. In order to contribute and work hard in the new era, I have witnessed the rapid development process of Hylon Star after connecting with the Interstellar. But as I grew older, my career aspirations gradually faded, but my nostalgia for my parents became deeper and deeper. As the saying goes, fall leaves return to the roots. 5 years ago, I quit my job as a large enterprise in Haishing City and returned to my parents' hometown of Shuanglin City. My hometown has been rebuilt, and I bought property in the city, found a new job, and chose to settle here. The new job is very leisurely, is not as fierce as the capital. Life is like a slim water. Everyone I see every day is those people. I am old and like a slow life. I quickly adapted to and fell in love with this kind of peace day after day. On July 16th, 7:31, Shanghai Li, I still remember it was a sunny morning. I got up very early, washed up as usual, and prepared to take out the leftover dinner from the refrigerator that I ate last night and heated it as breakfast. But while washing up, I suddenly found that I couldn't see my figure in the mirror. The huge panic grabbed my heart. I didn't know what was going on. I hugged in the corner of the bathroom and scanned around uneasily, as if some monster would jump out at any time. After trembling for more than a minute, I developed the courage to run out of the bathroom, and I didn't dare to wear my shoes. I hurriedly took the key and rushed out of the house, pressing the elevator like crazy. The house I live in is an apartment-style floor with a total of 33 floors and 4 elevators. During peak hours, the elevator's running trajectory must be raised to the highest floor and then slowly descends. Almost every floor has to be stopped. Usually, I would read the morning news while waiting for the elevator, but now the waiting time is like years. I'm so anxious that I can't open the elevator door and pull the cable inside to pull the elevator down. The elevator finally reached the 15th floor where I was. The elevator door opened, and it was almost full of people. Occasionally, when I encountered such overloading, I would politely say hello to the neighbors inside and then wait for the next elevator. But now I can't care so much. I grabbed the elevator door, shouted at them, and told them what I just encountered. However, I soon discovered that no one looked at me or heard me, as if in their eyes, I was a non-existent thing. Just as I was in panic and frightened, the people inside found that the elevator door could not be closed and pressed the closing key in confusion. Someone reached out to slap the elevator door, which fell on my arm. A scene that made me even more terrified happened. This person's palm easily passed through my forearm, as if I was just a phantom. Before my brain could react, my eyes suddenly trembled like water waves, and there was hallucination. A lady in the elevator failed to grasp the communication terminal in her hand and let it fall to the ground. And at this moment, my body suddenly burst into a strong sting. I couldn't control my body and fell to the ground to twitch. My vision quickly blurred, and a strong sleepiness surged into my brain. The moment before I fainted, I vaguely saw that between my legs, a communicator that was exactly the same as in my hallucination fell on the ground in the elevator. The next second, I fainted. When I woke up again, it was already dark, and I was still lying in front of the elevator door. A sense of weakness penetrated my body. It felt like I had not eaten for 2 days and had been in a night all night. The strong sense of hunger seemed to drive away my fear. I moved back home step by step, almost ate all the inventory in the refrigerator, and then I regained my strength. During this period, I tried to reflect my figure with metal tableware and camera, and failed without exception. After that, I barely calmed down and conducted many tests, and found that I did not exist in the eyes of anyone and could not touch anyone, but I seemed to be able to affect some substances that did not come into contact with living organisms. So I tried driving, stealing, creating accidents, etc. Most of the behaviors that could have a direct impact on others would be interrupted by sudden fainting, but many of the attempts about theft were successful, and no one noticed it. Fortunately, I lived until now, otherwise I would have starved to death. The illusions that caused me to faint often appeared. I found that I seemed to be able to predict the future in a period of time, but I could not turn it on or off actively. Once the ability was activated, I would faint and feel weak. I speculated that this ability consumed my physical strength. I thought of the disaster of alienation, and there must have been a terrible mutation in my body. I lived like this for 2 or 3 months. At first I was panicked, but later I felt happy for a while. But then it turned into confusion and emptiness. I couldn't interact with people in reality, so I tried to communicate with people online. But I found that the information I left in any form seemed to be ignored by others. I sent messages to my friends, but I would never receive a reply. Even no one from the company called me to ask why I didn't go to work. It seemed that I had all agreed that my world has evaporated. I don't understand why this is. So I wrote this log. If anyone sees my diary, I hope I can come and help me. My address is number 1511, Building B, number 107, Westboro Community, Chingwang Street, Hanfeng Province. I am waiting for you at home. Hylon Star's number 1 public notice channel, post seeking help. I disappeared. Number of views of posts, 0. A day later, Long Tanfu Island. Is this person not checked? Han Xiao received a search report from Philip and many members of the army and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Master, not only did I find any surveillance video, I also screened the household registration files of the Hylon Federation and compared the ID photos of all citizens. There was no matching object. On the other hand, the Legion soldier who went to the field search also explained, we use various life detection devices to scan the world and even let the wilderness go, and could not find a target. Is this person really on Hylon Star? Han Xiao knocked on the table and turned to look at Harrison beside him. What do you think? Me? Harrison pointed to himself in surprise. He hesitated for a moment and said, why would you like to issue a missing person notice directly? Okay. Han Xiao nodded. He was unable to tell what the guy Aesop predicted came from, and he was unwilling to alarm the snake, but since he couldn't find someone now, it would be okay to try the search notice. Anyway, he was currently here, and he was not afraid of someone causing trouble. He wanted to see what kind of interaction he had with this stranger. 4 days passed quickly, and a missing person notice released through the official news of Hylon Federal was like a rock sinking to the sea. There was no response. Either the target was not seen, or the other person did not come, and there were no other reporters. Han Xiao had no choice but to let his subordinates continue to search in a carpet style. By the way, he used Bold Explorer to the target image provided by Aesop, but what he saw was a picture of unknown significance. A large number of twisted lines passed through the universe, and he didn't know what clue it was. Another round of searches was completed, and the spacecraft returned to Longtan Wharf, and many members of the Black Star Legion walked out of the cabin door in a bad mood. After searching for several days, I couldn't find anyone every time. I kept repeating a job that had already had results. Anyone would feel irritable and depressed, and the Legion warriors were no exception. Harrison followed the crowd and suddenly saw Jenny's figure in his eyes. His heart jumped. He hesitated for a moment, walked over, and plucked up the courage to speak up. Jenny, I'm Harrison. I'm meeting again. Jenny was receiving a group of consortium investors. When she heard someone called her, she turned around and nodded casually and said lightly, It's you, what's the matter? A few days ago, Han Xiao and Emmers gathered important cadres under his command and held a small banquet. Han Xiao introduced Harrison to her, but Jenny had a bad impression of Harrison. She still remembered that this was a curious baby who talked too much, a frigid young man. Can I talk to you? Harrison stuttered. Now. Jenny frowned slightly, waved her hand, and said dissatisfiedly, I'm very busy now. Didn't you see any customers here? After that, she withdrew her gaze, stopped paying attention to Harrison, and walked away with the investors, with an alienated and cold attitude. Harrison opened his mouth and did not dare to continue to disturb the people. He had to follow the army dejectedly and prepare to go to the Dragon Palace to find Han Xiao to report the mission. However, just as he was about to leave the dock, Harrison suddenly saw a man lying on the ground not far away, dressed in rags, his face facing down, and the pedestrians next to him did not notice him and ignored him. Strange thing, is that person asleep on the ground? Why is no one taking care of him? Harrison was curious. When the Black Star Army soldier next to him heard this, he looked at him in his sight and immediately looked puzzled. Where's anyone lying down? It's there, so conspicuous. Can't you see it? Harrison was stunned. The soldiers of the army around stopped and looked over, stared at Harrison for a few seconds, then turned around and stared at Harrison with strange eyes. My man, go and have an ophthalmology exam. Harrison was stunned, and his strong curiosity suddenly became burning. He shook everyone away and strode to the lying person. He hesitated for a moment and pushed the person's body. "Wake up." The man seemed to faint and had no reaction. Harrison couldn't help but be curious and reached out to turn the man over. Just as he saw this man's appearance, Harrison suddenly widened his eyes and suddenly appeared in shock. "You said, this is the person we are looking for?" Half an hour later, Han Xiao hurried back to the base from the Dragon Palace and came to a secret interrogation room, looking at the opposite side of the table with a strange look on his face. "Yes, I found him at the dock. He seemed to be in a coma and never woke up." Harrison stood aside and pointed to the chair opposite the table. Han Xiao looked at the empty chair with a complicated face and said in a stressful tone, "You really didn't tease me. There is no one here." Harrison scratched his head and said confused, "I don't understand either. It seems that no one else can see him except me, but I can guarantee that he is exactly the same goal we are looking for." "Where did you find him?" Han Xiao was confused. "You may not believe it." Harrison shrank his neck. "I picked it up." Han Xiao was speechless. What else can I say? If Harrison hadn't happened to meet him, even if this guy came to him, I wouldn't have seen him. No wonder you are engaged in the explore industry. This is talent. You can pick up good things anywhere you go. Han Xiao was skeptical, thought for a while, and sent a message to Aesop to come over, and then signaled Harrison to describe the appearance of this person. Harrison stepped forward, looked down at the air, at least in Han Xiao's eyes, and said he was very haggard, and he was so thin that he was skinny that he was left with bones. His clothes were torn and dirty, and he had a lot of dust on his body, as if he hadn't taken care of it for many days. Han Xiao asked Philip to outline the current appearance of this person based on Harrison's description, which was much thinner than the portrait Aesop provided. If there was no comparison, he would hardly recognize the two of them were the same person. After a while, Aesop rushed to the room and looked at the uninhabited seat, laughing and said, "You are not very efficient, and you found him so quickly." Seeing this, Han Xiao was depressed. "Why can't I see it? What is the filtering mechanism?" If it weren't for his understanding of Harrison's character, he almost thought these two guys had colluded to play with him. Thinking of this, Han Xiao reached out to sweep the air in front of him, unable to feel any feeling of touching the real thing. "Legislative Commander, your hand passes through his body." Harrison was explaining, suddenly shocked. "Wait," he suddenly twitched, as if he was electrocuted by you. "Wake him up quickly." Han Xiao withdrew his hand, frowned, and pulled out the surveillance screen in the room. He found that all kinds of detection devices could not see the existence of this person, and it was not useful to take photos. This situation is obviously not invisible, and it seems that only specific groups of people can see and contact this person. What do Aesop and Harrison have in common? If you have to say it, it seems that both of them are lucky. Could it be that the lucky attribute is high enough to see this guy? Then I better take a shower and go to bed as soon as possible. Just as he was thinking about it, Harrison suddenly shouted, "He is awake!" Han Xiao was excited and said to the air with the slightest forehead, "Tell me, your origin." The air suddenly became quiet. Han Xiao waited for 3 seconds, but did not receive a reply. Instead, he saw Harrison and Aesop listening carefully. Has he spoke? It seems I can't hear it either. Han Xiao was helpless. Tell me what he said. He said his name was Lodi Encore, and he was from the Aquarium Star. Harrison scratched his head and repeated it. Hearing the other party's own report, Han Xiao immediately connected to the population database of the Hylon Star Federation and accurately searched the archives of this name. But he still found nothing and still found this person. This makes no sense. Since he is a resident of the Sea Blue Star, it is impossible for him to have no files. Either he was cleared by an abnormal force, or it was a force that influenced me to find his identity. Could it be that those who cannot see him cannot find information about him in any form? But I can hear Harrison's retelling. Han Xiao was searching for the database in his mind, and suddenly felt a move in his heart and thought of a special form of existence. This situation is like the characteristics of a high-dimensional information state. The research on information states in the universe has been explored, and theories have always been mysterious. It is believed that any individual is an aggregate of information carrying information, and factors such as height, weight, smell, volume, etc. constitute the conditions for this individual to be observed. The high-dimensional information state is a special thing, like depriving the individual of the physical existence, leaving only the concept of this information to form the basis of existence. Just like the classification of material life and energy life, it becomes a new form of existence. Whether it really exists is only related to the observer. For a specific group of observers, they can perceive this group of information, which is a touchable real entity. For normal people who cannot observe, they cannot obtain any information in high-dimensional information state from any channel. Just like this person does not exist, like a ghost floating in the world, and the two sides cannot interact with any information. There are various names for this principle, such as information closure, information autism, unobservable body, etc. At the same time, information closure is not limited to the perception ability of the living beings themselves, but also acts on technology and magical means, such as the files that should not be found, the surveillance video cannot be taken, and the figures of the targets lost in the group photos that were taken before will be taken. Because, including virtual technology, these detection devices and techniques are also carriers of information, and tools used to obtain and preserve information are essentially no different from organs that perceive the outside world. Information closure acts on both living things and these tools. This is also the reason why the existence of information states is prefixed with a high-dimensional prefix. However, after a specific observer obtains information, it is equivalent to filtering it and becoming the observer's own information. Therefore, the existence of high-dimensional information state can be described to others. This is the only information transmission channel. However, even if others know it, they still cannot perceive the high-dimensional information state itself. It seems that he is not a completely high-dimensional information state. Otherwise, he will not have the ability. He doesn't need to eat. Han Xiao pondered and thought. His situation seems to have only been transformed half, causing the information he carries is alienated, and the existence in the conventional sense is erased, but he has not completely entered the high-dimensional information state, maintaining a certain entity's existence nature, and can still interact with some substances. This manifestation is more like the awakening of related superpowers and temporarily out of control. Why does a good, normal person suddenly undergo information mutation? There must be some incentive. Maybe this is why Aesop predicted him. Let him tell me everything that happened. Han Xiao came to his senses, knocked on the table, and said in a deep voice, "At present, Harrison and Aesop can only rely on the transfer channels to relay Lodi's situation." Han Xiao quickly figured out the ins and outs and used the information state theory to explain the person's experience. This person's name is Lodi Encore. He has been living on Hylon Star. He has mutated some time ago. He has some high-dimensional information characteristics and has tried to transmit information in various situations. All failed. He had to turn into an elderly fat man and live for several months. A few days ago, he saw the Black Star Legion's missing person notice, so he excitedly sent countless messages to the Army's email. However, he could not receive any reply. He could only board the spaceship and smuggle to Longtan, intending to find Han Xiao. Once a living body passes through his half-high-dimensional information body, he will unilaterally read part of the information of the living body, creating hallucinations similar to premonition, which will eventually lead to fainting. If his current body wants to do something to others, it is equivalent to tampering with other people's existence state from the information level and using information state to disturb the reality. This requires huge energy and he cannot afford it, so he will faint in the middle every time. This is a self-protection mechanism. So he carefully avoided all passers-by along the way, but when he arrived at Longton Wharf, he suddenly had a premonition picture without contacting anyone, and fainted. This was the process when he appeared in Longtan and was seen by Harrison. Han Xiao captured key information from it and thought. He awakened the premonition. Maybe his information state mutation comes from the sudden outlook? I think it is possible. Aesop, who was standing aside, said in a deep voice, The ability to predict can be regarded as a kind of ability to perceive, process, and deduce information. In the mouths of our predictors, there are also destiny lines, causal lines, etc., because the predictive ability needs to be closely entangled with a large number of destiny lines, so it is not impossible to cause the information state mutation of one's own information state. You have touched my blind spot of knowledge. Han Xiao felt a little distressed. Old man, your prophecy says that I have had an intersection with him for a long time. Did I solve the disaster of alienation and save his life? According to Lodi's experience, Han Xiao thought of this possibility. Then how do I know? Aesop spread his hands helplessly. If the prophecy was so accurate, would you have caught me before? Han Xiao pinched his fingers hesitantly. He thought of a way to understand the other party's situation, that is, to express the combat information, but first of all, he must successfully contact this person. It seems that if a normal person wants to observe a high-dimensional information life, he must have close information entanglement with the other party. He seems to be able to contact dead objects, so it is not a nearly unsolvable form of a real high-dimensional information state. Well, I can't see the clothes he is wearing, which proves that the clothes have also been assimilated. Maybe we can start with this idea. After thinking about it, Han Xiao took out a mechanical armor, applied mechanical force to connect, and tried to touch Lodi. However, the experiment failed, and Lodi passed through without any obstacles. The mechanical body that received the mechanical force connection was equivalent to maintaining contact with Han Xiao, so he could not touch the other party. He unplugged the mechanical force and allowed Lodi to contact again, but he still failed. Intelligence is also an observer. Aesop, who was standing by, reminded him. Han Xiao had to remove the control intelligence in the mecha and experiment it again and again. When all the links at the virtual level, including the underlying operation permissions, were cut off, Lodi successfully put on the mecha. The next moment, the mechanical armor disappeared under Han Xiao's nose. Seeing this, Han Xiao tried to use mechanical force, virtual technology, and other means to regain the existence of the mechanical armor, but found nothing. This mechanical armor disappeared out of thin air, and the high-dimensional information became state of state. Immediately afterwards, Han Xiao asked Lodi to take off his armor, and the armor appeared on the ground out of thin air. After testing it with various means, Han Xiao couldn't help but sigh. It is simply an information black hole. I'm almost helpless. Aesop put his hands on his hips and frowned. Is there really no way? It's okay to say that he is idealistic in metaphysics, and it's too difficult to take advantage of loopholes. Han Xiao was a little helpless. People who cannot observe Lodi cannot generate any information interaction. Fighting is also a way of interaction. Even if they hit him with cannons, they might not be hurt. Only if a neutral weapon without any observer's influence attacks him will the opponent be fully damaged. If this guy hadn't subjectively influenced other non-observer life forms, he would be a terrible intruder. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and looked at Harrison, unwilling to give in. You asked me what he wants me to do for him? Harrison nodded, listened for a while, and retelled, His Excellency Black Star, he begged you. I hope you can get him out of this state. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xiao suddenly felt shocked. A prompt popped up suddenly on the panel. You trigger the mission, Son of Destiny, Subbody Transformation. Task Introduction. Lodi Encore, an ordinary person who works hard, has a special mutation on one day. He hopes you can help him solve this problem. Task requirements. Resolve Lodi's mutation and find out the root cause of the mutation. Reward. Random reward X2. Lodi's favor plus 80. Character card X2. Before I could take a closer look at the task, Han Xiao's vision appeared out of thin and haggard middle-aged man, sitting on a chair, looking at himself with a hopeful expression. It was the victim of Lodi who appeared without warning. Successful? Han Xiao was surprised. He didn't expect it to work. It is possible to see Lodi, which means that both parties have formally entangled information, and the source is definitely not just the other party's plea. Han Xiao could conclude that if the panel did not trigger the task, even if he knew the other party's request, he would not be able to see the other party. So, The panel became a bridge between both sides and directly helped him complete information entanglement. But this is not what surprised Han Xiao the most. The reason why he was shocked was the name of the mission. Son of Destiny. Isn't that a trump card of the 1.0 version of the budding organization? Although I haven't seen it, I have ever gotten its character card. How does this matter have something to do with the Son of Fate? Isn't that guy dead? What Aesop said about the intersection is actually like this. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and thousands of words surged in his abdomen, all of which gathered into one sentence. Neopai. For a moment, surprise and doubt popped into my heart. Decades have passed, but Han Xiao still remembers it fresh. He used to think that the Son of Destiny was just a simple foresighter dead under the budding nuclear explosion and was wiped out. But now it seems that the Son of Destiny still hides more unknown secrets, which not only reappears on the Aquarium star, but also has something to do with the information state. Originally, he felt that it was already the limit to the three prides of heaven who sprouted himself, Hela and Aurora. Unexpectedly, the Son of Fate who had just turned out to be a good person is not simple. He is simply a brilliant person and a hidden dragon. Even if the leader Mingya suddenly resurrected and jumped in front of him one day, he probably wouldn't be surprised. What exactly is the Son of Fate? Han Xiao was surprised, and he couldn't help but understand the truth. At this moment, Harrison's shouts rang in his ears. Legislative Commander? Han Xiao came to his senses and found that the three people present were staring at him. In their eyes, Black Star suddenly became stunned. Aesop shook his head, thinking that he understood the reason why Han Xiao was silent, and explained, even the three major civilizations have only a slight understanding of the information state theory. I have not been able to study it completely. I know that this requirement may be a bit difficult for you. Lodi was immediately anxious and said in despair, "What should I do? If Your Excellency Haitian can't do it, who can save me? Two good people, please help me convince Your Excellency Haitian. I really have no choice." Hearing this, Han Xiao waved his hand. "Don't worry, I will try to help you." "That's great. Thank you for being black." Lodi subconsciously thanked, but in the middle of his speech, he was stunned and stared at Han Xiao with a look of surprise and surprise. Aesop and Harrison were also shocked and looked at Han Xiao in surprise. "Legislative Commander, can you see him?" "Well, that's okay. But you obviously... Did you find a solution just now? But you did nothing." Aesop was surprised. Han Xiaogan coughed and fooled. A true high-dimensional information life can choose who you are observed by. It may be that his strong desire has triggered the characteristics of his own information state and actively entangled with me. A simple explanation is that he subjectively moved me out of the blacklist. A question mark popped up above Harrison's head, and his big eyes were full of doubts. Is there any such operation? Aesop thought about it, but accepted this statement and said to himself, "This is reasonable. He may have inherited this feature, but he cannot actively control it, but his subconscious may be able to influence." Han Xiao looked at him with a smile, silently cheering for the old man in his heart. "This is the feeling. Please continue to make up for it, and help me convince yourself." Lodi grabbed the last straw like a drowning man, holding onto the table with his hands, trembling slightly due to excitement, and said tremblingly, "I'm so grateful to you. You are really the same as in the news. You're not only a great man from the Blue Star, but also a great man in the entire universe. It's so noble. To be honest, in my 48 years of life, I only admire one person. That is you. I have regarded you as a role model since I was a child. You are the beacon of my life and the driving force for progress, and inspired me to grow." A string of rainbow farts were slapped, and Han Xiaoqing couldn't help but smile with admiration. He loved to listen to these big truths. But soon, he restrained his faint smile, waved his hand, and signaled Lodi to calm down. "You don't have to be so grateful to me. To be honest, I help you. I'm just interested in your mutations and want to study your changes. As for whether it can cure you, I can't guarantee it. I understand that I have nothing else to repay you, and I will do my best to cooperate with your research." Lodi nodded repeatedly. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. There is no free lunch in the world. The other party knows this principle, which makes it easier to act. If he looks alert with someone asking for help and looking full of paranoia for victimization, he may take tough measures and not cooperate nonviolently. He stood up, walked around Lodi, looked back and forth, and suddenly his heart moved. By the way, he and I have completed the steps of information entanglement. Now, it should be no problem to stab him. As soon as the thought came to mind, Han Xiao immediately took action. As the fingers were raised, the light flashed, a nanoparticle compressed and shaped, turning into a fine metal needle. He turned his wrist and carefully tucked it on Lodi's arm. The force was similar to that of an ordinary person picking up an ant with his fingers, for fear of using a little force to pinch the ant to death. The thin needle was about to stop at the touch, and Han Xiao immediately looked at the panel and indeed caused damage. The battle information emerged, and Lodi's attributes were clearly visible. The target is just an ordinary person. The panel is extremely clean, all of which are normal people's abilities, only 2 or 3 lines of words, which is a world of difference from the densely packed panels of superpowers. Only one abnormal situation attracted Han Xiao's attention. First, Lodi's status column maintained a special state, which was exactly the same as the name of the task. Son of Destiny, Sub-Body Transformation. The original supernatural body, Son of Destiny, triggered an information state disturbance, randomly creating various sub-body in the entire universe. You are one of the random numbers selected. In you, a mutation will occur. The characteristics of the information state will gradually appear in you, and you will randomly give birth to some of the relevant abilities of the Son of Destiny of life. During the transformation process, not only will your body change, but your personality will gradually become alienated. When this process is over, you may lose most of your desires and emotional expressions, may lose memory or believe in a false life experience, and a new personality and a new self will be nurtured in your body. Current conversion progress, 37.1%. Han Xiao's eyes widened slightly and captured key information. Is the Son of Destiny the original supernatural body? The Son of Destiny randomly produced the entire universe. This is a bit unexpected. On the super risk supernatural power list, there is no Son of Destiny. In the previous life, players did not explore relevant information. Could it be that this is a primitive supernatural power that has not been discovered or not disclosed? Looking at the introduction on the panel, Han Xiaofu was full of thoughts. If the Son of Destiny is such a mechanism, the one that was once in the germination of version 1.0 should be just a child, not the original ability itself. Lodi has not been completely transformed. Once it becomes a complete Son of Destiny, his personality will be replaced, which may be considered another form of death. Han Xiao felt thoughtful. Although I know that the true face of the Son of Destiny is an original supernatural power, there's still many mysteries. Perhaps a Han and a Sheng, who are both primitive supernatural bodies, have the information on this aspect. Han Xiao asked the others to wait in the room, and then he went to another room, closed the door, opened the secondary dimension barracks, fished out the secret energy, and sent a remote communication to Aurora and pulled the holy light particles into the chat channel. Black Star, what are you doing with us? Let's talk more about it, if you have nothing to do. Chaos Secret Nung seemed very happy. He had no host and was about to be suffocated in a metal carrier without a soul. I have one thing to ask you. Han Xiao pondered. Do you recognize a primitive supernatural body called the Son of Destiny? Considering the different names, Han Xiao specifically retailed some of the characteristics of the Son of Destiny, which were all inferred from the panel information. Hearing this, the chaos secret energy and the holy light particles suddenly fell silent. After a while, they asked a confused question. This guy? I seem to have seen it. Strange. Am I sleeping in a daze? I vaguely remember that I know it, but I just can't remember. This feeling was like suddenly finding that a person looked familiar, but I just couldn't remember who he was. According to information, the Son of Destiny has a great relationship with the information state. Perhaps it is because of this aspect that you too can't remember. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and guessed. The two sluts tried hard to recall and hesitated. Maybe you guessed right. We can't remember more information about it. We only remember that in our impression, there is a vague, primitive, psychotropic body that can switch between entity and high-dimensional information state. It has the ability to predict the future and interfere with reality. Maybe this is the son of fate you mentioned. It seems that no more information can be asked from them. Han Xiao's eyes moved, and his words turned. Do you know the soul flame? It is also the primitive, psychotropic body. I know this. Chaos Secret can quickly answer, for fear that the holy light particles would take away the chat opportunity. This guy is elusive. I have not met it many times. The last time I heard about it was in the exploration period. It seemed that it had chosen the original person as the host, and later it disappeared for many years. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. According to Aesop's information, the swearing man is likely to be the host of Soul Flame, and perhaps the first person in the mouth of Chaos Secret Energy. As long as you know your identity, you can see through the true face of the swearing man. Do you still remember who the original one was? Han Xiao asked quickly. I only remember the nickname, which seems to be called Spirit Emperor, which means Emperor of the Soul, and is a powerful spiritual psycho power, but it seems to have died in battle. Wow, this nickname sounds not easy to mess with. Han Xiao recorded it and planned to look back for the Empire to ask for internal information and check the life of this Ling Emperor. As for something as mysterious as the Son of Destiny, the Empire may not have a record. Since the Son of Destiny is the primitive power, and the Covenant organization is an expert in studying the primitive power, maybe it is a good choice to ask them. Han Xiao nodded secretly, making up his mind that when the transaction with the Covenant was completed, he would find the Swug to ask the Son of Destiny where he came from, and perhaps he could get some information from the Covenant. He suddenly had a guess. By the way, will the Son of Destiny be in the hands of the Covenant organization? Well, it feels like there is a chance, but it is not very good. The Son of Destiny can cause disturbance, so it should be free, unlike being contained. Hey, why are you worried about so many things? Anyway, I won't suffer any loss. Han Xiao curled his lips. As for whether the person who swears can accept it, well, I think his psychological quality should be quite strong. All the questions should be asked were finished. Han Xiao was about to close the communication when he suddenly remembered something. The pilgrimage light particle said, by the way, I will cut off a small piece of your body in a while and take it to make a deal with others. I will notify you and let you be mentally prepared. The light ball of the holy light particles froze in the air and was stunned as if it was a bolt from the blue. Chaos Secret Nung was stunned for a moment and suddenly burst into laughter with gloating. You have today. If you ask you to laugh at me, you can't escape the same fate, ha ha ha. Holy light particle. I feel so tired, I feel that I will no longer love. P.S. This one is kicked out, and I will have to make porridge and send it to the hospital later. I cracked an underscore 3-inch angle, underscore. Han Xiao digested the information for a while, then opened the door and returned to the interrogation room. Aesop, Harrison, and Lodi looked over. Hello, Hei Xing. Lodi wanted to ask with an anxious look on his face, and Han Xiao raised his palm to stop him. I already know your basic situation. Please stay by my side for the time being. I will try my best to solve your problem. Han Xiao thought about how to deal with Lodi. Now Lodi is just a semi-finished product, has not completed the transformation, and cannot control his own abilities. Perhaps after the complete transformation, he can become the form of the Son of Destiny in the budding organization and has strong predictive talent. But once the transformation is completed, Lodi's personality will change and be replaced by a brand new personality, which is equivalent to death in a sense. A stable and controllable predictor has a much greater effect than the current half-baked guy who is dizzy from time to time. But after taking over the other party's task, it was difficult to sit idly by and watch the transformation go smoothly. So Han Xiao decided to leave his power to the death and find a way to stop Luo Di's transformation. If he couldn't stop it, he wouldn't mind getting a new Son of Destiny. Given Lodi's current state, it is necessary to control his range of actions. Han Xiao specifically asked Philip to set up a new private laboratory on the spacecraft, and asked Harrison to take Lodi over, lock it up in a nutritional warehouse, inject hypnotic agents for easy research. Lodi had no choice but to seize the only hope and actively cooperate. After the two left, only Han Xiao and Aesop were left in the room and looked at each other. I see you went out for a while. Have you found something? Aesop was curious. The root of this guy's mutation may be affected by a special primitive ability. Han Xiao briefly mentioned some information about the Son of Fate and his previous budding experience. Son of Destiny. I haven't heard of it. Aesop muttered twice. Normal, I don't know much. Aesop coughed and said thoughtfully, I'm not very clear about your previous experience, but suppose that the Son of Destiny you encountered before is a random product of primitive superpowers like Lodi now. Why does Han Star have two sub-body appear in succession? If it's really random in the whole universe, do you think there will be such a coincidence? What's this? I've seen something even more coincidence. Han Xiao flashed this idea, but he didn't say anything on his face and agreed, it's really a coincidence. According to this idea, since the change occurs at the information level, I think Han Star may have something strange in this regard, such as condensed with a special destiny line. This is not my nonsense. I have seen many people who are born with a unique destiny line. Halfway through, Aesop stopped, looked up and down at Han Xiao, thinking, that's right, Han has a character like you, and there's another super A-level Hela. Your rise has led to the parent star becoming unique. Perhaps this is the reason. Han Xiao wanted to say something, but stopped, and in the end he said nothing, just patted Aesop's shoulder hard. Smart people are just fooling around. Before I could use my strength, you convince yourself. Thank you. If it weren't for your prediction, I would definitely not have discovered this. No matter how joking he was, Han Xiao was still quite grateful to Aesop for the notification. No need to thank me. Longtan and Heilingsing are now neighbors. I just want to ensure the safety of my living environment. And among the people I know, prophecy can only play the greatest role in your hands. I believe in your ability and character. Aesop waved his hand. Hearing this, Han Xiao couldn't help but feel like he was dreamy. Once, Han Xiao envied Aesop's powerful connections wherever he shitted, but he gradually rose up and, unknowingly, he had become the biggest brand Aesop knew. If there is anything, people are willing to discuss it with themselves first, which makes people feel reliable. As he said that, Aesop couldn't help but sigh. I have lived for so long and have learned a lot, but you are the most amazing guy in my long life. I have never seen another person as magical as you. When I first met you, although I felt that you had a bright future, I never expected that you had reached a height that countless people could not reach in just a few decades. History may forget me, but I will never forget you. Why did you say it well? Why did you suddenly blow up? I'm sorry. Han Xiao slapped, with a don't stop expression on his face. Maybe I'm really old, and I like to sigh more and more. Aesop sighed and said sincerely, thanks to you for helping Longtan over the years. Seeing this, Han Xiao also smiled and said slowly, my achievements cannot be separated from Longtan's cultivation. Without Ames's former protection, I wouldn't be so smooth, so I don't have to thank me. What I give Longtan is the rewards and feedback I should give. Just like doing business, having a backer is easier to develop than starting from scratch. When he was still weak, Longtan has helped me a lot, so although his current status in the universe far exceeds Longtan, he still maintains respect for the troops of Longtan and has made equal contributions to everyone and has never stopped supporting him. It may be our luck to have the opportunity to support a person like you. Aesop's expression was complicated, helpless, and relieved, and said earnestly, Emmers is just like my daughter, but you also know that all I can do is foresight. Unlike you, you can protect her better than me now. I have lived for many years and never asked for help, but I ask you to protect Emmys today. I have given her to you. I hope that even after hundreds or thousands of years, you can still remember what you say today. After that, he looked at Han Xiao deeply, pushed the door, and walked out of the room, and his slightly hunched back disappeared at the end of the corridor. Old man. Han Xiao watched him leave and let out a gentle breath. He understood Aesop's intention. Although Aesop is an immortal species, he is old after all and does not have much combat power. Even if he knows how to predict, his ability to do is limited and far from reaching omnipotence. He foresaw the possible turbulence in the future. The prophetic disaster made him feel long-lost concerns. He was afraid that he would not be able to protect Emmers. So he prepared for the future and was willing to let down his face. He privately asked Black Star to always act as Longtan's shelter and get a guarantee. In Aesop's eyes, only Black Star has the motivation and ability to protect Emmers, which is the best candidate he can find. And Emmys could never speak these words, so Aesop knew that only he could say it, but he had to say it. This is why the old man changed his normal behavior and took the initiative to seek cooperation. He was frightened by his prediction. The old man suppressed his nature of pursuing excitement and stayed in a monotonous place like Longtan for decades. Although he was nominally confined by Emmers, if Aesop wanted to leave, he would definitely have a way to leave. Now, because he was worried about Emmers' future, he put down his face and begged me. It will be a sign of people's hearts over time. Han Xiao smiled. In order to avenge his revenge in his previous life, Emmys ruined Longtan. Now it seems that old man Aesop deserves such treatment. But this time we are here, we won't let Longtan repeat the same mistakes. After calming down, Han Xiao returned to the office and called out Philip. He also remembered the goal of querying the ownership of Soulflame, used his own authority to call out the information of the original Spirit Emperor from the Imperial database, and quickly browsed it. The real name of the Spirit Emperor is Raoul Sisek, and he also has nicknames such as Ghost King, Secret Spirit Master, etc. He is also one of the original ones. Before becoming the host of Soulflame, he was already a powerful supra-level spiritual superpower. This person was born into a high-level civilization and was also a powerful man in the exploration period. At that time, Super A-level had just been born. Compared with other types of abilities, the spiritual abilities that broke through the boundaries of natural disasters were more difficult to deal with. The spiritual barrier device that had not yet been updated could not stop the Spirit Emperor. He could easily penetrate the shield and armor and kill or control the crew, and soon gained a reputation in the exploration war. After obtaining the Soul Flame, he was even more powerful. With his strong personal ability, he attacked cities and villages for his civilization in the war, won victory in local battles, made great contributions countless times, and received countless commendations and honors, and was regarded as a hero and a shelter by the entire civilization. However, as advanced civilizations began to work hard to study Super A-level, the short period of the initial unparalleled era soon passed. The battle began to become difficult, and casualties gradually occurred in Super A-level. Ling Emperor is no exception. Although his performance is still strong, he is still a powerful unit in the interstellar war. But because every time he appears, he will be targeted, and it is difficult for him to play his former role in the war and cannot open up the situation of local war by himself alone. In addition, the civilization where he is located has frequently failed on other fronts. The overall strategy of civilization has been seriously affected, and the good situation has been gradually eroded by the enemy. Therefore, the Ling Emperor's fighting style gradually tends to be radical. Sometimes, even if he is injured, he has to try to turn the situation around. Although he is dropping the bucket, it can be seen that his vision and loyalty to contribute to civilization. The original ones who were once different from the current Super A-level ones. Many people do not have the idea of being alone. In the exploratory wars, personal destiny is almost bound to the fate of civilization. In the years of tireless war, the turning points soon came. The civilization where Emperor Ling was located and the many enemies, with 2 galaxies as the main battlefield, invested a huge amount of troops and launched a decisive and critical battle. Countless fleets were tearing each other on one front line, and the situation changed rapidly. In a white-hot stage, this civilization encountered a choice. On the one hand, the Spirit Emperor was targeted and surrounded, fighting hard, and urgently needed all his strength to rescue. On the other hand, an extremely important front is in a hurry and also needs support. If this front is defeated, it will have a chain reaction, which may cause the entire battle to slide into the abyss of failure. On the other hand, if it is held, it will gain a huge strategic advantage and greatly increase the winning rate. It is precisely for this reason that the enemy is constantly investing reinforcements to this front, and a large number of troops in this civilization have been put into the battlefield, leaving only a few fast response fleets to attack. It is known that the split reinforcements have a chance to rescue the Spirit Emperor, but they will definitely not be able to defend the important front. Then the choice comes: how to allocate troops, which side should you focus on supporting, and how to choose. For civilization, this choice does not seem difficult at all. They gave up the Ling Emperor, chose to maintain the overall situation strategy, and put all reinforcements on important fronts. The final result was as they thought. The front line was successfully defended, revitalized the stalemate situation, gradually repelled the enemy, and finally won the victory of this battle. The Ling Emperor died naturally. The civilization claimed to have died in a fierce battle to the outside world, claiming that the sacrifice of the Ling Emperor laid their victory. So the whole country mourned, paid respects to him, and presided over his funeral with the highest standard ceremony, and awarded the Valvid Quinta medal representing the highest glory of the civilization, and established a monument to the Ling Emperor's heroes on the parent star to commemorate him. However, in the changing exploratory wars, the enemy is the least lacking. The key battle victory achieved by this civilization cannot always serve as their amulet. In the end, this civilization did not become the winner of the exploration history, was destroyed by a stronger civilization, almost genocidal, and became the loser who was eliminated. These are the general life of Emperor Ling, and the death in battle has been marked on the archives. The era is long, and the exploration history is a war-torn period. The database of the three major civilizations only has rough information from Ling Emperor, and there is no too detailed information. With the demise of the civilization where Ling Emperor is located, a lot of information about him has been buried by history. After reading the information, Han Xiao fell into thought. He was used to the experience of Emperor Ling, and at this time, he was only interested in the whereabouts of the Soul Flame. The Spirit Emperor is the last host of Soul Flame known to the world. Will this guy be the one who swears? Either the Spirit Emperor had faked his death, or the swearing Emperor had someone else to take Soul Flame away from the Spirit Emperor, so there's a chance that he would be one of the hostile super A-level hosts participating in that battle, but the possibility of picking up a bargain is not ruled out. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of the first people who were resurrected in his previous life, and there seemed to be no Ling Emperor's existence, and his eyes lit up. It seems that the possibility of the Spirit Emperor pretending to die should be quite high. Han Xiao's heart moved, and he pondered to himself. Many first people in the previous life were resurrected. If the people who were super disasters were born, they might be able to find insiders to ask. But at this moment, Han Xiao suddenly remembered something and was stunned. Wait a minute. Those who know are not only the first ones who were resurrected by the Covenant. The In-Father dimension inherited by Hela seems to have the heroic spirit of the original. This is amazing. Han Xiao opened his eyes wide. Is it a drink and a peck? Or can collect lucky Halo owners really improve their overall luck? P.S. P.Y. recommended 3,000 female college students. The author beat Buge to death. The title of this book is a breath of a rich woman supporting her. I don't know if any brother catches this, but I'm interested in reading it anyway. The Underworld Dimension stores a large number of strong people in the exploration war, not only the first ones, but also superpowers from all races. There are many natural disaster levels, all of which are a group of old antiques. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The purpose of this group of people is not only to act as combat power, but also to explore witnesses in various periods, but also to be a reliable first-hand source of intelligence and master many ancient secrets. Aurora can only shape the body of life for these heroes and turn it into combat power. Speaking of which, the dimension of the underworld is a bit like an alternative immortal weapon country. Although it is impossible to summon the powerful people in the underworld, It should be no problem to communicate with their souls. I don't know what time Hela has restored the underworld to now. Han Xiao still remembers that he had a mission to the underworld dimension. When the underworld is restored to its fullest, he will be able to get Onisilu's thanks, get a director brand, and become the third authorized dog after the two sisters. Search for time to ask Hela to see if my thoughts are right. Now Hela is running to the secondary dimension world. Communication is inconvenient, but she should come back next time when the A-level regular meeting is held. Han Xiao is going to ask at that time. It's just not long before the next regular meeting of the Development Federation. So, you don't need to go to the secondary dimension world to find people. Emperor Ling pretended to die. He suspected that this was the true identity of the person who sweared, and had not yet decided whether to test it next time he met Didi. At this time, Harrison sent a message saying that Lodi had been placed properly. I understand. Han Xiao was quite happy. Our intuition is right. This time I returned to Aquarium, I was really surprised. I discovered the secret of the Son of Destiny, obtained a semi-transformed child body, and obtained some key information from Aesop, which made a lot of gains. However, Aesop's prophecy also made him feel pressured, as if he saw in the dark that the times were about to set off a frenzy and the storm was quietly brewing. The higher the level of contact and the more secrets you master, the more you can feel the turbulent and chaotic situation hidden under the stability and prosperity of a universe that has been explored. Han Xiao folded his hands on his nose, pondering and thinking. We have to find a way to find out how the Red Empire studied the coordinates of the World Tree Civilization wormhole. After a few days of visiting Longtan, he visited Bennett. Han Xiao then led the fleet to set off again, continued to rush toward the shining world. On the dock, Emmy stood at the edge of the orbit. The tail flame airflow sprayed from the spacecraft's thruster made her black dress dance like a rolling black fog. She took the Longtan cadre to watch the neatly formed Black Star fleet sailing out of the airport, slowly accelerating, turning into streams of light and escaping into the depths of the starry sky, leaving her sight. He's gone again. Emmys withdrew his gaze, let out a sigh of relief, and looked down at the data storage in his hand. This was the gift Han Xiao gave her before leaving, which contained an ultimate knowledge of superpowers. She turned around and found that Jenny had a gray face and was holding a tube of potion in her hand, which was also a gift from Han Xiao. Why is your face so ugly? What did he give you? Embers was curious. It's nothing. Jenny's cheeks were tense, and she showed a hideous smile, hiding the magic potion of hair growth in her hand behind her back. Aesop stroked his beard and smiled. He Xing also gave me a gift. I see him becoming more and more pleasing to him. Around him, 8 spherical floating weapons the size of fists were flying agilely. This is a product created by Han Xiao himself, called Explorer Multifunctional Life Defense Array. It integrates a complete set of functions such as combat, protection, strengthening, survival, concealment, medical treatment, transition, radiation shielding, and harsh environment isolation. It is especially suitable for single explorers. Having such a set of devices is equivalent to carrying a guard team plus logistics team plus interstellar vehicle with you. Even an ordinary person can survive for a long time in a dangerous environment of B-level intensity and can withstand a disaster for a short time. If you have the chance to escape unscathed, as long as you use it properly, a set of devices will be enough to sweep the surface-level civilization of ordinary levels. It is expensive and has a strong effect. Han Xiao gave Aesop a whole 10 sets. Embers blinked and suddenly said, I heard that you asked Black Star to protect me privately. Aesop was stunned and grabbed his beard. Who told you? Who else? Embers raised her eyebrows. TSK, this guy Black Star, I don't know how to keep it secret. Aesop had a headache and nodded helplessly. It's true that the times will change drastically. My abilities are limited. Only Black Star has the ability. Before he finished speaking, Emmys interrupted him, emphasized his tone slightly, and said, I am a super A-level person. I can protect myself. Before considering me next time, I will discuss with me. I don't like others to make decisions for me. Okay, I'm self-indulgent. Aesop raised his hands and said that he didn't want to argue. Seeing this, Emmys nodded, suddenly paused. A curved curve appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "But I still thank you. I appreciate the good intentions." She knew that Han Xiao took the initiative to say it because he didn't want Aesop's intention to be known. Moreover, this matter itself can only be discussed by Han Xiao. It is impossible for Aesop to take the initiative to go to Emmys to seek credit, and he is not such a person. Aesop also understood Han Xiao's intention, and the complaint disappeared immediately, a little moved, and felt relieved in his heart, and his impression of Han Xiao was higher. Hey, Black Star actually considered the relationship between me and Emmers. He is worthy of being a talent who has laid a huge foundation. This guy has a life in his eyes. The fleet rushed through 10 days and finally entered the Shining World area through the fast military Stargate. On this day, the Super A-Level Association held a new round of regular meetings. A group of mechanics missed many meetings because of the blockade of ancient star deserts and the intelligent plague that was not in the blockade some time ago. Now Han Xiao and others are attending again. Development Federation Headquarters, Feinstar, Council Building. Han Xiao's long-distance projection came outside the venue, wearing the black-bottomed and gold-edged robe of the Legion commander. His strong body supported his clothes, looking majestic. At this time, there was still a while before the official meeting was held. Everyone had not arrived yet. The remote projector gathered together in groups outside the venue and exchanged and chatted casually. One of the original intentions of the Development Federation is to establish a platform that facilitates all Super A-level communications. In addition to formal meetings, private communications between everyone are equally important. As soon as he appeared, the outside of the venue suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at each other with different eyes in a strange atmosphere. At this time, the old dragon Milizaus leaned over with some of the Imperial allies with a loud voice. "Oh, Black Star, you're finally back." Han Xiao turned around and smiled, greeted Bioni, Enying, and other acquaintances. After a round of greetings, Milizaus praised, "What you did in the Ancient Star MO really made me admire you. It's a pity that I'm not a mechanic and can't witness it with my own eyes. Yes, we can't participate in this historic moment. It's so regretful." Willow looked regretful. "If I were there, you wouldn't have fought alone. I would definitely have a share of the fight against Madison." Bioni said carelessly. Swordsman Fu was merciless and said coldly, "You can pull it down. If you were there, you'd be the first one to die, and you would be like Kerr." "Kerr, why did you get me involved? I didn't say anything. A small matter is not worth mentioning. Be low-key, ha ha." Han Xiao waved his hand modestly as he heard everyone's praise. The subsequent impact of destroying the core of the virus allowed many allies to see the status of Black Star rising again and gaining more trust from the three major civilizations, so they all came to support them at this time. At this time, Milizaus glanced left and right and lowered his voice. "Everyone thinks you have had a quarrel with Madison. The president and vice president have disagreements in their ideas, which will inevitably lead to differences in routes. The atmosphere in the association is very sensitive now. No wonder everyone looked at me strangely just now." Han Xiao smiled, not surprised. "Today is the first time you and Madison attended the meeting together after they had a falling out, so most people are waiting and watching today's good show." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "Don't worry. The foreign purpose of the Development Federation is to reconcile the Super A-level conflict. Madison will not openly violate the norms. Otherwise, the cornerstone of the association will be damaged, which is something he cannot accept. So he must pretend to behave. At most, he verbally makes things difficult for me, and it is impossible for me to use the power of the association to cause trouble. As for me, I don't need to tease him on my own. After all, I even took away the old foundation of the military country, and it is not me who suffered the loss." Han Xiao smiled in his heart and did not say the second half. Milizaus said slowly, "Yes, this is best. Don't provoke him." In fact, after Madison showed his intentions, there were not many people in the association who supported him. His behavior this time was too risky, and many people did not agree with it. Once he succeeded, we will be implicated by him and have a certain position to tie him up. Therefore, there are many people who have resentment towards Madison now. On the contrary, there are many super A-level members who support your approach. Most of them use the Development Federation to join forces, hoping to obtain higher security and more benefits. But for this, they break up and fight against the three civilizations? That's too unrealistic. Few people are willing to take risks like this. So you stopped Madison and established a closer relationship with the three civilizations. Many people thank you and agree with you in their hearts, and spontaneously stand in your group. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao looked around and met with the members around him, and saw the kindness conveyed in the eyes of many people. Well, as expected, Han Xiao responded, and he had figured it out before. At this moment, a shout filled with anger suddenly rang out next to him. "Hey Xing, you are such a bastard." Everyone looked in curiosity and saw the secret master strode over, his face as dark as the bottom of the pot, and he looked like a rude attitude. "What's wrong with you?" Han Xiao was confused. "You are still pretending to be stupid." The secret master was furious. "You take advantage of the Star Domain blockade to attack my black market forces in the ancient Star Desert. I am obedient to prevent the virus from leaking." Han Xiao blinked. Guess I believe it or not. The secret lord's face turned ashen. After the three major civilizations were lifted, he realized that his power in the ancient Xingmao was messed up by Han Xiao and almost vomited out in old blood. This feeling was like someone else going to his home to make trouble and lock the door. As the victim, he didn't realize it until his home was looted and his lungs were furying. "You really misunderstood me," Han Xiao Jinjin said. "The three civilizations want me to control the black market channels and prevent the large-scale outflow of the virus. If you do extraordinary things in extraordinary times, then I can only use thunder means. Besides, the intelligent plague has been resolved, and I have withdrawn. It is the three civilizations who try to continue to control the black market in the ancient Star Desert. For the sake of the safety of the universe, I took the initiative to undertake this kind of offensive work. Even if I don't do it, someone else will do it. Do you think this is the reason? The thickest thing I have ever seen is your skin." The secret master gritted his teeth and was full of resentment. He didn't really want to blame Han Xiao, knowing that the three major civilizations would not compromise in the face of disaster. At the root of the problem, he could only blame himself for his unluckiness. The place where the virus broke out was the ancient star demon. The secret lord also discovered that since he and the Black Star intersected, they often had bad luck. From the future, I will stay away from the Black Star, so as not to implicate me when he is struck by lightning. Just as everyone was talking about the mountains, another long-distance projection came, and it was Madison who was in the public opinion storm. Buzz! In an instant, the whole audience became quiet. Everyone's eyes gathered, and they were spinning between Madison and Han Xiao, their eyes filled with various emotions. The only thing that these eyes have in common is that they all have fun and jokes about watching the show. Madison turned around and looked straight into Han Xiao's eyes calmly, and the two of them collided in midair. Madison looked calm, as if the conflict between the two had never happened, and he slowly said hello. "I met again, Black Star." "What a coincidence, Jigua. I thought you would be absent today." Han Xiao smiled and teased. At this moment, he felt that he was more like a villain than old Mai Tu. And on the side, Milizaos rubbed the dragon horn on his head in confusion. "Didn't you agree not to take the initiative to tease the military country? If you do you think what I said is a fart? P.S. PY is a bit big recently, so I continue to promote books. Daddy's Another World Restaurant. The author whispers to the world, with good grades and interested brothers can catch a look. Introduction. Here, the elves have to compete with the dwarfs on the table. Orcs are strictly prohibited from making noise. The dragon can only sit in the small square in front of the restaurant. And the devil even needs to bring his own special stools. But it is such a well-ruled and weird restaurant, and there are long queues at the door every day. The elves eat skewers regardless of their demeanor. The dragons hold colanders and sit in front of the hot pot, and the devils eat cute dumplings. Madison was not angry either. He looked Han Xiao up and down and nodded. You are quite humorous. I am the president of the Development Federation. If you are absent, I will not be absent. What you, the president, do is not an authentic thing. Everyone supports you. It is not to let you kidnap everyone's interests to gamble. Han Xiao stood with his arms in his arms and said. He used to swear to Lao Long, but at the moment of meeting, Han Xiao threw away the idea of not teasing the armed kingdom. Now, when he saw Manison, he wanted to stroke someone's tiger beard. When he learned of the association's attitude and tendency, he deliberately ran over to Manison to arouse the inner dissatisfaction of many people present, and the results were very good. Many people looked at Manison with their eyes becoming more and more unkind. They were all big shots, and no one wanted others to make decisions for them. The two have drawn a clear line and restored their competitive relationship. Striking each other's reputation is second, and their own evil taste is the key. Alas, it seems that they are wrong. The glorious allies present are the most embarrassing. Now Manison is still a nominal glorious allies, but they cannot and do not want to speak from the standpoint of the armed country. Those who used to strongly support Manison were somewhat unnatural at this time. Manison turned a blind eye to the eyes of the people around him and said lightly, Through this incident, I have seen you clearly. The original intention of our establishment of the association is to gain greater voice and not be controlled by the advanced civilization. But when you say that you are considering the Super A class, it is actually just a trait of the three major civilizations. And everything I do is to make long-term plans for the Super A class, and it is certainly impossible not to take risks. Unfortunately, you want to please the three major civilizations, but you don't want to lose your reputation in the Super A class, so you choose to destroy our hopes. In my eyes, it is just a selfish speculation, and I will not have any hope for you anymore. Oh, I didn't expect that the arrogant country of weapons also had times when it was too rude. I really knew a lot after living for a long time, and the posture of distorting facts was so skillful. Han Xiao said, It's a pity that justice is in the hearts of the people. Your slander for me is untenable. Everyone has their own opinions. As the vice president, I have the obligation to stop you from leading everyone to the dark side. I really think I am a hero when I put on the cloak of public opinion weaved by the three major civilizations. You are very upset now, but I'm very curious. In the face of the commendation ceremony of the entire universe, will you attend? Why not? If it weren't for me, the three major civilizations could detect viruses so early. Can they develop special antivirus programs so quickly? Without me, the intelligent plague is still spreading now. In terms of achievements, I'm not much younger than you, but the three major civilizations are not mentioned, and the intention is so obvious. As soon as the conversation was opened, the two of them faced each other and were aggressive. The quarrel started. Many Super A-level players were excited to eat melons, and they wanted to move a small stool to sit and watch the show. After tearing a few words, Manison looked around and said coldly, I am not here to argue with you today. The role of the association is to regulate conflicts and contradictions between Super A levels. As the president, I need to set an example, so you can rest assured that although we have differences, I will not do anything to you. To put it nicely, I think you are busy dealing with the suppression of the three major civilizations and dare not continue to provoke me, a powerful enemy. Han Xiao joked. Manison narrowed his eyes and said slowly, You seem to take the draw record seriously? We all know what's going on, but you seem to have some illusions. Do you really think that you're not at odds with me? That's a fact, not an illusion. Han Xiao smiled and eagerly said, If you don't accept it, I will accompany you at any time. So far, he has drawn a lot of good things from Manison and even touched out his core exclusive specialties. He has tasted the sweetness. He wished he could do it with Manison a few more times. The original intention of the Development Federation was to mediate Super A-level military conflicts. I don't have the same knowledge as you. Manison turned around and walked into the venue, too lazy to chat with Han Xiao anymore. Seeing this, Han Xiao curled his lips secretly. Old Maitu is really tolerant. If I had been so excited about him, he would have come to talk to me with a 40-kilometer-long machete. However, the Jiaohua should be very depressed. He clearly felt that he could defeat me, but he was forced into a draw by the three major civilizations. He still had to wait patiently for the opportunity to find the place again, and watched his prestige weaken. Not only did I get his core exclusive expertise, but I also secretly got the residual image of the domino virus technology he was thinking about, and even got a new skill to restrain him. But in Manison's heart, my combat power still retains the impression of fighting. If you fight with Lao Maitu again, you can definitely give him a surprise. When Han Xiao was laughing secretly, so he walked over and said, I haven't seen Manison suffer a loss for a long time. You are one of the few guys who can defeat him. Han Xiao turned to look at him and said in surprise, I thought you and Manison have a good relationship, but you seem to be very happy. So he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Haha, don't get me wrong. I have known Manison and I have known each other for many years. I am indeed a good friend, but he is him, and I am me. To be honest, I also don't agree with his approach. Even if you don't stop him, I will draw a clear line with him afterwards. Han Xiao nodded. I'm just right. If there were no such incident, I might be friends with Jiaohua. Unfortunately, I don't make any mistakes in my relationship with you. I just hope that this matter will not affect my friendship with you. Don't worry. Your conflict with him will not affect our relationship. I don't mind the difference in philosophy, because everyone has what they want. However, although Manison's approach is criticized, he has nothing wrong with saying that the three major civilizations just use you to attack him, and one day they will lose their value. Maybe his today is your tomorrow. I have a sense of sensation. You don't have to worry about this issue. The two were talking, and the third voice inserted in, smiling. So, when being used by high-level civilizations, you must realize the benefits as soon as possible. This is my experience. The two turned their heads and looked over and saw Sorokin also coming over, inserting into the topic with a signature smirk and giving a simple etiquette to the two shareholders. Oh, it's you. Han Xiao glanced at him sideways. What are your opinions? Her Haixing was joking. I'm just an ordinary Super A level. How can I get involved in this kind of topic? I don't have any advice. I just made some suggestions from a businessman's perspective, hoping to provide you with some inspiration to deal with your current situation. Sorokin's tone was enthusiastic. Humph, show your diligence when you have nothing to do, either a traitor or a thief. Han Xiao put his hands on his chest and looked at him. I don't think you are just coming to chat. Is there anything wrong? Haha, nothing can be hidden from the eyes of your excellency, Haixing. Sorokin smiled. I hope to talk about cooperation with you. Han Xiao heard him say something, and then realized what Sorokin meant, and secretly sighed that this person was really shameless. He has become a special consultant for the three major civilizations and has the support of three companies. Sorokin saw business opportunities and wanted to come to him, his shareholder, for deeper cooperation. Han Xiaoqiang want to come here. Sorokin was reluctant at first, but when he saw that it was profitable, he put down his figure without hesitation and came to discuss cooperation with a shameless face. Moreover, the grudges between the two have not been settled, but he could think that nothing had happened. He was afraid that he had run away from home on a spaceship. Over the past few months, Han Xiao has been busy dealing with the intelligent plague, while Sorokin has been dealing with the dissatisfaction of the three major civilizations for this period. He spent a lot of money and finally settled the impact of the matter. Not only that, after some fancy operations, Sorokin showed that he was in line with the position of the three major civilizations and acted as a network broker. In turn, he embraced the thighs of some real-powered officials of Guanghui and Zuling, and used himself to form a new interest relationship in the association's board seat, and his path was wild. Han Xiao suddenly remembered something. By the way, Manison is also a shareholder of the wireless consortium. What he does should have an impact on you. Can the three major civilizations tolerate him to continue as a shareholder of the consortium? There is indeed an impact, but this does not prevent me from continuing to cooperate with him, and regular dividends will not be interrupted. The three major civilizations allow it. First, I'm a legal consortium of private nature and have the power to appoint free personnel, and second, he Sorogen smiled without saying a word, throwing a look of "you understand." Han Xiao immediately understood that no wonder the three civilizations did not mind the cooperation between the two sides. This was to use the Infinite Consortium as a channel to obtain information on the activities of the forces of the military country. Sorokin was able to hold on to the thighs of the three civilizations, which was one of the conditions. Naturally, he didn't want to work in depth with Sorokin, so he answered perfunctorily and dealt with Sorokin's hard work. Everyone chatted for a while, and finally it was time for the meeting. They entered the venue one after another and found their place to sit down. Han Xiao did not confront Madison again. The two presided over the meeting based on the set agenda and handled events one by one like usual regular meetings. However, although the two of them were doing their own things seriously, the atmosphere in the venue was still strange. After the episode outside the venue just now, most people left a knot in their hearts, and it was difficult to return to normal situations. The last issue was soon reached. Madison looked around the audience and said in a deep voice, "Due to the sudden outbreak of the intelligent plague, the competition between the three major civilizations and the Superstar Group Alliance was delayed by more than half a year. Now that the disaster is resolved, the two sides will soon start fighting. Our Super A-level association needs to choose a position. Everyone also knows that the three major civilizations have always controlled the ultimate knowledge and do not let go. The condition they put forward was to let us deal with the Superstar Group Alliance. I do not intend to agree, so I suggest sticking to my original position, staying out of the matter, and not participating in the battle between the high-level civilization camps." Everyone nodded one after another. Although they were dissatisfied with Madison, this decision was a consensus among most people before, and there was no problem. As for the three major civilizations, they generally do not express their opinions at this time. After all, it is meaningless to publish them. However, at this time, Madison turned his head and looked at Han Xiao and suddenly said, "Vice President, what do you think?" Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He pondered and realized the intention of the Jiaogua. "I am now at the forefront of public opinion. The three major civilizations have praised him with great hope that he will become the spokesperson of his own development federation. Not only do I hope that I will compete with Madison, but I also hope that I will speak for them in the association. However, one of the original intentions of the association was to help Super A-level get rid of the camp shackles set by advanced civilizations and not be used as tools to fight each other. At this time, Han Xiao found that there was a negative impact on which side he chose. We adhere to everyone's consensus, and there is no problem with the association. Although the three major civilizations are not unexpected, they will feel disappointed and affect the support strength. Other allies can choose this way because they are popular, but their identities are expressions that are expected. The same behavior will have different effects. If we speak for the three major civilizations and encourage everyone to deal with the Superstar Group Alliance, the result will be even worse. We will show the face of a vested interest, and it will appear to be completely leaning towards the three major civilizations. It will really become the dog-legged mentioned by the military country, which will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the public. And the route you represent will change, no longer be peaceful coexistence, but becomes pleasing to depend on it, contrary to the original intention and returning to the original track. Han Xiao looked up and saw that everyone's eyes, including the three civilized direct lines present, were gathered on him. He obviously understood this and was waiting for his attitude. Madison's question was not a conspiracy, it was just a dignified use of power. "Of course I agree with everyone's consensus. This is the reason why we got together. But I have to deal with one of the Superstar Group civilizations, which is a bit of a personal grudge." Han Xiao Pingjing spoke. He was very realistic. At this time, he naturally would not stand in the wrong team. When the three major civilizations openly built up momentum for him, Han Xiao knew that he would encounter this hurdle sooner or later, accept other Super A-level temptations to ensure that he did not change his mind. Hearing the answer, everyone looked back with satisfaction. After the main talks, the regular meeting ended, and one Super A-level member was removed from the Line 1 after another. Han Xiao did not leave immediately. He pulled up Hela, who had been playing soy sauce, found a room, and closed the door. You are back. Hela looked at Han Xiao up and down. It seems to be weight loss. I should say this to you. How is the underworld? Han Xiao smiled. It has stabilized and is still recovering slowly. By the way, I have one thing to tell you, which is about the underworld. Coincidentally, I have something to ask you about the underworld, but you can talk about it first. Hela nodded. Okay, have you heard of the sanctuary? Han Xiao looked surprised and subconsciously covered his heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt the feeling of the person who swears. P.S. Unknown to me, another year is about to pass, and the year ends will be doubled. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Where did you know the sanctuary? Han Xiao was surprised. My devil told me. Hela briefly repeated Onisilu's words. Seeing Han Xiao's performance, he couldn't help but snorted. It turns out that you knew the sanctuary for a long time, but you didn't tell me. Well, that's because what I know is not comprehensive, and I'm still investigating it privately. Han Xiao coughed, his brain running rapidly. Hela's news gave him a surprise. He originally wanted to ask for information about the Spirit Emperor from the heroic spirit of the underworld, but he did not expect to get new information from the sanctuary. According to Hela's retelling, the two former sisters were invited to participate in the operation against the sanctuary, which means that some of the first ones had more information about the sanctuary, but the two former sisters did not participate. Later, for some reason, there seemed to be a gap in information about the sanctuary, and fewer people knew it. Moreover, Han Xiao also learned a major intelligence from Hela. That is, one of the functions of the sanctuary is to revive the dead. This is the first sanctuary he knew, and finally opened a corner of the mysterious veil. Covenant organization, the first revival, the holy place. Han Xiao suddenly realized in his heart, and finally felt a thread linking it all. No wonder the Oath person was like that. He did not connect the two before, because he did not know the specific role of the sanctuary. Now, he finally has a clearer understanding of the Covenant organization, no longer limited to superficial knowledge. My original Power Collector milestone mission. One of the rewards is the third sanctuary skill fragments. There is some connection between the two. Then the Covenant organization spares no effort to collect original powers. The real goal is to open the sanctuary and revive the strong. Han Xiao's thoughts flew around. Seeing Han Xiao thinking, Hela frowned and asked, "Is this news useful to you?" "It's useful, very useful." Han Xiao came to his senses and said with relief, "Actually, I have been secretly investigating the information of the sanctuary. You have done a great job this time. It's good to help you." Hela let go of her brow, nodded slightly, and asked, "Then what are you planning to tell me just now?" "Haha, I happen to want to find the heroic spirit in the underworld to ask about intelligence. And now, there's another question that could be asked. Do I need me to wake up the heroic spirit immediately? This will affect your development, right? I don't care as long as you need it." Hela did not hesitate at all. "What you said, after all, the underworld is your inheritance. Don't just think about it." Han Xiao shook his head and said helplessly, "Don't worry. Wait until you restore the underworld. Now Hela is like a jungler, and he has an advantage on the line." Han Xiao does not intend to delay Hela's development. It's not too late to call when needed. It's up to you. In short, just tell me when you need it. I'll help you at any time. Hela said lightly. "Let's talk about it then." Han Xiao nodded, turned his head, and said with a smile, "By the way, I brought you a gift this time. You should like it." Hela's eyes lit up. "What is it?" "I have reached an agreement with the three major civilizations to exchange for you the ultimate knowledge of the 3-point superpower system. This time I will bring you a copy, and I will let Philip send it to you later." "Okay." Hela's lips curled, and she showed a subtle smile. She was very satisfied with this gift, and even more satisfied that Han Xiao remembered his performance when he was on a business trip. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao was offline. Removing the remote projection, his perspective returns to the body and is in the command room of the ship. At this time, the fleet was moving in the Dawn Star cluster in the world's portal. It is expected to reach the edge of the Gallu star cluster in a few days and return to the Legion territory from the Hymen star. Standing by the huge landing porthole, Han Xiao looked at the stars passing by outside and recalled the situation during the meeting. Minizen's desperate operation has lost the hearts of the association, and his connections have been hit. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be difficult for him to be re-elected as president in the election 50 years later. However, Ol Maitu is not a person who is waiting to die. He is busy dealing with the suppression of the three major civilizations, but he will not always be passive. He will definitely plan other plans to improve his situation. With his philosophy, it is impossible to admit his mistakes and return to the embrace of glory. That will only be suspicious and cannot go back to the past. He probably will restore his position as in his previous life. However, this time it may not be limited to a version of super disasters, but has completely become a marginalized person. Even if the alliance is not terminated in name, it will be difficult for the three major civilizations to reuse him. Han Xiao thought secretly. Minizen's gambling style jumped away from his back, but he was his own backer and had the confidence to do so. If it weren't for the initiative to point out the core of the virus to the three major civilizations in order to reduce disaster damage, Minizen wouldn't have taken the risk, and he is still comfortable in front of his allies. Thinking of this, Han Xiao opened the panel and took a look at the key of the mechanical divine cult. The impact of the two fighting was significant. As the cloud magnetic mechanicalists vigorously spread the news of themselves and Minizen's 55-5 openings spread widely within the mechanical god church, shaking a small part of Minizen's beliefs and attract a group of new believers for themselves. After this period of fermentation, the bonus of machining divine cult has increased a lot. The bonus range of this expertise is very comprehensive, basically covering all aspects of mechanical ability. Currently, the mechanical affinity is about 600%. In addition to lucky attributes, all the attributes have received hundreds of bonuses. At the same time, according to the tendency of believers, mechanical capabilities in many fields such as arming and virtualization have also been targeted bonuses. In addition, the efficiency of manufacturing, maintenance, and strengthening has been additionally enhanced, and the efficiency of different types of machinery in the hands has also been more or less improved. This specialty has many projects, the scope of reinforcement is so comprehensive, and the bonus range is still increasing with the growth of believers. Han Xiao doesn't know if there is an end. My personal bonus is second. Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he smiled. The improvement of his machining god key means that he has separated the believers of the machine kingdom, resulting in the continuous decline of Minizen's expertise. The longer I am, the shorter the Minizen is. As one goes up and down, the gap between Minizen and everyone is gradually narrowing. I may not be the most profitable, but Minizen is definitely the most loss. After several days of sailing, Han Xiao, who had left for many days, finally led his fleet to Haimengxing, the entrance to the Legion territory, and was preparing to rest here for a long time, and then switch to the Black Star Cup. During the period when he was away, the construction of the Legion territory was progressing steadily. The Black Star Cup was carried out smoothly. The members who were eliminated early returned to their respective positions, and the eliminated players returned to the fourth phase of the Shining World Free Competition Zone to continue to occupy the stronghold. Everything was in order. Now most of the events in the Black Star Cup have ended, with only the last two highlights left, namely the single-match event final of the Natural Scourge group and the four-sided team battle final of the player group. The two players in the former are elite guards under Han Xiao. One is the old dog-licking dog Hardaway, and the other is the new dog Jataina. Both have the strength of super A-level seeds and stand out among the many natural disaster levels of the Legion. Not to mention Han Xiao and Hela. These two are already recognized as one of the best in the Legion. Originally, Loki and Rodhel both had the ability to compete for the Scourge-level chief under the Legion, but Loki carried forward his style and abstained from the audition. Because of his position, Rodhel made it difficult to show up openly and did not participate in the Black Star Cup. As for the other disaster levels, they are not matched by Hardaway and Jotain at present. Even Ford and Nilo, who have the aura of luck, are the same. Lucky cannot make up for the positive strength gap. The four-sided team fighters in the player group are the Jiangxing team with a crazy sword, the Dynasty team with the kings, princes, and generals, Jiang Yulua's heavy rain team, and a golden team composed of a group of scatter masters. Only one of the four major Chinese clubs reached the finals because the mechanism of the Black Star Cup is more free, with a lot of randomness and drama, than the official league. Generally, in the four-party melee, the wealthy clubs will always encounter joint attacks from other three parties. So Chongkong, Temple, and Fish Fragrance Eggplant all failed and were taught by enthusiastic fans. At this moment, the fleet stopped at the Hyman Star public wharf. Han Xiao got off the spaceship and saw Sawiya greeting him on the dock. A cordon was set up around him. Many passers-by were curiously watching outside, including many Legion soldiers and players. Not only that, a couplet was also pulled up on his head, with the left saying, "I shoulder the morality," and the right saying, "Love the heart to pretend to be the people," and the horizontal banner, "Welcome the heroes of the universe home." Damn! Han Xiao was stunned, and returned to the cabin the same way, closed the cabin door, and opened it again, confirming that he had no hallucinations. Is this the way I opened the door wrong? Just as he was stunned, Sivia came up and saluted solemnly with a group of cadres, shouting slogans loudly, for fear that others would not hear it. "Welcome the return of the Legion." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He knew without asking that this kind of scene must be the work of Sivia. It doesn't matter if others praise him, but it's too embarrassing to brag about himself. Moreover, this place is still in public, which gives him a sense of becoming an old immortal in the stars. "Why are you doing this kind of pomp again?" Han Xiao pulled Sawiya and bit her ears, looking speechless. "This is an indispensable welcome ceremony, letting the entire army know that you have returned from making contributions, which is conducive to strengthening the members' sense of identity." Sivia was serious, but her crazy upturned mouth betrayed her heart. Han Xiao felt a little distressed, so he quickly pulled Sawiya to the exit of the dock and started talking. The Black Star Cup event is finally over. How was the ending ceremony being prepared? When talking about the serious matter, Zawiya also put away her smile and said, "It has been arranged. You need to make a speech at that time and personally commend the winners of each project." "So many projects. How many people will be?" Zawiya rolled her eyes. "It was what you asked for, a hero." "Okay, I will pass by then." Han Xiao was helpless. "Also, I suggest you watch the last two games in person. Since you are back, it is best to attend the finals and show your importance to the event. Anyway, it's not too short of this time, so I'll do it together." A group of people hurriedly left the dock, and among the crowds of people around, a group of players were stretching their necks to look at Han Xiao's back. Many people around them recognized that this group of people was the golden team that entered the four-sided melee final of the Black Star Cup Immortal Group. They were all a group of casual masters because of their outstanding performance in the Black Star Cup, which attracted many fans. Watching Han Xiao go away, the members of the golden team retracted their gazes and all looked at a mechanical teammate in the middle. "I really squatted here with a Black Star. How about it? Have the character card generated? What skills have you burned?" Everyone asked in a verbal way. They gathered here today with the purpose of allowing mechanical teammates who have a blank character card to burn the Black Star's ability to win the finals trump card. Because the Super A-level dragon was not seen, they originally planned to burn a natural disaster level and finish it, but the Legion captain was back. No one is more suitable for targets as blank character cards than Black Star, and the most cost-effective. Don't worry, it's still in the process of generating. This mechanical teammate turned on the team display function of the panel and stared at the panel nervously with everyone. After waiting for 2 or 3 seconds, the panel finally popped up, everyone was excited, and hurriedly looked over. "You have obtained People Advent Card Black Star. People Card Ability. Billion Mechanical Country Manison. Number of use. 01. At this moment, everyone looked black and confused. What is this situation? Didn't we touch the Black Star? Why do we pull out the military country? At this moment, the few people suddenly shook their bodies and looked at each other, and they all saw the look of horror in each other's eyes, feeling that they had discovered a shocking secret. There is only one explanation for this situation. The commander of the Legion, he was transferred. That black star must be fake.